Chapter 4970, War of Words. In response to the clan leader's questioning, Long Chen simply shook his head. Please don't randomly accuse me of false crimes. What do you mean? Willfully, and, without reason. Tell me, how was it without reason? This kind of word game was something Long Chen had encountered many times. He was already bored of it. He found it tiresome, but he knew it was an unavoidable part of life. Long Chen continued, the moment I entered the Long clan's territory, right at the gate, some disciples of the Long clan coveted my riches and tried to rob me. Before Long Chen could finish his sentence, an elder interrupted, those weren't disciples of the Long clan. They were only wearing robes of the Long clan. Long Chen didn't know who this elder was, but judging by his authoritative stance and the nature of his accusation, he was likely in charge of public security in the Heavenly Desolation domain. Is there any difference to wear robes of the Long clan in this domain while committing crimes? If they didn't have the support of insiders, would they dare to act so openly? Normally, you get so much profit from this kind of thing, but when something happens, you try to shed responsibility like that. I didn't expect that after living for so many years, you only mastered a face-thickening divine ability. Countered Long Chen, looking at that elder scornfully. Long Chenshui bit her lip, struggling to hold back her laughter. Coupled with Long Chen's expression, his words made it nearly impossible for her to maintain her composure. That elder was enraged and about to retort when Long Chen waved his hand dismissively. Long Chen scolded, "Don't give me that. Did your parents never teach you not to interrupt others when they're speaking? It's very rude. You don't have any manners." Being scolded by Long Chen, that elder gritted his teeth furiously. Finding no way to retort, he furiously spat out, "All right, then finish what you were saying. I want to see just what kind of excuse you came up with." Long Chen couldn't be bothered paying him any attention. He said, "I killed those bandits. Tell me, did I need a reason to do so?" Everyone was silent. Long Chen continued, "I went hunting with some mercenaries to gather a medicinal ingredient. Your Long clan's disciples tried to take our prey and kill us for our profit. Did I have a reason to kill them?" Everyone remained silent. "The Long clan's disciples cursed me on the plaza. Did I have a reason to kill them? All they did was vent their feelings, and you killed them. Isn't that going too far? Even if they were wrong, they didn't deserve death." Finally, someone from the Long clan spoke up. "Tch, I knew you were waiting for this," sneered Long Chen. "Venting their feelings? I can't kill them. If a mercenary cursed you for being a son of a bitch with a donkey mother and a turtle father, wouldn't you kill them?" The elder sneered back, "I wouldn't. Swear on your soul, if you've never killed anyone who simply cursed you, then I, Long Chen, will cut off my head right now and give it to you," replied Long Chen lightly. That elder's expression instantly changed. To establish and maintain prestige within the cultivation world, one often had to kill those who openly showed them disrespect. This elder had lost count of how many people he had slain for cursing him. How could he dare to swear on his soul? Sigh, another face-thickening cultivator. Your face didn't even blush when you lied. Go on, swear the oath, taunted Long Chen. The elder gritted his teeth but didn't say a word. Someone else said, "They're nothing more than mercenaries, the bottom of the food chain. Weaklings like them have to accept being." Without warning, Long Chen slapped the elder who had spoken. The elder tumbled back, blood dripping from his mouth. No one had expected Long Chen to attack someone during the assembly. Everyone was enraged, and the elder who had been struck immediately drew his weapon. "What are you doing?" asked Long Chen, looking at this elder in confusion. "You hit me, and you're asking me what I'm doing?" The elder gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His eyes blazed with a desire to skin Long Chen alive. "Didn't you just say weaklings have to suffer any humiliation the strong give them? I feel like I'm stronger than you, so why don't you obediently accept it? Why are you taking out a sword? Why do you look so angry?" Long Chen cocked his head at him, his expression mockingly innocent. "Long Chen, are you challenging the Long clan's dignity? According to that logic, can't we kill you at any time?" Finally, the second heavenly saint, Long Yaoding, spoke. Long Yaoding couldn't be underestimated due to his small stature. His voice boomed like a drum, resonating with the power of his blood qi, which surged like a vast sea. A wave of qi blasted toward Long Chen. Facing the second heavenly saint's intimidating roar, Long Chen remained indifferent. In this world, the person who shouts the loudest doesn't necessarily wield the most authority. Otherwise, donkeys would have taken over a long time ago. Long Yaoding was incensed. Undeterred by the rising tension, Long Chen continued, there are 2 points you should clarify. Firstly, the notion that the strong can bully the weak and the weak must accept it was proposed by your Long clan, not by me. Secondly, it's true that you can kill me at any time. However, you must also be prepared to face my father's wrath. Are you threatening us? Demanded Long Yaoding. If you think it's a threat, then you can consider it so, replied Long Chen casually. When others trample on your dignity, you can freely slaughter them. But if you curse people on the streets, they have to swallow their anger. What a fine tradition. However, this tradition doesn't work with me. To tell the truth, I really don't understand you people. Although you may wield power today, are you not worried about the tides turning? The people you disdain as ants might one day produce a true expert harboring deep resentment against you. Are you not asking for retribution? HMPH, that person would need the ability first, sneered an expert from the Long clan. Do you know, from the mortal world to the immortal world, I've killed countless people like you. You sit high and mighty, yet before you die, I know you will cry and beg for mercy, Long Chen replied disdainfully. Are you challenging me? Raged the elder. Long Chen eyed the elder and shook his head. HMPH, others will accuse me of bullying an old man if I kill you. A one-sided battle is so unsightly. Most elders in the room gritted their teeth, unable to accept that Long Chen was treating them as if they were nothing. If he weren't Long Zontian's son, they would have gladly torn him to pieces long ago. At first, they had been hoping to use their auras to suppress Long Chen and then announce his sins to condemn him, making further discussions easier. However, Long Chen refused to follow the path they had laid out for him. He shattered every hoop they tried to make him jump through, leaving them completely out of control. Moreover, they couldn't realistically eliminate him. As a result, frustration and anger filled their hearts. Speak. What did you come to the Long clan for? Finally, the clan leader decided the charade was pointless and cut straight to the chase. Chapter 4971, Playing Games. Seeing that they had gotten to the main point, Long Chen also became serious. He raised 2 fingers and said, I have 2 goals. One is the heavenly fate divine pool. Everyone's expressions darkened, fury igniting in their eyes. Someone coldly shouted, how brazen. Many heavenly geniuses of the Long clan would never get a chance to enter it in their lifetime, yet an outsider like you thinks of touching it. Did your head rot? Are you planning to keep dreaming? There's no way you will get it. No need to even say your second goal, you can just scram. With one sentence, Long Chen had provoked them, and they started to curse him furiously. Still with his 2 fingers raised, Long Chen calmly said, can you speak one by one? Don't be so emotional and rant like a wild mob. I know this is the Long clan's assembly, but if I didn't know better, I'd think someone threw a rock into a kennel. Long Chen had successfully provoked everyone present, likening himself to a rock and the furious elders to barking dogs in a kennel. The Long clan's experts grew visibly uncomfortable. They had to admit that their outburst of cursing was truly messy and lacking decorum. Long Chen coldly said, don't play games with me. I'm not here to negotiate, I'm telling you this is happening. There is no room for discussion. Don't think that making a fuss about the first goal will make me afraid to state the second. You might have lived for countless years, but that doesn't mean your experience surpasses mine. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I've navigated through the twists and turns of life. My experience might be greater than yours combined, so playing these games with me only makes you seem immature and naive. So how about we just talk sincerely and openly, Why waste time? Long Chen was sneering at them. This was a typical negotiation tactic, unbending at the start and then slowly giving concessions in order to win more negotiation chips. Unfortunately for them, Long Chen wasn't here to negotiate. He didn't directly say it, but his stance was clear, if you're willing, hand it over. If you're not willing, you still have to hand it over. For his goals, Long Chen couldn't press the Long clan too hard as he truly needed those 2 things. The Earth Cauldron had said that they were of utmost importance to him. He could only succeed, not fail. Seeing that their facade was exposed, the clan leader looked pissed and a bit embarrassed. Although they had known Long Chen was difficult to deal with, he was still a youngster. They had expected him to be at the mercy of their group of wily old foxes. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was the real wily old fox. Now they understood how he became the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in history. It wasn't just based on martial power, but also on intelligence. The clan leader said, Long Chen, you're really forcing us. Since you've acknowledged Long Ziwei as your brother, then you should know that the slots of Heavenly Fate Divine Pool are limited. Only those in the top 50 of the Heaven rankings even have a chance to enter. Furthermore, every time the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool blesses someone, it will exhaust its energy. There are only a few spots left. If I give one to you, another heavenly genius will lose their spot. That's extremely unfair to them. Everything the clan leader said sounded very reasonable, logical, and even moving. As the clan leader, his words left no opening for rebuttal. I don't want anyone else's spot. Give Long Qingyan's spot to me. In any case, he's already dead, said Long Chen. Seeing that the clan leader was about to argue, Long Chen said, don't give me that nonsense. On that day, I personally saw that when he died, his heavenly fate ring dispersed and was absorbed by a mysterious power from the rear of the main palace. Of course, it was nonsense. The heaven overseer had told Long Chen about this. Back then, he had indeed felt something odd, but it was common for a heavenly chosen's energy to be reabsorbed by the heavenly Daos upon their demise. Hold it, absorbed. Recalling a certain matter, Long Chen ignored all the elders and sank his mind into the primal chaos space. Long Chen examined the heavenly Dao tree, walking around it. It was covered in fruit, but he didn't find the thing he was hoping to see. It seems that even the mighty heavenly Dao tree has its limit. Long Chen mused, his disappointment evident after thoroughly examining the tree. Could it be that the heavenly Dao tree could only produce 9-star heavenly Doyan fruits and nothing higher? Determined to find out more, Long Chen stubbornly inspected the tree again. Long Chen's gaze locked onto a tiny little flower amongst the heavenly Dao tree's leaves. This tiny flower emitted a gentle light, distinct from anything he had seen. The flower had 9 petals that were connected by special vein lines. When all those vein lines were connected, they formed the image of a disc. Long Chen almost cried out when he saw it. This was clearly an image of a heavenly fate disc. So, the heavenly Dao tree had not produced a heavenly chosen fruit, but a heavenly chosen flower. If there was a flower, then it would bear fruit one day. Long Chen quickly understood that it was most likely the result of heavenly chosens possessing so much power that the heavenly Dao tree could only absorb a portion of their power when they died. Only by absorbing more energy could it bear fruit. Long Chen was incredibly excited by this discovery, but now wasn't the time to celebrate. He suppressed his excitement, keeping on his icy expression as he had something to do. An elder shouted, "What nonsense! When people die, heaven and earth will take back their. Swear on it, do so and I'll believe you." Long Chen directly cut this elder off. "I'm just curious, who did you learn spout nonsense from?" Long Chen looked at the clan leader. He didn't say anything further, but his meaning was clear. There was no need for more words. The clan leader was incredibly embarrassed and enraged. Long Chen's mouth was truly sharp, giving them no room for leeway. Suppressing his anger, the clan leader said, "Fine, we can discuss this later. What is your second goal?" "My second goal is to enter the Julie Tower." The clan leader directly crushed the arm of his chair. Like a furious lion, he shot up. Chapter 4972, A Cauldron That Shakes Heaven and Earth. The clan leader suddenly lost all restraint, and the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone from the Long clan looked like they wanted to kill Long Chen. "Who told you about the Julie Tower?" shouted Long Yaoding, jumping to his feet as well. "Keep acting, little black dwarf, come any closer, and I'll slap you," taunted Long Chen, pointing at Long Yaoding threateningly. Once more, Long Chenshui almost lost her cool. In all her years, she had never heard anyone call Long Yaoding such a thing. Every single word was taboo to Long Yaoding, hitting right on the mark. "Fine, as I see it, you must want to die, so I'll help you out." Long Yaoding roared. A chain suddenly appeared in his hand, shooting toward Long Chen like a serpent. The moment the chain was about to coil around Long Chen, a bronze cauldron appeared in front of him, intercepting the chain with a loud clang. Boom! An explosion rocked the palace. The chains shattered into pieces, and the force of the blast demolished the palace. Everyone within the palace was sent flying. The once majestic building crumbled into a pile of ruins. Covered in dust, those emerging from the rubble were shocked and enraged at the destruction of their hall. However, amidst the chaos, the clan leader and the 3 heavenly saints had wide eyes filled with disbelief. That was, although it had happened quickly, they had clearly seen the distinct form of the bronze cauldron. The sight left their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Fuck, come at me. I don't mind dragging all of you down with me. Even if I can't do it myself, once my father comes, none of you will get out alive either. Long Chen emerged from the rubble, with Evilmoon in his hand. Just now, Long Yaoting's sneak attack had enraged him deeply. It had been a perfect chance, but Long Chen hadn't managed to strike him. Come, Long Chen shouted and pointed Evilmoon at Long Yaoting. Just then, the entire Long clan quivered. A wailing screech rang throughout the heavenly desolation domain. The destruction of the palace had triggered the alarm. Countless experts came running over from all directions. The clan leader raised his hand, conjuring a barrier that shielded them from view. He instructed an elder, "Go and calm everyone outside." The elder immediately walked out of the barrier, shouting, "This is the assembly grounds. Approaching is forbidden. Everyone, go back to what you were doing." First, the clan leader stopped them from approaching, then he stationed guards to reinforce the barrier and prevent anyone else from getting close. "What, do you want to kill me for my treasures? Ha ha ha, come and try it." Long Chen raised his head and laughed fearlessly. "Do you really possess the Heaven-Earth Cauldron?" Long Chenshui stared at Long Chen in disbelief. The Long clan had heard rumors that Long Chen possessed one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. When they first heard this rumor, their reaction was to scoff. How could it be? One of the primal chaos divine items, which were legendary artifacts capable of shaking the very foundation of the world, in the hands of some young brat. Each of the 10 great primal chaos divine items was an existence of immense power, capable of instantly killing anyone below the Emperor realm just by their karma alone. Even a powerful Emperor divine weapon, if not in the hands of a true Emperor, required the backing of an entire race to wield safely. The karma associated with such artifacts needed to be shared collectively among the people of that race. Even then, it could still be very dangerous. If the race did not have enough people or was lacking in karmic luck, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire community. Thus, the Long clan refused to believe that Long Chen could possess the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Moreover, the rumors merely hinted at it being, suspected to be, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, further diminishing its credibility. Adding to their skepticism was the story of Long Chen allegedly auctioning off the Heaven-Earth Cauldron and duping the Dragon Soaring Trading Company. The Long clan had laughed when they heard that. Who in their right mind would believe such a preposterous tale? However, they could no longer laugh now. The cauldron's appearance matched the descriptions from ancient legends. Furthermore, Long Yaoting's chain was an extremely powerful divine weapon. For it to instantly explode upon contact, other than the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, what else could it be? This was indeed the true Heaven-Earth Cauldron, one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. The implications of this revelation were profound and potentially disastrous for the Long clan if news of it spread. Everyone, seal your soul. Chihua, Yaoting, Qianhua, and Heaven Overseer, stay. Everyone else, leave, ordered the clan leader. This soul-sealing technique would embed the memory deep within their minds, allowing it to fade naturally without affecting their cultivation. Erasing the memory forcibly could damage their souls, so this method was chosen to prevent any leaks about the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. To execute the soul sealing, everyone formed specific hand seals and condensed a rune on their forehead. This rune symbolized the sealed memory. One by one, they sent their sealed runes to the clan leader, and he meticulously inspected each rune to ensure the memory of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron was securely sealed. Only after verifying each seal did he permit them to leave, knowing that their memories of the cauldron would remain hidden from prying eyes. This matter was too big, so big that even the Long clan found it overwhelming. As a result, they had no choice but to be prudent. The clan leader had even sent out his trusted aide. He didn't dare to trust anyone else so easily. After everyone was sent off, it was just the clan leader, the 3 heavenly saints, the Heaven Overseer, and Long Chen present. Long Chen sat down on a large boulder amidst the debris, originally a piece of the gate. So what now? Kill me to keep this information secret and prevent any slips. Their attitudes had shifted. The existence of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron changed everything. Now they treated him with seriousness. The clan leader looked at the Heaven Overseer, but the latter stared into the distance apathetically. Clearly, the clan leader wanted the Heaven Overseer to say something to relieve the tension, but the latter feigned ignorance, unwilling to clean up their mess once more. Since the Heaven Overseer refused to speak, the clan leader finally said, "I feel like we can have an open conversation right now." Chapter 4973, Silently Profiting. An open conversation. Yes, well said, mocked Long Chen, nodding at the clan leader's awkward expression. Indeed, someone who could sit in the position of the clan leader couldn't be ordinary. The clan leader's mental fortitude was definitely above average. Despite Long Chen's mocking tone, the clan leader chose to ignore it. He said, "You hold the position of Dean at High Firmament Academy and have established your own legion. If you consider yourself a member of our family, you must understand our current predicament. Even the finest chef cannot cook without ingredients." Seeing the clan leader once more become long-winded, Long Chen hastily said, "Get to the point. What kind of timing is this for him to seek sympathy? Isn't he embarrassed?" Long Chen thought cynically. The clan leader patiently responded, "Access to the heavenly fate divine pool is something we can grant you. However, the Julie Tower is among our most closely guarded secrets." "How did you?" "My father told me," said Long Chen without hesitation. With my father's abilities, even sealing his memories is useless. In truth, Long Chen wasn't certain if his father's memories had truly been sealed, but he was confident they couldn't have been erased so easily. The clan leader said, "The Julie Tower is a major matter that requires deliberation. We will give you an answer later. However, you can go to the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool first. Regardless of the outcome, the benefits of the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool are yours to enjoy." Hearing this, Long Chen felt that there was a chance of things going smoothly. As expected, while brute force wasn't the best way to solve all problems, when a problem couldn't be solved, brute force was an excellent method. "Chen Shui, bring Long Chen to the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool," ordered the clan leader. Long Chen Shui nodded and escorted Long Chen away. Inside, Long Chen celebrated quietly. It was a relief that Long Chen Shui was accompanying him, not the Heaven Overseer. Had it been the Heaven Overseer, it would have meant the clan leader was suspecting the Heaven Overseer of secretly colluding with Long Chen. For the Heaven Overseer to be staying for their discussion meant that things were going smoothly. Long Chen Shui led the way in silence, with Long Chen following quietly. They encountered no one on their route. The Long clan seemed unusually focused and dismissive of idle bystanders. After going through a transportation formation, Long Chen and Long Chen Shui appeared atop a tall mountain. Veiled in clouds and imbued with immortal qi, this secluded place instantly refreshed Long Chen as he felt the air invigorating his pores. The spiritual qi in this area had condensed to a kind of limit. Most importantly, it was notably gentle, nurturing Long Chen's mind and soul. It seemed capable of silently revitalizing all life. As Long Chen appeared, two elders immediately stepped forward. Long Chen Shui simply raised her hand and remained silent. Although Long Chen Shui was one of the four heavenly saints, the four elders didn't even look at her. She appeared accustomed to this and simply handed a jade plate to one of them. The elder then placed it on a stone gate behind him, and the gate creaked open. This location was heavily guarded and restricted access solely to those possessing the right status plates. Only the four heavenly saints, the Heaven Overseer, and the clan leader were authorized to enter. Without their respective plates, even important people would be denied access. When the stone gate slowly opened, a dense mist billowed forth. Long Chen immediately felt his entire body relax, his blood qi quickening as it greedily absorbed the energy. The energy of the divine pool is gentle while within it, but once absorbed into the body, it can become uncontrollable. It may trigger the awakening of Doyan power, pitting you against the heavens. You have to know how to control it. Many heavenly geniuses have perished within the heavenly fate divine pool, and it is all due to one thing, greed, said Long Chen Shui. Many thanks, Long Chen acknowledged with a cupped fist. At least Long Chen Shui seemed decent enough to offer a warning. Other than the Heaven Overseer, perhaps everyone else in that assembly wanted Long Chen to die here. Not encouraging him to absorb as much as he could until he exploded was already nice of them. There was no way they would warn him of this danger. No need for thanks, but next time you curse people, try to point them out clearly, Long Chen Shui remarked curtly before departing. Long Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had just cursed them all, including Long Chen Shui. When anger took over, he tended to overlook such details. After Long Chen had walked through the gate, he heard it close behind him. Through the mist, he vaguely saw stone steps going down, so he followed the path. After a dozen steps, he stepped into a milky white liquid. Hee, this is the heavenly fate divine pool. Looks like things are really going smoothly. There was no need for him to even absorb it, it flowed effortlessly into his body through every pore. The sensation was akin to 1,000 gentle hands massaging every inch of him, so profoundly comforting that Long Chen nearly wanted to roar with delight. Simultaneously, his dragon blood, violet blood, and 7-color supreme blood all surged into a frenzy of circulation. It was as if this new energy was the most exquisite delicacy they had ever encountered. His 7-color supreme blood devoured the energy with the most ferocity, seemingly liberated from the suppression of his dragon blood. Hee, you're finally in your element, Long Chen chuckled softly. This divine pool was a legacy of the Long clan's ancestors, naturally affecting their bloodline the most. Here, the 7-color supreme blood reigned supreme. Long Chen made no effort to actively absorb the energy. He simply closed his eyes and allowed the Doyan power to flow into him. Once inside his body, it ceased its gentle influence and ignited into a slow burning intensity. However, the burning process was very slow, and the power continued to climb incessantly. No wonder Long Chenshui had told him not to be too greedy at once. The experience was akin to drinking alcohol. It might go down smoothly at first, only to unleash its potent effects unexpectedly later on. A single excessive gulp could lead to intoxication hours later or worse, death. The energy in the divine pool was similar. The spiritual qi was mixed with various energies of heaven and earth. Once they left the bindings of the divine pool, they slowly awoke and started to resist. After the burning of an incense stick, Long Chen figured out the pattern of this energy. After making a simple estimation, he directly called out Huo Linger and Lei Linger. When the two of them entered the divine pool, they were incredibly excited. Long Chen gestured for them to be silent and pointed at the door. You have to learn how to silently profit. Chapter 4974, Losing Control. Lei Linger and Huo Linger transformed into large dragons, swimming within the divine pool. Divine light flashed around them as their auras grew grander and more sacred. Runes increasingly condensed on their scales, gradually imbuing them with the aura of Doyans. Long Chen was delighted by their transformation. The Earth Cauldron had mentioned that once they became heavenly Doyans, they would be able to freely cultivate in the outside world, no longer confined to the primal chaos space. With an excited expression, Lei Linger swam over to Long Chen's side and transformed into a pretty maiden. She said, "Big brother Long Chen, I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger." "Shush, try not to make any sound. We're stealing their energy. Do your best to absorb as much as you can," replied Long Chen with a smile. "All right," Lei Linger giggled and retransformed into a dragon swimming within the divine pool. Unlike Long Chen, Huo Linger and Lei Linger were only absorbing the lightning energy, flame energy, and Doyan energy within the divine pool. That was why it was so easy for them to control it. They didn't need to worry about their bodies exploding. Long Chen was different. He was a human, and his body contained all the energies within heaven and earth, with different proportions. That was why he couldn't reject any of these energies if he wanted to get stronger. Otherwise, once those energies went out of balance, it would injure him. The human body was a miraculous existence containing all things in the world. Some things would never be used, but the body would still fall apart without them. As a result, the human race was considered the spirit of the 10,000 races. All lifeforms would transform into human form after reaching a certain level of cultivation. This transformation brought them closer to the heavenly Taos, loosening bottlenecks that once hindered their progress. It made comprehending the heavenly Taos and the myriad laws easier. It was an extremely difficult thing to accept for the exceedingly arrogant races that looked down on the human race. Despite their disdain, they still had to take human form, which felt like a slap in the face. Yet, it was unavoidable. These races would only take human form while cultivating. Normally, they would stay in their true forms to flaunt their noble status. When adopting human form, some of them would retain certain features of their race such as wings, claws, feathers, scales, or horns to distinguish themselves from humans. However, no matter how they tried to deceive themselves, it meant nothing. Ultimately, transforming into human form was the best for cultivation. This was an iron law that the entire cultivation world had no choice but to accept. 7-colored divine radiance quivered around Long Chen. With the divine pool's support, his 7-color supreme blood grew stronger, accelerating its absorption of energy. His dragon blood and violet blood were also growing rapidly, though they weren't absorbing Doyan power or the elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Long Chen couldn't determine what energy they were absorbing. Regardless, They were like dragons returning to the ocean or tigers to the forest, rapidly strengthening. It was gradually reaching a point where they seemed to be getting out of control. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. His 7-color supreme blood actually launched an attack on the dragon blood, their runes clashing like two opposing rivers. The 7-color supreme blood seemed aggrieved, seizing the opportunity for revenge with a violent assault on the dragon blood. However, his dragon blood did not take this lying down. Despite being in the territory of the 7-color supreme blood, it pressed back fiercely, as if they were fighting to determine who was the boss. Stop fighting. What's the point of fighting among yourselves? Long Chen was speechless. As they fought, the one suffering the most was him. However, despite their battle shaking his body, he couldn't stop them. His 7-color supreme blood seemed unwilling to be suppressed. Now that it had found its chance, it wanted to be the boss. Though still weaker than the dragon blood, the 7-color supreme blood had an unending supply of energy and was growing rapidly, its rate of growth far outstripping that of the dragon blood. As it repeatedly attacked and exhausted itself, Long Chen noticed its power becoming more condensed. It seemed that it was using this chance to temper itself. In comparison to the dragon blood and 7-color supreme blood, the violet blood was strangely quiet. It was calmly absorbing the divine pool's energy, not joining either side. Suddenly, 2 light sounds rang out in Long Chen's ears, and 2 powerful blood qis erupted. Long Chen looked over to see Lei Linger and Huo Linger enveloped in divine light, their scales emitting a distinctive fluctuation. 1-star heavenly doyens. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see the 2 of them become doyens so easily. Just then, a second ripple spread. In less than a single breath, their doyen fluctuations soared to another level. Long Chen's jaw dropped. That was crazy, wasn't it? The moment their doyen power activated, it actually began to swell limitlessly. Lei Linger and Huo Linger were surrounded by flashing doyen divine light. Their auras climbed crazily. 3-star doyens, 4-star doyens, 5-star doyens. In just a few breaths, they directly became 9-star doyens. Long Chen's eyes boggled. Wasn't that too crazy? The 2 of them had leapt from 1-star doyens to 9-star doyens in one go. Even having personally witnessed it, Long Chen found it hard to believe. It felt like a dream. Their auras continued to grow. Even after they became 9-star doyens, more ripples emanated from their scales. 9 veins appeared and slowly started to combine. Long Chen felt like his heart had stopped beating. He became completely absorbed, no longer paying attention to the battle between his dragon blood and 7-color supreme blood. An hour later, at almost the same time, Lei Linger and Huo Linger's auras erupted. Massive waves surged within the divine pool. Long Chen sensed both of them attain an aura similar to Long Ziwei's. Furthermore, a multicolored divine ring appeared on their scales. Heavenly Fate Ring. Long Chen let out a shocked cry. Wasn't this insane? It hadn't even been 2 hours, and they had condensed to Heavenly Fate Ring, becoming half-step Heavenly Chosens. Suddenly, Long Chen let out a painful grunt, feeling like his chest was exploding. Hastily refocusing inward, he was shocked to find his 7-color supreme blood and dragon blood had grown significantly stronger and far more berserk. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. He had been so engrossed in Huo Linger and Lei Linger's transformation that he had neglected his own dragon blood and 7-color supreme blood. During this lapse, they had wantonly absorbed the divine pool's power, reaching an uncontrollable level. Fuck, I really screwed up. Long Chen cursed himself. He had actually forgotten such an important thing. You 2 have to stop right now. Long Chen roared and formed hand seals, trying to suppress them. Chapter 4975, Realm Drop. Long Chen suppressed them with all his might, only to find they were completely out of control. They fought like madmen, completely ignoring Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen realize just how much they had grown. They had absorbed too much of the divine pool's power. The 7-color supreme blood in particular had reached the point where it could rival the dragon blood. As they clashed, Long Chen's meridians started to fracture. If he didn't suppress them now, his meridians would disintegrate soon. Senior, what do I do? Long Chen could only ask the Earth Cauldron for aid. It's fine, responded the Earth Cauldron calmly before falling silent. It's fine, my meridians are about to explode, but it's fine. Would things only be bad when I actually die? Long Chen felt panic creep in. Meridians were crucial to cultivators, any damage to them would cripple most cultivators. His dragon blood and 7-color supreme blood continued their fierce battle. Most terrifyingly, They persisted in absorbing the divine pool's energy relentlessly. They seemed tireless, growing stronger and increasingly uncontrollable. Long Chen realized he couldn't sever their connection to the divine pool, they were absorbing its energy autonomously. Desperate, Long Chen tried to leap out of the divine pool to slow down their absorption. He hoped to buy himself some time. To his surprise, he found that he couldn't move. His dragon blood and seven-color supreme blood had gathered all their power together, and he had lost control over his body. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" shouted Long Chen. In his entire lifetime, he had never encountered such a thing before. He was stunned. "Senior, save me," Long Chen shouted for aid again. The Earth Cauldron replied, "You have to let them grow to the limit. Otherwise, there would be no point in entering the Julie Tower. Even if you do go, you'll die inside." Long Chen was even baffled now. "Don't panic, let them fight. Your meridians will be damaged, but the divine pool's energy and your healing abilities will prevent them from exploding," said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen quickly calmed himself down, focusing on using the primal chaos space's energy and the divine pool's energy to continuously repair his meridians. Just as the Earth Cauldron said, as long as he focused on healing, the damage caused by his dragon blood and seven-color supreme blood could be healed immediately. Although they would be damaged after healing, as long as he maintained this tempo, not letting the damage get too bad, it wasn't a large problem. Furthermore, through this repeated cycle, his meridians were strengthening. Despite their damaged appearance, the meridians could withstand the growing power of the dragon blood and seven-color supreme blood. With his unruly seven-color supreme blood and dragon blood behaving like mischievous children, Long Chen patiently endured their antics. Time passed bit by bit, though he lost track of how much time had elapsed. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy erupted, sending Long Chen flying. He crashed into the stone steps, nearly losing consciousness. Light-headed, he looked up to see Huo Linger and Lei Linger transformed into beautiful maidens. Behind each of them loomed a giant disc, one fiery and the other crackling with lightning. "They've become heavenly chosens." Long Chen's jaw dropped in joy. However, just then, the Earth Cauldron's angry scolding snapped him back to reality. "Fool, hurry up and heal your meridians, or they will be destroyed." Long Chen quickly checked his meridians, and his soul nearly fled in fright. In the blink of an eye, his meridians were riddled with tears, on the verge of bursting at any moment. Hastily, he started healing them. For a while, Long Chen did his best to save his meridians. Finally, he returned to the previous deadlock, but now he was sweating. During this moment, he spared a glance at Huo Linger and Lei Linger, only to discover they had returned to the primal chaos space. Floating midair, they sat with their heavenly fate discs spinning behind them. They exuded a divine and sacred aura, akin to newly born goddesses of flame and lightning. Their auras had completely transformed, their strength leaving even Long Chen stunned. "Let them get used to their new Doyan power. Once they are done, they will give you a pleasant surprise," said the Earth Cauldron. If even the Earth Cauldron described it as a pleasant surprise, then it would definitely be shocking. Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Long Chen's dragon blood and seven-color supreme blood continued their intense struggle. However, he noticed that the damage to his meridians was starting to lessen. Have they reached their peak? Long Chen wondered aloud. Previously, their power had been constantly increasing, and along with it, the strength of his meridians. Now that the injuries were diminishing, did that mean their power had stopped rising? Yes, they have reached full saturation. Now, you should awaken your violet blood's power to calm them down, replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen slapped his leg in realization. He had actually forgotten about his violet blood. It possessed a miraculous, balancing power that had always kept his different bloods in check. With the Earth Cauldron's reminder, he immediately attempted to harness his violet blood. His violet blood was gentle as ever, not resisting despite its newfound strength. However, when Long Chen used the violet blood to balance the other two, it didn't have its usual magical effect. Previously, his violet blood had effortlessly mediated between them. Now, it seemed the spark of conflict had been ignited, and neither side was willing to yield. Although they did not reject the violet blood's power, they refused to stop because of it. The Earth Cauldron seemed to have anticipated this outcome. It advised, "Ignite your foundation to help your violet blood." Did I mishear? You want my cultivation base to regress? Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. It was already challenging enough for him to raise his realm. Regressing would make it 1,000 times harder to climb back up. There's no time to explain it all. Hurry up, someone is coming, urged the earth cauldron. Long Chen gritted his teeth. His violet blood suddenly ignited, and the violet flames enveloped his 7-color supreme blood and dragon blood. Long Chen's aura rapidly fell. Just like that, the wall between his realms collapsed, and his cultivation base plummeted. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from within Long Chen's body. Long Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He had actually fallen from the 3rd heaven stage to the initial divine venerate realm. At this moment, his dragon blood and 7-color supreme blood finally calmed down. All of a sudden, the stone gate opened, and a group of people walked in. When they saw the situation in the divine pool, their expressions all changed. Long Yaoding furiously roared, "What the hell are you up to?" Chapter 4976, Retaliating with False Accusations. Long Chen was in an incredibly weak state. The sensation of his realm collapsing felt akin to having his insides torn apart. It felt like he was dying. As the clan leader, the 3 heavenly saints, and the heaven overseer walked in, they were stunned by what they saw. The divine pool, once filled with swirling mist and dense white divine liquid resembling milk, now lay still. The mist had dissipated, and the liquid had turned translucent. This indicated that the divine pool's energy had been completely exhausted, rendering it unable to baptize more disciples. At the very least, it would take hundreds of years to recover. This was why they were all shocked and enraged. They had been in discussions about what to do next and were prepared to speak with Long Chen. However, when he didn't emerge, they finally decided to check on him. The sight that greeted them nearly caused the clan leader to pass out. Long Yaoding was furious. The amount of divine energy Long Chen had consumed was equivalent to hundreds of years of the Long clan's preparations. They had only recently opened the divine pool to disciples, and some hadn't even undergone the baptism yet. Now, it seemed irreparably depleted. Meanwhile, Long Chenshui gently helped pull Long Chen out of the divine pool, her expression filled with shock. He had clearly been at the 3rd heaven stage, but now had plummeted to the initial divine venerate realm. In front of Long Yaoding's furious roar, Long Chen indignantly shouted back, "You have the face to ask me what I did?" Everything was going smoothly, when the divine pool's power suddenly crushed me. I almost died. If I didn't ignite my realm, I would have lost my life. Speak, was this your scheme? Did you want me dead here, so my father couldn't avenge me? With things having turned out this way, Long Chen decided to accuse them falsely. Long Yaoding's face then darkened, and he retorted, "What nonsense? Nonsense. Do these injuries look fake? Is my realm falling fake?" scolded Long Chen. The Long clan's experts were dumbfounded for a moment. They had never encountered such a situation. The Long clan's heavenly fate divine pool was designed to hold a single person in it at a time. This ensured that the pool's energy could slowly replenish itself over time. If someone absorbed too much energy, it could diminish the divine pool's ability to regenerate. Thus, they would always give the divine pool a few days to recover between uses. Even a monster like Long Tianrui had only caused the divine pool's color to slightly lighten. However, Long Chen had rendered the divine pool nearly translucent, a feat previously unheard of. However, what they didn't realize was that it wasn't just Long Chen absorbing the energy. Huo Linger, Lei Linger, his dragon blood, his 7-color supreme blood, and his violet blood had all absorbed a tremendous amount of energy. On top of that, Long Chen had used energy to heal himself and also expended energy by igniting his realm. Altogether, the amount of energy consumed was staggering. Despite being at fault, Long Chen shamelessly portrayed himself as the victim, shifting the blame onto the Long clan. The Long clan found this whole matter extremely suspicious. However, they also knew how devastating a blow it was to any genius to have their realm fall like this. Long Chen wouldn't possibly pay such an immense price just to set them up. To do so would be utterly foolish on his part. Long Chen, we definitely didn't scheme against you, assured the heaven overseer. Then are you suggesting it's my fault? Demanded Long Chen angrily. Trying hard not to expose his fault, he also didn't show the heaven overseer any courtesy. No, that's not what I meant. Consider this logically. If our intention was to harm you, would we go about it in such a complex manner? Furthermore, if you did die here, we would still bear the consequences. The heavenly fate divine pool is the Long clan's lifeline, so we definitely wouldn't mess with it, said the heaven overseer. Long Chen fell silent, acknowledging the heaven overseer's logic. His expression softened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the Heaven Overseer said, "This matter is queer, but don't doubt the Long clan's sincerity because of this, nor should you doubt our intelligence. We wouldn't do something so foolish. We'll investigate this matter. Meanwhile, focus on recovering. Once you're well, we can discuss the matter of the Julie Tower." Long Chen hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "I suppose that's all I can do, but I still maintain my previous opinion." "And what does that mean? Are you suggesting I had a hand in this?" demanded Long Yaoding. "My father once told me that people with petty minds rarely have good intentions. I'm not saying it was definitely you, just sharing an opinion." "What's wrong with that?" retorted Long Chen defiantly. "You." Long Yaoding choked, clearly infuriated by Long Chen's implication. "Enough. That's it," interjected the clan leader sharply. "Chen Shui, take Long Chen away. Let him recuperate." The clan leader's expression was grim. He had never encountered such a thorny problem before. Dealing with Long Chen was proving to be exceedingly difficult, and at this moment, all the clan leader wanted was to remove Long Chen from the situation. He couldn't bear to look at Long Chen any longer. Long Chen grumbled inside, "Why wouldn't the Heaven Overseer take me away instead? Did they notice something? They shouldn't have, right?" Long Chen's unhappiness showed on his face. Thinking that Long Chen wanted to talk back to the clan leader, Long Chenshui hastily dragged him away. Watching Long Chen depart, Long Yaoding gritted his teeth. "That brat, he's even more infuriating than his damn father." Long Chihua entered the divine pool in silence, immersing himself fully to investigate. However, upon exiting, he shook his head at the clan leader, indicating he found nothing suspicious. "That bastard, how is he so troublesome? He really pisses me off." The clan leader vented his anger and frustration, glaring at the divine pool. "I feel like that brat definitely did something," declared Long Yaoding. "It doesn't matter. We have no proof. Besides, his cultivation base has fallen. He wouldn't be foolish enough to sabotage himself like that. It's not worth discussing. Do your best to repair the divine pool. Many disciples still need to undergo its baptism. Mobilize the treasury's resources to repair the divine pool as quickly as possible," said the clan leader with a sigh. "Increasing the rate that it replenishes itself will exhaust a terrifying amount of resources," said Long Yaoding. "There's no way around it. Time does not wait for us. The Long clan is on the rise, and we must seize this opportunity. Now isn't the time to quibble over money," said the clan leader resolutely. Although the clan leader was unwilling, there was no avoiding it. Even if they had to spend even more money, they had to endure it. "Actually, I don't think these losses are too bad," Long Chihua suddenly interjected. "If we can obtain Long Chen's Heaven-Earth Cauldron, all our losses will be recouped instantly." As Long Chihua spoke, everyone present nodded in agreement. A sinister gleam flickered in Long Yaoding's eyes. Chapter 4977, Signing a Contract. Long Chen followed Long Chenshui with the expression of a victim until he was alone in his private room. Once he was there, he burst into laughter. "You really are shameless," teased the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's counterattack with a bogus accusation left the Long clan's experts baffled. Even the Earth Cauldron found it funny. "Hee, against shameless people, you need to be even more shameless," chortled Long Chen. Long Chen then consumed a medicinal pill to recover. The sudden drop in his realm left him feeling unnaturally weakened, significantly reducing his combat prowess. He knew he had to adjust quickly to avoid any potential risks. After 3 days of intensive adjustment, Long Chen finally acclimated to his new state. As soon as he emerged, he received an invitation from the clan leader. In a rather small assembly hall, the clan leader, the 3 heavenly saints, and the heaven overseer were already waiting for him. Long Chen had barely taken his seat when the clan leader spoke directly. "The matter of the divine pool doesn't need to be mentioned again. Let us move on to the next issue. We have decided that you can enter the Julie Tower to cultivate, but there is one condition." "Tell me," said Long Chen indifferently. "During the time you are in the Julie Tower, you must lend the Heaven-Earth Cauldron to us," replied the clan leader. At first, Long Chen thought they would require him to fight Long Tianrui for this opportunity. According to Long Zaiwei, Long Tianrui was an undefeated prodigy within the Long clan, held in high regard by all. Hence, he had expected them to use Long Tianrui as a tool to shatter his goals. However, to Long Chen's surprise, their true objective was the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's anger flared. He was about to confront them when the Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in his mind. "Don't rush. This is part of the plan. Keep negotiating." Long Chen was startled, realizing that the earth cauldron's appearance and the deliberate display of its light were not merely for show, they held a deeper significance. Suppressing his anger, he sneered, "What a joke. How could I lend the heaven-earth cauldron to you? Wouldn't that be sending a sheep into a tiger's den?" The clan leader seemed to have expected Long Chen's answer, so he calmly said, "Whether it is the heavenly fate divine pool or the Julie Tower, they are treasures meant for the cultivation of Long Clan's disciples. Each usage incurs an immense cost. Your baptism in the divine pool exhausted a vast amount of its energy. The clan had to use over half of our resources just to preserve it. As a disciple of the Long clan, you have the right to use these treasures, but you also have the duty to protect and sustain them." "What does protecting it have to do with the heaven-earth cauldron?" asked Long Chen. "You used so many resources that it severely impacted the cultivation of others. This deficit can be made up for with the heaven-earth cauldron. We can use the heaven-earth cauldron to help the disciples who no longer get to enjoy the same benefits as you because of what happened in the divine pool. Through other means, we can make up for our losses. This is a kind of equivalent trade," said the clan leader. "Use the heaven-earth cauldron to help those people get stronger. Don't con me. How come I didn't know of such a thing?" demanded Long Chen doubtfully. This wasn't an act but the truth. Long Yaoding couldn't help but say, "There are many things you don't know. What matters is that you can lend us the heaven-earth cauldron and enter the Julie Tower. When you come out, the heaven-earth cauldron will be yours again. If you agree, we can sign a contract right now. If not, then, since you've gone through the divine pool's baptism, we won't pursue your crime of damaging it. You can leave. The Julie Tower can help someone rapidly increase their cultivation base. Furthermore, the increased cultivation base will be exceedingly stable. It won't be affected by a fallen realm," reminded Long Chihua. The reminder caused Long Chen to act like his tail had been stepped on. He cursed, "So you admit it? You made my realm fall so I would have no choice but to use the Julie Tower to fix it. You really had this whole scheme set up. You." Long Chihua's face darkened with rage. He cursed himself for being so kind as to remind Long Chen. Now, he made it sound like a trap. Seeing the discussion suddenly go off target, the clan leader hastily said, "Calm down everyone. That's not what happened. I can swear on my soul, all right." Long Chen's expression improved after the clan leader said this, but he heard the earth cauldron laugh in his mind, "That's about enough. Don't act too far." Long Chen's acting skills were so convincing that the earth cauldron almost couldn't control itself. These people were so unfortunate to have encountered Long Chen. Long Chen's expression improved, but he didn't speak. No one else dared to speak either, fearing to say something provocative like Long Chihua had. In their minds, they acknowledged that Long Chen was a wily old fox. While Long Chen was silent, he was actually communicating with the heaven-earth cauldron. He really didn't trust the Long clan. "Don't worry, they are using me, but it just so happens I also need their resources to rapidly recover my energy. With the Long clan's power, they cannot threaten me, nor can they keep me against my will. On the other hand, you will need to work hard once you enter the Julie Tower. You'll have to directly climb to the Great Circle of the 12th Heaven Stage." "Climb directly to the Great Circle of the 12th Heaven Stage," repeated Long Chen, barely able to believe his ears. "Once you enter, you will know. Why else would I make you come to the Long clan? As for what you do once you're inside, I've already left a rune in your mind sea, and it will automatically guide you there. Do you see the sealed rune on your chest? Activate it once you come out. It will seal your cultivation base between the 5th and 7th heaven stages. That way, the Long clan won't suspect anything," replied the earth cauldron. It seemed that the earth cauldron had long since planned everything. Long Chen didn't need to do anything but listen. Long Chen stopped pretending and asked the clan leader to take out the contract. As he scanned it, he instantly noticed the problems with it, even catching a strange reaction from the heaven overseer who clearly wanted to warn him. But Long Chen pretended not to notice anything and placed a drop of his blood as his signature. With the contract signed, Long Chen directly took out the earth cauldron. Although the Long clan's experts were mentally prepared, seeing it again still filled them with overjoyed greed they couldn't conceal. Long Chen didn't even look at them and simply asked, "Who is bringing me to the Julie Tower?" While everyone else's attention was on the earth cauldron, only the heaven overseer responded, "Let me send you there." Just like that, Long Chen left with the heaven overseer. Chapter 4978, Dragon Gathering Formation. "I don't believe it. The heaven-earth cauldron was really in that brat's hands, said Long Chihua as he gently rubbed the earth cauldron. Looking at its ancient runes and sensing the desolate chi from the primal chaos era, Long Chihua could not even describe his shock. It is covered in rust and still in a state of slumber. No wonder he could only summon it but not use its power, examined Long. Yaoting. If it weren't slumbering, how could he possibly possess it? The heavens really are looking after my Long clan. They had this little fellow send such a treasure right to our door, said the clan leader excitedly. So now what? Drop blood on it to become its master? Asked Long Yaoting. You really are an idiot. The clan leader directly cursed him. This is the earth cauldron of the heaven-earth cauldron. Its foundation is life, and the greatest taboo would be to use it for killing. By giving it blood, wouldn't you make its slumber last even longer? Then what can we do? Asked Long Yaoting. If we want the heaven-earth cauldron to awaken, we will need to use heaven vein energy to nourish its spirit. We will also set up the dragon gathering formation, using the entire heavenly desolation domain's dragon vein energy to awaken it. That's our only chance to own it, replied the clan leader. But what if it's brought away by Long Chen once it awakens? Wouldn't we have done all that just to benefit him? Interjected Long Yaoting suddenly. Ha ha ha. The clan leader laughed. Do you think I'd be so stupid? It was clearly written on the contract. Once Long Chen exits the Julie Tower, the earth cauldron will no longer be bound to us. It will be free to go wherever it pleases. Once awakened, the earth cauldron will recognize that we provided it with the energy. If it stayed with Long Chen, it would remain dormant. Why would it choose that fate? So that's the case. Clan leader is wise, praised Long Yaoting. In truth, he wasn't very clever. All the others had noticed the issue with the contract, but he hadn't. Everyone, split up and set up the formation quickly. With heaven vein energy and dragon vein chi, we will awaken the earth cauldron. We can then rely on its primal chaos energy to refine our heaven veins. The bottlenecks that have sealed us for so many years will loosen then, said the clan leader excitedly. He wanted the earth cauldron not for the disciples but himself. At their level, every step forward was incredibly challenging, so the earth cauldron represented their greatest hope. Thus, it was indispensable. I feel like we should still discuss this matter with the patriarch, said Long Chenshui. For such a major affair, we should indeed inform the patriarch. However, he was at a crucial state in his seclusion when Long Zontian interrupted him. He was furious back then. If we disturb him again, and by chance disrupt him at a crucial moment once more, it would be a grievous offense, said Long Chihua. We shouldn't interrupt him. If the patriarch were here, he would make the same decision, commented Long Yaoting. Alright, then let us start. We will awaken the earth cauldron 3 days from now. If we succeed, the Long clan will definitely stand at the peak of the sovereign emperor heaven, said the clan leader with great enthusiasm. One by one, they departed, leaving only the earth cauldron behind. A flicker of light flashed over it, almost like a silent sneer. Long Chen, I already warned you. Why did you sign the contract? Asked the heaven overseer. Senior, thank you. The heaven overseer cocked his head in confusion. Senior, thank you for your care, but I have my own plans. Let me ask you one thing. If someday I have a conflict with the Long clan, whose side will you be on? Long Chen questioned. I will stand on the side of righteousness, the heaven overseer affirmed. Haha, then that's enough, Long Chen laughed. Just take me to the Julie Tower. Don't worry about anything else. The heaven overseer was baffled. He seemed to grasp something, but this realization left him vaguely uneasy. At first, he thought Long Chen was about to take a huge loss. However, he suddenly felt like the Long clan might suffer a major setback instead. He didn't quite know what to do. This is the Julie Tower. Long Chen saw a half-buried tower before him, slanted and partially submerged in the ground. If the heaven overseer hadn't brought him here, he would have suspected them of conning him. Only half of the slanted tower was above ground, lying there as if forgotten. The surrounding mountains had chains buried within them that tightly bound the structure. The entire tower was covered in dirt, devoid of any aura. It looked like an ordinary collapsed building. The heaven overseer explained, this is the Julie Tower, or at least, a part of it. It was damaged in an ancient battle and has been deteriorating ever since. Many of its runes and craftsmanship techniques have been lost over the generations. We do not have the means to repair it. Throughout history, some experts have tried to repair it, but each attempt only caused more damage, leading to its current state. What a shame, Long Chen remarked. It really is. After spending so much effort and resources, we only see a collapsing tower. The Julie Tower is now split into two parts, with mostly the underground portion being usable while the above-ground portion being ruined. The Heaven Overseer continued, however, it still has a trace of vitality. We use the spiritual chi of the surrounding mountains to keep it hanging on. Although it's futile, we can't just let it waste away. The interior of the Julie Tower is a world of its own. Unlike the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool, its energy doesn't gradually recover. Every bit of energy used up inside is a permanent loss. Eventually, it will be fully exhausted and destroyed. This is why the Long clan particularly cherishes it. I must warn you, though. This ancient treasure's standards are based on those of ancient geniuses, which are exceedingly high compared to today's cultivation standards. Our era's heavenly geniuses cannot compare to them. You should be mentally prepared. Long Chen nodded and followed the Heaven Overseer's instructions, proceeding along a narrow path alone. He reached the entrance of the tower, where a small transportation formation awaited him. After activating it, he instantly vanished. Watching Long Chen vanish, the Heaven Overseer sighed as he felt a mix of emotions. Events were unfolding like a wild horse that had thrown off its reins, beyond his control. Unable to do anything more, he turned and walked away. Chapter 4979, A Cheating Method of Advancement. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, as he walked into the Julie Tower, the Long clan commenced a large-scale construction project, creating one giant formation after another. Throughout the Heavenly Desolation domain, over 10,000 large formations were built, all centered around the Long clan's territory, forming a massive network of interconnected formations. In a secret hall, the three heavenly saints and the clan leader had a hand pressed on the earth cauldron. Two heaven veins swirled around them, channeling their energy into the earth cauldron. At the same time, a giant whirlpool formed on the roof, through which milky white energy slowly poured into the earth cauldron. This energy was the extracted and condensed essence of the entire Heavenly Desolation domain. That idiot Long Zai, he also had a complete heaven vein. Even if his arm was cut off and his heaven vein's energy was broken, if he hadn't been so rash as to forcibly increase Long Qingyan's realm, he would have at least been able to help a bit now, complained Long Yaoding. That's enough, he's already half crippled, and his mental state is in ruins. We cannot count on him. We can only grit our teeth and keep going. Let's combine our energy with the formation to awaken the earth cauldron as soon as possible, said the clan leader. Complaining now was useless. Other than the patriarch, only the four of them had heaven vein energy. Fortunately, the Heaven Overseer could be trusted to take charge of the Long clan during this time, allowing them to carry out their work in peace. As the four of them continued to focus, streams of energy continuously poured into the earth cauldron. When Long Chen walked into the Julie Tower, his vision turned dark as he was transported into a long and narrow corridor. Once he was inside, the dark corridor slowly lit up, revealing countless sculptures lining the walls. Unfortunately, many of those sculptures had fallen apart, so Long Chen couldn't tell what they depicted. This damage was likely the result of the failed repair attempts the Heaven Overseer had mentioned. Every attempt to fix this place had only caused more damage until it collapsed. Long Chen continued onward, drawn by a light up ahead. As he approached, he saw a sea of flames. Instantly, he felt a turbulent energy crash over him. What terrifying energy fluctuations! Long Chen's heart shook. These fluctuations were somewhat similar to those of a medicinal pill, making it feel like devouring them could rapidly advance his realm. As he continued down the path, he saw that it led straight into the heart of the sea of flames. When he stepped into the flames, he grew even more shocked. This energy was entering his body without his permission, like millions of resentful spirits invading him. Long Chen walked to the end of the pathway and saw a circular stone staircase here. However, the steps were cracked, likely beyond repair. Looking down, Long Chen saw a space below the sea of flames. Jumping down would lead him into it, just as the Heaven Overseer had instructed. But Long Chen remembered the Earth Cauldron's instructions. Without hesitation, he released the rune that the Earth Cauldron had left in his spiritual space. The Earth Cauldron's translucent figure appeared in front of Long Chen, surveying the surroundings. The damage here is worse than I expected. Senior, how are things on your side? Asked Long Chen. Everything is going very smoothly. They are concentrating all their power to help me recover, said the Earth Cauldron. I can't stay here for too long. Come to the control platform. Long Chen immediately walked over to a broken platform. The earth cauldron directed him to pull off the rubble in search of a notch. After some searching, Long Chen finally found a concave area covered by a pile of rocks. Clearing the rocks away, he was startled to find a handprint. Place your hand there and use your 7-color supreme blood to activate it, instructed the earth cauldron. Long Chen did as instructed. The moment his 7-color supreme blood flowed into his palm, it shook intensely. The sea of flames below exploded, and a pillar of fire surged before Long Chen, revealing a martial stage floating in the air. Simultaneously, strange totem patterns appeared in front of him, varying in complexity. Some had 1 line, some had 7 lines, and others had 9. Choose the one with 7 lines, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen reached out and touched the 7-line totem. He was instantly pulled into the martial stage. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he heard the earth cauldron's voice again. These resentful spirits are the immemorial devil spirits killed by the Julie race, and the power of their cultivation bases was sealed within them. Over countless years, these resentful spirits have been suffering the curse of the Julie race's flames. They want to escape, but the only way to be free is to release the energy in their bodies. As long as you don't resist, they will release all their energy into you. Your realm will rapidly increase. However, you should be careful. As they release their energy, they will try to take control over your body. They will try to use the pain they suffered to infect you. Be careful. Just then, Long Chen felt like millions of ants were biting his skin. It was painful and itchy. Following the earth cauldron's orders, he lowered his defenses slightly. At that moment, countless streams of energy pierced into him and exploded within his body. Long Chen felt like he had just devoured tens of thousands of peerless grade pills. The intense impact almost made him cough up blood. As this energy exploded within him, his aura rapidly climbed. He was shocked to find that he was about to advance. Wait a second, exclaimed Long Chen. In the past, he had to struggle to break through his shackles, but this time, he had to hold himself back as much as possible. The more he could hold back, the better. This would keep his foundation super solid. Earth Energy Seal. Long Chen formed hand seals to suppress the power erupting within him, holding back his realm from breaking through. Again, he took a deep breath and formed another seal, allowing countless streams of energy to pour into him. Just like this, Long Chen managed to suppress it 9 times before he could no longer contain the immense power erupting within him. Long Chen's aura exploded, blasting the flames around him away. First heaven stage, he cried out in delight, realizing that after igniting his realm and falling, his new first heaven stage was stronger than his former one. Come at me. Long Chen raised his head and shouted, as countless flames surrounded him again. Chapter 4980, Great Circle of Divine Venerate Realm. In 2 hours, Long Chen made 3 breakthroughs, returning to the 3rd heaven stage. Using the realm suppression technique taught by the earth cauldron, his foundation remained unshaken by the rapid advancement. In fact, his foundation was now even more solid and stronger than before. Having returned to the same realm he had been at when he entered the heavenly fate divine pool, Long Chen found his actual power to be much greater. This solid foundation allowed him to endure even more power. However, he didn't let himself get lost in this delight. The earth cauldron had warned him to be wary of the resentful devil spirits invading his mind. Although they weren't affecting him now, that didn't mean they wouldn't later. 3 days later, Long Chen became even more careful, not letting too many flames enter him at once. Long Chen learned that as his realm increased, the flames also grew stronger. Through his spiritual strength, he sensed some energy invading his body. However, even as their energies erupted within him, he couldn't sense that energy of resentment that he had been warned about. It seemed like the energy eruption caused their resentful wills to dissipate. Could it be that their resentful wills have grown too weak to affect me? Long Chen didn't quite believe it. However, as he continued to absorb the flames, he found that the resentful spirits truly couldn't threaten him, having no effect on him at all. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, as he absorbed these energies to increase his cultivation base, black spots silently appeared in his eyes, absorbing the energy of the resentful spirits. An ocean's worth of energy was silently being devoured by those black spots, all while Long Chen remained unaware. The Julie race was truly terrifying. They could use such a method to aid their descendants, cultivation. Unfortunately, this kind of magical technique is close to extinct now. Its power is likely not much inferior to the heavenly Tao tree's heaven-defying abilities, thought Long Chen as he absorbed the flames. The heavenly Dao tree was indeed heaven-defying, but the Zhuli race could harness the spiritual energy of the devils they killed to help their descendants cultivate. That was equally terrifying. In truth, Long Chen was unaware that this method was a forbidden art in the Zhuli race. Not just anyone could cultivate this way. Those who possessed this technique could only use it on the fiendish devil race, and there were many other restrictions. 6 hours later, Long Chen's cultivation base reached the 6th heaven stage. This was the fastest he had ever cultivated. Furthermore, the ease with which he did it made him feel like cultivation was very easy. With this, do I ever even need to eat medicinal pills? Long Chen practically shouted in joy. It was no wonder that the earth cauldron had told him to stop cultivating after reaching the 3rd heaven stage. It had already paved the way for him. However, after the 6th heaven stage, Long Chen's speed clearly dropped. Startled, he looked around. Fortunately, the sea of flames was still enormous and powerful. From the 6th heaven stage to the 7th heaven stage, Long Chen took a full day. Although it was just a single day, compared to before, it felt like a long time. After reaching the 7th heaven stage, due to how much energy was required, Long Chen directly exposed his body to the flames. He just kept suppressing his realm to ensure his foundation remained solid. Days turned into weeks, and after a full month, Long Chen reached the 12th heaven stage. As he achieved this milestone, his aura exploded, shattering the entire sea of flames. The stone pillar beneath him shattered, and the flame sea dwindled to a few flickering embers resembling ghostly flames drifting through the air. I still haven't reached the full circle. Long Chen's heart sank. The earth cauldron had instructed him to activate the sealing rune only after advancing to the great circle. How was he supposed to activate it before reaching that point? The Zhuli tower no longer had many flames for him to absorb. Long Chen started to feel that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. According to reason, everything was within the earth cauldron's expectations. If it said he could reach the great circle, then he should definitely be able to. If there are no more flames, I'll just need to use pills. Having reached the 12th heaven stage, he was merely a single step away from the great circle. He started to voraciously devour medicinal pills. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by how effective the pills were. Since he hadn't relied on them to advance from the 1st to the 12th heaven stages, he had not built up any resistance to them. As a result, the pills could showcase their best effect. Another month passed. Long Chen's aura swelled and expanded until he halted upon touching the next barrier. I've finally reached the great circle of the divine venerate realm. Long Chen exclaimed, raising his head with laughter. Achieving this level from the 1st heaven stage in just 2 short months marked the fastest advancement of his life. However, he had used up a great deal of time before this. Most likely, the Dragonblood warriors were around the great circle as well. In the past, he had always lagged far behind everyone else. But this time, he had managed to arrive first. Long Chen carefully used the transportation formation to leave. Fortunately, the tower didn't collapse. As for the lack of flames inside, it had nothing to do with him. The moment Long Chen came out, he saw Long Ziwei waiting for him, looking very anxious and noticeably thinner. What happened to you? I'm fine. I was just worried about you. You've been in there the whole time, replied Long Ziwei. Boss, you entered the Zhuli tower, but how come? Your cultivation base is only at the 7th heaven stage. He had expected Long Chen to be at the great circle, or at least the 9th heaven stage, after entering the Zhuli tower. Instead, he saw that Long Chen's aura was only at the 7th heaven stage. Long Chen naturally wouldn't reveal that he had sealed his cultivation base. He asked, tell me the truth. What happened? Hearing this, Long Ziwei directly knelt on the ground and said, I'm sorry, boss. I was unable to accomplish your orders. I could not protect them. You told me to protect the mercenaries, but Long Zai mobilized the Long clan's disciples to bully them every day. Just yesterday, Brother Fang, he was killed by Long Zai. What? Long Chen was enraged. He had never expected Long Zai to be so shameless as to bully a group of mercenaries. Get up, bring me to see him. Long Chen's eyes blazed with killing intent. Chapter 4981, Karmic Consequences. Mercenary City. It was a grim place, akin to a forgotten garbage heap within a city. It was shunned by most, and its inhabitants struggled daily just to survive. They dwelt at the bottom rung of society, relegated to the lowest echelons. Regardless of their cultivation realm, their prospects in life were bleak, destined to achieve nothing until their lifespans ran out. Unlike other cultivators with longer lifespans, those in Mercenary City faced shortened lives due to the constant intrusion of the Devil Sea's aura in the heavenly desolation domain. The spiritual chi here was tainted with impurities. Different from the Long Clan's disciples who enjoyed the benefit of cultivating under spirit-gathering formations, the residents of Mercenary City had to endure severe corrosion from the impure spiritual chi as they cultivated. This corrosion, the hidden damage caused by low-quality medicinal pills, the constant battles against devil creatures, and the scarce resources they had to fight for all resulted in their constitutions being extremely weak. Moreover, for some unknown reason, they couldn't leave the heavenly desolation domain. If they left, the laws of the external world would suppress them, preventing them from absorbing spiritual chi and thus hindering their cultivation. The path of cultivation resembled rowing a boat against the current. Once advancement ceased, regression began. As long as they maintained stable cultivation bases, they could suppress their inner wounds and survive longer. However, once they regressed, they would die in a few years. There was a legend that claimed the mercenaries were cursed, destined to suffer from generation to generation. Because of this belief, aside from occasional bullying, the Long Clan rarely interacted with them. Naturally, there was no consideration of marriage or alliances between them. After all, cultivators cared most about their bloodlines, and no one wanted to dilute theirs with those they considered inferior. In response, the mercenaries banded together, despite their bleak prospects, clinging tenaciously to life. However, Long Chen's arrival shattered their bleak future. Long Chen imparted the starry river of the sky art to all of them and distributed medicinal pills to activate the ancestral runes in their dantians. After their ancestral runes woke up, a remarkable transformation occurred. Their accumulated internal wounds started to heal gradually, and their power surged. They diligently cultivated the profound mysteries of the starry river of the sky art. They cherished this opportunity to transform their lives more than anything else. Fearful of missing out if they didn't give their all, they trained with a determination akin to fighting for their lives. With their amazing efforts, their power rose like a shooting star. Among them, Fang Lude showed the quickest improvement. He had condensed 100 stars and was on the verge of drawing astral energy into his body. They were pleasantly surprised to find that after awakening their ancestral runes, the spiritual chi's impurities could no longer damage their bodies. They could freely cultivate without worrying about the corrosion. However, possessing a powerful body was also a heavy burden. The energy requirement had soared, especially if they wanted to increase their power rapidly. In the end, they required even more resources. These mercenaries were essentially dirt poor, lacking the resources to maintain this level of upkeep. Their meager earnings from normal missions barely kept them alive. As a result, to meet these demands, they had to expand their domain. They started hunting devil beasts, sea demons, and searching for medicinal ingredients, trading them with the Long Clan to support their cultivation. As their strength grew, they ventured into territories they once feared to tread. This inevitably brought them into contact with Long Clan disciples who were doing trials. Whenever the mercenaries saw the Long Clan's disciples, they avoided the latter. But even so, this drew the dislike of the Long Clan's disciples. The Long Clan's disciples would often curse them and even drive them away with weapons. However, the mercenaries could only swallow their anger and left. Long Zontian had advocated for larger hunting grounds for the mercenaries, and the Long Clan had reluctantly agreed, issuing new regulations. However, these laws were often seen as mere formalities. They were established by the Long Clan and enforced by the Long Clan, so the ones restricted by them were always the mercenaries. Thus, the pledge of the Long Clan was nothing more than empty words. When Long Chen was in seclusion, the Long Clan's disciples bullied the mercenaries, only to find that the mercenaries had grown so strong that they actually couldn't beat the mercenaries. Shocked and enraged by this turn of events, the Long Clan's disciples summoned stronger members from within their ranks. This escalated into a conflict with Fang Lude and the mercenaries, during which one of the inner disciples injured Yu Ying. This infuriated Fang Lude and his comrades, and they retaliated by beating up this inner disciple. This incident incensed the Long Clan's disciples even more, causing them to report that the mercenaries had launched a surprise attack on the inner disciples and were showing signs of rebellion. It was unclear how this matter ended up reaching Long Zaiye's ears, but as soon as he heard this news, he charged over to Mercenary City. Fang Lude and the others were gripped with fear as Long Zai vented his anger on them. He verbally abused and physically assaulted them, but they endured his tirade in silence. However, when Long Zai cursed Long Chen, Fang Lude couldn't help but retort a bit. This defiance enraged Long Zai to the point where he immediately killed Fang Lude. That son of a bitch. I should have killed him a long time ago. After hearing the full story, Long Chen almost exploded with rage. He had never imagined this old bastard would be so shameless. How could a former member of the Four Heavenly Saints bully a group of mercenaries? Boss, I've failed you. I couldn't beat Long Yifang. I could only watch helplessly as he ran rampant. Long Zaiwei had been present at the time and wanted to protect everyone. However, Long Yifang, ranked 7th on the heaven rankings, deliberately blocked and even injured him. Long Zaiwei could only stand by as Fang Lude was killed, which caused him to be overwhelmed by guilt and a sense of powerlessness. He tried to report the incident, but everyone was in seclusion, including the Heaven Overseer. At that time, Long Zai held the greatest authority in the Long clan. Left with no choice, Long Zaiwei hurried to the Julie Tower and waited for Long Chen to come out. When Long Chen finally emerged, Long Zaiwei couldn't hide his disappointment at Long Chen's cultivation base. He wasn't certain if Long Chen could protect the mercenaries with his power. With haste, Long Chen and Long Zaiwei traveled through several transportation formations, arriving at the closest city to Mercenary City. After that, Long Chen summoned his lightning wings and raced toward Mercenary City at top speed. Soon, Mercenary City came into view, and what Long Chen witnessed shook him to the core. The plaza was now littered with dozens of stakes, with Yu Ying and the others bound to them. Their bodies were covered in wounds, their blood staining the stakes. At the foremost stake was Fang Lude's severed head. In front of them, a group of people continued to whip and curse Yu Ying and the others mercilessly. Stop! Long Chen's voice thundered like the roar of a god, causing the world itself to tremble. Chapter 4982, Overflowing Killing Intent. Long Chen's roar shook the very world, causing the people whipping Yu Ying and the others to look up in horror. Long Chen descended upon them, the space around him distorting. Clouds gathered ominously behind him, merging into a gaping maw that cast darkness over the entire city. In an instant, Mercenary City seemed to plunge into a nightmarish abyss. Most chilling of all, a pair of devilish eyes materialized behind Long Chen. They looked like his eyes but were filled with countless black spots, which offered a glimpse into an endless hell. Yu Ying and the others, who had been unconscious, were jolted awake by Long Chen's commanding voice. They saw him standing before them. At this moment, countless mercenaries came out of their hiding holes. Under Long Zai's orders, Mercenary City was locked down, and anyone attempting to escape would be executed. Originally, they had been prepared to fight to the death. In the worst-case scenario, they would simply drag these bastards down with them. However, Fang Lude had instructed them to stay hidden. If they all perished, how could they fulfill Long Chen's expectations of them? As a result, they could only watch as Fang Lude was slain and Yu Ying and the others were tortured. The agony they felt was even worse than being stabbed by 1,000 blades. Upon Long Chen's arrival, they finally found a leader to rally behind. One of them shouted, "Just give us the order and we'll kill them all to avenge Brother Fang." Hatred and resentment had been festering in their hearts for so long that they were about to go crazy. As someone moved to untie the ropes binding Yu Ying and the others, a cold voice pierced the air. "Hold it, anyone who unties them will be executed." It seemed that Long Zai's face was itching for a slap. Behind him stood another man with a sinister grin, Long Yifang, ranked 7th on the heaven rankings. Long Yifang glanced at Long Zaiwei and provocatively dipped his thumb in a taunting gesture. "Long Chen, where have you been hiding? I've been waiting patiently. Did you really think I wouldn't resort to this to lure you out?" sneered Long Zai. Long Zai had sealed his memories because of the incident in the assembly hall. Thus, he had no idea that Long Chen had gone to the Julie Tower. Furthermore, the 3 heavenly saints and the clan leader were in seclusion. As for the heaven overseer, he had never given Long Zai any of his time, so there was no way Long Zai could ask him for help. Seeing Long Chen approach with intense killing intent, Long Zai felt a surge of satisfaction. Long Chen's fury felt like the sweet taste of vengeance for Long Zai. "Are you Long Chen, Long Zaiwei's master? I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. How did you domesticate this stubborn wild dog so quickly?" taunted Long Yifang. Long Chen suddenly vanished. Long Zai and Long Yifang instinctively leapt back, but it was too late. Long Yifang's head was torn from his body, which was obliterated by a single stomp from Long Chen. Gripping Long Yifang's severed head, Long Chen turned to Long Ziwei and spoke sternly, "I'm going to teach you another lesson. Fighting is one thing, and killing is another. When you want to kill, there's nothing flashy. Your goal is simply to eliminate your target swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for them to retaliate." Long Chen moved without warning or aura fluctuations. Before anyone could react, it was over, leaving Long Ziwei in stunned silence. "Bastard, you sneak attacked me." Long Yifang's head roared defiantly, showing no fear even in this sorry state. "How dare you sneak attack my Long clan's heavenly geniuses? Long Chen, you are courting death." Long Ziyei's voice thundered with fury. Though startled by Long Chen's swift action against Long Yifang, there was a glint of satisfaction in Long Ziyei's eyes. With this, he had a valid excuse to kill Long Chen. Long Ziyei's translucent heaven vein dragon chi appeared, swirling around him. A shockwave of immense chi exploded, devastating Mercenary City and sending all the mercenaries flying. Long Ziwei reacted quickly, swooping in to rescue Yu Ying and the others, shielding them as he flew to safety. Die! Long Ziyei swung his saber at Long Chen. Having obtained an excuse to kill Long Chen, he immediately unleashed his full power. To everyone's surprise, Long Chen raised Long Yifang's head into the path of Long Ziyei's saber. Long Yifang's head cried out in shock. Long Ziyei's full power attack, backed by his heaven vein energy, wiped out Long Yifang's soul. However, Long Ziyei showed no remorse. He just wanted to kill Long Chen, even if it meant Long Zontian came to kill him in the future. Just as Long Ziyei's saber shattered Long Yifang's head, Long Chen caught the blade with his bare hand. At that moment, Long Ziyei was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at a distance, Long Ziwei watched in astonishment. Long Chen had intercepted Long Ziyei's saber, which carried the formidable power of a heaven vein attack. Long Chen gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury. "Idiot, do you think you are still in your prime? Originally, you possessed a complete heaven vein, but my father severed your arm and crippled your foundation, leaving you with only half of your heaven vein. Then you depleted your core energy to forcibly elevate Long Qingyan's realm. Your heaven vein dragon chi is now merely for show. Your actual strength isn't much greater than that of an ordinary heaven saint, but you're too blind to see it. If I had known you were this foolish, I would have killed you on the martial stage. Then none of this would have happened." Long Chen's sudden push forced Long Ziyei's saber downward, and a tremendous force forced Long Ziyei to the ground. The ground quivered and buckled beneath them. Despite Long Ziyei's heaven vein dragon chi struggling fiercely, his body started to tremble, nearing its breaking point. Suddenly, Long Chen's hand transformed, becoming covered in dragon scales and radiating a powerful aura. Long Ziyei let out a pained grunt as the pressure intensified. His knees buckled under the immense force, compelling him to kneel before Long Chen. He finally felt fear now. Long Ziyei's bones creaked under the immense power. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth. "Long Chen, do you truly believe the Long clan lacks someone stronger than you?" As these words echoed arrogantly, a hand slammed toward Long Chen's back. A complete heavenly fate disc appeared on the hand. A heavenly chosen. Long Ziwei's pupils widened in shock. Chapter 4983, Number 1 Figure of the Junior Generation. The Long clan had 3 heavenly chosens. Someone like Long Ziwei, who only condensed a heavenly fate ring but not the complete heavenly fate disc, could only be considered a half-step heavenly chosen. However, this attacker was a true heavenly chosen, and he directly absorbed all the surrounding Doyan power. Pressing Long Ziyei to the ground, Long Chen was enraged to see someone interfere him. His left hand then transformed into a dragon claw and lashed out. The attacker was sent flying by Long Chen's dragon claw, but Long Chen himself also felt an immense impact. The ground beneath his feet collapsed. As for Long Ziyei, blood sprayed from his mouth. Before this, Long Chen had gradually increased the pressure on him, shattering his knees. As a result, when the heavenly chosen struck Long Chen, the impact transferred to Long Ziyei, causing him to receive a heavy injury instantly. Long Ziyei now resembled a deflating balloon, his strength rapidly draining away. With his bones shattered, he lay helplessly on the ground, akin to a beaten dog. "Long Shankun!" Long Ziwei cried out. Amidst the settling chi waves stood a man with long hair, his expression one of stunned disbelief. Long Ziwei immediately recognized him as the rank 4 expert on the heaven rankings. Long Shankun had been in seclusion for a long time, and upon emerging, he had become a heavenly chosen. On the heaven rankings, Long Shankun was ranked 4th, but in reality, amongst this era's heavenly geniuses, he was number 1. After all, those ranked above him were not people of this era, they were sealed heavenly geniuses from ancient eras. Before they were unsealed, Long Shankun had always been the number 1 expert of the Long clan's junior generation. After undergoing the divine pool's baptism, he went into seclusion, all before Long Zantian arrived and flipped the entire Long clan on its head. Thus, Long Shankun had been expecting the Long clan to cheer for him. In his mind, the higher-ups should have prepared something to celebrate his accomplishment. However, when he came out, no one paid him any attention. Not one of the 4 heavenly saints was present, and even the heaven overseer was gone. It was only after asking around that he learned how much had happened in the Long clan during his absence. When he learned that the former member of the 4 heavenly saints was in Mercenary City, he immediately rushed over. He had a slight relationship with Long Zai. In all honesty, it wasn't much of a relationship, but considering Long Shankun had become a heavenly chosen, he had to show off in front of someone. Otherwise, his new status would mean nothing. Upon his arrival, he saw Long Chen suppressing Long Zai, and he recognized Long Chen. Despite having heard that Long Chen had defeated Long Zaiwei, Long Shankun didn't view Long Chen as a threat. He simply summoned his heavenly fate disc to show off his new status and didn't mobilize its full power. However, Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. He directly unleashed the power of his dragon blood and sent Long Shankun flying, causing the latter to almost cough up blood. Long Shankun found it unfathomable that a non-heavenly chosen could block his attack, and this fueled his fury. He had once been the number 1 figure of the Long clan's junior generation. However, his ranking had continuously fallen, going from rank 1 to rank 2, then rank 3, and now rank 4. He was extremely aggrieved at not even being in the top 3 anymore. Now that he had become a heavenly chosen, his power had multiplied exponentially, and he felt that he could challenge Long Tianrui. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he received a serious blow to his newfound confidence. Where did this arrogant fool come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in the Long clan? I'll make sure you die a terrible death today, exclaimed Long Shankun, venting all his anger and resentment on Long Chen. Long Shankun didn't care who Long Chen's father was. All he knew was that Long Zantian was a petty little person who had run back to his homeland. With a furious roar, Long Shankun summoned a blood-colored spear in his hand. His heavenly fate disc spun as he started to directly ignite his Doyan power. He immediately went all out, his berserk pressure even greater than what Long Zai had just released. In the distance, Long Zaiwei finally bore witness to a heavenly chosen's true power. Fine, since you want to die so badly, you can just die, spat Long Chen with seething anger. Fang Lude's death filled him with grief. Why did good people always meet such early ends, while idiots basked in undeserved glory? Long Chen tossed the gravely injured Long Zai to Long Zaiwei. Keeping him alive now was a harsher punishment than swift death. Retreat a bit further, Long Chen ordered curtly, Evilmoon materializing in his grip. Its malevolent aura permeated the air, even causing the laws of heavenly Tao's to falter in its presence. Long Zaiwei's heart shuddered as he hastily grabbed the half-dead Long Zai and retreated. He knew that Long Chen was truly enraged this time. Long Shankun's spear thrust at Long Chen, and his heavenly fate disc revolved rapidly, pouring all of its power into his spear. Long Shankun's full power attack shook Long Zaiwei's heart. Was he planning on deciding victory or defeat with this one attack? Dragon Blood Battle Armor. Long Chen's voice thundered, blending with a primal dragon's roar. His divine ring materialized, enveloping him in blood-colored scales and a swirling cloak. As Long Chen ignited his dragon blood, an overwhelming blood chi erupted, unparalleled in intensity. It was his first time harnessing the Dragon Blood Battle Armor's power since the Divine Pool's baptism, and its potency surged to new heights. With no wasted motion, Long Chen raised Evilmoon. Without storing energy or invoking any divine ability, he brought it down in a slashing arc toward Long Shankun. A milky white divine light exploded, unleashing an enormous chi wave that blasted out in every direction. Even the toughest rocks disintegrated in front of this chi wave. Now, the land looked completely flat. Long Zaiwei had retreated far away, but seeing the chi wave, he hastily shouted at everyone to run further. Long Shankun was sent flying by Long Chen's straightforward slash. Each attempt to halt his momentum caused the void to crumble beneath his feet, and he could only come to a stop on the 9th step. As he steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Chen's seemingly casual blow contained unimaginable power, shattering Long Shangkun's internal organs and leaving his bones feeling like jelly. Long Shangkun was dumbfounded. He was the top talent of the junior generation and had just awakened a heavenly fate disc, becoming a heavenly chosen. However, he found himself unable to withstand even a single attack from Long Chen. Was this a nightmare? Die. 6 forms in 1. Long Chen's voice rang out as he raised Evilmoon high. A colossal saber image cleaved through the heavens, descending with a devastating power that reverberated through the world. Chapter 4984, Shortest-lived Heavenly Chosen. Impossible. This cannot be. Long Shangkun's roar echoed through the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, he ignited his heavenly fate disc. Under the threat of death, he became one with the heavenly fate disc and got several times the power. Back then, Huo Qinwu had also used this move. Yet, Long Shangkun had overlooked a crucial detail. He had only recently awakened his heavenly fate disc and had yet to fully acclimate to its power. His incomplete synchronization proved costly. As a result, the moment they merged, he spat out blood. Nevertheless, he had no other choice. Long Chen's saber descended mercilessly, cleaving heaven and earth apart and hurling spacetime into chaos. A gaping spatial crack hung ominously, consuming everything within its reach. This was a saber strike that made ghosts sob and gods weep in unstoppable force. Countless fragments of a divine spear lay broken on the ground as a testament to its power. Long Shangkun's arms were no more, he resembled a mass of flesh and blood, and horror etched across his face as Long Chen approached. No, no, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Long Shangkun's voice trembled with fear and desperation. He was like a pile of mud now. Unable to resist any more, he regretted everything and started to beg for mercy. You don't want to die, but you were willing to kill. Brother Fang also didn't want to die, but did any of you give him the chance? Long Chen retorted coldly. Long Chen swung Evilmoon down mercilessly, reducing Long Shangkun to dust. Just like that, a newly awakened heavenly chosen perished. While no one knew if Long Shangkun was the shortest-lived heavenly chosen in the history of the human race, he certainly held that title in the Long clan. Enveloped in a celestial light, a heavenly chosen was a legendary figure revered by many. However, the life of this new heavenly chosen was abruptly extinguished by a single stroke of Long Chen's saber. This scene left Long Zaiwei and the others in utter disbelief. Weren't heavenly chosen supposed to be the darlings of heaven and earth, blessed with immense karmic luck where misfortune invariably turned to fortune? How could such an end come so suddenly? What had happened to Long Shangkun? He hadn't even had the chance to unveil his brilliance to the world before being struck down by a single saber blow. His journey as a heavenly chosen had barely begun before it was tragically cut short. Brother Fang, rest in peace, Long Chen intoned solemnly. Brother Song and the others held a case containing Fang Lude's head. His body had been destroyed by Long Zai, and all that remained of him was his head. After killing Long Shangkun, Long Chen walked over to them. He asked, "Where are those people?" He was asking about the Long clan's disciples who had been whipping Yu Ying and the other mercenaries in front of everyone. Long Zaiwei answered, "I already killed them all." After following Long Chen, Long Zaiwei adopted his decisive nature. As a result, the laws of the Long clan could no longer bind him. To him, there were only friends and enemies. Against his enemies, he would show no mercy, eliminating them whenever the opportunity arose. Thus, Long Zaiwei had shown no compassion to those motherfuckers. From Long Chen, he came to understand a simple principle: the strong could be called experts because they were fearless even in the face of death, always ready to charge forward without hesitation. Long Chen, let us return Brother Fang to the earth so he can rest. You've avenged him, so I believe he can now smile in the Yellow Springs, said Yu Ying as she rubbed the case in Brother Song's hand. Thinking of Fang Lude's smile, she suddenly burst into tears. Vengeance was taken, the perpetrators were slain, but Fang Lude would not come back. The millions of mercenaries were all grieving. It's our fault for being worthless. Even with so many of us, we couldn't fight them off. Despite our increased power, we're still inferior mercenaries, cried one of them, stamping the ground in frustration. With their newfound power, they had thought they would no longer have to be bullied. However, reality was cruel. With their new power came new problems. Now, they not only had to endure being bullied, but they could also lose their lives at any moment. Don't be like that. Brother Fang told us to endure because the chance to improve ourselves is incredibly rare. We have to keep hold of it. One day, when we're strong enough, we definitely won't be bullied any longer. Comforted another mercenary. Long Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He declared, "You are not inferior mercenaries. You are the descendants of the noble Julie race." This declaration struck the mercenaries like a bolt of lightning, and they stared at Long Chen in confusion. "Long Chen, what did you just say?" asked Yu Ying. She and the other mercenaries couldn't believe their ears. "All of you are descendants of the Julie race, and the runes in your dantians are Julie runes. How else do you think your internal injuries vanished? How did your meridians heal so quickly? Did you really believe that the starry river of the sky art was so easy to cultivate? Did you think your power multiplying tenfold, or even more, was solely due to your effort?" asked Long Chen. Everyone, including Long Ziwei, was stunned. Don't doubt yourself. The moment the rune activates, you are already full-fledged descendants of the Julie race. Your lives are not inferior to anyone else's, certainly not to someone like this. Long Chen declared, lifting Long Zai like a dead dog. With shattered bones and dantian, Long Zai was now a cripple. Had it been anyone else, they would already be dead. However, his half-heaven vein dragon chi was barely keeping him alive. Well, even if he wished for death, Evilmoon wouldn't allow it. Last time, Evilmoon had repeatedly told Long Chen not to kill him, so it could devour more of his energy. However, Long Zai had caused such a calamity that even Evilmoon felt guilty. If they had killed him earlier, Fang Lud might still be alive. This guilt silenced Evilmoon, preventing it from advising Long Chen now. Understanding that everyone needed time to process this revelation, Long Chen asked Yu Ying and the others their opinion about a specific location. This location had been Fang Lud's favorite place while he was alive. He had even joked that if he ever died, he wanted to be buried there. After Fang Lud was laid to rest, Long Chen tossed Long Zai into the grave. Ignoring the bastard's pleas for mercy, Long Chen drove Evilmoon into his heart. In an instant, the translucent heaven vein dragon chi around Long Zai vanished. He stiffened and then collapsed limply in the grave. Long Chen stepped forward to say a few comforting words to Fang Lud's spirit, but then countless powerful auras flew over their heads, causing Long Chen and the others to jump in shock. After all, several of those auras possessed heaven vein dragon chi. Looking up, Long Chen saw many people flying through the air. Amongst them were several extremely powerful existences, and behind them trailed tens of thousands of youngsters. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out from their midst. Chapter 4985, Running into an Old Friend. Looking at the crowd of experts flying above, Long Chen instantly spotted the Heaven Overseer leading the group. Behind him were experts wearing various robes, each exuding a terrifying aura. These figures were on par with the four heavenly saints. The Heaven Overseer also saw Long Chen, and he witnessed Long Zai's death. A chill ran through him as he realized that, in his absence, Long Zai had once again done something suicidal, and this time, he had succeeded in courting death. The Heaven Overseer pretended not to notice, but the others saw it, causing a ripple of shock to spread through the crowd. A heaven saint with a heaven vein had been slain, a reality they found hard to believe, especially within the Long clan's territory. Long Chen, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out from their midst, coming from an elegantly dressed beautiful woman. Long Chen recognized the voice immediately. It was Feng Fei, and her presence startled him. "Cough, everyone, let's not tarry here. The clan leader has been looking forward to seeing you. We should get to business," the Heaven Overseer said, awkwardly coughing as he continued to lead the group away. These experts were no fools, they could sense something was amiss. However, it wasn't convenient for them to inquire further at that moment. As the others moved on, Feng Fei ignored their curious gazes and flew down to Long Chen's side. She said, "I didn't expect to see you here. This is great." Feng Fei was excited to see Long Chen. However, upon seeing the fresh grave and Long Zai's corpse, she instantly felt embarrassed. Putting on a more solemn expression, she said, "I'm sorry." A trace of warmth surfaced in Long Chen's eyes. His relationship with Feng Fei was a bit complicated, not enemies and not necessarily friends. He felt that her position was very vague. However, seeing someone who had ascended to the immortal world with him, Long Chen felt a bit excited, especially after the recent events. Feng Fei's arrival made him feel an indescribable kind of familiarity. Long Ziwei was instantly captivated by Feng Fei's noble air. Upon sensing her aura, He was shocked to find that she was a heavenly chosen with an extremely heavy aura, far surpassing Long Shankun. Clearly, she had become a heavenly chosen a while ago. However, this seemingly peerless fairy actually idolized Long Chen. Long Ziwei could see the reverence in her eyes. A powerful heavenly chosen idolizing Long Chen. She had forsaken her group and approached Long Chen despite the curious gazes of others. This revelation reshaped Long Ziwei's perception of his boss. "I'm glad to see you here as well," Long Chen replied warmly, returning her smile. Feng Fei smiled warmly and seemed to be struck by a sudden realization. She softly said, "In my heart, you will always be an undefeatable battle god. Nothing can stop you from advancing, right?" At this moment, Long Chen realized that Feng Fei actually had a deeper understanding of him than he had thought. He nodded in acknowledgement. On the path of cultivation, obstacles and sorrows were inevitable. Lu Zichong and Lu Ziyu were clear examples of this truth, while Fang Lu's tragic fate was another reminder. The only way to avoid this kind of pain was to get stronger and stronger. "I have to become so strong that I can set my own laws, laws that no one can go against." "Why have you come here?" asked Long Chen. After looking at the people around them, Feng Fei replied, "We should walk as we talk." It seemed that this matter might involve some secrets. Before Long Chen went with Feng Fei, he handed a spatial ring to Long Ziwei. Long Chen instructed, "I leave you in charge of everything here. What everyone needs is inside this spatial ring. If something happens, activate the communication rune, and I will immediately come." The spatial ring was packed with primal chaos spirit stones and various medicinal pills, enough to sustain them for a few months. After entrusting everyone to Long Ziwei, Long Chen followed Feng Fei toward the Long clan. He intended to demand an explanation regarding Long Ziyei's actions. For Long Ziyei to act so arrogantly toward the mercenaries, he had completely ignored the new laws that Long Zontian had fought for. In that case, weren't the Long clan's words no different than a fart? Long Chen was unable to comprehend it. They were all descendants of the Zhuli race. Even if the mercenaries didn't have the Zhuli bloodline, they still had the Zhuli rune in them. That meant they should be one family, so why would the Long clan treat them like this? With her hands clasped behind her, Feng Fei walked alongside Long Chen. She walked gracefully, occasionally skipping like a girl in the springtime of youth. With a shy smile, she occasionally glanced at Long Chen. Long Chen was originally in a bad mood, but Feng Fei's act made him smile. He asked, "What are you looking at me like that for? It's a rare chance for us to be alone." "I'm happy. After all, we're old acquaintances. From the mortal world to the immortal world, isn't this the first time we can talk alone?" Feng Fei laughed. Her dignified self suddenly became mischievous, exuding another kind of beauty. Long Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Back in the mortal world, the Long, Yi, Zhang, and Zhao divine families stood high above everyone else, while I was merely a rogue from a secular empire. When we met, almost all our interactions were hostile. However, there is one thing I have to thank you for. Thank you for not hating me. Why would I hate you? I didn't even have the time to love you," teased Feng Fei, though her face turned red despite her jest. Embarrassed by her comment, Long Chen was unsure if she was serious and found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his reaction, Feng Fei burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you. You have so many lovers already. You know the saying, where there are many wolves, there's not enough meat. With my power, it'd be hard to get even the soup, let alone the meat, so why bother?" "What are you talking about? Your analogy doesn't quite fit," Long Chen said, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, his mood had lightened just from their playful banter. After their light-hearted exchange, Feng Fei turned serious. "Let's get to business. I don't know if we're simply fated to be enemies, but you are likely to be targeted again this time." "Targeted? Why would I be?" asked Long Chen. Feng Fei glanced at him and gestured toward the insignia of the Zhang clan's disciples on her sleeve, letting the implication hang in the air without speaking a word. Long Chen's eyes widened as realization dawned. He recalled the disciples' robes and suddenly considered a chilling possibility. It couldn't be. Chapter 4986, The Man of My Dreams. Hee, perhaps this is fate, laughed Feng Fei. Seeing Long Chen's shocked expression, she knew that he understood. "The four divine families." "Hold it, can I ask you a question?" asked Long Chen. "Go ahead, I will answer it honestly," replied Feng Fei. "Is your Zhang clan also the descendants of the Zhuli race? Looks like you finally know your origins." The 4 divine families are all descendants of the Julie race, but we have different constitutions and talents, resulting in us inheriting different divine abilities. The Zhang, Yi, and Zhao clans pass down their inheritance through runes. However, your Long clan has one advantage over us. That's your bloodline inheritance, answered Feng Fei. Bloodline inheritance? How come I don't know about that? Long Chen asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. I'm not sure, but in our records, it is noted that your Long clan has an additional bloodline inheritance compared to us. If you want proof, it's quite simple. You and your father have 7-color supreme blood, correct? You just need to activate the rune in your Dantian, and it will appear as a manifestation, said Feng Fei. Dantian, the main thing is that I really don't have one. Long Chen sighed, but he suddenly thought of his father. Once Long Zantian was rescued, his cultivation base skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, surpassing Long Chen's in a short time. Could this be related to the bloodline inheritance? Perhaps his father was truly someone who had fully awakened the Julie inheritance. Feeling Feng Fei's stare at him, Long Chen shook his head. It's not like you don't know. When I was a baby, they dug out my spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood. My Dantian is empty. Although I took back what's rightfully mine, it's too late. Pain flashed across Feng Fei's eyes. I'm sorry, I forgot. Feng Fei recalled how her own and the others' Dantian had harbored a dormant rune. Back then, they didn't have enough power to awaken it, only enough to preserve it. However, Long Chen had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken as a child. Furthermore, he grew up in the mortal world, where the inheritance rune naturally withered without sustenance. Thinking of this, Feng Fei felt sorry for Long Chen. It's fine. At least, I'm not inferior to anyone. When you lose something, you also gain something. The world works in mysterious ways, replied Long Chen with a smile. Seeing his smile, Feng Fei also smiled. This was precisely why she idolized him. Despite everything that happened to him, he never lowered his head to fate. He dared to challenge all the injustices the world threw at him. Such resilience and defiance were qualities she hadn't found in anyone else she had encountered, no matter how powerful they were. Long Chen seemed to embody the strengths and weaknesses of everyone he encountered. He was a complex figure with irresistible charisma. What are the 3 divine clans doing in the Long clan this time? Is it for a competition before entering the Eternal Realm? Asked Long Chen. You really are smart. You're right. The 4 clans are preparing to conduct a friendly spar to learn from each other. The focal point will be the clashes between heavenly chosens. Through the clash of Doyan energy, it may trigger the heavenly fate discs into manifesting sooner, said Feng Fei. Manifesting. Long Chen was startled. It seemed there was more to being a heavenly chosen than he had realized. Feng Fei explained, true heavenly chosens have a complete Doyan manifestation. The likes of us are considered candidates to achieve that level. But there is one important point. Not everyone with a heavenly fate disc can condense a Doyan manifestation. Legends say that the number of Doyan manifestations is limited, and no 2 manifestations can exist at the same time. Each manifestation also has its unique name. Once awakened, the heavenly fate disc can unleash its full power. According to my elders, our dormant heavenly fate discs are just the tip of the iceberg compared to those with awakened manifestations. Damn, it seems I've underestimated heavenly chosens too much, Long Chen muttered, taking a deep breath. If what Feng Fei said was true, heavenly chosens possessed terrifying potential. That's right. Besides this, after the sparring, we'll enter the joint world of the 4 divine clans for our tribulation. The laws there are particularly suited to us. Are you going to come? Asked Feng Fei. I might not, replied Long Chen, shaking his head. After all, he had agreed with Mo Nian to go to the Brahma Pill Valley's heavenly flame devil domain. As for the tribulation, Long Chen was prepared to face it anywhere, but ideally, it would be best if he ran into his enemy's headquarters for it. If he was lucky, perhaps he could sweep them out with it. Hearing that, Feng Fei looked disappointed. She asked, then are you going to enter the High Firmament Academy's secret realm? Long Chen shook his head and replied, I can't say. I don't want to lie to you. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't trust Feng Fei, but for something like this, every additional person aware of the plan increased the risk. After all, this matter didn't just involve him. Will you never lie to me? Feng Fei asked with a faint smile, not offended by his refusal. I can't promise that. What if one day you become my enemy? After all, when I get ruthless, I'll lie even to myself, replied Long Chen with a smile of his own. Feng Fei chuckled, but the moment was interrupted by the appearance of a group of people before them. Time had passed swiftly during their conversation, and before they knew it, Long Chen and Feng Fei found themselves in the inner plaza of the Long clan. Disciples from the other 3 clans had gathered there, admiring the unique architecture of the Long clan. The Long clan's disciples were enthusiastically explaining the details of various constructions' names, histories, and uses to their visitors. In contrast, the disciples from the other clans listened with indifference, their gazes coldly sweeping across the surroundings. When Long Chen and Feng Fei walked in, a large group of young men and women wearing the same robes as Feng Fei immediately walked toward them. Long Chen examined those people. The power of the Zhang clan was truly immense. They had thousands of 9-star doyens. Moreover, they had over 10 heavenly chosens like Feng Fei. This fact surprised Long Chen and highlighted the Zhang clan's considerable strength compared to the Long clan. Big sister Feng Fei, is he the one you keep talking about? He doesn't look that impressive though, said an icy-faced man as he examined Long Chen stubbornly. Long Chen glanced at the man and then turned his gaze back to Feng Fei. It seemed that she had made a new enemy for him, again. That's right, he is the idol I worship, the man of my dreams. Are you not convinced? Feng Fei teased playfully. She reached out and intimately grabbed Long Chen's arm, causing a visible shift in the expressions of the Zhang clan's disciples. Chapter 4987, Zhang Wuwang. Staring at Feng Fei's radiant smile, Long Chen almost cursed under his breath. Who conned people like this? These people hadn't been welcoming him with open arms to begin with, and now she was only making matters worse. In traditional clans, outsiders were generally frowned upon, and the more prestigious the clan, the stronger their aversion toward outmarriage. Highly talented young women were particularly coveted by countless young men within their clan. In this case, marriage outside the clan was seen as a slap in the face to all the young men. It implied that they were not worthy enough, or she would have sought a partner inside the clan. If the women couldn't find a suitable match within the clan, they definitely wouldn't settle with someone mediocre. So for a woman to either marry out or bring in an outsider, it reflected the worthlessness of her clansmen. With Feng Fei's beauty and talent, combined with her indescribable noble air, she instantly captivated countless men in the Zhang clan. They praised her as the Zhang clan's #1 beauty. Now that their #1 beauty was holding the arm of an outsider, the Zhang clan's men felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Long Chen was speechless. He glanced at Feng Fei from the corner of his eye, but she mischievously stuck her tongue out at him. Her expression told Long Chen that she was intent on conning him to the end. Are you not afraid I'll kill them all? Demanded Long Chen through a spiritual transmission. I'm not afraid, everything is under control, responded Feng Fei with a cheerful tone. At this moment, a large man with a giant battle axe on his back stepped forward. Hey, Long Chen, I challenge you to a fight. Long Chen observed this guy. The latter was a heavenly chosen, so he wasn't weak. No need, you win, said Long Chen. He refused to get entangled with these greenhouse flowers, so he simply ignored them. You coward, shouted that man. Hey, stop before you go too far. I will not permit insults, warned Feng Fei hastily. She knew Long Chen's character. If someone insulted him, he could just ignore them. However, if this person said something relating to his father or mother, then things would definitely go out of control. Gutless coward, come over and fight me. If you can block 3 blows from me, I'll kneel and kowtow to you, shouted that man. I'm not interested in something like that, replied Long Chen, shaking his head. This large man was enraged but didn't know what to do. As Long Chen walked over, with Feng Fei following him like a shadow, an emotionless voice rang out. Long Chen, is it? I've heard of you. Long Chen looked over to see a fair-skinned man seated on the plaza. No one was around him, and it seemed that the Zhang clan's disciples were afraid of him. His eyes had been closed, but when Long Chen looked at him, he opened them. His gaze was like a sharp sword stabbing into Long Chen's eyes. If Long Chen's will wasn't strong enough, it might have instantly collapsed. However, when it came to willpower, Long Chen had never submitted to anyone. Long Chen didn't retreat in the slightest, nor did he counterattack. Who did you hear it from? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen sensed the aura of time from this person. Clearly, he was a sealed expert. What surprised Long Chen even more was that the man's eyes were like crystals, as if a water screen blocked Long Chen from sensing this man's true power. The number of people capable of concealing their power in front of Long Chen was very small, especially those in the same realm, so this person was not ordinary. From her, replied the man as he looked at Feng Fei. Long Chen also looked at her. Just what was she thinking? He was speechless. What did she say about me? Asked Long Chen. The moment she walked into the Zhang clan, she said that anyone who wanted to be her husband had to defeat a certain person. The man stared at Long Chen, making it clear who that person was. The man continued, after that, she added that some geniuses might match you in the same realm, but she refused to believe they could beat you. Damn, you really brag about me. Thank you, said Long Chen sarcastically. Those words were truly arrogant. If Feng Fei had just replaced Long Chen with Mo Nian would be absolutely overjoyed. He might even kowtow toward her in gratitude. He liked that kind of shit the most. Feng Fei is our clan's #1 beauty. You should be mentally prepared, warned that man. I'm mentally prepared. Anyone who challenges me, I will immediately admit defeat. Whoever wants to take her can do so, declared Long Chen, shrugging. Feng Fei was just joking anyway, so why bother with such a troublesome affair? Hearing Long Chen's answer, that man was baffled, and Feng Fei angrily punched Long Chen. Long Chen walked past them just like that. The disciples of the Yi clan and Zhao clan were also present, but Long Chen didn't even look at them. Although Long Chen had teased Feng Fei, she wasn't actually angry. She continued walking alongside him, saying, that person is Zhang Luowang. He is the #1 expert of our Zhang clan's junior generation. He is a heavenly genius from the ancient era. Long Chen nodded. His name's not bad, one. He does look very steady. At least, he has some brains, unlike certain people who are like bulls in heat, provoking whoever they see. What are you talking about? Do you have to be so crude? Rebuked Feng Fei. As they strolled, a group of young women holding luxurious platters filled with delicacies headed toward a large palace. Long Chen said, let's go there. We can eat while we chat. Long Chen and Feng Fei then walked into the palace. It was empty, with only a large table covered in hundreds of delicacies. Every single one of them was a rare and delicious treat. Feng Fei looked astonished. Long Chen, you're doing this well in the Long clan? Asked Feng Fei. Don't stand on courtesy. Come on, let's eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold, Long Chen replied, gesturing for Feng Fei to sit as he poured wine and started sampling the delicacies. Between bites, Long Chen asked about the situation of the 4 clans. He learned that they housed a number of sealed heavenly geniuses of the ancient era. The Zhang clan had 4 of them in particular, with the one Long Chen encountered being the most formidable among them. The Zhao clan and Yi clan's strongest geniuses were Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao too. Long Chen frowned when he heard their names. Feng Fei couldn't help but ask, what is it? After hearing those names, I feel like they're going to provoke me, replied Long Chen. Feng Fei laughed. It was just a name. How could it be taken so seriously? Long Chen, what are you doing? A flustered voice rang out, almost on the verge of tears. Feng Fei and Long Chen turned to see who had interrupted their meal and conversations. 1. Wuwang as in not rash, presumptuous. 2. Qingtian as in raise the heavens. Lingxiao as in high firmament. Chapter 4988, Follow me. An elder of the Long clan burst in, completely exasperated. His face was red with anger as he saw Long Chen and Feng Fei casually dining in this reserved banquet hall meant for clan leaders. This elder was responsible for overseeing this event, ensuring everything went smoothly, but Long Chen's intrusion had just ruined it. Without even asking, Long Chen had directly sat down and started eating. Now, the elder gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable, as if he wanted to chop Long Chen up and serve him as food. As Feng Fei picked up more food with her chopsticks, she froze upon hearing the elder's rebuke. She glanced at Long Chen and immediately grasped the situation. Embarrassment washed over her as she realized the impropriety of their presence here. Long Chen calmly said, I was hungry and I saw food, so I started eating. Elder, have you eaten yet? Why don't you sit and have some as well? I'll eat your head, roared that elder. Just then, the heaven overseer walked in. Seeing the elder's raging expression and Long Chen sitting there eating calmly, the heaven overseer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The elder pointed at Long Chen, tears squeezing out of his eyes. Heaven overseer, you must find justice for me. The banquet is about to start. But the food. In an instant, the heaven overseer knew what was happening. However, Getting angry now was meaningless, so he said, "Quick, switch the banquet halls and set up new dishes. I'll stall for time, so you don't need to rush. Just make sure everything is up to the highest standards. Don't let them laugh at us." The elder left, but not before glaring fiercely at Long Chen. This grudge would not be forgotten. Long Chen pulled back a chair beside him and said, "Heaven Overseer, what a coincidence. Sit and eat. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you." "That's all right, we can eat another time as I have to deal with our guests first." "No need to rush, you can eat at your leisure. Make sure to treat your guest well," answered the Heaven Overseer. He nodded to Feng Fei before leaving. "Go ahead and eat, now you can eat with ease," said Long Chen. Feng Fei looked at Long Chen and burst into laughter. It took her a while to regain her composure enough to say, "I really admire you. Even after all these years, you haven't changed a bit." "Somehow that doesn't sound like a compliment," Long Chen quipped back, his mouth full as he continued to eat. After the events in Mercenary City, he was eating to ease his lingering grief. Originally, Long Chen had wanted to ask the Heaven Overseer how Long Zai could so openly and arrogantly lead the Long clan's disciples in bullying the mercenaries, and even kill them. Was the so-called authority of the four heavenly saints garbage? Did it lose effect as soon as his father wasn't present? The Heaven Overseer seems like a respectable elder. "His temper is definitely good as he didn't curse you," said Feng Fei. "He just knows how to accept the situation and adapt. We have already eaten the food, so cursing me is useless. It would only offend me. On the other hand, this way, he buys a favor from me. Now I have to thank him, and you also owe him a favor," Long Chen explained, gulping down some wine. Feeling like it wasn't very good, he took out some of his own wine and poured a cup for Feng Fei. "Long Chen, do you know what the Heaven Overseer's status is? Why are our clan leaders so polite to him even though he is only an earth saint?" asked Feng Fei curiously. Long Chen shook his head. "I never asked, and I don't care. I won't stay in the Long clan for long. Once I'm done here, I'm leaving. I can't be bothered about some things." Feng Fei then looked at the hundreds of delicacies on the table. There was no way they could finish them all, so she proposed inviting a few of her sisters to eat, and Long Chen didn't mind at all. Hence, Feng Fei used a secret art to call over 10 of the Zhang clan's disciples. The moment they arrived, Long Chen regretted his decision. "Big brother Long Chen, I heard that when you were born, your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were taken. You didn't even set foot onto the path of cultivation before 15. Is that true? Big brother Long Chen, I heard that you have many beautiful women. You can't even count them all with both hands, and every single one of them is like a heavenly fairy. But in your heart, who is your true love? Big brother Long Chen, when we first arrived, we saw you standing over a corpse. It seemed that you just killed someone who had condensed heaven vein dragon chi. Who was that person? Big brother Long Chen, you're so handsome and heroic. I even heard that you're an alchemist. With your talent, you should have piles of concubines. Can I ask if we have a chance? If so, how do we apply? Is there a waiting list?" The Zhang clan's disciples didn't even eat and just bombarded Long Chen with all kinds of questions, causing his head to buzz. He felt like his head would explode. Even an experienced warrior like Long Chen couldn't endure such a thing, so he quickly made an excuse and left, despite not being full yet. Seeing Long Chen hastily departing, Feng Fei burst into laughter. She hadn't expected the usually unrivaled Long Chen to end up in such a sorry state. As Long Chen hurriedly made his way out, he nearly collided with someone who suddenly appeared before him. Standing there was a woman dressed in snow-white robes, her hair elegantly tied in a high bun. She possessed striking features with shapely eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips, exuding an aura of extraordinary beauty. She was stunningly beautiful, but she was clad in the arrogance of someone who stood far above everyone else. She looked at Long Chen expressionlessly, her eyebrows knitting ever so slightly as if annoyed. Long Chen hadn't anticipated anyone being around the corner and was about to apologize when two more figures emerged behind her. One of them coldly shouted, "Are you blind?" Long Chen's temper flared instantly. "If you had been looking, this wouldn't have happened. Do you think you own this path?" Only then did Long Chen realize that these two were wearing robes of the Long clan, and more surprisingly, they were both heavenly chosens. Their auras indicated they were sealed experts from the ancient era. Irritated by Long Chen, one of the men was about to curse him when the woman raised her hand. She eyed Long Chen. "Are you Long Chen?" asked the woman. Long Chen was startled. He glanced at the two experts behind her and replied, "Then you must be Long Tianrui." Long Chen hadn't expected to run into the Long clan's legendary heavenly genius. What surprised him most was that Long Tianrui's aura was so perfectly controlled that he hadn't sensed her presence until nearly colliding with her. She seemed even stronger than Zhang Wuwang of the Zhang clan. Zhang Wuwang had to intentionally set up defenses to evade Long Chen's senses. However, Long Tianrui's aura seemed to blend seamlessly with heaven and earth. Even standing in front of her, Long Chen couldn't sense her presence. Her reputation was well deserved. She was truly formidable. "You are quite impressive. Are you willing to follow me?" Long Tianrui looked at Long Chen. The two people behind her instantly tensed, with envy evident in their eyes. TCH. Long Chen spat out a single sound before walking by her. Chapter 4989, Can't Stop Midway. She wants me to become her follower. Long Chen almost laughed at this joke. Long Tianrui was truly overestimating herself. Ignoring her, Long Chen continued walking past, but one of the men behind her blocked his path. Scram! Long Chen extended a hand to push him away, and that man snorted, launching a palm strike in response. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet shook. However, that man staggered back 5 steps, staring at Long Chen in disbelief. This had been a pure clash of instinctual power, the raw strength automatically unleashed by a person in a moment of friction. It was the most fundamental power of a person, unrelated to magical arts or divine abilities. Yet, in this clash, this man had been knocked back a considerable distance. Even Long Tianrui seemed surprised. Based on her estimation, Long Chen should have been only a bit stronger than his follower, but the difference was far greater than she had anticipated. Her sharp instincts had never been so wrong before. Feeling his embarrassment transforming into anger, the defeated man was about to attack, but Long Tianrui interjected, "Since you've lost, you should accept it. Continuing will not just lose face, it could cost you your life." Flames of anger seethed in this man's heart, but he didn't dare to retort. He simply glared at Long Chen. Turning to Long Chen, Long Tianrui said, "Become my follower. If you can keep up with me, one day you'll have a chance to become my companion." TCH, not interested. Although this woman was very beautiful and unfathomably powerful, her natural arrogance and indifference were extremely irritating. Without a second thought, Long Chen walked away. Curiously, Long Tianrui's apathetic face remained flat, frozen in a state of apathy. She did not react to Long Chen's derisive words, merely watching as he left. "Just now, it was just a slip on my part. If you give me another chance," pleaded the defeated man. "A loss isn't frightening. What is frightening is not being able to accept a loss, to not know shame. Someone like that will never have any prospects. You are no longer one of my followers," declared Long Tianrui coldly. "Tianrui," the defeated man cried out in shock. However, Long Tianrui ignored him and walked away. The other man hastily followed, not even looking back at the defeated man. "Tianrui, give me another chance." The defeated man stepped forward, but blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. Long Tianrui hadn't moved, but that man suddenly stiffened and collapsed on the ground. "Don't force me to kill you." Long Tianrui left behind some cold words as she slowly vanished from sight, leaving behind that man lying on the ground, groaning in pain. "Why did you only tell us this news now?" The clan leader, the 3 heavenly saints, and the heaven overseer were gathered in a private room, along with another elder. The clan leader was holding a letter and shouting at this elder. The aggrieved elder said, "You were in seclusion, and the heaven overseer wasn't present. Moreover, the letter is marked top secret, so none of us have the authority to open it. This letter had arrived a while ago but had only reached their hands now. If it weren't for the descent of the 3 divine clans, they would still be in seclusion, and this letter would still be unread. That brute Long Chen, how can he be such a calamity? He didn't tell us that he killed the Flame Divine Hall's Vice Hall Master." The clan leader exclaimed in exasperation. "We can't let Long Chen stay here. Otherwise, once the Brahma Pill Valley comes to us, what can we do? We can't fight the Brahma Pill Valley. But if we hand him over, when Long Zontian comes, we won't have any way to explain ourselves," said Long Yaoting helplessly. Long Chihua's expression was grave as he added, "Moreover, the Earth Cauldron has reached a critical point. If we kick Long Chen out, he will demand the Earth Cauldron to be given back to him. If he doesn't get it, he'll immediately spread the word, and we will face a great disaster." We have spent so much effort and put in so many resources. If the earth cauldron doesn't awaken, everything will be for naught. How will we explain ourselves to the patriarch then? Asked Long Chenshui. Now isn't the time to complain. We have to unite and think of a way out. How will we face this problem? Raged Long Chihua. Long Chenshui had always been cautious. From the start, she had not been fully on board with this plan. She had wanted to ask the patriarch for his opinion, but the clan leader, Long Chihua, and Long Yaoting were all set on this, so she could only cooperate. The problem was that Long Chen had killed the Flame Divine Hall's Vice Hall Master. If the Brahma Pill Valley learned that Long Chen was in the Long clan, they would definitely come to kill him. Hence, Long Chen was a hot potato that they had to get rid of. I feel like the best option is to cut our losses. In truth, whether it is Long Chen or the Earth Cauldron, they are both dangerous existences. As long as we expel both of them, the Long clan will be at peace, said the Heaven Overseer after a moment of silence. The clan leader, Long Chihua, and Long Yaoting directly rejected this proposal. We've put in too much to give up now. All those resources we put in, all the heaven vein energy we exhausted, all of them will be lost if we stop now. Remarked Long Chihua. Furthermore, this is the Heaven-Earth Cauldron we're talking about. One of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. Exclaimed Long Yaoting. Once it awakens, it will become our Long clan's legacy divine weapon. Who can possibly stop our rise? Long Chenshui couldn't endure it any longer and furiously interjected. First of all, we might not be able to awaken the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Second, even if it does awaken, will it be willing to become our clan's legacy divine weapon? Do you think it will care about the pittance of our resources? Third, even if the Earth Cauldron does become our legacy divine weapon, so what? It is the Earth Cauldron, not the Heaven Cauldron. At most, it can help us refine pills, strengthen our foundations, and help us cultivate. I admit that if given a few centuries, the Long clan would likely rise. But as soon as news of this leaks, we won't be able to protect it, nor will it protect us. Do you understand now? For some wishful thinking, are you going to gamble away the entire Long clan? Can you handle the consequences if we lose the gamble? The Heaven Overseer said, I feel like Chinzu's logic is very reasonable. We should hear the patriarch's opinion about this matter. Just then, the clan leader's tablet started to flash. We'll discuss this later. Let's deal with the other 3 clans first. Everything really is coming all at once, grumbled the clan leader helplessly. Beneath their private room lay a massive barrier, within which the Earth Cauldron bathed in an endless stream of divine light. Its appearance suggested it was thoroughly reveling in the experience. Chapter 4990, High Firmament World. Long Tianrui is a bit terrifying. Long Chen left with an expression of arrogance, but once he was out of Long Tianrui's sight, his demeanor turned serious. Long Tianrui's aura didn't leak in the slightest. What she presented was like the surface of a deep well, and Long Chen had no idea just how profound this well truly was. No one could discern if there was a dormant volcano lurking beneath the well's calm exterior. It was Long Chen's first time encountering someone who could perfectly conceal their true power without any effort. Long Tianrui had to be stronger than Zhang Wuwang, and not by just a bit. Long Chen was on his way to the residence arranged by the Heaven Overseer when his tablet suddenly flashed. Startled, he assumed something urgent had occurred in Mercenary City, prompting him to hurry there, only to discover that someone simply wanted to meet him. Long Chen hadn't expected to see the Dragonblood warrior Qin Feng here. Qin Feng was excited to see Long Chen. Beside him, Long Ziwei sighed with relief when he saw that they were truly acquainted. When Qin Feng arrived here, he didn't act brazenly. Disguised as an adventurer, he asked around first. Naturally, the first people he encountered were the mercenaries. As a result, seeing him casually asking around about Long Chen, the mercenaries didn't know whether or not they should inform Long Chen. After all, someone of Long Chen's stature couldn't be approached by just anyone. Allowing random individuals to see him would burden Long Chen with constant interruptions. Coincidentally, Guizhu had recently recovered from his injuries, sustained when Fang Lud was killed. So, the mercenaries informed him of this. When Guizhu prepared to ask Qin Feng about why he wanted to see Long Chen, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He instantly recognized Guizhu and vividly described how Guizhu's head had been obliterated at the gate to the 9th heaven. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Qin Feng believed that mentioning this would confirm his acquaintance with Long Chen. However, the incident of Gui Zhu's head being destroyed by Long Chen was common knowledge here. Furthermore, Qin Feng only said that he knew Long Chen and wanted to tell Long Chen something important, not saying anything about him being a Dragonblood warrior. Qin Feng held back from divulging more about himself because he lacked information on Long Chen's status within the Long clan. Thus, he was cautious about revealing too much. Gui Zhu then reported Qin Feng's matter to Long Ziwei. When Long Ziwei laid eyes on Qin Feng, his heart trembled inexplicably. Standing before him was a 5-star doyen, and for some reason, Long Ziwei sensed immense pressure emanating from him. Long Ziwei had condensed a heavenly fate ring and was a half-step heavenly chosen. For someone to evoke such a feeling from him, he couldn't help but feel cautious. However, rather than rashly trying to probe Qin Feng, Long Ziwei chose to use the communication tablet Long Chen had given him. Seeing that the two of them really knew each other, he relaxed. At the same time, he could guess Qin Feng's status. In Long Chen's residence, the three of them sat together. Despite Long Ziwei's earlier suspicion, he was still taken aback when the introductions were made. When Qin Feng introduced himself as a Dragonblood warrior without any additional title, Long Ziwei couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Qin, do you have any post in the Dragonblood Legion?" "No, I'm just an ordinary Dragonblood warrior," replied Qin Feng. "You're so powerful, but you're just an ordinary Dragonblood warrior." Long Ziwei found it hard to believe. Although they had not exchanged blows, the immense pressure Qin Feng exuded made Long Ziwei speculate that Qin Feng's combat prowess might be on par with his own, or perhaps only slightly inferior. Before Long Chen came, the Long clan often used Long Ziwei as a benchmark to compare with Long Chen, saying he was no match for Long Chen. Unwilling to accept this assessment, Long Ziwei had sought information about Long Chen. However, as a disciple, his investigative abilities were limited, relying mostly on information provided by the Long clan. Long Ziwei had heard mainly about Long Chen having multiple women and commanding a Dragonblood legion of over 7,000 Dragonblood warriors. When Long Ziwei first heard about the Dragonblood legion, he almost burst into laughter. To him, a true monster was always a solitary existence, only cows and sheep grouped together. This information made him look down on Long Chen. He assumed Long Chen must have been too weak to win battles alone. How could such a person consider himself an expert? However, after seeing Qin Feng, Long Ziwei was stunned. Such an expert was only an ordinary Dragonblood warrior. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. "I'm ashamed. I once got to follow boss alone for a while, which helped improve my power a bit. When I returned to the Dragonblood Legion, I served as a vice leader for a small squad for 3 months. Then, someone else took my spot." Small squad, vice leader. Long Ziwei's jaw dropped. If what Qin Feng said was true, then how strong was the Dragonblood Legion? Although Long Ziwei didn't know much about the Dragonblood Legion, he was aware that they had 4 captains. He didn't know their names, but upon seeing Qin Feng, he had assumed Qin Feng was one of those captains. "Qin Feng, what are you here for? Ziwei isn't an outsider, so you can speak frankly," said Long Chen. Qin Feng solemnly replied, "The High Firmament Academy has reclaimed its first branch academy and activated the Foundation Stone. 16 minor worlds and the hidden treasury of the academy have all been opened." "What? You're doing that well. Has the dean decided to show his might?" Long Chen was shocked but also delighted. He hadn't expected the academy to have gone through such an immense transformation in this short time. "It's not the dean." The palace master returned. Qin Feng's eyes filled with worship as he spoke of the palace master. He continued, "When the palace master returned, he plowed through the enemies, directly reclaiming the First Academy's territory in the most straightforward and violent manner. The foreign devils were unable to stop him. Countless experts with heaven veins appeared, but were all swept aside by the palace master. At the critical moment, the Brahma divine diagram reappeared, and the palace master fought against it with the high firmament divine sword. The dragon chi of 6 heaven veins swirled around, and he forced the Brahma divine diagram back. Boss, it's really a shame you didn't manage to see that scene." Qin Feng was excited just recalling what he had seen. Long Chen's jaw also dropped. The dragon chi of 6 heaven veins. Just what had the palace master done during this time? How was he so terrifying now? Long Ziwei was also stunned to hear this. 6 heaven veins. Such an existence could crush someone like Long Chihua with a single punch. It would be like a large man beating a child. The palace master really is strong. That's great. Now, no one will dare to take advantage of the High Firmament Academy, said Long Chen excitedly. That's right, boss. Since the first academy has been reclaimed, the Dean plans to open the High Firmament world. Everyone can advance to the eternal realm inside. According to the Dean, once we go inside, we can awaken a heavenly fate ring. Awaken a heavenly fate ring? Long Chen was shocked to hear that. Chapter 4991, progressing to the next step. It's that amazing. Long Chen was stunned. The High Firmament Academy's #1 branch was the strongest of all the branches. It was 10 times larger than the Head Academy, and the building conditions were 100 times superior. However, no matter how large or impressive it was, the Head Academy remained the foundation. Otherwise, according to the secular world's logic, the #1 branch would have become the Head Academy already. Many people had proposed moving the Head Academy's foundation stone to the First Academy. However, history proved just how right they had been not to do so. In the Primal Chaos War, the flames of war were fiercest in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. Even with the First Academy's power, they couldn't survive that battle of gods. Fortunately, the Head Academy's foundation stone was linked with all its branches. As long as the Head Academy's foundation stone remained undamaged, the foundation stone of the branches could not be destroyed. As long as the foundation stone remained, the worlds established through it remained as well. Bai Lishan and the others had mobilized the full power of the Academy to reclaim the First Academy due to the countless treasures left behind. The High Firmament world was one such relic. Its laws had remained operational the entire time, accumulating the energy of countless years. Now, this accumulated energy was exceptionally terrifying. Hearing that, Long Chen was tempted. While he had agreed to go with Mo Nian, he also wanted to lead the Dragonblood Legion's tribulation. That way, they would obtain the maximum benefits from their tribulation. However, he had no idea where Mo Nian was. The latter wouldn't appear before the Brahma Pill Valley's Heavenly Flame Devil domain opened, and Long Chen had no way of communicating with him. After all, he didn't spend much time above ground. If Long Chen didn't go, then perhaps Mo Nian would get into trouble in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Long Chen couldn't let him go alone. Suddenly, the Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Don't go to the High Firmament world. You have to go to the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Senior. Long Chen was startled to hear its voice. It seemed that even though it wasn't in his spiritual space, it could still see him. The High Firmament world might have accumulated a huge amount of energy, but it's meaningless for you. It's a far cry from the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. As for your Dragonblood Legion, there's no need for you to look after them so much. During a heavenly tribulation, your presence might ensure they absorb more energy, but it also makes them dependent on you. The tribulation is meant to temper both body and will. Even if you hadn't made arrangements with Mo Nian, I would have proposed not being there. For their tribulation, it's meaningless and might even affect the quality of your tribulation, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen understood the principle that it spoke of. After all, to gain something was to lose something else. The High Firmament world was no longer so enticing to him. Moreover, Long Chen couldn't gather Doyan power, so he could never become a heavenly chosen. This kind of opportunity was meaningless to him. Senior, are you doing well? Asked Long Chen. I'm doing well. They're doing their utmost to help me. I almost feel bad pretending to be asleep, replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen chuckled. Before he could respond, the Earth Cauldron added, however, I feel like we can move on to the next step. What next step? You couldn't be thinking. That's right, just that. Long Chen was speechless. It had said that it felt a bit embarrassed, but now its appetite had increased shamelessly. Was this the style of a legendary primal chaos divine item? Clearly, the Earth Cauldron had set its sights on the new group of experts. With so many of them possessing Heaven Vein Dragon Chi, it wanted their help as well. Their Heaven Vein Dragon Chi could help its recovery. The Earth Cauldron said, I've been following your example. I keep giving them the feeling that I'm about to awaken at any moment, so they feel like success is within reach. It imitated how Long Chen had conned countless medicinal ingredients from one of Lord Brahma's disciples. Ultimately, learning good habits was hard, but learning bad habits was too easy. That's a bit difficult. After all, the Long clan treats this matter as top secret. They even erased the memories of their main pillars, said Long Chen. Even if it's difficult, it must be done. Their power is extremely important to me. If they do not activate the earth-setting rune in me, I won't be able to help you refine the Nirvanic Charge Pill, replied the Earth Cauldron solemnly. What? Why is that? Asked Long Chen in shock. The earth-setting rune is my most foundational rune. If it cannot recover, the other runes will remain in a state of slumber. I can refine ordinary pills without it, but the nirvanic charge pill requires gathering the astral laws from above the 9 heavens. With my condition, I am not sure if I can do it. Even if I can, there will be issues. One is that the power of the laws will be impure, affecting the quality of the pill. The other is that it will be impossible to maintain such a refinement for long. I would need to rest a few days after each refinement, which would affect our efficiency, answered the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's heart shook. During this time, the Long clan had strictly ordered the disciples not to provoke the mercenaries. In order to thank Long Chen, the mercenaries were going all out to gather the remaining medicinal ingredients he had requested. He was only missing around 10 of the medicinal ingredients for the nirvanic charge pill, so he was filled with anticipation for it. If the Earth Cauldron couldn't refine it, that really would be a disappointment. If even the Earth Cauldron couldn't do it, then there was nothing more to be said about other cauldrons. They had to do this. Senior, how much longer will it take to activate the earth-setting rune? Asked Long Chen. Just a bit. Unfortunately, the Long clan, well, you understand, replied the Earth Cauldron, embarrassed. Clearly, the Long clan had exhausted all their resources. They were close to reaching the necessary level, but the 4 Heaven Vein experts from the Long clan couldn't quite cross that threshold. Long Chen nodded understandingly. He assured the Earth Cauldron not to worry, he would find a solution. This matter was crucial for both of their futures, and he needed to figure something out. Qin Feng, I'm not participating in the high firmament world this time. I have something more important to do, said Long Chen. Qin Feng was disappointed to hear that. Seeing his expression, Long Chen instantly thought of the Earth Cauldron's words. As expected, he had been there during their tribulations too many times, causing them to feel a bit dependent on him. There really was a trace of unease and fear when it came to facing the tribulation on their own. It seemed that it would be best if he refrained from accompanying them in their future tribulations. When you return to the academy, bring the mercenaries with you. I don't feel comfortable leaving them here, remarked Long Chen. Qin Feng nodded. Since Long Chen wasn't planning on returning, Qin Feng intended to leave immediately to pass the message to the academy. However, just then, a loud knocking came from the door, accompanied by an icy and arrogant voice. Long Chen, come out. There are people who want to see you. Chapter 4992, The Dragonblood Legion Style. The knocking was loud and notably rude, accompanied by a dislikable voice. After all, Long Chen's temporary residence lacked defenses or restrictions to prevent interruptions, as it was not intended for cultivation. The vexing disturbance irritated Long Ziwei, prompting him to stand up angrily, but Long Chen restrained him. Let Qin Feng do it instead. Your methods wouldn't match my Dragonblood Legion's style, said Long Chen, nodding for Qin Feng to go ahead. Qin Feng nodded back and walked over to the door. As the door crashed open from Qin Feng's kick, a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of bones breaking. A young man, who had worn an arrogant expression just moments ago, was now twisted in pain on the ground, clutching his shattered ribs. Outside Long Chen's residence stood over 10 young disciples adorned with the Zhao character on their robes, their faces a blend of shock and anger. We just knocked on your door. How can you be so heavy-handed? What do you mean by this? Raged one of them. Sorry, I thought there was something urgent, so I kicked open the door instead of opening it normally. I never thought I would accidentally injure one of you. My utmost apologies, said Qin Feng, though his face was not apologetic at all. He was practically telling them that he had wanted to kick them. What could they do to him? You. I hope this teaches you a lesson. Remember, when knocking on a door, do it lightly with your knuckles. Don't pound on it so hard as if someone is dead. Your forceful knocking made me think that your whole family had died, so I opened the door so swiftly. It was a mistake on your part, stated Qin Feng indifferently. How unreasonable. If you have the guts, come out and fight us on the martial stage. Shouted one of them, staring at Long Chen. Not even looking back at the one shouting, Qin Feng replied, have you come to deliver a challenge letter? Go back and tell your boss that my boss doesn't participate in senseless battles. If your boss gets tired of living one day, he can just tell my boss. Whether my boss is in a good or bad mood, he will fulfill his desire. As a Dragonblood warrior, Qin Feng had seen this pattern many times. These people were all 9-star doyens, so perhaps in other people's eyes, they were experts amongst experts. However, in front of Qin Feng, they were trash at the bottom of the ocean. How could they be qualified to challenge Long Chen? They were clearly subordinates sent by someone else. Having experienced countless battles, all the Dragonblood warriors felt this kind of routine to be childish. What a huge joke. Who do you think you are? Call out Long Che. The challenger pointed his finger at Qin Feng, and in a flash, Qin Feng moved swiftly, seizing the man's arm and twisting it violently. Blood sprayed as the arm was torn off. Another Zhao clan's expert pulled out his sword, only to have Qin Feng's kick slam the hilt back into its sheath. Simultaneously, Qin Feng delivered a powerful slap to the man's face, splitting the skin and sending him crashing backward. Long Zaiwei watched in astonishment. Qin Feng's movements were lightning fast and executed with fluid grace. Tearing off the arm, blocking the sword, and delivering the slap all happened seamlessly in a single breath. Within moments, two opponents lay incapacitated. Qin Feng's smooth movements made Long Zaiwei's heart leap. Every one of Qin Feng's movements appeared deceptively simple, yet when combined, they flowed flawlessly into a seamless sequence. Long Zaiwei was also an expert in his own right, and he could tell that these movements encapsulated a lifetime of battling experience for Qin Feng. While Long Zaiwei could dispatch these people, he couldn't do it in such an effortless way. Let me give you another lesson. Weapons shouldn't be pulled out randomly. The moment you do, you become my enemy, and my enemy will be directly killed, Qin Feng declared sternly, his gaze piercing through their stunned expressions. They remained frozen, evidently too frightened to retaliate. Qin Feng scoffed, "Scram. Go back and deliver my message to your boss." Those people had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to retort. One supported his injured arm, another nursed a slapped face, and the rest helped the man who had been knocking on the door and kicked away before they departed. Those people had just left when the Heaven Overseer came. He caught sight of their retreating figures and the bloodstains on the ground, so his expression became odd. Seeing the Heaven Overseer had come, Long Chen and Long Zaiwei immediately walked out. Long Chen asked, "Heaven Overseer, why have you come? Shouldn't you be eating together with the leaders of the 4 clans?" The Heaven Overseer smiled, "We haven't started the banquet. I'm here to invite you to join us." "Invite me? That doesn't sound appealing. How can someone like me attend such a banquet? Besides, I'm already full," Long Chen quickly denied, waving his hand dismissively. What was the point of eating with a bunch of old fogies? He had little interest in dining with beautiful women, let alone with elders. If he wanted to eat with old fogies instead, wouldn't there be something wrong with his head? Come on, the food isn't the main issue there. There are important matters to discuss. The 4 clan leaders and the top heavenly geniuses from each clan are all there. You won't be alone, the Heaven Overseer insisted. All the leaders of the 4 clans were present. Long Chen suddenly thought of a certain matter, and he had no choice but to go. Long Chen turned to Long Zaiwei, and Long Zaiwei hastily said, "Boss, you can go. I'll bring Qin Feng for a tour around Mercenary City." Qin Feng intended to bring all the mercenaries back with him, but there were millions of them. Many things had to be arranged first. Now, they had to ask how many of them actually wanted to go with him. Long Chen specified that only those proficient in the Starry River of the Sky Art would be taken to the High Firmament Academy. Thus, this matter was rather thorny, and it would definitely take some time to arrange. Long Chen didn't say anything in response and just left with the Heaven Overseer. Once they entered the banquet hall, dozens of sharp gazes concentrated on Long Chen. Among them, 2 glares were particularly hostile, brimming with killing intent. Chapter 4993, Long Tianrui's Betrothal Gift. There were 6 tables in the banquet hall. At the main table, 4 people were seated, 3 unfamiliar to Long Chen. However, he saw the Long clan leader among them, so the other 3 were likely the leaders of the Zhao, Zhong, and Yi clans. The next 4 tables were occupied by the top experts of various clans, all emanating heaven vein fluctuations. The Long clan's 3 heavenly saints were among them. Unlike the other tables, which each had 8 people, the Long clan's table had only 3. Including the Heaven Overseer with his Earth Saint cultivation base, the Long clan's power clearly seemed weaker. The final table had 4 people. Long Chen recognized 2 of them, Zhang Wuwang and Long Tianrui. However, the other 2 were glaring at Long Chen with sharp, killing intent-filled gazes, making no effort to conceal their hostility. The moment Long Chen walked in, everyone's gaze shifted to him. Even the chit-chat ceased abruptly, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. The Heaven Overseer quickly said, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is..." From the main table, an elder laughed and interrupted, "There's no need for introductions. Who doesn't know of the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in history? My Zhang clan's Feng Fei has been praising him non-stop. To tell the truth, quite a few people were skeptical of her praise. But when Dean Long Chen slaughtered powerful experts upon entering the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, especially forcing back the celestial race, he successfully showed off his talents and might. Long Chen hadn't expected the Zhang clan's leader to be so friendly toward him. He wondered how much of this friendliness was genuine and how much was calculated, influenced by Feng Fei's warning and the leader's intelligence. Yes, he truly is amazing. We personally saw Dean Long Chen slaughter experts of the Long clan. That might, that domineeringness, it truly was something to behold, said a white-haired old man, chuckling. Though the old man's words were praising Long Chen, his expression was one of haughty derision. He was clearly trying to worsen the relationship between Long Chen and the Long clan. As a result, the expressions of the Long clan's experts darkened. Long Chen smiled. While insulting him, the old man also insulted the entire Long clan. "What an idiot. So you should be the Zhao clan's leader, right?" asked Long Chen. "That's right, your vision is quite sharp," replied the Zhao clan leader indifferently. "No, my vision is just so-so. Your height just makes it all too obvious," remarked Long Chen. Now, it was the Zhao clan's turn to feel insulted. Amongst the 4 divine clans, the Zhao clan's people were notably shorter. It was a sensitive point for them, and using this matter to mock them was considered a grave taboo. The Zhao clan leader hadn't expected Long Chen to be so brazen as to directly insult him. With a dark expression, he asked, "Are you looking down on me? If you were any shorter, instead of looking down on you, I wouldn't even be able to see you," responded Long Chen. To the side, Long Chen Shui hastily covered her mouth, but she was too slow. A chuckle escaped her despite her efforts. Despite warning herself to remain serious and not to laugh, no matter how amusing it was, Long Chen Shui hadn't expected Long Chen to use this kind of low blow. The atmosphere instantly grew uncomfortably tense, and inwardly, Long Chen Shui cursed him. The Zhao clan leader's expression sank even more, and he coldly turned to the Long clan leader. "Is this how you raise your Long clan's disciples?" Long Chen responded directly, "Bullying juniors, insulting your host's Zhao clan's teachings really aren't bad." Although the Long clan leader didn't like Long Chen, the Zhao clan leader had just insulted the entire Long clan. So, Long Chen's counterattack caused the Long clan leader to see him in a new light. "Long Chen, mind your status. Do you think you have the right to judge a clan leader?" shouted one of the 2 men beside Zhang Luowang. This person was Zhao Qingtian, the Zhao clan's top genius, and he was renowned even in ancient times. In an instant, Long Chen's anger flared. If he didn't have a right to judge the clan leader, then what gave that old bastard the right to judge him? However, they underestimated Long Chen's evil nature. Long Chen glanced at Zhao Qingtian and then the Zhao clan leader. After looking back and forth several times, Long Chen gestured that Zhao Qingtian and the Zhao clan leader's heads barely reached his chest. Nodding in comprehension, he sneered, "Ah, I see, no wonder you're helping him so obediently. So you're dogs of the same family. You are courting death." Zhao Qingtian sprang to his feet, ready to attack regardless of the circumstances, but Zhang Luowang grabbed him. "Youngsters shouldn't be so temperamental. A minor disagreement is quite normal. There's no need to escalate things like this," advised Zhang Luowang. Although he didn't have a favorable impression of Long Chen, to fight in this setting was completely unacceptable. The Heaven Overseer looked visibly angry. In fact, he was angrier than anyone present. These people had asked him to invite Long Chen, knowing full well that Long Chen wouldn't be swayed by anyone else's request. But now that Long Chen was here, they were intentionally insulting him. Wasn't this also a slap in the Heaven Overseer's face? His voice turned cold as he addressed the Zhao clan leader. "Zhao clan leader, what do you think you're doing?" The Zhao clan leader appeared somewhat fearful in front of the Heaven Overseer. He hastily explained, "Long Chen lacks proper upbringing. I'm merely teaching him a lesson." "Heaven Overseer, please don't mind me." Lacks proper upbringing. Long Chen's anger soared. Initially, he had thought of merely flipping a table and going, but now he would make them pay dearly. Did they call him over just to insult him? If they wanted to play games, then Long Chen was ready to play them to death. Pondering what games to play, Long Chen calmly sat down right beside Long Tianrui. Unexpectedly, Long Tianrui looked at him and said, "If you are willing to be my companion, I can use his head as a betrothal gift to you." In an instant, Zhao Qingtian's anger flared, while the others present were left in shock. What was Long Tianrui saying? How could she casually propose something so outrageous? Ignoring the reactions around her, Long Tianrui kept her gaze fixed on Long Chen, awaiting his response. She didn't seem to be joking at all. If there were levels of insults, then this would be the rudest. Zhao Qingtian was livid. How could his head be proposed as a betrothal gift? The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with all eyes fixed on Long Chen's table. Yet, Long Chen's response defied everyone's expectations. "Are you sure you don't have something wrong with your brain?" Chapter 4994, Then I'll leave. Long Tianrui, she was not just the number one expert of the Long clan's junior generation, her status extended beyond that. From the expression of the Long clan leader and the others, Long Chen could tell that her status was special. When she spoke, even the clan leaders were shocked. In particular, the Zhao clan leader's expression of fear was very obvious. Hence, Long Chen's response astonished everyone present. How dare he disregard Long Tianrui, even seeming to insult her? On the other hand, the Zhao clan leader was delighted by Long Chen's audacity. Knowing Long Tianrui, he anticipated she would retaliate immediately. Once she did, he believed no one could save Long Chen. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Tianrui didn't react with anger. She solemnly said, "My head is very clear, and I am being very serious. I think highly of your potential, so if you agree to become my follower, then in 3 years, if I have not found a better partner, I will marry you and have your children." Shaking his head, Long Chen asked, "If your goal is only to have children, what about love? Without it, isn't it no different from breeding like animals?" Long Tianrui calmly replied, "If not for the purpose of having children, would it be akin to two rogues playing around? It would purely be for physical and mental stimulation." Long Chen's jaw dropped as he stared at Long Tianrui, utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't recall ever being struck speechless like this all his life. With great difficulty, he came up with a response. Even if it was to have children, it should be built on the foundation of love. It's not about whose potential is greater. What would be the point of marriage then? In the cultivation world, what matters is power. If you don't mate with other strong people, your children will only be stepping stones for other people. They might even be prey. What's the point of marriage if not to ensure your lineage thrives? To be like chickens laying eggs for others to eat, argued Long Tianrui. Long Chen could only shake his head again and say, "It looks like you've been sealed too long. Perhaps your mind hasn't fully woken up yet. I cannot accept your feelings. The Long clan has plenty of heavenly geniuses to choose from. You can pick any one of them. Why be hellbent on me?" Long Chen was amazed by Long Tianrui's logic. It seemed that she was steadfast in her principles. Most importantly, her reasoning wasn't wrong, so Long Chen had no way to counter it. Seeing that Long Chen still rejected her, Long Tianrui frowned. She couldn't understand him either. Whether in her era or this one, countless people would queue to follow her. However, Long Chen kept refusing. Such a good thing was right in front of him, but he continued to reject it, which caused Long Tianrui to wonder. We should get back to the important topic. However, let me first say that this isn't the place to insult and target other people, said the Heaven Overseer. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to the table of the 4 clan leaders. The Long clan leader solemnly said, "Long Chen, the elite disciples of the 4 divine clans have gathered here to exchange pointers. This matter is top secret, and I'm saying that, well, you are a dean of the High Firmament Academy, so I trust you have many affairs to handle." Long Chen instantly realized that these old fogies had no good intentions. The Heaven Overseer's expression also changed. He clearly didn't know what the clan leader was doing. "What do you mean? Are you telling me to scram?" demanded Long Chen. The Long clan leader replied, No, you misunderstand. We have no intention of driving you away. The meeting of the 4 divine clans is an internal secret. If it weren't for your connection to the High Firmament Academy, naturally, you could stay. But you understand, if this were solely up to the Long clan, we wouldn't say such a thing, but there are also the Yi, Zhang, and Zhao clans. We have discussed it, and you can temporarily leave and come back when it's over. Long Tianrui frowned. The Long clan was clearly driving Long Chen away, not wanting him to participate in this competition. The Heaven Overseer stood up. Clan leader. Long Chen knew that the Heaven Overseer hadn't known of this plan. Was he about to challenge the clan leader? That wouldn't do. Long Chen had to grasp this chance. Long Chen immediately slammed the table and stood up, looking filled with righteous indignation. He pointed at the Long clan leader and cursed him. "All right, so you want to take advantage of me while I don't have the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, is that it? I really never expected you." The Long clan leader immediately interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are merely asking if it's convenient for you to leave for a while. We didn't say that you had to leave. Aren't we discussing it nicely right now?" The Long clan's experts' expressions changed when they heard Long Chen mention the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. They had not expected him to bring it up. Did he not know how dangerous this was? The other three clans, experts were equally startled. They looked from Long Chen to the Long clan leader, then to Long Chihua and the others, all shocked by the turn of events. A tense silence filled the banquet hall. Long Chen quickly backtracked, acting as though he had misspoken. He said firmly, "The blood of the Long clan runs through my veins, so I am a member of the clan. What right do you have to drive me away? If you're afraid of me participating and taking the rewards, fine, I'll just be a spectator. Why should I leave?" Overflowing with righteous indignation, Long Chen looked like he was trying to cover up his earlier slip of the tongue. The Heaven Overseer felt the urge to throttle the clan leader. How could this dumbass bring up internal matters in front of everyone? Was he trying to use everyone's presence to pressure Long Chen? To force him to concede? Which idiot came up with this plan? The Heaven Overseer's gaze swept over Long Chihua and the others. As expected, Long Yaoting didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Clearly, this plan originated from him. "That's enough. We'll discuss this matter again and provide you with a response later," said the Long clan leader helplessly. "Then I await your news." After saying that, Long Chen directly left. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, a wide grin spread across his face. Before this, Long Chen had been uncertain about his next move, but the other side just had to send this opportunity right to him. After his departure, everyone else started to leave until only the four clan leaders remained. The Zhang clan leader exchanged a glance with the others before addressing the Long clan leader. "Well then, let us discuss this matter of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron." Chapter 4995, Scamming Old People. What Heaven-Earth Cauldron? Don't listen to his nonsense. All of you know he's been using the Heaven-Earth Cauldron as a scam. The Long clan leader flatly denied the allegations. The three clan leaders simply stared at him in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Finally, it was the Zhang clan leader who spoke up. "The four divine clans are united. We rise and fall together. I believe some matters shouldn't be concealed from each other." Inside, the Long clan leader cursed. Was Long Chen an idiot? How could he blurt out something like that? The youngest dean of the High Firmament Academy. Dogshit. He was nothing but the youngest idiot in history. The Long clan leader had wanted to use the other three clans to pressure Long Chen into leaving, under the pretext of the internal exchange of pointers among the four clans. Across the world, major factions were preparing their disciples to advance to the Eternal Realm. Many disciples were on the verge of breakthroughs, waiting for the right time to do so. Within the cycle of the heavenly Taos, as the world revolved, the experts could tell that the laws were changing. If they wanted the best conditions for their advancement, they needed to follow the timing of the heavens. As a result, countless experts were reading the weave of fate. When the energy of the heavenly Taos became active, that would be the right moment for them. The Long clan knew of Qin Feng's arrival and guessed that the High Firmament Academy was urging Long Chen to return. Hence, they hoped that by stating their intentions, Long Chen would decide to leave. However, their plan backfired as Long Chen brought up the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Now, the other three clans were aware of its existence as well. The three clan leaders were no fools, and the Long clan couldn't trick them now. "Fine, come with me." Ultimately, with no other recourse, the Long clan leader led them underground. When they laid eyes on the Earth Cauldron and felt its ancient aura from the primal chaos era, their hearts skipped a beat. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. While they had only seen illustrations of the Earth Cauldron before, the real thing surpassed their expectations. Despite minor differences from the depictions, the overwhelming power it exuded was unquestionably real. Looking at their shocked expression, the Long clan leader said, I don't consider the three of you as outsiders, but I must ask that you keep this matter confidential. Don't worry, those who know of this are the pillars of our clans, so they won't leak this matter, said the Zhao clan leader. The three of them came up to the earth cauldron and touched it. Sensing its faint aura, they were taken aback. The earth cauldron is in a state of slumber. As you can see, we are doing our best to awaken it, but we're still missing a bit of power. Since we're all old friends, I won't mince words. In another half a month, our Long clan can revive it on our own. However, as you said, the four clans are united, rising and falling together. The earth cauldron will not be owned exclusively by the Long clan. However, hesitating for a moment, the Long clan leader continued, the earth cauldron was first discovered by my Long clan, so the earth cauldron must stay within our territory. In the future, you can come to the Long clan to use it, but you cannot bring it away. The Zhang clan leader replied, that is naturally no problem. Even if you were planning on lending it to us, we wouldn't dare to accept it. This thing is too terrifying. The moment any news of it leaks, the four clans will be targeted by everyone. The other two clan leaders nodded. It was the legendary Heaven-Earth Cauldron, one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. With it in their hands, no one could say whether it was a blessing or a calamity. This cauldron is the Earth Cauldron. I have thoroughly reviewed all our information on it. Once awakened, its life energy can nourish all things within heaven and earth. Being a primal chaos divine item, it operates under its own primal chaos laws. Essentially, with sufficient resources, it has the potential to create a primal chaos world, explained the Long clan leader. Primal chaos world, echoed the three clan leaders, visibly moved. If it can create a primal chaos world, our cultivation would no longer be so difficult. Exclaimed the Yi clan leader excitedly. At their level, advancing further was exceedingly challenging. Typically, even minor breakthroughs required years of painstaking effort and accumulation. In their realm, spiritual chi had lost its value. What they needed now was to absorb the laws of heaven and earth, which could nourish and give birth to heaven vein dragon chi. The difficulty did not stem from their lack of talent or diligence, but rather from the scarcity of heaven and earth laws that could meet their demands. However, if the earth cauldron could create a primal chaos world, by cultivating inside, although they wouldn't say they could soar in leaps and bounds, their realms would definitely rise. In theory, yes, replied the Long clan leader. I'm just saying turning that into reality will be extremely difficult. It will need an ocean's worth of resources, answered the Long clan leader. What's there to be afraid of? With the foundation of the four divine clans, how could we not awaken a single cauldron? I'll gather all my clan's resources and bring them over, said the Zhao clan leader. The other two clan leaders nodded. After all, once the earth cauldron awoke, their power would rise explosively, and they could get all kinds of resources. The three clan leaders immediately sent people back to the clans with their tokens. After that, the experts who had attended the banquet were summoned, and they started using their heaven vein energy to nourish the earth cauldron. With the nourishment of so many heaven vein dragon chis, the earth cauldron's aura intensified. It started to fluctuate intensely, hinting that it might awaken at any moment. As the experts from the four divine clans diligently worked, Long Chen observed the scene from the earth cauldron and laughed until his legs went jelly. The four clan leaders and their experts were sweating profusely, their bodies surrounded by swirling dragon chi. Their faces were red and contorted as if they had been constipated for 10 years, pouring all their energy into the earth cauldron. What a bunch of greedy old fellows. Work hard, I look favorably upon you, hee. Long Chen chuckled, you shouldn't slack off either. During this time, you need to master the god-slaying cross. Then when you condense the 8th star, you will have a killer technique, advised the earth cauldron. Didn't you say that before reaching the eternal realm, using this technique will blow up my arm? Questioned Long Chen. He recalled the earth cauldron had warned him against practicing the technique previously. I didn't say to train it using your astral energy, clarified the earth cauldron. Long Chen was baffled. The god-slaying cross was a divine technique of the 9-star line. Without astral energy, what alternative could he use? Use your bloodline power. Chapter 4996, Umpire. Bloodline power. You want me to turn the god-slaying cross into a bloodline divine ability? Is that even possible? Isn't the god-slaying cross a top-tier divine ability of the 9-star line? Asked Long Chen. He was shocked by this crazy idea. It's a middle-tier divine ability. Middle, not top one, corrected the earth cauldron. Long Chen had thought that it was a top-tier divine ability, which was why the Earth Cauldron didn't let him train in it just yet. However, it seemed that he had misheard. Don't misunderstand. The 9-star line's magical arts and divine abilities are not something you can imagine. In fact, not many experts of the 9-star line could comprehend this technique, consoled the Earth Cauldron. Fine, then I'll try it. Do you have any instructions? Asked Long Chen. The God-slaying cross contains the essence of heaven and earth. Since all laws and Taos are connected, using your bloodline power to execute this move will require precise control, but this shouldn't be too difficult for you. The challenging part is the first step, condensing the cross-star rune. However, we will be calling it the cross-blood rune. Before condensing the cross-blood rune, you must use your essence blood to manifest the complete Starry Sea manifestation. This manifestation will allow you to control your essence blood and condense the cross-blood rune. After that, you can follow the regular method of the 9-star line. Since you possess 3 kinds of essence blood, it's best to start with your violet blood. It's the gentlest and least likely to cause you injury, advised the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded. With his great comprehension, he instantly grasped the crux of this problem. As long as he grasped it, the rest was simple. After all, Long Chen had mastered many divine abilities. However, just as Long Chen was preparing to start training, the Heaven Overseer came, his expression grave. Long Chen, maybe you should leave. Go back to the academy and ask for reinforcements, said the Heaven Overseer. What is it? Long Chen asked, sensing the urgency in the Heaven Overseer's voice. This matter has reached a critical point, and you might not be able to take the Earth Cauldron away. They seem to be wary of me and are not letting me know many things. You should go back now and call reinforcements while news of the Earth Cauldron has not leaked. If you hurry, things can still be settled peacefully, advised the Heaven Overseer. In truth, when Long Chen handed over the Earth Cauldron, the Heaven Overseer already felt uneasy. He knew that once the Earth Cauldron landed in the hands of the Long clan, it would be difficult to take it back. With the other 3 divine clans involved, the situation was growing increasingly complex and spiraling out of control. Long Chen smiled reassuringly. Heaven Overseer, you don't need to worry about this. Let them do as they please. Just remember, no matter what happens between me and the Long clan, you just need to stand on the side of justice. Although Long Chen didn't understand why everyone in the Long clan was so afraid of the Heaven Overseer, he didn't need to know. Within the Long clan, only the Heaven Overseer seemed to be genuinely righteous. The only other person he could somewhat trust was Long Chenshui. However, Long Chenshui was one of the 4 heavenly saints. No matter what happened, she would definitely stand on the side of the Long clan. As for justice, right and wrong, those had nothing to do with her. All right, it seems you have your own plans. Fine, I won't bother with this any longer. I came because those old fellows gave me another mission, said the Heaven Overseer. They wish for you to be the umpire of the competition between the elites of the 4 divine clans. Umpire? Me? Asked Long Chen, feeling like he had misheard. Every martial stage of the Long clan was imbued with protective formations. Moreover, this competition was a friendly exchange of pointers. It was forbidden for disciples to try to kill each other, as it would ruin their relationship. Was there a need for an umpire? Even so, each faction wanted to win. So, once they started fighting, it was all too easy for someone to get angry. Following that anger, killing intent could easily surface. If pressed, someone really might deal a killing blow. Thus, for this kind of competition, a group of referees were essential. If a competitor suddenly launched a killing blow, they had to be stopped immediately. After all, a formation's ability to protect the fighters was very limited, for example, Long Qingyan's incident. The competition would take close to a month. With tens of thousands of disciples participating, even the Long clan's numerous martial stages would be fully occupied. When the competition reached the final 32 fighters, a powerful umpire was needed. Normally, the referee's power would at least be at the level of a heaven saint. However, all the experts in the 4 divine clans with heaven veins had vanished, which caused a shortage of suitable umpires. As the one responsible for organizing the competition, the Heaven Overseer went to the clan leader, who then suggested Long Chen be the umpire. No way, the Long clan's disciples are all participating. They want the status and the reward. I've heard that everyone who gets into the top 32 will get a Heaven Saint divine weapon specially crafted for them. Is this why I can't participate? Asked Long Chen irritably. Although he had no intention of participating in such a senseless competition, the fact that the other side excluded him was annoying. They were being petty, judging him by their low standards. Knowing Long Chen would react this way, the Heaven Overseer added, I know you wouldn't want to participate in this kind of competition, nor would you want to be an umpire. That's why I've already discussed a reward with the clan leader. What reward? Long Chen asked suspiciously. You are still lacking 13 medicinal ingredients from the mercenaries' quest, correct? Long Chen was startled. Those 13 medicinal ingredients were exceptionally rare. The mercenaries had practically scoured the Heavenly Desolation domain without finding them. Long Zaiwei had mentioned that the Long clan's treasury held 2 of those ingredients, but they were locked down. No one was able to exchange for them. Long Chen was pondering how to deal with this problem when the Heaven Overseer mentioned it. Seeing the Heaven Overseer's confident smile, Long Chen was overjoyed. The Heaven Overseer said, I've discussed it with them. Our treasury only has 2 of them, but if you include the other divine clans' treasuries, we can give you all of them. As long as you agree, 7 days from now, the medicinal ingredients from the 3 clans will arrive and be yours. So, do you want to consider it? There's no need to consider it. I agree, Long Chen laughed. Thinking of how he was about to gather all the ingredients for the Nirvanic charge pill, Long Chen could barely suppress his excitement. If there was nothing in it for you, I wouldn't have even mentioned it. I wouldn't even come here if they hadn't already agreed to this condition. Said the Heaven Overseer. Well then, you should prepare yourself. The battles start tomorrow, and in half a month, the top 32 will be decided. Then it will be your turn to appear. As for the opening ceremonies and such, to make up for what the idiot Long Zai did, you can invite the mercenaries to watch the battles. Umpire. That sounds rather fun. Doesn't that mean I can just rule against those I dislike? A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face. 1. The words for middle zhang tier and top zhang tier sound the same, thus the misunderstanding. Chapter 4997, Golden Scepter. When Long Chen agreed to be an umpire, someone immediately sent him a golden scepter. This was a symbol of the head umpire. Wow, they really are extravagant. Are they really giving me a Heaven Saint divine weapon? Asked Long Chen as he acted surprised. The elder handing him the scepter was taken aback and said, this is a symbol of the umpire. It's only lent to you temporarily. When the battles are over, you must return it. Long Chen naturally knew this. He was just joking. Accustomed to wielding a saber, he had no interest in something as golden and shiny as the scepter, even if they did give it to him. The scepter was adorned with carved wings and dragon marks. The dragon marks symbolized authority, while the wings represented peace. With this scepter, Long Chen held supreme authority among the referees as the head umpire. Alongside the scepter, they presented him with a special set of robes and a headband. However, Long Chen told them to take these things away, deeming them ridiculous. Feeling helpless, the elders could only retrieve the excess items, leaving Long Chen with the golden scepter and the specific tablet of the head umpire. With these, he gained the authority to enter any martial stage, monitor fights for cheating, and judge the fairness of other referees. At this moment, Qin Feng came over. He had been busy these past few days, as had Long Zaiwei and Gui Ju. Boss, you wanted to see me? Qin Feng asked, noticing the golden scepter and the distinctive tablet on Long Chen's waist. He seemed bewildered. The competition among the elites of the 4 divine clans is about to start. Don't be in a rush to leave just yet. Let's watch, said Long Chen. But I'm worried the academy will. Don't worry, the right time has yet to come. You still have plenty of time, replied Long Chen. According to the Earth Cauldron, the optimal moment for undergoing tribulation was still some time away. The various major factions had yet to make a move. Furthermore, if the time for their tribulations was about to come, the 4 divine clans wouldn't be holding this competition. They had surely meticulously calculated the timing. Even after the competition concluded, there would still be ample time to return to the academy. With this calculation in mind, they had plenty of time. There was no need to rush as they had been doing. Observing battles at this level would prove highly beneficial, especially for the mercenaries who had not experienced much of the broader world. Long Chen planned for them to settle in the High Firmament Academy, where their potential could quickly flourish. They already had the foundational skills to become experts, and watching these battles would further stimulate their instincts. Qin Feng was also excited to hear this. In truth, he had heard from Long Zaiwei that the scale of this competition would be unprecedented and spectacular. His only concern had been that watching the battles might distract them from important matters. Long Chen instructed them to slow down their preparations to move and invited all the mercenaries to come and watch the competition. While they wouldn't participate directly, they could spectate from the outer stands. This was a level of treatment they had never expected. In truth, Long Chen wanted them in the inner stands, but there was limited space there. If he were to bring them all, the Long clan's outer disciples would have nowhere to stand. Therefore, he had no choice but to settle for the outer spectator stands. As for the opening ceremony, Long Chen didn't bother attending it. The 4 clan leaders had made a brief appearance, delivering encouraging words and introducing their peak experts for everyone to see. Theoretically, as the umpire, Long Chen should have been present, but Long Chen dismissed these social niceties. The Heaven Overseer also agreed that it was wise for Long Chen to avoid unnecessary confrontations. As a result, when Long Chen opted out, the Heaven Overseer didn't force him. However, as the umpire, Long Chen couldn't stay in his temporary residence. Instead, he was provided with a special immortal cave. This immortal cave was located in one of the Long clan's large mountains, designated specifically for the referees. All the referees had to either be on the martial stage or in this immortal cave. They were not allowed to communicate with anyone else during the competitions. Any violation of this rule would result in immediate dismissal from their referee role. Although Long Chen didn't care about this requirement, he was happy to have time to himself. This residence had much better amenities, including a special cultivation room made specially for a Heaven Vein expert. Most importantly, it had 3 outer and inner barriers with many guards surrounding them. No unauthorized entry was permitted, ensuring the integrity and fairness of the competition were upheld to the highest standards. Within the immortal cave, Long Chen activated the 3 barriers. This way, no one would be able to disturb him. As for what was happening outside, he left Xin Feng in charge of all of it. Starry Sea materialized behind Long Chen, its stars swirling and emitting a misty violet chi. This was Long Chen's manifestation, the Starry Sea births violet chi. Even without the activation of the 7-star battle armor, Long Chen's astral energy was still very strong. Long Chen tried drawing his violet blood's energy into his Starry Sea, and it went smoothly. Indeed, his violet blood was the gentlest of the 3 bloodlines he possessed. It was just like a selfless mother, giving everything Long Chen wanted. At this moment, Long Chen thought of his mother and felt melancholic. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions. After all, his father was searching for his mother. With his father's power and intelligence, he would definitely find her. As Long Chen directed his violet bloodline energy into the Starry Sea manifestation, the violet chi within it responded, allowing the energy to flow seamlessly into the Starry Sea. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly it went, finding it almost unbelievably easy. Violet chi, violet blood, are they connected? The Earth Cauldron had simply told Long Chen to use his violet blood to link with his Starry Sea manifestation, offering no further guidance. Clearly, it had to have known that this would happen. As Long Chen's violet blood merged into his Starry Sea, the sea started to tremble. The violet blood and violet chi fused, forming intricate blood runes that flowed into the stars. However, as these blood runes entered the stars, they were crushed. Undeterred, more blood runes followed, and the shattered ones transformed into countless tiny runes. Like ants, these runes merged and collaborated, creating a pathway for the blood runes to traverse. More blood runes continued to explode and extend the path, causing the path to grow longer. Finally, a star accepted a blood rune into its core. The entire Starry Sea trembled with anticipation. Soon, blood runes appeared in every single star. Chapter 4998, Blood Ocean, God-Slaying Cross. When the first star accepted the blood rune, it seemed as though all resistance from the stars instantly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, every star was adorned with a violet blood rune, transforming the Starry Sea into a mystical violet hue that took Long Chen's breath away. The violet blood can not just mediate the clash between the 7-color supreme blood and dragon blood, but it can also seamlessly integrate with the stars. There must be some hidden secret behind this that I don't know, Long Chen mused aloud. Long Chen gazed at the violet Starry Sea before him, pleasantly surprised yet deep in thought. He couldn't help but ponder the circumstances of his birth. His father was from the Julie race, while his mother was a descendant of the violet blood race. Was their union truly a coincidence? Back then, the dragon expert had chosen him to inherit the dragon blood battle armor. Was that connected to his lineage? Moreover, he distinctly remembered obtaining the primal chaos bead from the Julie secret realm. What significance did this hold? The pill sovereign's memories contained countless pill formulas. But if it weren't for the primal chaos space, the pill formulas would be useless regardless. Every element seemed crucial for him to achieve his current level of prowess. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. Heavenly chosens. They were dogshit. He believed he was truly chosen by fate, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he would decide the fate of the heavens. Long Chen felt like he had come to a profound realization, but ultimately, he brushed it aside. He just had to focus on raising his power. Whatever else was meant to happen would unfold in due time. His consciousness delved deeper into the starry sea, where he continued to infuse his violet blood energy. His goal was to infuse the entire starry sea with his violet blood. Unlike before, Long Chen noticed that his stars no longer actively resisted the infusion of his violet blood. The initial explosions of the blood runes occurred due to the star's natural defense mechanisms. However, once these defenses were breached, the process became much simpler. Still, covering all 108,000 stars with his violet blood was a laborious task. Fortunately, the thing he was worried about didn't occur. Before his violet blood was exhausted, he successfully covered the entire starry sea. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. If the violet blood didn't have enough power to cover the entire starry sea, he would have to immediately give up on this plan. If he hadn't gone through the divine pool's baptism, which elevated his dragon blood, violet blood, and supreme blood to unprecedented levels, there would have been no way his violet blood could cover his entire starry sea. Previously, his coverage had been only two-dimensional. However, the starry sea was not merely a flat image, it was three-dimensional. Thus, covering it all required an unimaginable amount of energy. Suddenly, the starry sea vanished and then reappeared. But this time, there were no astral fluctuations, only the power of his violet blood. Long Chen extended his hand, palm facing up. When he activated the technique engraved on his soul, his violet blood starry sea slowly revolved, and the stars started contracting. Suddenly, a burst of pain shot through Long Chen's palm. A starry sea diagram appeared on his palm, and violet flames burst forth. Remaining composed, Long Chen understood that this pain was an essential part of the process. He had to endure this tempering if he wanted to unleash the technique. However, as time passed, the pain intensified astonishingly. The earth cauldron had told him that the violet blood was the gentlest energy and the easiest to control. Yet, right from the outset, the pain was already difficult for Long Chen to endure. His physical body had been trained to a level that countless people could only aspire to, but despite this, it fell short of the requirements necessary to unleash this technique. Otherwise, his hand wouldn't hurt so much. Behind him, the violet blood starry sea continued to contract, gradually forming a vague cross. A wound in a similar shape then appeared on his palm, where the violet blood continued to burn. Long Chen's arm started to throb from how intense the pain was. Long Chen was astonished. This technique is imbued with the gentlest violet blood. If it were astral energy, my hand would have burst long ago. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen persevered. As time passed, the stars behind him continued to contract into the cross, gradually becoming clearer. With each moment, Long Chen gained a deeper understanding of the sheer power of this attack. I see. All my violet blood energy will be compressed into one attack. Previously, Long Chen had only understood the basic principles of this technique. But now, as he personally put it into practice, he realized why this attack was so fearsome. Perhaps once he mastered it, he would be able to regulate how much power to channel into it. However, not this time. He had to unleash his full power without holding back at all. That was the only way to guarantee he condensed the cross-blood rune and unleashed the attack. Thus, cultivating this technique required the opposite approach from cultivating a regular one. Normally, when training in a new divine ability or magical art, one had to take it slowly. However, the god-slaying cross required pushing the user to the limit in one go. It was no wonder the Earth Cauldron had mentioned that even amongst the 9-star line, only a few could control this technique. However, those who could were considered elites. Cultivating it wasn't about comprehension, it depended solely on whether the body could withstand the impact. It was straightforward and crude. Luckily, the crude aspect was only for other 9-star heirs. Long Chen was using a special trick to train in the god-slaying cross. After all, Long Chen had the right conditions to master this technique. By using his bloodline power first, he could simplify the process of unleashing the god-slaying cross with his astral energy later. This approach would significantly reduce the difficulty and time required. Amongst 9-star heirs, even the fastest took a few months to master this technique. Slower individuals could take up to 10 years, and if they couldn't achieve an initial level of mastery within that time, they would have no hope of ever mastering it. However, Long Chen didn't need to do that. Once his physical body reached the necessary level, he could instantly master this technique. As the violet blood starry sea continued to contract, Long Chen's palm shook intensely. The pain made his face twist. Even with his high pain tolerance, the agony blurred his vision. He bit his lip until it bled to keep himself conscious. If he couldn't even endure the gentlest violet blood, how could he even talk about standing at the top? This was only a middle-tier divine ability of the 9-star line. What the Earth Cauldron hadn't told Long Chen was that the 9-star line had a special core technique for resisting pain. 9-star disciples wouldn't be so foolish as to do it like this. Suddenly, violet divine light unfurled on his palm. The violet starry sea behind him instantly vanished as Long Chen sensed all its power flow into his palm. Startled, he hastily looked for a target. If he didn't unleash this power somewhere, his entire arm would explode. Fortunately, there was a giant rock inside the training room. Long Chen slammed his palm onto the rock, and for some reason, he suddenly shouted, "Blood Ocean, God-slaying cross." Chapter 4999, Badass. Long Chen's palm slammed onto a 30-foot rock. This rock was called a training rock, a common tool for those with some level of status in their private training rooms. The runes on this rock could absorb the force of any impact, and a special testing formation was embedded within it to measure the power of the impact. This training room was prepared for a one-vein heaven saint, meaning the rock had to be able to endure the full power of a vein heaven saint. The rock itself wasn't inherently special, it was the formation inside that allowed it to rapidly absorb any power unleashed on it and accurately judge its force. When Long Chen's palm struck the training rock, it didn't budge in the slightest. In fact, it didn't even cause any dust to fall. Was it a failure? Long Chen was baffled. His violet blood energy had been sucked dry by this attack. What was going on? He then eyed his palm. A violet cross slowly faded on his palm until it was gone. Where's the number? Do the Long clan's training rocks not give a number? They seem different from the Academy's training rocks. Shouldn't there be some display? Or do you need to activate it first? TCH, how can one of the 4 divine clans have such garbage training rocks? Grumbled Long Chen. This full power attack had exhausted almost all of Long Chen's violet blood energy, but the training rock didn't even budge. Long Chen checked all over the stone and muttered, "What broken thing is this?" Not finding any control mechanism after checking everything, Long Chen angrily slammed his palm on the training rock. As a result, a large hole directly appeared in the training rock. Feeling like his hand had just slammed onto snow, Long Chen realized that the inside of the training rock had turned to dust. Suddenly, the entire rock crumbled, disintegrating into countless particles that cascaded to the ground. The formation platform was obliterated, reduced to smithereens. Long Chen eyed the fine particulates and then his hand. He was so stunned that he couldn't even speak. That's too exaggerated. Long Chen jumped in fright. Long Chen's heart pounded crazily. He felt like he was dreaming. Did this not mean that this attack had the power to annihilate a one-vein heaven saint? Even a one-vein heaven saint wouldn't necessarily be able to block this attack. You truly do have that power. However, to actually kill them with this move will be very difficult, remarked the Earth Cauldron. Although this attack was powerful, it wouldn't kill one-vein heaven saint unless they didn't even use their weapon. After all, most of this attack's power would be blocked by the weapon. In reply, Long Chen chuckled happily. Hehe, that's fine. If we're just using our bare hands, I can kill them with one palm. By the time they want to use their weapon, they'll already be on the path of reincarnation. That is true. Considering your realm, a one-vein heaven saint likely won't use their weapon on you, said the Earth Cauldron. Senior, how are you doing? Asked Long Chen. They're working hard, hehe. Chuckled the Earth Cauldron, its chuckle no longer carrying the sacredness it once had after being influenced by Long Chen's wretchedness. Haha, that's good. It seems that we're both profiting in this trip to the Long clan. Long Chen laughed. They really had profited this time. The Earth Cauldron said, don't waste your time. You should continue with the 7-color Supreme Blood's God-slaying cross and then the Dragon Blood's God-slaying cross. The Violet Blood's God-slaying cross was the gentlest, its power like water. It harms the inside but not the outside. Hence, the training rock appeared unscathed on the surface but had collapsed within. However, the 7-color Supreme Blood is far more explosive. Controlling 7 kinds of energy is hard and could harm you. Be careful. Yet, once you master it, its might will be even greater than the Violet Blood's. The destructive force of 7 energies combined is unimaginable, but it comes with a significant backlash. It will definitely be a burden on your body. You'll have to get used to it slowly. Next, you will use the Dragon Blood for the God-slaying cross. The dragon race is extremely prideful and disdains cultivating the divine abilities of other races, so it will be harder to control. Using Dragon Blood for the God-slaying cross will only surpass the one with the 7-color Supreme Blood by a bit. The improvement is slight, but it's still necessary to master. Why bother? Asked Long Chen. If the increase wasn't significant, why invest so much effort? After all, Long Chen already possessed the dragon race's divine abilities. Moreover, the odds of Long Chen having to use both Essence Blood to unleash this technique consecutively were very low. If he couldn't beat his enemy in 2 attacks, his Dragon Blood's God-slaying cross wouldn't make a difference. That's the preparation for you to cultivate the true God-slaying cross, replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded. It seemed this was all for the next step, so Long Chen didn't tarry. He immediately called someone to switch out the training rock and then went back into seclusion. Just as the Earth Cauldron had mentioned, the moment Long Chen tried using the 7-color Supreme Blood to cover the Starry Sea, a problem occurred. The 7-colored Supreme Blood represented 7 different kinds of energy and laws. When they covered the stars, these 7 energies went out of balance. As a result, Long Chen needed to exhaust a huge amount of spiritual strength to control them and maintain the balance. It was quite hard. Long Chen spent a whole day testing various methods without making much progress. Attempting to cover the stars with his 7-color Supreme Blood like he did with his Violet Blood resulted in only half of them being covered, at most. Unable to think of any other way, Long Chen cast out the energy of his 7-color Supreme Blood haphazardly throughout the Starry Sea. He then attempted to organize the chaotic energies, trying to connect them. Days passed 1, 2, 3. On the 4th day, after numerous setbacks, Long Chen finally succeeded in maintaining a delicate balance and covering his entire Starry Sea. Next, he summoned the 7-color Starry Sea. As he condensed the cross-blood rune, blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. This distraction instantly disrupted the Starry Sea's equilibrium and wounded him. Long Chen had to begin the process anew. On the 7th day, Long Chen finally condensed the cross. Long Chen's palm thundered into the training rock, shaking the entire immortal cave. Countless formations were pierced through, and the walls cracked under the force of Long Chen's attack. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. This is really badass. Chapter 5000 Obtaining the Medicinal Ingredients. With one palm, the immortal cave was bathed in 7-colored divine radiance. Long Chen laughed maniacally, reveling in the violent and wild nature of his attack. Unlike the silent lethality of the Violet Blood, the power of the 7-color Supreme Blood erupted in a domineering and destructive manner, which Long Chen thoroughly enjoyed. Suddenly, Long Chen glanced at his hand, now a bloody pulp. The meridians in his forearm were cracked, a clear indication that he hadn't reached a perfect level of control over this technique yet. The backlash had injured him. If his control had been better, he could have directed the backlash outward, amplifying the attack's power. Overall, there was still considerable room for improvement in it. Hee, that was satisfying. Long Chen chuckled. Although he was injured and the attack was imperfect, it didn't dampen his joy. Should I try the other hand? Long Chen suddenly thought of his left hand. What if he condensed the cross-blood rune on both hands and used them simultaneously? Wouldn't that make the attack stronger? Furthermore, if Long Chen used his right hand to suppress his opponent with a weapon, creating an opening, his left hand could strike and deliver a fatal blow. After thinking about it, Long Chen decided to train his left hand to master this attack as well. However, he postponed further training for the moment to rest and recover. Exiting the immortal cave, he headed toward the Heaven Overseer's residence. Heaven Overseer, Long Chen greeted. The Heaven Overseer smiled upon seeing Long Chen and tossed a worldstone to him. Peering inside, Long Chen found 13 medicinal ingredients. Feeling delighted, he bowed graciously to express his thanks. For now, These medicinal ingredients didn't have a use as he could only refine the nirvanic charged pill after reaching the eternal realm. Your blood chi looks like it's about to burst, and your aura concealment is starting to show holes, said the heaven overseer as he observed Long Chen. Previously, he had been curious. Long Chen's cultivation base didn't quite match the aura he sensed. Now, after Long Chen had unleashed the god-slaying cross, his wild aura hadn't settled. Hence, the heaven overseer instantly realized Long Chen had sealed his cultivation base. Long Chen chuckled, "I've made some minor gains lately. I'm embarrassed to reveal them in front of you." As Long Chen spoke, he released the seal the earth cauldron had given him. He had grown accustomed to his new cultivation base, managing his aura at the boundary between the ninth heaven stage and the Great Circle. Sensing Long Chen's aura, the heaven overseer smiled. The elite competition is progressing like wildfire, and the next battle will commence in 2 hours. Are you really not going to take a look? Long Chen was a bit moved by the suggestion. Cultivation was an endless journey, and he knew the value of first-hand experience. A single discovery along the path of cultivation could yield unimaginable benefits. Instead of merely studying texts, he believed in the power of personal experience. Personal journeys and discoveries ultimately determined how far someone could advance. "All right, then I'll go and see what I can learn," Long Chen replied with a nod, treating today as a short break from his usual routine. When Long Chen arrived at the competition area, he realized that the giant martial stage was constructed by joining hundreds of martial stages together. The spectator stands were divided into inner and outer regions, the former offering slightly more comfortable seating compared to the latter, though the view was equally good from both. As Long Chen entered, he noticed the place was already bustling with people, despite the event not starting yet. All the mercenaries instantly shot up when they saw Long Chen. Brother Song, Yu Ying, and the others were excited to see him. Long Chen couldn't help being surprised. Brother Song, you're a 6-star heavenly doyen." Long Chen vividly remembered his first encounter with Brother Song, when the latter was a 4-star heavenly doyen at the 6th heaven stage. Now, Brother Song had ascended to a 6-star heavenly doyen at the 9th heaven stage. The fact that Brother Song had reached the 9th heaven stage wasn't surprising. With the Julie rune in his body and access to abundant resources, it was natural for his cultivation base to skyrocket. However, an increase in doyen rank was a bit surprising. Brother Song hadn't gone through any divine pool baptism, yet he had still managed to improve. What a rare occurrence. Long Chen looked at Yu Ying and noticed similar advancements in her. Could it be that the awakening of their ancestral runes also enhanced their talents? Normally, talent was something fixed at birth. If this awakening indeed altered their natural aptitude, then their futures were undoubtedly bright. Long Chen knew that if these individuals were brought to the High Firmament Academy and received the Academy's nurturing, they would undoubtedly become the cornerstone of the High Firmament Academy's forces. Long Chen's arrival caused an uproar amongst the mercenaries, resulting in everyone's gazes turning over to him. Qin Feng, Long Ziwei, and Gui Zhu immediately ran over. "I didn't expect you to be capable of cultivating the starry river of the sky art," remarked Long Chen. Gui Zhu's second head had regrown, and he now exuded astral energy fluctuations. While Gui Zhu's talent wasn't bad, Long Chen hadn't expected him to be able to cultivate the starry river of the sky art, which required a righteous heart as its first prerequisite. Long Chen had always felt Gui Zhu to be more of a slippery kind of person, a mix of good and bad. Hence, Long Chen was surprised that Gui Zhu could cultivate this technique, which meant that Gui Zhu's inner heart was still righteous. This realization caused Long Chen to reconsider his previous judgment. It's thanks to Boss's selfless generosity. After cultivating the starry river of the sky art, I saw a vast world I'd never seen before. "Thank you, Boss," expressed Gui Zhu sincerely. Not bad, not bad. If you are willing, you can go with Brother Song and the others to the High Firmament Academy," said Long Chen. Gui Zhu was overjoyed to hear it. Before this, Qin Feng had said that he would only bring the mercenaries back to the High Firmament Academy. As Gui Zhu wasn't included, he was extremely disappointed but hadn't dared to say it. "Boss, what about me?" asked Long Ziwei hastily. "If you want to, you can come at any time. However, if you want to join the Dragonblood Legion, that will be very difficult. You have to be mentally prepared," warned Long Chen. He knew what Long Ziwei was thinking. "That's fine. As long as I can be in the same academy as you, I'll be very satisfied," replied Long Ziwei. During the past few days, Long Zaiwei had been with Qin Feng. As he was half a heavenly chosen, he didn't have to participate in the elimination rounds. As a result, Long Zaiwei and Qin Feng were in the spectator stands most of the time, guessing the result after examining the power of the competitors. After thousands of battles, Long Zaiwei had been wrong about 80 times, while Qin Feng had proven correct every single time, which thoroughly convinced Long Zaiwei. He now understood the vast disparity between himself and the Dragonblood warriors. Knowing that Qin Feng was just an ordinary Dragonblood warrior intensified his desire to join the High Firmament Academy. Just joining the High Firmament Academy would already satisfy him. While becoming part of the Dragonblood Legion was his ultimate dream, entering the High Firmament Academy felt like a significant step toward realizing that dream. How noisy! You peasants should keep your mouths shut, a voice from the inner stands interrupted them, causing Long Zaiwei and the others to tense up. Chapter 5001 Lin Hu. Courting death, shouted Long Zaiwei. Long Zaiwei seethed with anger when he heard that provocation. Looking around, he saw that it came from one of the Yi clan's disciples. This disciple had clearly spoken loudly to ensure Long Chen heard him. Perhaps he disliked Long Chen or genuinely looked down on the mercenaries. In truth, all these heavenly geniuses held low opinions of these mercenaries. However, due to the pressure from the Heaven Overseer, they had no choice but to allow them to watch from the spectator stands. Despite this, if the mercenaries made any noise, these experts would immediately hurl some insults and curses. In order to watch peacefully, the mercenaries chose to remain silent. Even in their silence, mocking and disdainful gazes persisted, particularly from the Yi, Zhang, and Zhao clans who felt unrestrained by the Long clan's rules. They freely hurled insults. Upon Long Chen's arrival, the mercenaries reacted as if seeing their savior, irritating the onlookers. A member of the Yi clan directly sought to stir trouble. Qin Feng turned to Long Chen. As long as Long Chen gave the word, Qin Feng would behead that person, and anyone who dared to oppose him would be slain. As their realm ascended, they saw more of the world's cruelty and barbarity. In the end, moral character held little sway, only strength commanded respect and reverence. Looking at that disciple, Long Chen sneered, a little 9-star doyen. Your power is insignificant, yet your arrogance knows no bounds. You look down on them, don't you? All right, I'll give you a chance. Challenge any one of them in a 1-against-1. We'll determine who is superior and who is inferior today. If you win, all of them will leave the spectator stands. How is that? Everyone was startled. The 9-star doyen from the Yi clan was undoubtedly an elite chosen for this event. However, Long Chen was asking him to challenge any random mercenary. That was looking down on him far too much. No one could fathom Long Chen's motives as they waited for the Yi clan disciples' response. In response, this doyen sneered defiantly, "They aren't fit to challenge me. And who do you think you are? This martial stage is reserved for the participants of the competition. What right do you have to use it?" Suddenly, a golden scepter materialized in Long Chen's hand, emitting a dazzling golden light that astonished everyone. The golden scepter. The experts of the 4 clans were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. This symbol representing the absolute authority over the competition was actually in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen suddenly appeared on the central platform of the martial stage, which boasted hundreds of seats. Standing at the highest spot, Long Chen could survey the entire arena below. Slowly, Long Chen took his seat, holding the golden scepter in hand as he gazed down at the numerous experts present. Observing their shocked expressions, Long Chen felt his vanity satiated. No wonder the people in charge like to sit so high up. Looking down on people and making people look up to you isn't a bad feeling. Long Chen did a quick scan. The peak experts from the Yi, Zhao, Zhang, and Long clans were absent, as was Feng Fei. Clearly, the likes of them couldn't be bothered to watch battles on this level. The strongest experts present were mostly on Long Zaiwei's level, and there were only a few of them. Sitting in the umpire's seat and wielding the golden scepter, Long Chen stunned everyone, including Qin Feng and Long Zaiwei. Even they hadn't known that Long Chen was the umpire. During the opening ceremony, all the referees had appeared except for the head umpire. At that time, the higher-ups didn't reveal who it was, and most people couldn't be bothered to find out. However, now that Long Chen had appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Some even started to suspect that Long Chen had stolen the golden scepter to pose as the umpire. Cut the crap. Do you have the guts to challenge the mercenaries? If you don't, then scram. If you do, Hurry up and pick your target, commanded Long Chen. The Yi clan disciple finally recovered from his shock. He sneered, fine, since that's the case, let them pick out their strongest member. If they can endure 10 exchanges with me, I'll consider it their victory. The Yi clan disciple also had his pride. By allowing the mercenaries to choose his opponent instead and limiting the fight to 10 moves, he clearly demonstrated his disdain for them. Yu Ying and the others panicked. They knew they had to win. Their honor and Long Chen's face were on the line. Brother Song, why don't you go? Suggested Yu Ying. Just then, a hatchet-wielding man stepped forward. He said, let me. He was Lin Hu, a member of Fang Lude's mercenary group. Although his power was slightly inferior to Brother Song's, he understood that Brother Song was too straightforward for this kind of fight. Brother Song excelled against devil creatures and demonic beasts but lacked experience against other people. When Lin Hu stepped forward, Long Chen smiled and waved his golden scepter. One martial stage block lit up, drawing Lin Hu and the Yi clan disciple inside. When Long Chen was first given the scepter, the elders taught him how to use it. This scepter controlled the entire martial stage and could activate hundreds of formations. Among these formations, Long Chen only bothered to remember the one that sent people in and out, which was the one he used today. Lin Hu, this matter relates to my face. You must use your full power, so go all out from the start, transmitted Long Chen. Don't worry, even if I have to die, I will beat him, responded Lin Hu. Long Chen knew his position in Lin Hu's heart. By stating that this match was related to his face, Long Chen ensured Lin Hu would give his all. I'll teach you 3 moves. For the first move, Long Chen said, offering quick strategic advice. The martial stage's light rose, and the barrier separating the two of them vanished. The Yi clan disciple raised his sword, glaring at Lin Hu. Peasant, come at me. He taunted. He was extremely prideful and didn't bother taking the initiative to attack. Instead, he brazenly waited for his opponent to attack. This was partly to showcase the style of a noble clan disciple and partly due to his immense confidence. Lin Hu's arms bulged as he roared, and stars appeared behind him. There were hundreds of them, causing Lin Hu's aura to soar. 5 of the stars blazed with intense light. He's already illuminated 5 stars. That was fast. Long Chen smiled at the sight. Like a tiger descending the mountain, Lin Hu charged at the Yi clan disciple, his hatchet slamming down with tremendous force. Starlight gleamed on the hatchet, amplifying its power. Chapter 5002 Paper Tiger. An ant dares to bare its fangs against me, sneered the Yi clan disciple as he swung his sword horizontally. Lin Hu's hatchet clashed with his sword and then exploded. The impact sent Lin Hu flying backward. Yu Ying and the others' expressions completely changed. They knew the difference between them and these heavenly geniuses was immense. The Yi clan disciple's weapon was on a completely different level from Lin Hu's, like steel against a paper saber. With his weapon destroyed in the first clash, how could Lin Hu continue the fight? However, to their surprise, Lin Hu seemed to have expected this. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he sprang back up, charging at the Yi clan disciple fearlessly. Drawing stars into the body, Lin Hu shouted. 5 stars appeared on Lin Hu's fist, transforming it into an astral form. Despite losing his weapon, Lin Hu didn't falter. He seemed ready to face death in this clash. With an ashen face, the Yi clan disciple hastily swung his sword to block. Yu Ying and the others closed their eyes, not daring to look. Could a body of flesh and blood really block a sword? Startled cries followed. When they opened their eyes, they saw Lin Hu standing there, his fist still glowing with starlight. On the other hand, the Yi clan disciple was flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. His sword had been sent flying. What? They gasped in unison. Everyone was shocked by this. An elite disciple of the Yi clan, a 9-star heavenly doyen, had been defeated by a mercenary. And he had done it barehanded. The Yi clan disciple tumbled into the distance, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood and looking incredibly wretched. Stars, Lin Hu wanted to launch another attack, his astral energy flowing around him. Stop, stop, if you attack again, he'll die. Long Chen hastily called for the battle to end. He hadn't expected this Yi clan disciple to be so weak, a paper tiger, frightening in appearance but lacking any substance. What an idiot. In comparison, Lin Hu had an extremely solid foundation with the starry river of the sky art. He had learned how to sense stars and find his corresponding stars. However, until now, he had only used it for cultivation, as Long Chen still hadn't taught them how to draw stars into their bodies. Long Chen was worried about causing too much of a ruckus. If the Long clan found out, they might prevent the mercenaries from leaving the Long clan's territory. Long Chen understood that convincing the mercenaries to depart their homeland would be challenging, especially if the Long clan persuaded them to stay. Nevertheless, the mercenaries had already fulfilled the conditions necessary to draw stars into their bodies. The moment Long Chen taught Lin Hu the technique, he mastered it. That fist just now was a manifestation of this technique. Long Chen had also provided Lin Hu with a straightforward method to harness his newfound power. Based on Long Chen's calculation, 3 of his attacks would have sufficed to defeat the Yi clan disciple. From the Yi clan disciple's arrogant expression, Long Chen realized that he wouldn't use his full power. He wanted to act like a cat toying with a mouse, humiliating Lin Hu to the end. However, the Yi clan disciple was too worthless. Facing Lin Hu's full power attack, he only used 70% of his power in the first exchange, resulting in him being injured. His face was ashen because he was holding the urge to cough up blood. He forcibly swallowed it down, determined not to show any weakness. In his mind, if he spat out blood in the first exchange, how would he face people in the future? Because of this, he couldn't fully unleash his power, and Lin Hu's next attack heavily injured him. Lin Hu had memorized the 3 attacks that Long Chen had taught him. Long Chen's guidance was clear: maintain his rhythm and he would secure victory regardless of the opponent's techniques. Thus, Lin Hu prepared to unleash his 3rd attack without even assessing his opponent's condition. Had he done so, the Yi clan disciple would have surely died. In truth, the potential death of this idiot had nothing to do with Long Chen. However, as the head umpire, Long Chen couldn't just let this idiot die in front of him. After Long Chen intervened, Lin Hu finally glanced at the staggering disciple. But then, his mind went blank. He couldn't believe he had just defeated an elite disciple. I didn't lose, I can still, PFFT. That disciple roared, only to cough up blood once again. No longer having any further energy to stand, he collapsed. Long Chen waved his scepter, sending Lin Hu and the Yi clan idiot out. However, an eerie silence followed. Was it over? Youngsters shouldn't be arrogant. There is a saying: palaces hide rats, while open fields conceal qilins. Someone raised in an ivory tower isn't necessarily superior, just as one born in a ditch isn't necessarily inferior. When everyone stands on the equal ground of the martial stage, the real expert will reveal themselves. The storm weeds out the weak grass, and the fire reveals true gold. Are you still unconvinced? Long Chen looked at the Yi clan disciple. I am unconvinced, roared one disciple defiantly. You don't understand what I'm saying. All right, I'll give you a chance. Long Chen waved his scepter, and 2 golden streaks of light whisked 2 individuals back onto the martial stage. Let the competition continue. Long Chen's voice echoed with authority. Long Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Hu, silently conveying the message: beat your opponent to death, beat him until he is convinced. Lin Hu understood the unspoken command. Like a starving wolf finally set loose, he lunged forward with ferocity. Having suffered quite a bit from these geniuses, Lin Hu finally had a chance to give them a beating. The Yi clan disciple swiftly raised his sword to defend himself. However, Lin Hu's astral arm shattered the defense, sending the sword flying. After that, the sickening sound of bones breaking accompanied the Yi clan disciple's piercing scream. With a few punches from Lin Hu, the Yi clan disciple quickly crumpled, his face twisted in agony as he begged for mercy. I admit defeat. Long Chen acted like he didn't hear anything, casually taking out a knife to pick at his fingernails. The screams did little to disturb his me time. Hey, why are you sitting there? Get down. An angry shout rang out from below Long Chen, so he looked down to find a group of referees in robes glaring up at him. What's with that look? Do you not see this? Asked Long Chen while waving the scepter around. The referees were unaware that Long Chen was the head umpire. Seeing the golden scepter in his hand, they were bewildered and started questioning the Long clan's intentions. Why would the Long clan send a disciple to act as the head umpire? Did they try to screw everyone around? One of those referees rushed onto the stage, launching a kick at Lin Hu, who was still pummeling the Yi clan disciple. Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared on the martial stage, and he swiftly brought down the golden scepter onto the referee's leg. Who told you to stick out your dog leg? Chapter 5003 Great Respected Head Umpire. This referee was stronger than the average heaven saints. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be a referee. Hailing from the Yi clan, the referee couldn't bear to see one of their disciples being beaten so badly that he was crying and begging for mercy, completely disgracing the Yi clan. Fueled by anger, he charged in with a kick so forceful that it would undoubtedly break Lin Hu's leg if it connected. Lin Hu jumped in terror. He had yet to fight a heaven saint before, so the moment he felt the immense pressure, he found himself paralyzed, unable to dodge. Just as the referee was about to strike Lin Hu, a golden scepter smacked him in the shin. The sound of bones breaking rang out. At the same time as his leg broke, a powerful force knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling into the corner of the martial stage. When he crawled up, he saw Long Chen wielding the golden scepter. Shock and rage flashed across his face. HMPH, not bad. At least you know you are a referee. You held back with that kick, or you'd be a corpse right now, Long Chen remarked, eyeing the referee indifferently while tapping the scepter on the ground. What are you up to? Roared the referee, his anger evident. What am I up to? They are fighting on the martial stage. Why did you interfere? Furthermore, attacking someone immediately, are you really impartial? Questioned Long Chen calmly. If I didn't intervene, was I supposed to let him kill Yi Chen instead? Yi Chen was going to die. Did you want me to let that happen? The referee retorted. What nonsense. Who's about to die? Even when the outcome was clear, he remained unconvinced. To demonstrate my impartiality and fairness, I granted his wish for a rematch. Can you find any fault in my decision? Countered Long Chen, his tone unwavering. Long Chen was still engaged in conversation with the referee when the Yi clan disciple weakly uttered, I admit defeat. I am convinced. Elder, save me, I'm going to die. Long Chen gently encouraged him. No, don't be like that. I admired your indomitable spirit, your refusal to bend. Come, stand up, youngster, victory is within reach. You can't surrender now. Believe in yourself, and anything is possible. Sometimes, victory is just a hair's breadth away. A little more effort and you could seize it. No, I admit defeat. I am completely convinced. You demon, the Yi clan disciple began to cry, feeling like he would really die. This scene drew scornful looks from the mercenaries. They realized these so-called heavenly geniuses were not as formidable as they seemed. Their resolve was feeble, their spirits easily broken. Their bones were truly soft. They knew this disciple's life was not in danger. It might have been his first severe injury, which led him to believe he was dying. All right, but you were the one who chose to give up. I didn't force you, so don't say I tricked you, said Long Chen. I won't. Quick. Get me out here, I'm really going to die, shouted the Yi clan disciple. All the experts present were speechless. If he truly believed he was dying, where did he find the energy to scream so loudly? The Yi clan disciples wore grim expressions. This disciple had brought shame upon them. Suddenly, someone shouted, Yi Chen, you coward. How can you be so weak? Did you get a backdoor entry into the elite squad? Who did you bribe? The one shouting was an expert of the Yi clan. They were deeply questioning how Yi Chen had managed to secure his position among their ranks. In truth, they were falsely accusing a good child. Yi Chen's actual power wasn't bad. However, they only focused on Yi Chen's weakness, not recognizing Lin Hu's strength. When Lin Hu drew the power of the stars into his body, Long Chen distinctly sensed a surge of majestic energy igniting within Lin Hu. The energy released was vast, making Lin Hu slightly stronger in terms of pure attack capability. Furthermore, Yi Chen had underestimated Lin Hu from the start and never had the opportunity to showcase his true abilities before being defeated. This misconception led others to wrongly perceive him as weak. When Long Chen observed the person shouting, he instantly realized that this fellow was intentionally degrading Yi Chen to preserve the face of the rest of the Yi clan. I declare this battle over. The mercenary group's Lin Hu wins, Long Chen announced, waving his golden scepter to dismiss both combatants from the stage. The mercenaries immediately unleashed heaven-shaking cheers. Lin Hu's victory was the greatest release of their pent-up frustration and resentment. At the same time, they also came to understand a certain principle: experts were not born that way. Even ants had a chance to defy the heavens and change their fate. When Long Chen had spoken such words to them, the mercenaries hadn't truly comprehended their meaning. But now, they understood. The mercenaries heroically welcomed Lin Hu back into their ranks, their cheers echoing through the arena. In contrast, the disciples of the four divine clans wore expressions of disgust, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Lin Hu's victory was undeniable and completely convincing. This was not just a slap in the face to the Yi clan but also a blow to the pride of all 4 divine clans. Back then, the mercenaries were ants in the eyes of the 4 divine clans. But now, those same mercenaries had suddenly become an existence that could stand alongside heavenly geniuses. The divine clan disciples found it difficult to accept this reality. If they accepted this reality, it meant acknowledging that they were no different from the inferior ants they had always looked down upon, which meant their so-called pride and superiority were non-existent. There's still 1 hour until the competition starts. It's forbidden to make a ruckus, shouted a referee. The cheers of the mercenaries finally came to a stop as this was indeed the rule. The inside of the competition field had to be quiet. Long Chen also couldn't say anything about it. The referee whose leg Long Chen had broken returned to the referee platform. Long Chen had only given him a light punishment, so he could recover quickly. Long Chen also returned to this seat. However, the moment he sat down, an elder below him stood up. Long Chen, what did you just call me? I think I misheard. Can you repeat it? Asked Long Chen. He then glanced downward, waving the golden scepter in his hand flashily. The elder helplessly said, "Umpire." "Oh, just umpire?" asked Long Chen. "Head umpire, are you not going to give me a prefix to show your respect?" reminded Long Chen. Suppressing his rage, the elder said, "Great respected head umpire." Long Chen nodded in approval. As if teaching a child, he prompted, "That's right. But your tone and expression aren't right. Try it again." The elder almost spat out blood. Chapter 5004 Yi Lingtong. The elder quivered with rage. As someone from the Yi clan, he wanted to stand up for his clan. However, Long Chen didn't give him any chance to do so. Just how sharp was Long Chen? He could instantly tell what this elder was up to. Most likely, the elder was planning on using the rules of the competition to suppress Long Chen. Long Chen had never gone through the rule book, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he engaged with that elder on that front. At this moment, a referee from the Zhao clan stood up. As the head umpire, how can you abuse your power? You have 2 eyes. Tell me, when did I abuse my power? That was clearly a conflict between the Yi clan and the mercenaries. As the head umpire, I have the right to authorize a match between them to resolve their enmity, creating a more cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. Please tell me what's wrong with that, countered Long Chen. The Zhao clan's referee was left speechless. When it came to a battle of tongues, Long Chen had never feared anyone. Well, he had suffered a bit against Long Tianrui. What nonsense. Where is the cheerful atmosphere? Where is the harmony? Retorted the Yi clan referee. Do you not see how happy the mercenaries are? Asked Long Chen. They're happy, but do you not care about the others? Is that not an abuse of power? Shouted the Yi clan referee. Didn't I give them a chance as well? Actually, I gave them 2 chances, but they failed to grasp them. If they were beaten up like dogs, what does that have to do with me? Even if there was an abuse of power, it was biased toward your Yi clan, wasn't it? After all, which martial competition gives people a second try? If you aren't grateful, that would be one thing. But how could you slander someone? How malicious, replied Long Chen. At this moment, stronger experts started arriving. Due to their strength, they had reserved seats that no one dared to contest. Thus, they didn't need to get here so early. However, when they saw Long Chen in the seat of the head umpire, they were all stunned. However, their shock quickly turned to indignation. How could a mere disciple be in the seat of the head umpire? As powerful heavenly geniuses, they expected at least a heaven-vein expert to oversee their battles. In their minds, having someone with the same cultivation base as them as the head umpire showed that they were not being treated according to their status. It was an insult. How could a young disciple be the head umpire? Has the Long clan gone crazy? If he is the head umpire, I refuse to participate in this competition. What kind of garbage competition is this? Is this a children's game? Get a new head umpire. Are you messing with us? A group of people started shouting, and the other disciples followed their lead, demanding Long Chen step down. Keep shouting. Go ahead, shout until your throats break. If you have the ability, you can force the Long clan to remove me from my position. Taunted Long Chen. In any case, he had obtained the medicinal ingredients. Other than what was happening with the earth cauldron, he was done here. He had gotten what he should and also what he shouldn't. The position as the head umpire didn't really attract him. As the crowd roared crazily, Long Chen looked at his fingernails on his head umpire's seat. His casual appearance was particularly enraging to these disciples. Suddenly, someone spotted Long Ziwei and the others amongst the mercenaries, and a sinister glint appeared in their eyes. One of them stepped forward and waved his hands, causing everyone else to gradually fall silent. This man wore the robes of the Yi clan. His hair was cropped short, and his short facial hair was like steel needles. Tall and exuding powerful blood qi, he resembled a beast in human form. Standing there, he radiated powerful Doyan power that stunned the surrounding experts. He was a true heavenly chosen. It's Yi Lingkong. One of the Yi clan's peak heavenly geniuses has actually come to watch this competition. Wow, there'll be a good show to watch this time. He's one of the Yi clan's peak experts. It's said that his power can rank in the top 5. That's not all. I heard that he hasn't fought anyone publicly in a long time. He's been hiding his power. Is he planning on challenging Long Chen? If Long Chen faced him, that really would be a good show. Countless people were excited when they saw Yi Lingkong step forward. They hoped to see a battle between two heavenly geniuses, eagerly anticipating that Yi Lingkong would beat Long Chen, who was truly irritating in their eyes. Yi Lingkong waved his hand again, and everyone fell silent. He was greatly satisfied by this. Just as he was about to speak, some surprised shouts cut him off. Oh, isn't that big brother Long Chen? It really is him. Heavens, he's sitting in the central seat. And he's holding the golden scepter. Could it be? Heavens, so he's the mysterious head umpire. How crazy. Do you think he'll be a bit biased toward us due to our connection? Maybe he'll directly declare our victory without needing us to fight. A group of women were chatting as they walked in, their voices carrying through the arena. They were the disciples Feng Fei had invited to dine with Long Chen earlier. Shut your mouths, Yi Lingkong roared, trying to regain control of the atmosphere, but the women's chatter had already disrupted his great moment. Hence, he felt the urge to silence them permanently. One of the women countered, "Why are you shouting? Who do you think you are to tell us to be quiet? If anyone should be quiet here, it's you." "Exactly, we're not even from the Yi clan. You can't order us around. I really hate people who think they can order people around just because they have some power. Your power has nothing to do with us. We don't need your protection. Why are you shouting at us?" "Exactly. A man who only knows how to shout when he encounters a problem can't have any real skill. Big Sister Feng Fei told us that Big Brother Long Chen often said that if being loud was useful, donkeys would have long since taken over the world." These women were sharp-tongued indeed. Long Chen recalled how he had hastily exited the banquet when confronted by their verbal prowess. Now that their focus was on Yi Lingkong, Long Chen almost burst out laughing. Yi Lingkong's face darkened, looking almost like charcoal. However, he was profoundly aware that a good man shouldn't fight women. More importantly, he realized he couldn't out-talk them all even if he tried. His one mouth couldn't possibly beat them all. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingkong redirected his attention to Long Chen. "I heard that your Dragonblood Legion is very powerful. Are they willing to face my Yi clan's disciples in a fair contest?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng in the spectator stand started to smile knowingly. Chapter 5005 Qin Feng vs. Yi Qing. Long Chen observed Yi Lingkong with a knowing look. He understood Yi Lingkong's intentions perfectly. His aim wasn't Qin Feng, it was Long Chen himself. Yi Lingkong seemed extremely confident, suggesting he had some tricks up his sleeve. He knew well that challenging the head umpire was historically forbidden. The head umpire held the authority to disqualify anyone attempting such a challenge from the competition. However, Yi Lingkong could use Qin Feng to provoke Long Chen, making Long Chen relinquish his position as the head umpire and challenge him instead. "Hey, what are you talking about? You're a heavenly chosen, a ranked heavenly genius of the Yi clan. Are you really going to challenge a 5-star heavenly doyen? Do you not have any shame?" One of the Zhang clan's female disciples spoke up for Long Chen. "I'm not the one challenging him. I will send a disciple of the Yi clan to fight him. And who said he was a 5-star heavenly doyen? He is clearly concealing his doyen fluctuations. It can trick others, but it can't trick me," Yi Lingkong sneered. Countless people turned to Qin Feng, who maintained his composure and simply gazed back at Yi Lingkong. Yi Lingkong pressed on, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "I've heard rumors of the Dragonblood Legion's arrogance. Are they too afraid to accept a challenge from someone in the same realm?" His words were clearly aimed at Long Chen, a deliberate provocation that even the most oblivious could discern. Unperturbed, Long Chen continued to nonchalantly trim his fingernails with a knife. That won't do. Misusing my authority to gain advantages from public resources is unjustifiable. Perceiving Long Chen's response as hesitation, a referee from the Yi clan immediately interjected, "Head umpire, you're mistaken. If there is a conflict, it should be resolved immediately. That is the only way to maintain a harmonious environment in this competition, don't you think?" Countless disciples erupted in applause at his words as Long Chen had said a similar thing before. Acting like he was in a difficult position, Long Chen responded, "But what if someone gets seriously hurt? How can we maintain harmony then? I should warn you that the Dragonblood Legion's warriors slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When they fight, they aim to kill. I'm very worried about someone dying. I fear for lives being lost. Perhaps removing the threat is the wiser choice. Are you a coward? If so, just admit it and we'll leave it at that. I won't force you. I'll spare your subordinate's dog life," sneered Yi Lingkong. Yi Lingkong was extremely rude, but his rude remarks were aimed at Qin Feng, not Long Chen, which left Long Chen without grounds to punish him. However, Qin Feng maintained a slight smile, seemingly detached from the confrontation, while Long Ziwei beside him simmered with anger. Long Chen sighed audibly, sensing Yi Lingkong's determination. "It seems you are dead set on doing this. Then I must ask all of you. If something goes wrong and the higher-ups demand an explanation, don't worry, we all agree. If there are repercussions, all of us will take the blame," interjected a referee. The other referees nodded, signaling their willingness to shoulder any consequences of this fight. They all hoped for the Yi clan disciple to eliminate Qin Feng. That way, they could at least vent a bit. After all, being suppressed by a young disciple like Long Chen was extremely irritating to them. "Qin Feng, what do you say?" asked Long Chen, feigning concern as he turned toward Qin Feng. "This concerns the honor of the Dragonblood Legion, and I am willing to stake my life for our honor. If I perish on the martial stage, I can only blame myself and no one else. Boss, don't grieve for me or seek revenge. A man must live with dignity. If it's to defend the Dragonblood Legion's glory, I will face death with no regrets," declared Qin Feng passionately, looking determined to face death. Qin Feng's words stirred many present, particularly the mercenaries, who felt their blood heating up. Long Chen himself was nearly moved to tears by Qin Feng's impassioned speech. His power had risen, and his acting skills remained sharp as ever. "Very well, then I shall activate the martial stage. Life and death are left to fate. No one can fault another. Yi Lingkong, who will fight from your side?" Long Chen turned to Yi Lingkong, awaiting his response. As an icy-faced man with two swords on his back stepped forward, quite a few of the Yi clan's disciples cried out in excitement. Despite being only a 9-star doyen, he clearly commanded respect within the Yi clan, indicating his formidable strength. Yi clan's Yi Qing seeks guidance. "Let's determine who is stronger, and let fate decide life and death," the disciple declared confidently, announcing his name before stepping onto the stage. Long Chen looked at Yi Qing with a touch of scorn. Yi Qing seemed to worry about Long Chen's vengeance once he killed Qin Feng, so he said this first. "Very well, let us see your true power on the martial stage. Activate the life and death martial stage," proclaimed Long Chen. Without delay, the referees swiftly initiated the activation. Qin Feng and Yi Qing were brought onto the martial stage quickly as if they were afraid of Long Chen reneging his decision. As a screen of light rose, the referee quickly retreated. After all, the life and death martial stage required no referee. "Quick, inform Big Sister Feng Fei. Tell her someone is bullying Long Chen and she needs to come," urged one of the Zhang clan's female disciples. "There's no need, I've already sent a message, so she'll probably arrive soon." The female disciples continued their incessant chatter. From their expressions, they didn't seem to have much confidence in Qin Feng. With a calm expression, Qin Feng looked at Yi Qing from the other side of the barrier, not releasing his aura. He appeared nonchalant and unprepared for combat. "Fool, do you think you can deceive me this way? I won't fall for it," sneered Yi Qing. He believed Qin Feng was feigning weakness, akin to Hao Lin, who had initially appeared weak only to turn the tide later. Hence, Yi Qing scoffed at Qin Feng for using the same act. Yi Qing's manifestation appeared behind him, unleashing a powerful aura that startled even Long Ziwei. It was so strong that it was almost on Long Ziwei's level. Drawing both swords, Yi Qing crouched low, resembling a coiled leopard ready to pounce. His posture suggested he would strike with lightning speed, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to react. In an instant, the barrier separating them dissipated. With a shout, Yi Qing moved like a phantom, going in a strange arc on the martial stage. He instantly appeared behind Qin Feng. Long Zaiwei was stunned by the lightning-fast movement technique. It was so swift that even an experienced fighter of his caliber might have struggled to react in time. Die! Yi Qing's sinister smile widened as both swords thrust toward Qin Feng's back like lethal fangs. Blood sprayed into the air. Just as Yi Qing's swords were about to pierce Qin Feng's back, Qin Feng dissolved into smoke. In a swift counterattack, a sword plunged through Yi Qing's back, emerging from his chest. Chapter 5006 Accepting Consecutive Challenges. If Yi Qing's movements resembled a phantom, then Qin Feng's movements were completely elusive. No one saw how he moved. They witnessed Yi Qing's sword slashing through Qin Feng's back, only to realize it was merely an afterimage. Qin Feng swiftly impaled Yi Qing from behind, blood trailing down his sword. Everyone, except Long Chen, was left astounded by the speed and precision of the strike. It had happened so swiftly that they couldn't comprehend it. Qin Feng hadn't even entered a combat stance, but he stood indifferently after impaling Yi Qing with his sword. Yi Qing remained frozen in his attack posture, unable to move. Looking at the sword protruding out of his chest, he was filled with terror. "I'll give you a lesson. If you don't know how strong your opponent is, you shouldn't unleash all your power from the start. Without room for adjustment, you're just offering your head to your opponent. In your next life, be more cautious," remarked Qin Feng lightly. "No," shouted Yi Qing. When Qin Feng pulled his sword, a rain of blood followed as Yi Qing's eyes turned dim. His lifeless body slowly fell to the ground. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck at the hearts of everyone present. A renowned expert from the Yi clan had been defeated in a single move, or rather, before a single move, as Qin Feng hadn't even entered his combat state. He had displayed only a fraction of his true power. Qin Feng elegantly swung his sword, casting drops of blood into the air. The blade traced a graceful arc before returning smoothly to its sheath. His movements were precise and natural, carrying an air of effortless mastery. "Wow, how strong!" The female disciples of the Zhang clan were awestruck by Qin Feng's display. His unmatched skill and unwavering commitment to honor had completely won them over. To them, Qin Feng was a real man, providing them with a sense of absolute reliability and safety, far surpassing the Yi clan's disciples. That's incredible," Long Zaiwei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His gaze toward Qin Feng was now one of deep admiration. In his opinion, this was how a true expert should be. Although Long Zaiwei knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, Yi Qing was not a weakling. So, while Long Zaiwei had anticipated Qin Feng's victory, he had expected it to be a hard-fought battle. From the very beginning, Long Zaiwei had focused intensely on observing every detail of the fight. Unlike others who couldn't follow Qin Feng's lightning-fast movements, he could see the entire sequence. In truth, Qin Feng had moved only once Yi Qing appeared behind him. He was so fast that he only left behind an afterimage. The most terrifying thing was that Qin Feng had accurately predicted Yi Qing's movements. His timing was flawless, not a fraction too fast or slow. Had he been slightly quicker, Yi Qing might have reacted and changed tactics. Any slower, and Yi Qing's sword could have struck him. It was this split-second timing that allowed Qin Feng to execute his attack with near impeccable precision. There was no luck involved in Qin Feng's actions. It was a testament to his honed reflexes and extensive combat experience. Such skill couldn't be replicated or mimicked. Most impressively, Qin Feng had maintained his calm and confidence throughout the encounter, not even batting an eye from start to finish. Killing his target in one move was not a coincidence, it was simply inevitable. This was a true expert's style. The confidence that radiated from their very bones was what made it so shocking. The Yi clan's referee was enraged and about to criticize Qin Feng for killing his opponent. But he quickly remembered that this was the life-and-death martial arena, so he swallowed his words, unable to speak out. Qin Feng was transported back to his seat. At this moment, Long Zaiwei and Gui Zhu's gazes toward him were completely different. They had known of his strength, but they had never expected him to be so overwhelmingly formidable. The mercenaries who had become acquainted with Qin Feng during this time were equally stunned. Was this humble and low-key Qin Feng really such a monster? He had concealed his power quite deeply. Yu Ying, Brother Song, and the others smiled bitterly inside. Was this a tradition of the Dragonblood Legion? When Long Chen first arrived in Mercenary City, they also perceived him as weak and in need of assistance, so they dragged him along with them. Long Chen and Qin Feng were so strong, but they were still willing to do so much for the mercenaries. After the mercenaries reflected on this, any reluctance to leave their home vanished. They realized that their initial hesitation was not just ingratitude but also a profound folly. How despicable! You were concealing your true power, shouted a disciple of the Yi clan. When Qin Feng took off his ring, everyone sensed that he was a 9-star heavenly doyen. Similarly, Yi Qing, his opponent, was also a 9-star heavenly doyen, so they had fought on equal grounds. There was nothing despicable about it. Furthermore, Yi Qing had gone all out from the start, not treating Qin Feng lightly due to his appearance. There were no tricks involved in Qin Feng's victory. After showing his cultivation base, Qin Feng put the ring back on and indifferently said, "The Dragonblood Legion doesn't bully the weak, and we also disdain using such schemes. I wear this ring simply to remain low-key and out of habit. All of us hailed from the mortal world, and we don't flaunt flashy titles or statuses like you. If you're still unconvinced, feel free to challenge me again." How shameless. You clearly cheated, yet you still make so many excuses. From top to bottom, your Dragonblood Legion is a bunch of hypocrites, shouted a Yi clan disciple, foolishly including Long Chen in his rant. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's expression darkened. You should watch your mouth. Otherwise, even if your clan leader were present, he wouldn't be able to save your dog life. Under Qin Feng's intense gaze, the Yi clan disciple felt his soul shudder. After all, Qin Feng's killing intent had solidified, capable of directly affecting soul. The disciple was too terrified to utter another word. As more disciples from the 4 divine clans arrived, including some rarely seen peak experts, it was evident they had heard about the commotion and hurried over to witness it. "I am unconvinced. Do you dare to fight me?" shouted someone. Unexpectedly, the person to challenge Qin Feng was not from the Yi clan, but the Zhao clan. Unlike the other Zhao clan's midgets, this disciple was extremely tall, carrying a giant wolf-tooth club that added to his imposing figure. His body resembled an iron tower, exuding a terrifying pressure. "Zhao Qingyu, have some shame. You are a half-step heavenly chosen. Do you even care about face?" Just then, Feng Fei's voice rang out, drawing Long Chen's attention. She smiled brightly and laughed in his direction. "Where have you been these days? Do you not know? Without you, this world loses much of its brilliance," she remarked, leaving Long Chen momentarily speechless. It was clear she was here to witness the show. Just as Feng Fei cut off Zhao Qingyu's challenge and everyone's attention turned to her, Qin Feng spoke. "I accept your challenge." Chapter 5007 Crafty. Qin Feng's reaction shocked countless people. They had not expected him to agree to it. Meanwhile, Feng Fei wasn't the slightest bit surprised as everything was within her expectations. She walked over to the seats of the Zhang clan's disciples, where countless disciples immediately made space for her. Clearly, Feng Fei's status amongst the Zhang clan's disciples was extremely high. It seemed that other than Zhang Wuwang, she held the highest rank. What set her apart was not just her status but also her remarkable charisma, which endeared her to both men and women alike. In the competitive world of the Zhang clan, she had almost no enemies. "Ha ha ha, did you see? He accepted. He must be a half-step heavenly chosen as well. The Dragonblood Legion really is despicable," shouted a Yi clan disciple. "Shut your dog mouth." Before anyone else retorted, Feng Fei was the first to speak up in defense of Qin Feng. "A frog at the bottom of the well cannot speak of the ocean. Can a summer fly speak of ice? Do you even know what the Dragonblood Legion is? Every single warrior in the Dragonblood Legion is a true warrior who has experienced countless untold dangers and difficulties as Long Chen led them from the mortal world into the immortal world. They've climbed mountains of corpses and crossed seas of blood. They fought against injustice and oppression to achieve their current height. Dragonblood Warrior is not just a name, it is a symbol. It is a blend of arrogance and humility, a clash between dark and light, and a mix of slaughter and redemption. You greenhouse flowers aren't qualified to judge them. If you have the guts, then come forward and fight. If you don't, then shut your trap. Only cowards and fools yap like dogs." Everyone present was stunned by Feng Fei's sharp rebuke. Why was Feng Fei being so protective of Qin Feng? Even Qin Feng and Long Chen were stunned. It seemed that Feng Fei understood them better than they had thought. Her final line about them being a mix of slaughter and redemption was particularly deep. It was remarkably simple and concise, yet it touched Long Chen. "What are you staring at me for? Are you moved to tears?" Feng Fei's icy face broke into a smile as she saw Long Chen staring at her in astonishment. I say, you really are beautiful today, praised Long Chen. Feng Fei laughed. Your flattery sounds a bit fake. After knowing you for so many years, it's your first time praising me. Fine, even if I had to work for it, I'll still take it. Activate the martial stage, shouted Zhao Qingyu from the Zhao clan's camp. He was getting impatient. Feng Fei and Long Chen's flirtatious banter irritated Zhao Qingyu, and he didn't want to hear Feng Fei bragging about the Dragonblood Legion. All he wanted to do was crush Qin Feng. When the martial stage's light rose, Qin Feng and Zhao Qingyu were brought inside. Seeing them on the martial stage, everyone tensed up. Zhao Qingyu was a true expert, with power second only to a true heavenly chosen. People estimated that he would be able to get into the top 3 amongst the half-step heavenly chosen. Thinking of this, the mercenaries grew worried. At this moment, Long Zaiwei brought Gui Zhu to the Zhang clan's camp. The Zhang clan's disciples frowned when they saw these two guys as they didn't welcome outsiders. Everyone, I would like to meet Fairy Feng Fei. We know each other, said Long Zaiwei hastily when he was blocked by the Zhang clan's disciples. Feng Fei also saw Long Zaiwei at this moment. Knowing that Long Zaiwei was Long Chen's little brother, she waved her hand, indicating for her people to let him through. Long Zaiwei and Gui Zhu then walked over to Feng Fei. Gui Zhu was nervous. After all, Feng Fei was a true heavenly chosen, a strong existence even amongst heavenly chosens. He couldn't help but be nervous. Even Long Zaiwei was cautious. He had mustered his courage and relied on Long Chen's reputation to get this close to Feng Fei. Sit. The seat's free. We can watch together, said Feng Fei. She was very magnanimous, directly waving for Long Zaiwei to sit beside her. Delighted, Long Zaiwei hastily thanked her. Fairy Feng Fei, I wanted to ask you a question. Who do you think will win this fight? Asked Long Zaiwei cautiously. With an odd expression, Feng Fei turned to look at him. Why would you ask such a thing? I just want to settle my heart. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be able to concentrate on watching, replied Long Zaiwei. Long Zaiwei had heard about Zhao Qingyu a long time ago. The latter was incredibly powerful and brutal, rarely leaving his opponents alive. Even amongst the 4 divine clans, he was well known. Hence, Long Zaiwei was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be a match for him. If Feng Fei said that Qin Feng would be fine, Long Zaiwei would relax and focus on observing every move of the fight. Without that assurance, he feared he wouldn't be able to concentrate. Staring at him oddly, Feng Fei suddenly remarked, "Oh, it seems you don't really know Long Chen." "Yes, you're right, I've only been following boss for a few days." Long Zaiwei nodded, hurriedly, like a bobbing chicken. Feng Fei leaned in, whispering, "Let me tell you, that fellow is extremely sinister and crafty. No matter how familiar you are with him, you'll only see the tip of the iceberg. His brothers are just like him, led astray but equally inscrutable. You will never be able to figure out their true depth. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I can't count how many people have been deceived by their outer appearances. In the end, most of them perished without ever understanding how. Just watch in peace. Zhao Qingyu is only an appetizer." Hearing Feng Fei's candid words and experiencing her kind gesture, Long Zaiwei was deeply touched. He realized true experts cared little for status and simply acted as they saw fit. Her insight almost moved him to tears. "Hey, talking behind someone's back isn't polite. I take back what I said earlier. You look absolutely terrible today," Long Chen quipped from a distance, glancing at Feng Fei with a mischievous grin. Feng Fei burst into laughter again, joined by the female disciples around her. Being with Long Chen seemed to lighten the mood, even in the midst of a tense life and death battle. It was as if they believed he could hold up the heavens if they were to fall. Despite the gravity of the impending fight, neither Long Chen nor Qin Feng appeared tense. Qin Feng gazed calmly at Zhao Qingyu. "I bet he's definitely a half-step heavenly chosen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Qing so easily," shouted someone amongst the Yi clan. They refused to believe Qin Feng was only a 9-star heavenly doyen. Like usual, this kind of provocation enraged Long Zaiwei. He was about to retort when Feng Fei stopped him. "Debating with someone like them only lowers your own stature. Let power speak for itself." Just then, the barrier separating them opened, heralding the start of a bloody battle. Countless people held their breaths as they stared in rapt attention. Chapter 5008 One sword shocks all. When the martial stage activated, Zhao Qingyu stood calmly, his giant wolf-tooth club resting on the stage. He challenged Qin Feng, "Show me your true power. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Against you, I won't need to go all out. Besides, I don't know how to fight on a martial stage. I only know how to kill. Sometimes, you don't need overwhelming power to kill, you just need to exploit an opening. Perhaps against a dragon, I would need to use my full power, but against a rabbit, it's a bit overkill to do so." Despite Qin Feng's calm and straightforward words, they sounded remarkably arrogant to everyone present. "How wildly arrogant," sneered Zhao Qingyu. Shaking his head, Qin Feng remarked, "No, I am not qualified to be arrogant. I am merely stating the truth. If you think I'm wildly arrogant, that's because you haven't met someone truly arrogant. For example, my boss." Qin Feng's casual yet blunt words struck a nerve among the disciples of the four divine clans, fueling their simmering anger. "Senior apprentice brother Qingyu, what are you waiting for? Kill him in one move. Don't let him use another sinister trick like how he did with Yi Qing," shouted a Zhao clan disciple. "Trick?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Are you all idiots? Yi Qing died because he made a fatal mistake, not controlling his power well. I don't need a trick to deal with idiots." Qin Feng's words were a naked insult to those people, provoking Zhao Qingyu's patience to its limit. Zhao Qingyu's heavenly fate ring appeared behind him, unleashing a torrent of berserk Doyan power that imbued his giant wolf-tooth club with divine light as he launched his attack. Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the swinging wolf-tooth club by a hair's breadth from his forehead. This close shave left Long Ziwei gasping, drenched in sweat. Wasn't that incredibly dangerous? Zhao Qingyu continued his onslaught, his wolf-tooth club whirling through the air in a series of strikes. In response, Qin Feng retreated and dodged with precision, looking like he barely avoided the attacks. Several times, it looked like he would be hit, so some of the Zhang clan's female disciples cried out. Beside them, Long Ziwei clenched his fists nervously, his heart about to pound out of his chest. He couldn't understand what Qin Feng was doing. Without a weapon, Qin Feng risked his life with each passing moment. If he misstepped, he would die. Seeing how nervous Long Ziwei was, Feng Fei said, "Among true experts, the difference between victory and defeat can be as narrow as a hair's breadth. They compete in split-second timing. Sometimes, it may only appear dangerous. But when true danger strikes, you won't see a thing." Zhao Qingyu looks like he has the upper hand, but he is already halfway to death's door. If he reveals the slightest opening, he will instantly die. "He's that powerful?" asked Long Ziwei, staring in disbelief. If he wasn't, could he bear the title of a dragonblood warrior? Would he be qualified to follow Long Chen? Counter-asked Feng Fei as she smiled. Suddenly, Feng Fei sighed. "It's over." Long Ziwei was startled as he saw Zhao Qingyu swing his club one final time before taking a step back. Zhao Qingyu had unleashed a rapid barrage of 81 attacks before he wielded his club to push Qin Feng back and reposition himself. However, just as Zhao Qingyu retreated, Qin Feng suddenly drew his sword, striking like a bolt of lightning on the martial stage. Zhao Qingyu roared, raising his club to block Qin Feng's attack. The martial stage shuddered violently. Then, Qin Feng leapt backward, calmly sheathing his sword. "What? He's not fighting any longer." Seeing Qin Feng sheath his sword, everyone was baffled. They stared at Zhao Qingyu, who still had his club raised, frozen in place. After a moment, a sense of unease spread among the onlookers. Zhao Qingyu's eyes lost focus, and his body started to tremble. Suddenly, his wolf-tooth club slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. A line of blood appeared, running from the top of his head down to his nose, jaw, throat, and abdomen. In a shocking turn, Zhao Qingyu's body split apart, cut cleanly in two. Countless cries of astonishment echoed through the arena, and even the referees were taken aback. "This fellow. That strike definitely resembled Yu Zifeng's style," said Long Chen. Long Chen was also surprised. Qin Feng's sword Dao had progressed. It appeared that during Long Chen's absence, everyone had been diligently improving except for perhaps one person. "What's going on?" "Zhao Qingyu clearly blocked it," exclaimed someone. "He didn't. It was an optical illusion. The sword was so fast that it cut through the fabric of space-time. That's why it appeared like Zhao Qingyu blocked it, but in reality, he was a step too slow." Qin Feng's sword carried the essence of the Dragonblood Legion's fourth captain, Yu Zifeng, praised Feng Fei. This explanation sent a shiver through the surrounding experts. They might not have been familiar with Yu Zifeng, but if such a formidable sword technique only carried his essence, how powerful was he? Qin Feng had slain a half-step heavenly chosen, shocking everyone present. Moreover, he had achieved this feat without revealing his full power. This mirrored how effortlessly he had crushed Yi Qing. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be that Zhao Qingyu had managed to hold on a few breaths longer. But aside from that, the outcome was no different. A grand half-step heavenly chosen had failed to push Qin Feng to unleash his full strength. Had this world gone crazy? As everyone stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, his expression remained indifferent, as though the deed he had just performed was inconsequential. Can this senseless farce come to an end? You guys haven't even entered a true battlefield. I feel bad bullying you like this, said Qin Feng, shaking his head. Countless people were enraged. Qin Feng's words seemed to belittle all the heavenly geniuses present, implying they were mere children in comparison. You are too arrogant. Today, I'll make you pay for your arrogance with blood, shouted someone from the crowd. Just then, a figure appeared on the martial stage. It was Yi Lingkong, a true heavenly chosen. His sudden appearance startled the crowd, causing gasps and murmurs to ripple through the audience. What was even more shocking, Yi Lingkong's heavenly fate disc also materialized behind him. With a swift motion, his saber slashed toward Qin Feng's head. Chapter 5009 Qin Feng vs. Heavenly Chosen. Bastard, that's a sneak attack. Long Zaiwei was shocked and enraged. A grand heavenly chosen had charged onto the martial stage and attacked without a word. That was no different from a sneak attack. Clearly, one of the Yi clan's referees had silently communicated with Yi Lingkong and sent him in to deal with Qin Feng. Yi Lingkong had unleashed his full power to kill Qin Feng on the spot. Qin Feng had thoroughly provoked the Yi clan and the Zhao clan's experts, so they were willing to pay any price to kill him. Don't panic. Don't you see that Long Chen is still calm? Feng Fei pointed to Long Chen upon seeing Long Zaiwei's reaction. Indeed, Long Zaiwei looked over and saw Long Chen sitting calmly. He was leaning back with his legs crossed, showing no signs of anger or nervousness. Qin Feng unsheathed his sword once more. With an explosive sound, Qin Feng was blasted back by Yi Lingkong's overhead swing, crashing into the barrier of the martial stage. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, causing people to cry out. Previously, Qin Feng had slain Yi Qing and Zhao Qingyu without revealing his power. However, against a powerful heavenly chosen, Qin Feng couldn't afford to do so. Die, Yi Lingkong sneered. Seeing his opponent injured, he immediately followed up, diving down on Qin Feng like a divine bird. Rather than panic, Qin Feng looked calm and just smiled. So, this is the power of a heavenly chosen. It truly is formidable. Good, if you're that strong, I can show you my full power. His blood chi surged violently as he took a deep breath and bellowed, Dragon Blood Battle Armor. Qin Feng's dragon blood energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, resonating with a majestic dragon cry that echoed through heaven and earth. At the same time, scales enveloped him, and the image of a two-headed dragon manifested behind him. The two-headed dragon. After the baptism of the dragon nest, each dragonblood warrior had found a dragon soul that matched them, and from that point on, their dragon blood battle armors and manifestations transformed. So, this was Long Chen's first glimpse of Qin Feng's new manifestation. Qin Feng's blood chi roared as he swung his sword at Yi Lingkong. With an explosive sound, blood chi and Doyan runes filled the martial stage, shocking everyone. Long Zaiwei's jaw dropped. Qin Feng actually possessed such a terrifying technique. The power Qin Feng displayed now surpassed what Long Chen had shown him in their past battle. Now Long Zaiwei understood that Long Chen had been toying with him back then, not taking the fight seriously at all. The clash of two divine weapons unleashed chi waves that twisted space, and everyone stared in shock and terror at the scene. They were finally bearing witness to Qin Feng's true power. At that moment, they realized that Qin Feng was truly a 9-star Doyan. Now you should know what a Dragonblood warrior is. Only in their Dragon Blood battle armor are they truly at full power, said Feng Fei. Although her expression was calm, she was filled with emotion. She had seen the Dragonblood warriors in the mortal world, and now she was witnessing how much they had grown. Long Chen's rate of growth could be called monstrous, but the Dragonblood warriors always managed to keep up with him. So, not one of them could be considered an ordinary person. They were all monsters. The spectators could not believe their eyes. Qin Feng had just blocked the full power attack of a heavenly chosen. Suddenly, Qin Feng stepped forward, forcing Yi Lingkong back a step. Everyone's expressions changed. Qin Feng advanced 3 more steps, while Yi Lingkong was pushed back 3 steps. Each step caused the martial stage to shudder, with minute cracks appearing beneath their feet. The martial stage is unable to endure their power. Qin Feng thrust his sword forward, sending Yi Lingkong staggering back. The latter's feet dragged against the martial stage, releasing an ear-piercing sound. Yi Lingkong slammed into the barrier before he could stabilize himself. Staring at Yi Lingkong, Qin Feng said, "A heavenly chosen is only this powerful. HMPH, after losing, you guys resort to a despicable sneak attack. Such base tactics are beneath even the most ordinary mercenaries. Yet, you use them so naturally. If someone like you is called a heavenly chosen, are the heavens truly despicable? You dare to blaspheme the heavens?" Yi Lingkong was shocked and enraged. His heavenly fate disc spun rapidly, igniting his Doyan power as his fury grew. "How laughable! If someone like you can be considered a heavenly chosen, that shows how blind the heavens are. Is there even a need for me to blaspheme them?" Qin Feng sneered. His dragon scales suddenly turned over, and runes began flowing from each scale, gathering toward his arms. Qin Feng said, "I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Didn't you say that you look down on me? Then I'll show you my true power." Double Dragon Deathblow. The 2-headed dragon in his manifestation vanished. Instead, a dragon head appeared on the back of his hands. Endless power then poured from his arms into his sword as he slashed down. Die, heavenly fate dust extinction. Yi Lingkong also roared and compressed all his Doyan power into his weapon. The entire martial stage exploded, and countless pieces of rubble smashed into the barrier. The barrier completely deformed, but it didn't break. Otherwise, no one knew how many casualties would appear amongst the spectators. As the barrier slowly calmed down and the space inside stopped twisting, people saw a giant hole. Yi Lingkong was kneeling on the ground but lying back in a strange posture. His sword lay not too far from him. Blood constantly leaked from his mouth, and his chest heaved. He tried to get up several times, but his body refused to cooperate. On the other side, Qin Feng stood holding his sword, his body covered in blood. Though in a terrible state, he remained standing, staring at Yi Lingkong calmly. Everyone was deathly silent. While the space around them had settled, the shock in their hearts had not. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared on the martial stage and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "That's enough. Give me some face and spare his worthless life," said Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen could tell that Qin Feng's condition was extremely grave. He could no longer move, with terrifying Doyan power running rampant in his body, tearing him apart. If Long Chen hadn't appeared, Qin Feng would soon have collapsed. His injuries were worse than Yi Lingkong's. However, with 2 pats on Qin Feng's shoulder, the Doyan power raging within him silently transferred into Long Chen. Qin Feng instantly felt a sense of relief. Qin Feng smiled inside. This battle could be considered a draw. After all, he no longer had the power to kill his opponent. Just as he was about to give in to his boss's compromise, a snort echoed throughout the martial stage. "But what if I don't want to spare your worthless lives?" Chapter 5010 Yi Lingxiao's Challenge. When this new figure appeared on the martial stage, the Yi clan's experts cheered. It was Yi Lingxiao, the Yi clan's strongest heavenly genius. Looking at Long Chen coldly, Yi Lingxiao said, "I've long since found you displeasing. Come, let us have a decisive battle today." Hearing the challenge, everyone was excited. Their cheers drowned out all other sounds. "Yi Lingxiao, you are too selfish. His life is mine. If you want to take it from me, you need to at least say something to me first." Another voice rang out. The 5-foot-tall Zhao Qingtian appeared. Although he was short, his voice resonated powerfully like a drum, booming through the air. The Zhao clan's #1 heavenly genius had also come. Everyone was startled. They had only seen such heavenly geniuses at the opening ceremony. The rest of the time, they had been in seclusion. "Zhang Wuwang has also come." Startled cries erupted. At some unknown point, Zhang Wuwang had silently appeared, sitting among the ranks of the Zhang clan's disciples with exceptional low-key presence. "Heavens, look who it is!" Another cry rang out, filled with astonishment and tremor. Above the martial stage, a long-haired woman appeared, her hair and robes billowing around her like a heavenly fairy descended upon the world. It was Long Tianrui. She had no followers this time. Alone, she stood icily aloof, as if she didn't fit in with the rest of the world. "Heavens, even she has come. What is happening? Is the decisive clash in this elite competition happening in advance?" This elite competition had many competitors, but most of them knew that they were just extras. They understood they had no chance at the prizes, yet they still thirsted to witness the clash of the world's peak heavenly geniuses. In their eyes, these peak heavenly geniuses were Long Tianrui, Zhao Qingtian, Yi Lingxiao, and Zhang Luoang. The champion would emerge amongst these four. For now, the one favored to win was Long Tianrui. Even though the Long clan's collective strength was at the bottom of the four divine clans, Long Tianrui's presence commanded respect and fear. Her name was known to all within the four clans, and she was practically a godlike existence. Now, with all four of them gathered and Yi Lingxiao challenging Long Chen, the atmosphere practically ignited. After sending the unconscious Yi Lingkong out of the arena, Yi Lingxiao turned to Long Chen and challenged him again. Long Chen, do you dare to fight me? Long Chen met Yi Lingxiao's gaze and shook his head. First of all, you aren't qualified to challenge me. Second, I won't accept such boring challenges. If someone wants to die, they should pick a time when I'm in a bad mood, or a very good mood. Yi Lingxiao's expression darkened. He was the Yi clan's greatest heavenly genius, but Long Chen still looked down on him. Long Chen waved his golden scepter, sending Qin Feng out. In this battle, although both sides were injured, Yi Lingkong had passed out, while Qin Feng was still standing. In other words, a 9-star doyen was capable of fighting a heavenly chosen. This shattered people's understanding of cultivation. Seeing Yi Lingxiao still standing there, Long Chen sent him out with his scepter. Here, Long Chen had absolute authority. As the golden scepter controlled all the formations of the competition grounds, no one could resist Long Chen's command. Are you running? Shouted Yi Lingxiao furiously. He's just afraid of death, so he doesn't dare to fight you. Hey, Long Chen, if you're so afraid, you can just fight me. I promise not to kill or maim you, Zhao Qingtian sneered from the Zhao clan's ranks. Two of the four heavenly geniuses had challenged Long Chen, so everyone looked at Zhang Luoang, but he silently sat amongst the Zhang clan's disciples. Long Tianrui was also silent, her eyes fixed on Long Chen. She didn't seem to care about anyone else, and no one knew what she was thinking. In my eyes, you're all a pack of fools. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I can count how many people like you I've killed. Youngsters need to know what reverence is. You shouldn't treat ignorance as a personality, and you shouldn't foolishly test out the boundaries of death. Said Long Chen coldly. At this moment, Feng Fei smiled slightly. Long Chen is angry. If they add a bit more fire to the mix, he'll immediately make his move. Beside her, Zhang Luoang asked, what kind of fire? For example, threats. If they use the lives of the mercenaries or these two to threaten him, then it's going to happen, replied Feng Fei as she looked at Long Ziwei and Gui Zhu. The two of them were startled, not daring to believe it. Was their position in Long Chen's heart really so high? You don't know this, but Long Chen has a fatal weakness. He cannot accept being threatened. If someone threatens his brothers or lovers, he will immediately explode. He won't hesitate at all no matter who it is. I understand this fellow too well, sighed Feng Fei, looking at Long Chen. If it's a fatal weakness, why is he still alive? Asked Zhang Luoang. Because those who had threatened him all died, said Feng Fei. In truth, the reason I have my power is mostly thanks to Long Chen. What do you mean? Zhang Luoang was baffled. Long Ziwei and Gui Zhu's ears perked up as if they were afraid of missing a single word. When we met in the mortal world, I thought I was far superior to him. I even felt like I could look down on him. However, he climbed to the peak one step at a time. After that, I could only look up to him, and I realized, in this world, some people are fated to be main characters. No one can cover up their light. Then in the immortal world, he rose again, further corroborating my thinking. After that, my mentality changed. I stopped fighting him and became a peaceful spectator. From that moment on, I started to understand many things that had been unclear to me. I saw things I had never seen before. My world completely changed, it became limitlessly vast. Now, I'm no longer anxious or impatient. I simply have a peaceful heart. I peacefully enjoy the changes in the world. Of course, what I like most is seeing this person rise. I want to bear witness to his light. Feng Fei stared at Long Chen, her eyes clear. Her look of worship and admiration made even Zhang Luoang a bit jealous. That's amazing. How did you achieve such peace of mind? Asked Long Ziwei. It seemed that from a young age, he had been taught to constantly strive and fight. His parents instilled in him the need to surpass others, to reach for the stars and shine the brightest. After years of relentless struggle, always feeling anxious and stressed, he couldn't recall a day when he had been truly happy. However, Feng Fei's tranquil gaze seemed to be entirely at peace, almost as if she possessed some kind of magic. It made him feel particularly close to her. Perhaps this was why she had such a high position in the Zhang clan. Feng Fei looked at Long Ziwei and snorted, "You really are dense." Long Ziwei was baffled. He didn't understand how he had offended Feng Fei. This sudden change caught him off guard. If I really had the power to run alongside Long Chen, why would I be a spectator? I had no other choice but to stand aside, Feng Fei said, curling her lips. Feng Fei's unexpected words left everyone puzzled. They seemed earnest but playful, making it difficult to discern her true intent. When Long Chen returned to his seat, the elite competition was on the verge of commencing. At this moment, the silent Long Tianrui finally spoke. "Long Chen, have you considered it?" Chapter 5011 Fuck off. Long Tianrui's words left Long Chen speechless once again, typical of her. He couldn't even muster a response. There was no denying Long Tianrui's beauty, but her innate loftiness made it seem like she looked down on everyone. Even in seeking a partner, her primary concern was to have strong offspring. As for emotions, she didn't seem to understand that concept. To put it simply, Long Chen didn't like Long Tianrui. He couldn't tolerate her character. Long Tianrui had proposed to Long Chen once again, underscoring how highly she regarded him. As a result, countless people burned with envy. Among those were Yi Lingxiao, Zhao Qingtian, and even the Zhang clan's Zhang Wuwang, who couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. You shouldn't be envious. This chance isn't worth anything in front of him. He's just not interested, said Feng Fei. Shaking his head, Zhang Wuwang replied, I know, but I still don't feel happy about it. To tell the truth, I really want to compete with Long Chen at least once. I want to know what is so outstanding about him that you idolize him so much. Even Long Tianrui views him so highly. Long Ziwei's expression stiffened. This fellow wanted to challenge his boss. Then it wasn't very suitable for him to be sitting here. It would be best if you gave up on that thought. Fighting against people of the same level is polishing yourself. However, against a monster like Long Chen, you will polish yourself into dust. It's not worth it, advised Feng Fei. Zhang Wuwang smiled bitterly. Do you know just how provocative your words are? Don't you know that I am a very competitive man? I know, and I also know you have something they don't, Feng Fei said with a smile. She was referring to Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao. What thing? Asked Zhang Wuwang curiously. You have a bit more intelligence, replied Feng Fei, gesturing with her hand. Zhang Wuwang said, thank you for your praise. Wait, you've said that those two don't even have brains. Suddenly, Zhang Wuwang realized that it wasn't praise. Being only a bit more intelligent than two brainless people. In other words, he barely had a brain, right? It's more than enough. You should be satisfied with what you have. I feel like I only have a bit more intelligence than you, remarked Feng Fei. Hearing her say that, Zhang Wuwang felt a bit better. As he turned his attention to Long Chen again, he couldn't help but ask, then what about him? Him? Feng Fei's expression became a bit odd. His intelligence is sometimes this big. Before this, she had used her thumb and finger to show a tiny gap, about half an inch. But when referring to Long Chen, she spread her hands 3 feet apart. Zhang Wuwang couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Was she insulting him? But he also caught the gist of her statement and asked, and what about other times? Feng Fei clapped her hands together and looked at Zhang Wuwang. Feng Fei explained, nothing. This fellow isn't frightening when he's being limitlessly smart, he's frightening when he becomes limitlessly brainless. Once he throws his brain out, something big is about to happen. He is someone you can't see through. No one can understand his true power or his thoughts. Sometimes he is like a wily old fox, and sometimes he's like a stupid donkey. That's why I don't want you to fight him. You won't know whether you'll be fighting a wise man or a madman. Hearing this explanation, Long Ziwei was dumbfounded. Just as he started to think that he understood Long Chen, he realized that he didn't know him at all. Feng Fei was telling Zhang Wuwang not to fight Long Chen. She didn't even bother concealing that she thought he wasn't a match for Long Chen. Wuwang, let me ask you a question, remarked Feng Fei with a serious tone. Startled, Zhang Wuwang replied, what is it? As a disciple of the Zhang clan, are you loyal to the clan leader, or are you loyal to the Zhang clan? Is there a difference? Asked Zhang Wuwang, confused. Of course there is. If you are loyal to the Zhang clan, you must always act with the clan's best interests in mind. If you are loyal to the clan leader, you only follow his orders. It might seem like there's no difference, but if one day the clan leader makes a decision that puts the Zhang clan in danger, what will you do? Zhang Wuwang was dumbfounded. Feng Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, it's just a joke. Don't treat it so seriously. As Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang whispered, 3 people were staring at Long Chen, their eyes fixed on him without even blinking. One was Long Tianrui, who was still waiting for Long Chen's response. The other 2, Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao, glared at Long Chen with such intense killing intent that it seemed they might tear him to pieces at any moment. Long Chen had originally planned to ignore Long Tianrui, but he hadn't expected her to just stand there, waiting for his response, as if she wouldn't leave until he responded to her. Consider me convinced of your superiority, all right. I cannot accept your proposal. Can you understand my words? Asked Long Chen. Long Tianrui shook her head. I cannot. Why do you not cherish the chance many would risk their lives for? Do you know? You see, I promised that if anyone could defeat me in this elite competition, I would marry them. If no one could, I would select the strongest to be my follower. But you can bypass all those troublesome affairs. Why do you not cherish it? Long Tianrui frowned, unable to understand why Long Chen would reject such a favorable offer. Everyone who heard this was startled. Now they understood why Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao were glaring at Long Chen with such animosity. They were all after Long Tianrui, but she didn't seem to have a high opinion of them. Hence, for her to propose to Long Chen was a huge insult to them. Now Long Chen got it. These 2 simply hated him because of Long Tianrui. Thank you for your good intentions, but I already have many wives at home, answered Long Chen. I don't mind. Long Tianrui was unperturbed. I just need you to accomplish my goal. You don't mind, but I mind, all right. Long Chen was speechless. Were people from the ancient era always so stubborn? Long Tianrui continued, I can sense that your bloodline is exceptionally strong, just what I need. Due to a flaw in a ceiling formation, my body will begin to regress in function after 100 years. I must find the best partner within these 100 years. Once my cultivation base reaches the limit, I will have their children. After hearing her problem, Long Chen tried to reason with her patiently. In truth, there are many strong bloodlines in this world. You still have 100 years, there's no need to rush. Observing Long Chen for a moment, Long Tianrui added, I heard that your father is very powerful. If you decline, I will consider looking for him. Long Chen exploded, fuck off. Chapter 5012 Sovereign Blood Seal. With a grim expression, Long Chen strode away from the martial arena. What a ruthless woman, he didn't want to see her again. However, before leaving, he arranged for Qin Feng to receive treatment at the Heaven Overseer's residence. Qin Feng was strong, and everyone knew this. Within the same generation, the only ones who could threaten his life were the likes of Zhao Qingtian. Other heavenly chosens could only match him in battle. Even though Qin Feng had ended up in a draw against Yi Lingkong, in a life-or-death struggle, Yi Lingkong would have had no chance. After all, Qin Feng wouldn't rely solely on brute force, he would employ all his skills to ensure his victory. Qin Feng had faced Yi Lingkong directly because he saw him as a whetstone, a means to trigger his instincts and stimulate the dragon soul within him. During Long Chen's absence, the Dragonblood warriors quickly discovered this method. When their life was in danger or they were severely wounded, their dragon souls would be stimulated, and it would strengthen their bodies and souls. These dragon souls were ancient beings. Having lived for countless years, they possessed unimaginable power and numerous divine abilities. However, they were reluctant to share these gifts. Through various tests, the Dragonblood warriors found 2 shortcuts to make the dragon souls share these divine abilities. One method involved gaining strength and earning the dragon soul's recognition, which would grant them a divine ability as a reward. The other shortcut was through injury. The most effective injuries were those that pushed them to the brink of death, compelling the dragon soul to intervene to prevent their demise. That was how Qin Feng had significantly enhanced his strength during Long Chen's absence. All the Dragonblood warriors trained in this manner. Hence, despite Qin Feng's progress, he still couldn't retain his position as a small squad leader because everyone else was also advancing. Actually, Guo Ran sent Qin Feng over to show Long Chen the state of the Dragonblood warriors. While Qin Feng wasn't necessarily the strongest, he was smart and wary. Moreover, he had accompanied Long Chen for a while back then, which made him the chosen envoy. After settling matters for Qin Feng, Long Chen ignored everyone else and bid farewell to Feng Fei before retreating into seclusion. In his immortal cave, he didn't immediately activate his dragon blood. Instead, he first condensed the cross-blood rune on his left hand, then on his right. Due to his previous experience, everything progressed smoothly, and he completed the process swiftly. Only then did he attempt to use his dragon blood. Long Chen's dragon blood surged within him, yet it stubbornly refused to merge with the violet blood starry sea or replicate it. It displayed an extraordinary resistance to these efforts. Despite 3 days of trying various methods, Long Chen found no solution. Frustrated, he turned to the Earth Cauldron for guidance. The Earth Cauldron simply said that the dragon race was extremely prideful. Other than their own race's divine abilities, they did not acknowledge any other things. Thus, if Long Chen wanted the dragon blood to replicate his starry sea, he would need to use his will to drag his dragon blood over to his side. That was a very laborious and time-consuming task, but there was no avoiding it. With no other choice, Long Chen persisted in integrating his dragon blood with the violet blood starry sea. The challenge now was a test of patience. The dragon blood was stubbornly proud, completely ignoring the violet starry sea at first. Long Chen was essentially forcing it to look at the starry sea. When it was forced to look, it shut its eyes in refusal. Long Chen had to rely on the power of his soul and unwavering determination to persist. Gradually, he guided the dragon blood to understand this technique, repeatedly demonstrating the changes in the god-slaying cross to it. There was no other way. As forcing it was not an option, he had to use extraordinary means. The Earth Cauldron advised Long Chen to first pique its curiosity and then slowly coax it into learning this technique. Just like this, Long Chen coaxed and pestered his dragon blood for 3 whole days. Eventually, the dragon blood reluctantly started to mimic the starry sea. After successfully replicating the starry sea, Long Chen encountered a problem when attempting to condense the cross-blood rune. As soon as the rune started to form on his hand, it exploded, leaving his palm mangled. After over 10 times of failure, his hand was a mess, so he had no choice but to stop. Long Chen tried to ask the Earth Cauldron for more advice, but it didn't respond. Perhaps it was at some critical juncture and couldn't be disturbed. With no other way, Long Chen could only try to figure things out himself. He realized that despite the cooperation of his dragon blood, it lacked enthusiasm. Something crucial seemed to be missing from his approach. Long Chen continued trying to commune with his dragon blood, but he stopped trying to control it. He gave it more freedom. In response, the dragon blood within the starry sea trembled, and a vague dragon silhouette emerged. Long Chen's heart trembled. The dragon image seemed familiar, yet its details remained elusive, appearing only as a faint outline. Suddenly, Long Chen's palm grew warm. A dragon diagram appeared on it, with the cross manifesting in the diagram. As the heat suddenly shot up in intensity, Long Chen's entire reservoir of dragon blood surged forth. Caught up in the moment, Long Chen shouted, "Sovereign blood seal, God-slaying cross." Long Chen unleashed his palm, aiming its power at the training rock. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the surface of the rock, intercepting his strike. The ripple rapidly flickered, flashing 7 times in the blink of an eye. The concentrated power Long Chen had unleashed vanished like a clay ox falling into the sea, leaving no trace. The Earth Cauldron's pleased voice rang out in his mind. "Well done, you've really activated the Dragon Sovereign Seal." "The Dragon Sovereign Seal? What is that?" Long Chen was startled. "You will understand in the future. In truth, every magical art or divine ability that reaches the prerequisite power will automatically be given a name. Whether it is the Star Ocean or the Blood Ocean, they all represent a kind of power. But there is a kind of power that transcends all laws, the power of a sovereign. At first, I thought that with your luck, your chances of activating it were less than 1 in a million, but you really succeeded. With this, your god-slaying cross possesses a trace of sovereign chi, and it will have a terrifying destructive effect against laws. If I let your palm strike the training rock, this entire mountain would instantly disintegrate, and the impact would kill all those resting referees. That's why I had to block it. It's that powerful." Long Chen stared in disbelief at his own hand, overjoyed. Chapter 5013 Personally presiding over. Long Chen looked at the dragon rune on his palm. While it slowly faded away, his excitement persisted. The fusion of the cross and the dragon diagram had transformed this move into something greater than the god-slaying cross. Behind both diagrams lay a rune, faint yet evoking a familiar aura. It was somewhat similar to the aura of Sovereign Yun Sheng and the other sovereigns from the mortal world. There are things you have to understand on your own. I needn't elaborate much, and it's not convenient to do so either. By condensing the Sovereign Blood Seal, you are now closer to that fellow. In order to help you last time, it expended a great deal of power. Due to some reasons, it is in quite the predicament now. You should properly nourish this Sovereign Blood Seal. It's your only way to help that fellow awaken sooner, advised the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen's heart quivered. The dragon expert had rescued him from crises multiple times, but their connection had abruptly ceased after their last encounter. He had never understood why the dragon expert had stopped communicating with him. Now, according to the Earth Cauldron, it was because the dragon expert had paid a hefty price to aid him across space. For the Earth Cauldron to use the word, awaken, showed the severity of the problem. The dragon expert might not formally be Long Chen's master, but they truly did have such a relationship. The dragon expert had been the greatest benefactor on his cultivation journey. These revelations stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Long Chen. He hadn't expected the dragon expert to fall into a predicament to help him. "How can I help it?" asked Long Chen urgently. "In truth, there are certain things I'm reluctant to say. If that fellow were to learn of it, it would definitely criticize me for being too loose-lipped. Moreover, you're quite impatient. It took me a long time to reveal even this much to you. Patience is key here. First, you must master the Dragon Blood God-slaying cross. When you can use it naturally and your 8th star has condensed, you can use the power of the stars to support the Sovereign Blood Seal. When your Sovereign Blood Seal is strong enough, you will be able to communicate with that fellow again. Let me put it to you this way. Its situation is far more dire than mine was when you first encountered me." Long Chen was once more shaken. When he first encountered the Earth Cauldron, the dragon expert had also been astonished and had urged Long Chen to acquire it at any cost. Back then, the Earth Cauldron had been in a deep slumber, its body covered in rust. It was practically rotting away, but it now claimed that the dragon expert's situation was even more dire. Suddenly, Long Chen thought about how the dragon expert had first helped him. It had proposed a pact, saving Long Chen's life in exchange for Long Chen eventually repaying the debt by saving its life. However, over the years, the dragon expert had only assisted Long Chen and never once asked for repayment. Now understanding the severity of its predicament, Long Chen was overcome with guilt. "That's enough. You just need to remember this in your heart. You might want to rush, but take this one step at a time. Right now, you just need to improve your control over the God-slaying cross. The more familiar you are with it, the better. It would be best if you could reach a high level of control over it. It will be very beneficial for when you cultivate the true God-slaying cross," advised the Earth Cauldron. "What counts as a high level of control?" asked Long Chen. "Let me put it to you this way. Your God-slaying cross exhausts all your bloodline power at once, correct?" "Yes, that's exactly it. Then at a high level of control, you will be able to unleash the God-slaying cross 100 times with your bloodline power." 100 times? Long Chen exclaimed. Was that even possible? "Yes, 100 times. I know it sounds very difficult, but there's no way around it. The 9-star line's divine abilities are famous for being monstrous. They pose difficulties that can drive people to despair. If you cannot reach this level, the Star Ocean's power will not work for you. It is far more violent than the Dragon Blood power, capable of instantly blowing you up. Even during the peak of the 9-star line, when its disciples were as numerous as grains of sand in a river, those who mastered the God-slaying cross were esteemed as elites among elites. Control is the crux. It's like opening a sluice gate in a dam. Right now, you have no sluice gate, so every time you release your power, the dam directly collapses. This wastes far too much power, and it is not concentrated enough, reducing its effectiveness. Moreover, such reckless attacks harm both you and your foe. Despite your resilience in the healing power of the primal chaos space, it's unsustainable for the long run. I'll listen to you and take it slowly, said Long Chen as he nodded. Speaking of which, Senior, how are things on your end? Hee, what do you think? The Earth Cauldron chuckled. Long Chen was taken aback. He suddenly recalled how the Earth Cauldron had rarely been able to assist him directly, often relying on others striking it to trigger a backlash. However, just now, it had silently withstood Long Chen's God-slaying cross. It was an immense transformation. Excellent. It was the right decision to come all this way. We've really profited. Long Chen also chuckled. After their conversation, Long Chen refocused on mastering the god-slaying cross. He needed to tame the dragon blood's volatile power, controlling its output meticulously. However, the dragon blood was innately violent, and bending it to his will demanded even greater spiritual strength. Fortunately, Long Chen's spiritual strength was as vast as the sea. Previously idle, it now found a purpose. At this moment, Long Chen took this task very seriously, as he understood its importance to him and the dragon expert. He felt guilty for being unable to repay the dragon expert's kindness, and this drove him to redouble his efforts to become stronger. As time passed, Long Chen's control over the dragon blood grew smoother, tempered by his vast reservoir of spiritual strength. When Long Chen's spiritual strength merged with his dragon blood, it not only restrained the explosive force but also preserved its essence. Several days later, Long Chen could control his dragon blood power to the point of being able to release the god-slaying cross 3 times in a row. To his surprise, each strike carried no less power than when he unleashed all his might at once. In fact, due to it concentrated in one spot, its destructive power was even greater. Even the Earth Cauldron praised Long Chen's rapid progress. In just a matter of days, he could already unleash it 10 times in succession, slowly grasping the trick to control it. However, before he could aim for 100 times in a row, he was interrupted. Great Head Umpire, today is the day for selecting the top 32. You must preside over the proceedings personally, a voice echoed from outside. Chapter 5014 Contending for Top 32. Ah, I forgot about that. Having accepted the reward from the Heaven Overseer, Long Chen could only see it through. Hence, he paused his cultivation. After tidying himself up, he walked out and found that the referees had been waiting a long time. From their expressions, Long Chen knew they were already feeling impatient. Today marked the selection of the top 32, marking the true beginning of the elite competition. Previously, the matches had been viewed as mere exhibitions, and now, the stakes were higher. 64 powerful experts would be halved to 32. As all the competitors were heavenly chosens, the standard of every fight was different. With such powerful participants, the head umpire's direct oversight was mandatory to ensure fairness. After all, the rewards for the top 32 were very luxurious. To avoid any referees being biased toward their own disciples, the head umpire needed to be the one in charge. Among heavenly chosens, the difference in power was not that great. Furthermore, it was forbidden for them to kill each other here. After all, they were heavenly chosens, and the loss of a single one was a large blow to the 4 divine clans. Thus, if 2 disciples looked evenly matched and no winner emerged within the set time, the head umpire would need to make a decision. As the disciple might be unconvinced by the result, an impartial judge had to give the ruling. All these reasons combined were why the head judge had to personally watch the fight for the top 32. Respected head umpire, you're out, said one umpire expressionlessly. Long Chen's lateness and lack of responsibility had clearly irritated them. They were all waiting for him. Long Chen ignored him. This title was only temporary to him, merely a formality. Did they really think he cared about it? If they wanted to relieve him of his position, he would be happy to comply. With the competition for the top 32 starting, there was another opening ceremony. To put it frankly, the real competition started now, so the referees had to move as an organized squad, led by the head umpire. When Long Chen led them to the competition grounds, he saw a sea of people around. Last time, the front seats were mostly empty, reserved for the peak experts who hadn't felt like coming to watch low-level battles. But now, everyone was here. Long Tianrui, Zhao Qingtian, Yi Lingxiao, Zhang Wuwang, Feng Fei, and the others were all present. When Long Chen walked in with his black robes and golden scepter, leading all the referees, thunderous cheering came from the distance. The mercenaries almost went crazy when they saw him. He was a godlike existence in their hearts. Qin Feng's battle last time had shown everyone the power of the Dragonblood Legion. They knew this terrifying figure was nothing more than an ordinary member of Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion. If that was the case, there was no need to question Long Chen's power. With the support of an expert like Long Chen, the mercenaries no longer felt the need to bow to anyone or suppress their anger. They resolved to leave the Heavenly Desolation domain and journey to the High Firmament Academy. Leaving their home was difficult, but they saw it as a chance to grow stronger, a path to freedom. They would no longer be timid and worried about anything. After conquering their fear of the outside world, they committed themselves to the pursuit of strength. Before cultivating the starry river of the sky art, leaving the heavenly desolation domain would have been extremely uncomfortable for them. However, after mastering the technique, that feeling vanished, completely settling their worries. Having decided to leave this painful place behind, they felt liberated. They cheered freely, unleashing all the emotions they had suppressed. Who cared if other people were unhappy with them? They didn't care any longer. Long Chen's entrance sparked thunderous applause, far exceeding the reception for Zhao Qingtian and the others. Even Long Tianrui couldn't command such attention. Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao felt jealous, and the disciples of the four clans were displeased. But unlike before, they didn't dare to reprimand the mercenaries. They didn't dare to bully the mercenaries anymore. A couple of days back, the mercenaries and disciples had clashed, and the latter were crushed. It was then that the disciples realized the mercenaries had undergone a complete transformation. Their power now rivaled, if not surpassed, their own. Their cultivation technique was exceptionally domineering. Once they started fighting, they didn't fear death. While these disciples were strong, they lacked the resolve to face death. Despite their superior power, they were subdued by the mercenaries' imposing presence. Luckily, the mercenaries weren't as ruthless as Qin Feng, otherwise, the casualties from that clash could have been catastrophic. Under the mercenaries' thunderous cheering, Long Chen walked to the referee stands. Becoming the center of attention, even Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit proud. No matter where this guy goes, he always steals the spotlight, Feng Fei remarked, her smile sweet. Zhang Wuwang couldn't help but smile wryly at her worshipful expression. As a man himself, he couldn't deny feeling a twinge of envy. Moreover, Feng Fei didn't seem to care about his feelings at all. Long Tianrui, Yi Lingxiao, Zhao Qingtian, and the others could also hear Feng Fei's remark. That was the only thing that provided Zhang Wuwang with a little comfort. At this moment, he noticed Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian's murderous gazes. One reason for their anger was Feng Fei's instigation, but another was Long Tianrui's lack of expression. They all desired Long Tianrui's attention, yet she hadn't acknowledged them at all. Conversely, Long Chen consistently rejected Long Tianrui, leading them to blame their frustrations on him. Long Chen didn't even spare a glance for anyone as he walked directly to his designated position. With a swing of his robes and a light tap of his scepter, he took his seat. At that moment, Long Chen exuded the aura of someone accustomed to occupying the highest seat. Once Long Chen sat down, the cheers gradually subsided, and a hush fell over the arena. Simultaneously, 32 martial stages lit up, and a referee shouted loudly, "The elite competition of the four divine clans will now progress to the battles for the top 32. Chapter 5015 Battle of Heavenly Chosens. 32 martial stages lit up at the same time. Just as Long Chen had anticipated, every single competitor here proved to be a powerful heavenly chosen. Among them were quite a few disciples of the Long clan, so it seemed like the Long clan wasn't as weak as they appeared. The heaven rankings didn't represent their full power. Many disciples had been biding their time, concealing their true abilities until now. They waited for the perfect moment to shine. For example, Long Zaiwei, the former rank 10 of the heaven rankings, had long since been eliminated. The one who beat him was also a half-step heavenly chosen, but even he was halted at the top 128. This elite competition was truly a mess of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Many participants had been eagerly awaiting the chance to display their brilliance on this martial stage. The 32 martial stages were numbered sequentially from 1 to 32, determining the order of the battles. Unlike previous rounds, these fights were not simultaneous. Most competitors sat with closed eyes, seemingly meditating. They had been in this state for 3 days, attuning themselves to the martial stage, enhancing their spatial control. After all, in battles among experts, every little advantage mattered. At this moment, Long Chen's figure appeared on the first martial stage along with the two competitors. According to tradition, matches from the top 32 onward required the head umpire's direct supervision. The two competitors slowly opened their eyes, seeing each other and Long Chen. However, when they looked at Long Chen, disdain flickered in their eyes. It was evident they were not convinced by this head umpire. In the past, the head umpire had always been at least a one-heaven vein expert. Long Chen, however, was only in the same realm as them and not even a heavenly chosen. Hence, many questioned his qualifications to officiate. Hopefully, they wouldn't accidentally kill the head umpire, or that'd be laughable, sneered a disciple. Although Qin Feng had shocked everyone, not many people had seen Long Chen fight. Thus, they greatly doubted his power. Let's have a peaceful exchange of pointers. Stop before touching your opponent. Friendship is number 1, victory is number 2. Long Chen muttered insincerely, going through the motions of formality. After a mass of nonsense, he finally declared, "Let the competition begin." When Long Chen waved the golden scepter, the barrier instantly vanished, and both disciples shouted at the same time. 2 heavenly fate discs whirled, unleashing wild Doyan power like erupting volcanoes. Their movements mirrored each other almost identically as they clashed weapons. They immediately went all out, not holding back at all. When their weapons clashed, a powerful explosion shook the martial stage. Seeing a clash between heavenly chosens, all the spectators felt their hot blood ignite. The 2 disciples roared repeatedly as their saber and sword clashed like shooting stars, moving too swiftly to be tracked by the naked eye. Seated in the vicinity of the martial stage, Long Ziwei, Qin Feng, Gui Zhu, and others watched intently. Long Ziwei couldn't help but sigh emotionally at the intense exchange unfolding before them. After his recent defeat, he had harbored lingering doubts, believing he could have made it into the top 32 if not for bad luck. However, he now realized the vast chasm in skill between himself and these competitors. Just yesterday, Long Ziwei's heavenly fate ring had evolved into a heavenly fate disc, marking his advancement from a half-step heavenly chosen to a true heavenly chosen. Long Ziwei regretted not making that advancement sooner, perhaps then, he wouldn't have suffered defeat. However, Qin Feng told him that without the bitter battle, without the suppression and stimulation of his opponent's aura, he wouldn't have been able to awaken as a heavenly chosen so quickly. Despite that, Long Ziwei was still dissatisfied. But now, he was fully convinced. Even with his newfound power as a heavenly chosen, he stood no chance against opponents of this caliber. The gap was simply too immense. Both of the competitors clashed once more, both of their divine weapons erupting with divine light. This was the strongest exchange since the beginning of the battle. Raging astral winds and Doyan power cut through the air, covering the solid barrier in fine cracks. The martial stages had been upgraded after the top 128's matches. This was the first instance where someone had damaged the barrier since then, highlighting the terrifying power of the 2 combatants. "Will Long Chen be okay?" asked Yu Ying worriedly. Such a terrifying power was indiscriminate and could hit Long Chen. Both competitors were forcefully pushed back to the edge of the martial stage by each other's strength, demonstrating their equal prowess. Neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Long Chen remained in his original location, and the only part of him moving was his hair. He hadn't budged an inch throughout their intense battle, seemingly unaffected. When the mercenaries saw this, they couldn't help but unleash a burst of cheers again. It seemed that their worries had been for nothing. Under the intense clash of heavenly chosens, Long Chen could remain completely indifferent, which showed that his power far surpassed that of the combatants. Seeing this scene, Feng Fei smiled slightly and rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shining. For some reason, she particularly liked Long Chen's indifferent look. She forgot when she had chosen to become a spectator. But afterward, the entire world felt so beautiful to her. Sometimes, life was just like that. The more one wanted to gain something, the more the heavens would block you from having it. However, once one stopped desiring it, the heavens would send it right to them. Back then, Long Chen had left her in the dust. But now, she felt like she was getting closer to him, so close that she could finally enjoy his light. Suddenly, both combatants roared in unison. Struggling to gain the upper hand for so long, they seemed angry and started to unleash dangerous techniques. This was no longer a simple martial competition. One mistake, and there could be casualties. In a swift exchange, one swung a sword, and the other deflected it with a saber. Following that, a strange scene occurred. The sword unexpectedly veered toward Long Chen's throat like a bolt of lightning. Gasps of alarm erupted from the spectators. Chapter 5016 Let him live, or die. Long Chen stood calmly at the center of the martial stage as the sword flew uncontrollably toward his throat with alarming accuracy. Many doubted it was accidental. Not in a combat-ready state, Long Chen faced the swift attack imbued with the full power of a heavenly chosen. Yu Ying and others watched in horror, even forgetting how to cry out. When the sword was 3 inches away from Long Chen's throat, it came to a sudden stop, not budging in the slightest. Covered in thin scales, Long Chen's 2 fingers gripped the blade, neutralizing its deadly might. The spectators, including Long Tianrui, were shocked by his composed response. He seemed to have anticipated this. This battle had been like a torrential storm, and the likes of Long Tianrui, Zhang Wuwang, and Feng Fei could tell that this incident was actually an unintended slip. However, it was still within Long Chen's expectations, a testament that his ability to judge the situation was nothing short of astounding. Most frightening of all, Long Chen hadn't unleashed any aura or the slightest blood chi fluctuation. With just 2 fingers, he had intercepted the full power of a heavenly chosen. It was a simple move that challenged the limits of people's understanding. As a result, countless experts gasped in disbelief. Those who had doubted his abilities were now forced to acknowledge that he truly possessed the power to be the head umpire. The 2 combatants were stunned by the scene before them. The disciple who redirected the attack was profoundly aware of the power behind it, as he had to use his full power to block that sword. Yet, Long Chen stopped it with just 2 fingers, leaving him bewildered. His opponent, on the other hand, was too shocked to speak. As his sword veered toward Long Chen, he sensed something wrong and tried to stop it, but couldn't. While he didn't care about Long Chen's, he was worried his opponent might exploit this opening. When Long Chen's fingers caught the sword, its immense power dissipated like a clay ox vanishing into the sea. The overwhelming force disappeared without a trace. Outwardly, Long Chen's expression remained indifferent. Inside, however, he was roaring with gratitude, silently thanking the earth cauldron and the god-slaying cross. Ever since Long Chen started cultivating the god-slaying cross, the monstrous difficulty had elevated his control over his power to an entirely new level. Previously, he could have blocked the heavenly chosen's sword with ease, but he wouldn't have been able to catch it silently, without causing any ripples. Through cultivating the dragon blood god-slaying cross, Long Chen had unknowingly made significant gains. Even without actively using the god-slaying cross, his power had risen. After a moment of delight, he looked at one of the disciples indifferently and flicked his 2 fingers. The sword quivered, and the disciple grunted as he staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. His expression changed drastically. That light flick had left his arm numb, and he almost dropped his sword. His chest ached, and he nearly coughed up blood. "You've lost," said Long Chen indifferently. "What nonsense. How have I lost? I still have many moves I haven't unleashed," raged that disciple. Long Chen replied, "The 2 of you are evenly matched, but you lack experience. In terms of technique, you also are not as precise as your opponent. That's why he was able to control his moves while you lost control. Don't be stubborn. This is the difference. Between experts, the slightest detail can determine victory or defeat. If I wasn't here, the battle could last hours. Who has that much time to waste? Be open-minded and accept it. Or be close-minded and still accept it. Anyway, I am the boss of this martial stage. If you disagree, you can send a complaint letter. But if you start shouting at me here, be careful, I might slap you." After saying that, Long Chen waved his scepter and transported both combatants out. One of their tablets brightened, while the other went dim. The sword-wielding disciple, still stubborn, returned to his seat and shouted a challenge at his opponent, demanding a private battle. His opponent ignored him, which only fueled his rage. Just as he was about to cause a further commotion, Zhao Qingtian knocked him to the ground. "Shut your mouth. A loss is a loss. Your technique was inferior, and now you want to get your way by cursing like a vixen. You're bringing shame to the Zhao clan," scolded Zhao Qingtian. The losing disciple was from the Zhao clan. The likes of Zhao Qingtian and Long Tianrui could indeed tell that he was slightly inferior to his opponent. As Long Chen had pointed out, their battle would have dragged on for hours before a clear victor emerged. Such a prolonged fight would be tedious, so Long Chen's quick decision as the head umpire was completely within reason. If this disciple was really unconvinced of his defeat, he could file a complaint to his clan leader. But he couldn't shout and make a fuss here, as it would just embarrass the Zhao clan. After being slapped by Zhao Qingtian, that disciple fell silent. Despite being fellow heavenly chosens, he didn't dare to defy Zhao Qingtian, an expert sealed from the ancient era. Hence, this disciple could only shut his mouth and sit down. At this moment, Long Chen appeared on the second martial stage. Just as before, he gave the same nonsensical speech before activating the martial stage. As the battle started, the 2 disciples erupted into combat, drawing the attention of every expert watching. Meanwhile, in an underground palace, the 4 clan leaders were gathered, watching the events unfold through a mirror. Long Chen is definitely a monster. No wonder Long Tianrui views him so highly, said the Zhang clan leader. The Zhang clan leader also recalled what Feng Fei had told him. She had said that the most monstrous fellow in this world was Long Chen, and that all so-called geniuses were dregs in front of him. The Zhang clan leader hadn't believed it before, but now, after witnessing that one simple move, he was convinced. No matter how strong he is, he can't surpass Zhao Qingtian, the Zhao clan leader said stubbornly. I feel like Yi Lingxiao can also defeat him, the Yi clan leader added, extremely confident. The Zhang clan leader couldn't help but frown. All he had said was that Long Chen's power wasn't bad. Why were they suddenly targeting him? Just as he was about to respond, the Long clan leader hastily interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. Today, we have to decide how to deal with Long Chen. Do we let him live or? The expressions of the other clan leaders instantly turned serious. Chapter 5017 Sinister Plot. When the Long clan leader raised this topic, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The Zhang clan leader looked silently at Long Chen on the martial stage. The Long clan leader also fell silent, seemingly in deep thought. On the other hand, the Zhao and Yi clan leaders exchanged glances, waiting. Finally, the Zhao clan leader impatiently broke the silence. What are you up to? We've already reached this point, so how can we retreat now? Tell me, who doesn't want the Earth Cauldron? Who could resist the temptation? We can only be at ease once we eliminate Long Chen. This is the foundation for the rise of the four divine clans. What is there to hesitate about? What is there to consider? The Yi clan leader added, that's right. There is no longer any room for retreat. We must obtain the Earth Cauldron, so we must kill Long Chen. There is no other option. After thinking a bit, the Long clan leader slowly said, I'm just worried about Long Zontian. You all know that he is a madman. Even the patriarch was somewhat afraid of him. What is there to fear? The Brahma Pill Valley has received our report, and their experts are on the way. They'll arrive at the Long clan soon. Are you starting to regret your actions? Demanded the Zhao clan leader. The Long clan leader sighed heavily. This is the last time I'll seek your counsel on this matter. If we release Long Chen now, we can still negotiate. If we don't, we will be mortal enemies. Mishandling this could provoke Long Zontian's wrath, which none of us can endure. Even if he can't touch us, he can hunt down our disciples until all of them are wiped out. When it came to Long Zontian, the Long clan leader was plagued by immense concern. He vividly recalled how Long Zontian had gone against the entire Long clan single-handedly. Those memories were haunting him again. Had it not been for the patriarch, there would have been absolute devastation. Even though Long Chihua had claimed that he could beat Long Zontian, there was no proof of that. Back then, every challenger had been confident they could defeat Long Zontian. Among them was Long Zai, who then lost an arm and saw his foundation crippled, an outcome that proved their gross miscalculations. In truth, the Long clan leader and the other clan leaders had finalized their plan days ago. Yet, witnessing Long Chen effortlessly block a Heavenly Chosen's full power attack with 2 fingers, a sense of unease started to creep over the Long clan leader. The Long clan leader felt the urge to beat the drums of retreat. Everything would be good if they succeeded, but if they failed and Long Chen escaped, the Earth Cauldron would slip out of their hands, and they would also have to face the bloody reprisal of the father and son duo. It would truly mean losing everything. Sensing the Long clan leader's hesitation, the Yi clan leader couldn't help but say, you are worrying about nothing. Our plan is flawless. When the Brahma Pill Valley's experts arrive, we will immediately capture Long Chen, giving him no chance to speak. After turning him into a corpse, we'll hand him over. That way, we will be able to keep the secret and buy a favor from the Brahma Pill Valley. As long as we are careful, we can shove the responsibility onto the Brahma Pill Valley. When Long Zontian comes back, just say, we did everything we could to protect Long Chen, but how could we possibly beat the Brahma Pill Valley's experts? If he has the guts, he can go to the Brahma Pill Valley for vengeance. The Zhao clan leader added, that's right. Long Chen has constantly gone against the Brahma Pill Valley. After killing the Vice Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall, he has completely provoked them. We just need to act a bit when the time comes, and I believe the Brahma Pill Valley will cooperate with us. If they take out their anger on Long Chen's father as well, we can use them to kill him. It's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing their opinions, the Long clan leader flashed a bitter smile. I'm just worried about something unexpected. To tell the truth, I can't help but feel anxious when I see him. Your guts are really small. What are you afraid of? If problems arise, we face them together. Isn't that so? Taunted the Yi clan leader, pointedly glancing at the Zhang clan leader. Feeling pressured to declare his stance, the Zhang clan leader recalled Feng Fei's words. Yet, the allure of the Earth Cauldron and the involvement of the Brahma Pill Valley weighed heavily on his decision. In the end, he nodded reluctantly. The Zhang clan leader said, "Correct. The 4 divine clans will rise and fall together. You don't need to worry about that. But to ensure our success, let's review the plan one last time to anticipate any potential mistakes and how to handle them." The other 3 nodded and continued to plot. Meanwhile, Long Chen stood on the martial stage, oblivious to the plotting of the old fogies. He also didn't care. In any case, the Earth Cauldron was his, so there was no need for him to worry about certain things. Through observing the battles of heavenly chosens, Long Chen wanted to uncover their secrets, strengths, and weaknesses, intending to use this knowledge in future battles. Suddenly, one of the competitors' sword was shattered by their opponent's battle axe. It was a matter of brute strength overpowering everything. 3 consecutive blows hit the same spot on the sword, causing it to break apart. The sword-wielding contestant was a woman from the Zhang clan. They had once shared a meal together at the same table, though he had fled in just a few bites. Startled gasps rang out when her sword shattered. Even her opponent was taken aback, not anticipating his attack would destroy her sword and continue its path toward her. He couldn't stop it. Just as the strike was about to land fatally, a golden scepter appeared swiftly, intercepting the battle axe and saving her life in the nick of time. The woman, visibly shaken and pale with fright, seemed to have lost her composure completely. She even forgot to thank Long Chen. In contrast, her opponent expressed his thanks with a slight bow toward Long Chen. Long Chen swiftly declared the man the winner and proceeded to oversee the next match. It went without saying that having to oversee all 32 battles was tiresome, even for Long Chen. After all, each bout demanded his unwavering attention, as the slightest slip could result in a lost life. While Long Chen didn't care about their lives, any death under his watch would be a slap in his face. Fortunately, Long Chen managed to grit his teeth and endure. The 32 matches lasted 3 days, followed by a necessary 3-day break before the decisive matches to determine the top 16. After returning to his residence, Long Chen continued training in the Dragon Blood God Slaying Cross. He was pleasantly surprised by the new insights he gained from observing the battles. They allowed him to refine and enhance his cultivation method for the God Slaying Cross. In just 3 days, Long Chen achieved a significant breakthrough, mastering the ability to unleash the God Slaying Cross 10 times in one breath. It was a remarkable advancement for him. After that, Long Chen walked out of his immortal cave of his own accord. As he stepped out, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Chapter 5018 Crisis Descends. When Long Chen emerged from the immortal cave, his heart suddenly tightened with a vague sense of crisis. What's going on? Are they making their move already? Long Chen wondered, aloud. If the Long clan was attacking him now, the Earth Cauldron would have informed him. Moreover, this sense of crisis felt distant and indistinct, as if from a far-off place. Long Chen considered using the violet crystal heavenly eye to investigate, but he hesitated. After all, this place was within the Long clan's territory, and some treasures shouldn't be exposed if they didn't have to be. This sense of crisis wasn't particularly strong, so Long Chen decided not to pay much attention to it. Adjusting his robes, he returned to the martial stage with the golden scepter in hand. Once again, Long Chen's arrival was greeted with thunderous applause. Amongst the disciples of the 4 divine clans, there was a noticeable shift in attitude toward him. Their disdainful gazes were replaced with newfound respect and acknowledgement of his power. During the previous 32 fights, Long Chen had rarely needed to intervene, but whenever he did, his skill amazed everyone. Now, it became clear why the Long clan had entrusted him with the role of head umpire. He possessed the necessary authority and skill. Even the other referees had no choice but to admit that Long Chen was more than capable. After all, overseeing the battles between heavenly chosens was beyond their abilities, and a single mistake could cost them dearly. This was the power difference. In the cultivation world, the simplest way to gain other people's acknowledgement and respect was to show them power. As the referees announced the rules of the competition and emphasized that this was merely a friendly sparring competition, the audience felt a wave of boredom wash over them. Once the formalities concluded, Long Chen stood on the martial stage. This time, when he activated the martial stage, the 2 competitors didn't immediately attack each other. Instead, according to the conventions of the competition, they cupped their fists to Long Chen first. This surprised Long Chen slightly. Clearly, experts were always respected. As he had gained their recognition, they no longer quibbled over his cultivation base and truly viewed him as someone worthy of respect. Seeing them treat him with respect, Long Chen nodded. Go ahead and unleash your full power. Don't worry about casualties. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full power. Holding yourself back to not injure your opponent won't do. The two competitors were extremely grateful to hear that. Long Chen was clearly encouraging them to bring out all their power, assuring them that as long as he was present, no one would die. In truth, many participants had been unable to fight freely in this competition. After all, this was a friendly competition, and accidentally killing an opponent could harm the relationship between clans. At their level, they no longer dared to fight all out. But now that they finally had a chance to exchange pointers with someone else on their level, they thirsted for a real battle. With Long Chen's promise, the competitors felt even greater gratitude and reverence. They cupped their fists to him once more before unleashing their auras. This time, their fighting style was completely different. It was no longer a simple clash of power, their techniques grew vicious and aimed to kill. This is a real fight. Long Ziwei was moved by what he saw. Their attacks were now completely different from before, sharp, ferocious, and meant to kill. Long Ziwei and the others felt their blood ignite. This was completely different from the previous battles. The fierce auras of the combatants shook people's souls. As the heavenly fate discs behind them spun rapidly, their Doyan power rose. Both of them wielded swords, and the sword chi swept through the air, perfectly condensed. The sword chi left white marks on the barrier and produced ear-piercing sounds. Seeing this scene, the experts present clenched their fists, captivated by the intensity of the battle. This was a real battle, where a single mistake could lead to death. This tension and risk made the fight both tense and exhilarating. It wasn't long before blood started dripping onto the martial stage. After all, in a real battle, injuries were very common. However, just how terrifying was a heavenly chosen's power? The difference between injury and death was oftentimes paper thin. 2 hours passed, and after another intense clash, the two of them separated once more. Both of them were covered in wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. One of them even had his chest pierced through. The two of them panted heavily, blood slowly dripping down their swords. They could no longer distinguish whether the blood belonged to their opponent or themselves. Everyone was deathly silent. This bloody battle had been incredibly stimulating, leaving the audience breathless and even forgetting to clap. I lost. Unexpectedly, both of them admitted defeat at the same time. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. This bloody battle had actually bonded them. One of them said, "Let's leave it to the umpire to decide." Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone felt admiration for their power and magnanimity. In their hearts, this was the definition of a real expert. Long Chen said, "You guys are too evenly matched. There's no way for me to decide. Go find a place and decide by yourselves. You can see who can drink more or simply do rock paper scissors. Decide yourselves. As long as one of you crushes your tablet, the other will automatically advance." The two of them exchanged a look and smiled. They once more cupped their fists to Long Chen before leaving. As the battle concluded, the audience was still buzzing with excitement. This had definitely been the most marvelous battle so far. While they had seen Qin Feng consecutively slay experts, most of his fights had ended in a single move. Though he was undeniably powerful, his matches lacked the thrilling complexity and offered less to learn. In contrast, this battle provided many people with new insights and comprehension. For them, that was the most valuable takeaway. After that, the second battle started, and the spectators were disappointed. Those two ignored Long Chen from the start, so Long Chen naturally wouldn't care about them. He let them continue with their lackluster battle. People started yawning. After the stimulation from the last battle, the later fights felt boring in comparison. The next day, the top 16 appeared. Compared to the first fight, the other matches weren't worth watching. They all concluded with the simplest clashes of brute force, lacking any finesse. It was evident that some competitors were holding back, conserving their true power for more challenging matches. Their opponents were weak enough that there was no need to exert themselves fully. Another 3 days of rest were provided. Upon returning to his residence, Long Chen didn't immediately start training. Instead, he stealthily took out the violet crystal heavenly eye, courting death. Long Chen muttered, a touch of sinister killing intent appearing on his face as he observed the border of the heavenly desolation domain. Chapter 5019 Clash between past and present. Long Chen used the violet crystal heavenly eye to look at the outer region of the Long clan. At first, he didn't notice anything out of place. However, when he spread his gaze beyond the heavenly desolation domain, he spotted a group of suspicious people. These individuals were shrouded in cloaks that obscured their faces, with special runes masking their auras. However, even without this concealment, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to gauge their cultivation bases just by looking at them. Though their cultivation base auras were hidden, their bodies exuded such strength that the space around them twisted. Vaguely, Long Chen could see countless flickering flame runes around them. These fluctuations were not ordinary. Only sacred flames could cause such spatial distortions. With a glance, Long Chen recognized them as people from the Brahma Pill Valley or the Flame Divine Hall. After all, he had fought with them often enough to identify their unique flame fluctuations. Anger crept over Long Chen's face. He had come to the Long clan in secret, informing only the Dragonblood Legion. They, in turn, had only reported it to Bai Lishan. Therefore, besides Bai Lishan, no one else should have known he was here. If this secret wasn't leaked from Bai Lishan's side, it meant it had come from within the Long clan itself. Considering the importance of the Earth Cauldron, the Long clan wouldn't lightly leak information about Long Chen's presence. They had likely imposed strict restrictions on their disciples to prevent such a thing. However, the Brahma Pill Valley's people had still come, which indicated that the Long clan's higher-ups must have informed them. After all, it would have been impossible for so many experts to enter the Heavenly Desolation domain without the Long clan being aware of it. Through the Heavenly Eye, Long Chen saw them setting up formations around the border. After watching them for a while, he realized they were screening themselves from the heavens, making it hard for him to sense their presence. How curious. If they already set up the formation, why can I still sense the danger? Long Chen mused. The Brahma Pill Valley wouldn't be so foolish as to do something useless. After all, the amount of effort required to set up such large-scale formations was immense. If it didn't have an effect, they wouldn't do such a thing. However, they had still done it, yet he could still sense them. How? Is it the Earth Cauldron? Or perhaps the Pill Sovereign Memories? Long Chen thought about it for a while. There were multiple possibilities, but there was no way to confirm which one was correct. He continued observing them and realized that it was only after setting up a formation disk that they stopped being so cautious. Once they set up a formation, they started moving freely within a certain region. Looking around, Long Chen saw dozens of other places with the Brahma Pill Valley's people. However, using formation disks to surround the entire Heavenly Desolation domain was a laborious task. There was no way for them to finish in a short time. Let's see what you're up to, Long Chen sneered. His cultivation base had made huge advancements, as had his power. Moreover, he had the Earth Cauldron to rely on, so he didn't fear them. After observing them for a while, Long Chen put away the Heavenly Eye and returned to cultivating the God-slaying cross. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of the Doyan power on the martial stage, but his dragon blood seemed to possess powerful Doyan fluctuations as well. With these fluctuations within it, his dragon blood was no longer so stiff. Long Chen felt it was now easier to control, reducing the risk of injury. With a thought, Long Chen summoned the Violet Blood God-slaying cross and the Seven-Color Supreme Blood God-slaying cross. Both bloodlines had gained more flexibility, making their use smoother. Haha, all the good things are happening to me. Pleasantly surprised, Long Chen resumed training in the Dragon Blood God-slaying cross. His control had greatly improved. When he emerged from seclusion, he could unleash it 30 times in a row. This result delighted Long Chen. He was getting closer to 100 consecutive uses. As his power grew, so did the might of the God-slaying cross. If he were to unleash all his power, he estimated that it would be at least 10 times greater. Just as Long Chen was filled with delight over this, a tablet on his waist flashed, and he arrived at the competition grounds. This time, there were a few more people. Long Chen spotted the somewhat weary-looking Long Chenshui, as well as the other experts with Heaven Vein Dragon Qi. They didn't look too well, although they still acted like they were fine. But their Heaven Vein fluctuations were no longer as full as before. Long Chen could instantly tell that they had exhausted themselves trying to awaken the Earth Cauldron. For them to have been in seclusion all this time and only come out now, it meant that they were truly unable to keep up any longer and had to take a break. Long Chen almost burst into laughter when he realized that. It seemed that the earth cauldron could be quite sinister when it wanted to. It seemed determined to suck them dry. However, some of them were still in seclusion. It seemed that the first ones to be unable to continue were those with one heaven vein, while 2 heaven vein experts were still working on it. Conveniently, since these heaven vein experts needed to take a break, they could show their faces on the competition grounds. After all, if none of the higher-ups appeared over a long time, it would look far too suspicious, and Long Chen would suspect them of something. Furthermore, today was the selection for the top 8. It was only right for the heaven vein experts to make an appearance. When Long Chen arrived, Long Chenshui nodded to him slightly, and Long Chen nodded back. In truth, Long Chenshui was not that bad. Unfortunately, she would always stand on the side of the Long clan. Unlike the heaven overseer, she knew many things but had never leaked them to Long Chen. This showed that, in her heart, there was no right or wrong. Anyone who opposed the Long clan's interests was her enemy. While Long Chenshui nodded to Long Chen, the others merely sneered, clearly looking down on him. Long Chen ignored them. After the formalities were said and done with, Long Chen activated the martial stage. Curiously, there was no intense fight between the disciples. Some even directly admitted defeat. The 8 battles were over in less than 2 hours, leaving Long Chen baffled. This was his easiest work yet, requiring no effort on his part. Once the fighting was over, he noticed that the winners had gathered together and were speaking privately. In an instant, Long Chen realized that they had long since planned this. They didn't want everyone to see their fighting skills, so they made some kind of agreement with their opponents. It was unclear what kind of deals they had struck, but they simply went through the motions for today's fighting. The next battles would be for the top 4. After that, those 4 people would face Long Tianrui, Zhao Qingtian, Yi Lingxiao, and Zhang Luang. The top 4 would have to fight twice, with the second round pitting experts from the ancient era against those from the current era. The current era's experts refused to admit defeat, but they also didn't want to expose too much power during the previous battles. They aimed to defeat the arrogant ancient experts in the final clash. As a result, even before Long Chen left, 4 of the top 8 directly conceded, finalizing the top 4. Next time, these top 4 would face the sealed heavenly geniuses of the ancient era. HMPH, how shameful. When the time comes, I'll show you what the difference is between us. I'll teach you about despair, Zhao Qingtian sneered with insufferable arrogance. This saved Long Chen quite a bit of time. He immediately went back to training and came out 3 days later. When he once more set foot onto the martial stage, the heaven vein experts of the 4 divine clans were present. Other than the clan leaders, most of them had gathered here. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. A clash between past and present. Everyone had eagerly anticipated it for a long time. Chapter 5020 Zhao Qingtian comes out. As Long Chen sat down in the seat of the head umpire, below him, one referee announced the rules and so on. Once that was done, Long Chen rose. Immediately, sharp cries and loud cheers rang out in waves. This was a release of their excitement and hot-blooded anticipation. Everyone eagerly looked forward to the fight between experts of the ancient era and the current era. The current era's heavenly geniuses had always felt overshadowed by those of the ancient era, creating an intense rivalry. Internally, they were determined not to lose to them. The participants of the elite competition were the top experts of the current era. Once the top 8 were decided, some felt their power was inferior and directly gave up their spots. This allowed them to conserve their strength and keep their trump cards hidden. As fellow experts of the current era, they all hoped for someone to defeat the ancient era's experts to prove that they were not inferior. In this battle between past and present eras, there were only 2 sides, and clan affiliation didn't matter. All of them were united in their determination to overcome the ancient era's experts. Long Chen was the one to pull open the curtain to the clash between ancient and present experts. As his figure appeared on the martial stage, the spectators erupted with excitement. Mist swirled over the martial stage. It was only when Long Chen appeared that the mist faded, revealing 2 figures. There were 4 martial stages, each shrouded in mist, so no one knew who their opponents were until the mist dissipated. At this moment, cheers erupted when they saw who was on the martial stage. It's Long Wuyong and Zhao Qingtian. With a ranking even lower than Long Ziwei, Long Wuyong had been extremely average and low-key. However, he suddenly rose during this elite competition, completely toppling the Long clan's understanding of him. No one had expected Long Wuyong to be hiding his power for so many years. He was undoubtedly the greatest dark horse of this elite competition. At this moment, Long Chen observed Long Wuyong. The latter was tall and bald, resembling Ji Yu Yong in terms of build. As a power-type fighter, he held a coiled dragon staff thicker than an ordinary person's thigh. His blood qi seemed on the verge of bursting from his body, and he stood like an immovable iron tower. On the other side stood Zhao Qingtian, much shorter and resembling a child who hadn't fully grown. Despite his stature, his aura was terrifying. Even without intentionally releasing it, his natural presence caused space to twist wildly around him. He resembled a bottomless volcano, with the energy within him impossible to gauge. His short stature did not diminish the respect others held for his formidable power. The Long clan's dark horse. Come, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can endure 3 moves from me, it'll count as your victory, sneered Zhao Qingtian. Clearly, Zhao Qingtian didn't think highly of Long Wuyong. In fact, he didn't even acknowledge the umpire standing nearby, completely ignoring Long Chen from the start. Long Wuyong remained unfazed by Zhao Qingtian's provocation. Instead, he nodded calmly. Then many thanks. Let me see just how strong the heavenly geniuses of the ancient era are. With that, Long Wuyong's blood qi erupted, and his heavenly fate disc materialized. Blood-colored marks appeared on it, igniting his blood qi even further. Long Wuyong's blood qi blazed when those marks appeared. Qi waves surged out of him, stirring astral winds that caused the bricks beneath his feet to crack. His aura soared to an astonishing level, shocking the crowd. Startled cries rang out from the crowd. Although they all knew that Long Wuyong had been holding back, no one had anticipated the extent of his power. This sudden surge of power shattered the martial stage's bricks, revealing his formidable prowess. Long Wuyong stamped down. With an explosive sound, more bricks shattered, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting toward Zhao Qingtian. When the coiled dragon staff's runes lit up, blood-colored lines ignited, and the staff's aura merged with Long Wuyong. One with the staff, more startled cries echoed out. Long Wuyong's weapon was a Heaven Saint divine weapon, but his cultivation base hadn't reached the level of a Heaven Saint. Hence, it should have been impossible for him to merge with it, yet he still did. His ability to become one with his weapon meant he could unleash its full potential, a capability many could only dream of achieving. Long Wuyong knew his opponent was a peak heavenly genius of the ancient era, and the latter was unimaginably powerful. To face such a formidable opponent, Long Wuyong had restrained himself for years, waiting for this moment. Now that the chance had arrived, he cherished this opportunity more than anything and immediately unleashed his full power. What a fool! Long Chen smirked coldly as he observed the unfolding scene. Zhao Qingtian had made a critical mistake, severely underestimating Long Wuyong. As expected, Zhao Qingtian was truly showing off, not even summoning his manifestation. Now that Long Wuyong had merged with a Heaven Saint divine weapon, his powerful aura directly pinned Zhao Qingtian down. Zhao Qingtian only realized he had misjudged at this point, but it was too late for him to summon his manifestation. With a shout, Zhao Qingtian spread his legs and crossed his arms in front of him. Long Chen instantly felt a vast power gathering on top of the martial stage. Earth energy. Long Chen was surprised. Before unleashing this move, Long Chen hadn't even sensed any earth energy fluctuations from Zhao Qingtian's body. Earth energy concentrated on Zhao Qingtian's body, forming a layer of armor. His arms and legs in particular were covered in multiple layers, making them exceptionally thick. Long Wuyong's staff struck Zhao Qingtian's arms. With an explosive sound, the entire martial stage quivered. Countless bricks were sent flying and smashed into the barrier, releasing ripples. This was an absolutely terrifying attack. However, what shocked people even more was that Zhao Qingtian didn't move in the slightest. He stood like a boulder, while Long Wuyong was knocked back several steps from the impact. Heavens, isn't that too terrifying? He didn't even summon his manifestation. Is the difference too great? This scene stunned people, especially the current era's experts. They had placed much of their hopes on Long Wuyong, but this result was like a bucket of ice water over their heads. One was attacking with all their power, and the other didn't even summon his manifestation. Was there even a point to this fight? After being knocked back, Long Wuyong didn't get flustered. On his final step, he spun and shifted his feet. With bizarre footwork, he appeared in front of Zhao Qingtian again and swept out his staff. Nice. This time, Even Long Chen couldn't help but say a word of praise. The entire martial stage shuddered as Zhao Qingtian was forced back by Long Wuyong's attack. Chapter 5021 Sore Loser. The explosive collision forced Zhao Qingtian back along with Long Wuyong. Although Long Wuyong was knocked back, the spectators still cheered for him. At this moment, Zhao Qingtian held a golden glaive. After the first exchange, he no longer dared to look down on Long Wuyong. Unexpectedly, Long Wuyong was powerful enough to knock Zhao Qingtian back a few steps. Startled and enraged, Zhao Qingtian felt humiliated, especially by the cheers mocking him. Well done, Long Wuyong has guts and wits. Perhaps he can last 3 moves, Qin Feng said, clapping from the spectator stands. What do you mean? Long Ziwei and Gui Ju asked, confused. Just now, Long Wuyong had unleashed his full power and was unable to shake Zhao Qingtian. But with his second attack, he forced Zhao Qingtian to take out his weapon and knocked him back. Long Ziwei and Gui Ju didn't understand the difference between the two exchanges. With his first attack, Long Wuyong absorbed quite a bit of Zhao Qingtian's power. With his second attack, he unleashed that power back along with his own. Hence, Zhao Qingtian was struck by his own power and his opponent's, which is why he was knocked back. Quick, look, urged Qin Feng. Just then, Long Wuyong was blown back all the way to the martial stage's barrier. He smashed into it, causing it to bend and send him flying back, his speed instantly reaching a peak. Even Long Chenshui and the others were startled by this. Long Wuyong was truly skilled. With the second attack, he managed to absorb his opponent's energy. He then borrowed the barrier's power to propel himself back, combining his own power, his opponent's, and the barrier's. Long Wuyong moved with incredible speed, giving Zhao Qingtian no chance to react. His staff smashed toward Zhao Qingtian with the greatest power of his life. Zhao Qingtian hadn't expected his opponent to make such a move. In the second exchange, he was caught off guard, and using his own power against Long Wuyong caused his energy to become disorder. He had barely settled when the third attack came, leaving him no time to breathe or adjust. 1,000 earth gates, Zhao Qingtian shouted as one giant gate after another appeared, dozens in total. However, Long Wuyong was too fast. He blasted through them instantly, and his staff clashed with Zhao Qingtian's glaive. A giant hole appeared in the martial stage because of the collision, and both Long Wuyong and Zhao Qingtian spat out blood. Zhao Qingtian was sent flying, smashing into the barrier. Seeing Zhao Qingtian injured, countless people cried out, but there were even more cheers. Long Wuyong had managed to injure his opponent, a heavenly genius from the ancient era. Even if he ultimately lost, this was still a great feat. Suddenly, the martial stage quivered, and a giant heavenly fate disc came into view, so enormous that it covered the entire stage. A sharp light then sliced toward Long Wuyong. Seeing the attack, Long Wuyong hastily blocked. However, with an explosive sound, his coiled dragon staff shattered, and the attack sliced into his chest, cutting it open. If not for the staff blocking it, the attack would have torn him to shreds. Zhao Qingtian seemed to have gone crazy. He thrust his glaive toward Long Wuyong's head, clearly intending to kill him. Seeing his enraged expression, the Long clan's experts cried out in alarm. If not for the barrier on the martial stage, they would have charged forward to save Long Wuyong. Zhao Qingtian's glaive energy pierced through the martial stage, but Long Wuyong was gone. People looked around and saw Long Chen holding his golden scepter at the border of the martial stage, with Long Wuyong lying beside him. Long Chen's swift movements shocked Long Chenshui and the others. It was so fast that they couldn't see him clearly. His movement art was practically like that of a ghost. Long Chen sneered at the crazed Zhao Qingtian. I looked down on you before, but I look down on you even more now. Had you not brazenly said that it would be your loss if he lasted 3 moves? Now, you were injured in 3 moves. If you refused to accept this, that would be one thing. But to want to kill your opponent after your boastful claim, I really don't understand. Are all ancient era's people so shameless, or is it just you? Zhao Qingtian was enraged. This was like consecutive slaps in the face. He had said some big words at the start and had no way to take them back now. Although I look down on you, I admire one thing about you: how do you manage to eat your own shit without shame? The color of your face doesn't even change, remarked Long Chen mockingly. Zhao Qingtian almost choked. The spectators also felt like Zhao Qingtian had gone too far and lost the style of an expert. Hence, Long Chen's ridicule was very satisfying for them. Beside Long Chen, Long Wuyong crawled up and cupped his fists to him. He said, "Thank you for saving me. However, a loss is a loss. Brother Qingtian's power far surpasses my own. I also have to thank Brother Qingtian for showing me what a real expert is, and what the difference is between us. I will work hard on my cultivation in the future." Long Wuyong crushed his tablet and was transported out. When he admitted defeat, he received a round of applause and cheers. The Long clan's disciples in particular were very proud of him. On the other hand, the victor, Zhao Qingtian, was holding back a belly of fire with nowhere to release it. He glared at Long Chen. "Just you wait," Zhao Qingtian spat out, giving Long Chen no chance to reply before storming off. "Idiot," muttered Long Chen, ignoring him. He then waved his scepter and entered the next martial stage. When this martial stage was activated, it revealed Zhang Wuwang facing off against an expert from the Yi clan. Zhang Wuwang nodded toward Long Chen upon seeing him, then cupped his fist slightly toward his opponent, signaling for his opponent to make the first move. Zhang Wuwang's moves adhered to societal norms, but he received applause due to the stark contrast between him and Zhao Qingtian. In that contrast, Zhang Wuwang seemed much more elegant. Zhang Wuwang's opponent attacked 10 times, while Zhang Wuwang remained on defense the entire time, never counter-attacking. After unleashing all his abilities, his opponent realized he couldn't win and finally admitted defeat. The third bout featured Yi Lingxiao, who directly stabbed his opponent through the chest with his sword at the start, giving his opponent no chance to respond. When the fourth martial stage activated, Long Tianrui's fairy-like figure appeared before everyone and received a burst of cheers. Long Tianrui was a woman countless men dreamed of, and they felt an innate worshipful feeling for her from the depths of their souls. When Long Tianrui opened her eyes, she didn't look at her opponent but at Long Chen. Just as she opened her mouth, Long Chen quickly interjected, "Don't spout nonsense. Let the battle commence." Chapter 5022, laying all the cards on the table. Long Chen knew what Long Tianrui wanted to say the moment he saw the look in her eyes. It was his first time feeling such a headache dealing with a woman. Most importantly, he couldn't classify her as an enemy or a friend, nor label her an idiot or a genius. The way her mind worked was simply incomprehensible to an ordinary person. "Fairy Tianrui, please give me pointers." The man facing Long Tianrui bowed deeply before drawing his own weapon. Long Tianrui nodded, turning to look at her opponent. She didn't say anything and just stared. Her opponent took a step back and pointed his weapon at Long Tianrui, but he suddenly stiffened. The space on the martial stage seemed to have frozen, causing all the spectators to feel baffled. What was going on? Long Tianrui was clearly indicating for him to attack. Why wasn't he moving? Furthermore, Long Tianrui was just staring at him. On the martial stage was covered in a strange aura. Long Chen's heart shook when he felt it. It felt like there were millions of Long Tianrui on the martial stage, looking at him from every possible angle. No matter how he moved, she would see it clearly. There was no concealing anything from her gaze. In fact, her gaze seemed able to pierce his soul and expose all his secrets. A powerful spiritual strength had filled the entire arena, one that could make a person's will crumble. Long Chen realized that this was Long Tianrui's perception, but it was his first time encountering such a terrifying perception. It felt as if any move he could make was within her predictions, and he couldn't escape or resist no matter what. It was enough to drive someone into despair. This level of perception was most likely an innate gift, an extremely terrifying talent. Long Chen looked at Long Tianrui, and she looked back at him. The martial stage seemed almost frozen in time. At this moment, the disciple facing Long Tianrui started to tremble. Sweat dripped down his forehead, revealing just how hard he was struggling. At first, Long Tianrui's gaze was on him, and the immense pressure made him feel like his will would crumble. However, when Long Tianrui shifted her gaze to Long Chen, the pressure instantly lightened. At that moment, the disciple was no longer Long Tianrui's opponent, he felt more like an umpire, or more accurately, a spectator. Finally, a clattering sound broke the silence as Long Tianrui's opponent was unable to keep hold of his weapon, which fell to the ground. Long Tianrui retracted her perception. The disciple seemed to lose any support holding him up and collapsed, panting for breath. "Long Tianrui wins," announced Long Chen. He sent that disciple out and also left. While Long Tianrui was powerful, Long Chen wasn't afraid of her. He was just scared of her crazy ideas. Giving her no chance to speak, Long Chen directly fled away. After returning to his residence, Long Chen recalled Long Tianrui's terrifying perception, still feeling shocked by it. Her innate talent could make a person incapable of even summoning the courage to attack her. Most importantly, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Who knew how much power lay behind her emotionless expression? No wonder she wants to find a powerful person to have children with. If she found someone ordinary, it would be an absolute waste for this innate talent to not be transmitted to the next era. Long Chen wondered aloud. He suddenly felt like he understood Long Tianrui a bit better. Should I consider? Hey, what are you thinking? Long Chen expelled those impractical thoughts from his head. He then took out the violet crystal heavenly eye again. The Brahma Pill Valley's experts had finished setting up their formations. They had encircled the heavenly desolation domain in countless formation discs, each emitting a ray of light into the sky. Using the heavenly eye, he saw that the entire heavenly desolation domain was encased in a cage. Hee, it seems that the Brahma Pill Valley is willing to put in the capital to capture me. Long Chen chuckled. He even felt a bit proud of himself. However, Long Chen knew they viewed him so highly because of the High Firmament Academy, not because he had killed one of their Vice Hall masters. The Palace Master had returned to the Academy and reclaimed its land, making the High Firmament Academy no longer an easy target for the Brahma Pill Valley. Consequently, their attention turned toward Long Chen. If the Brahma Pill Valley captured Long Chen, it would be a serious blow to the High Firmament Academy. That was why they were going to such lengths. Long Chen's gaze swept out. He noticed several isolated figures working on the outskirts of the Long clan's territory, setting up a second layer of formations. Long Chen looked more closely. Although he was not a formation master, he had learned quite a bit from Sha Chen. He recognized it as a trapping formation. The outer formation screened off the heavens and tricked people's senses, while the inner formation aimed to trap Long Chen. Once completed, even a two-heaven vein expert wouldn't be able to escape its grasp. Upon seeing this, Long Chen was first baffled but quickly realized the truth. It seems that these old fellows aren't fools. They didn't tell the Brahma Pill Valley about the Earth Cauldron and want to keep it for themselves. If the Brahma Pill Valley knew about the Earth Cauldron, they wouldn't bother with these useless things. What formation could possibly block the Earth Cauldron? Wouldn't they just end up having a hole smashed into them? Upon seeing this trapping formation, Long Chen instantly realized what the four divine clans were up to. Hee, good, I'll reap them all together, Long Chen snickered, a vicious light in his eyes. Long Chen's enmity with Lord Brahma had long reached a point where coexistence was impossible. The destruction of the martial heaven continent ultimately lay at Lord Brahma's hands. Though the dragon expert had used its supreme abilities to evacuate the continent's lifeforms before its destruction, the toll of that battle was immense. The fallen warriors of the Dragonblood Legion would never return. Thinking about them, Long Chen was filled with grief. This enmity could not be settled. Although he couldn't deal with Lord Brahma himself, killing his followers was a viable option. Senior, Long Chen called out to the Earth Cauldron. Just then, a rune appeared in Long Chen's hand, and the Earth Cauldron's voice resonated around him. I am at a critical juncture. Hand this rune to Qin Feng. When the time comes, I will send them away safely. Just as Long Chen was about to ask the Earth Cauldron about the timing to ensure Qin Feng and the others' safety, he realized the Earth Cauldron had already planned it out. With this assurance, Long Chen finally felt at ease. After stealthily passing the rune to Qin Feng, he went back into seclusion. When he emerged, he could unleash the dragon blood god slaying cross 80 times in a row, finding it easier each time. It was different from his expectations, indicating he was nearing the requirements set by the Earth Cauldron. Arriving at the competition grounds, Long Chen saw Qin Feng and the mercenaries gathered together, no longer scattered among the spectator stands. At that moment, he knew today was the day they would lay all their cards on the table. Chapter 5023 Act wantonly. Seeing that the four clan leaders and the other top experts were present, Long Chen reached out to the Earth Cauldron. I'm here, I've succeeded. With me present, feel free to act as wantonly as you wish. Responded the Earth Cauldron confidently. Long Chen instantly felt assured. It was his first time hearing the Earth Cauldron speak with such confidence. Clearly, it had gained more than him this time. Thinking of how he had the Earth Cauldron looking after him, Long Chen shed all misgivings. He felt lighter than ever as he sat down in his head umpire seat. This time, silence fell over the crowd. There were no cheers or loud shouts. With the four clan leaders and the other top experts here, the atmosphere became much more serious. Everyone acted respectful and reserved, even making sure not to breathe too loudly. When Long Chen arrived, he saw that the competition grounds had changed. There was only a single martial stage now, and it seemed more like a sacrificial altar. Despite the many decorations added to it, its strange appearance raised Long Chen's suspicions. However, he didn't overthink it. For a clash of the strongest heavenly geniuses of the 4 divine clans, it made sense to bring out their strongest martial stage. For it to look different than before was quite normal. At this moment, there was no need for Long Chen, as the head umpire, to take charge. The 4 clan leaders stood and said some encouraging words. They mentioned that to not affect everyone's display in combat, they had only been watching from behind the scenes. However, they had witnessed every battle and every person's display. They expressed how gratified they were, seeing images of their younger selves in the competitors, sharing that same hot-blooded passion, and so on. After this series of standard remarks, the Long clan leader looked to Long Chen. The Long clan leader said, "As our head umpire, things have been hard on you. I represent the 4 divine clans in expressing our thanks to you. Fortunately, the competition is at its end. I hope you can continue until the end." Long Chen did fully grasp what the Long clan leader was implying, but he nodded. But of course, after all, he had accepted their medicinal ingredients. It wasn't polite to just take their wealth and run off. "Alright, then let the first battle commence," announced the Long clan leader. Long Chen's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared on the martial stage, startling him. What was going on? In the past, he had always entered on his own. But this time, he was brought in against his will. When Long Chen was brought in, he realized that this martial stage really was made from an ancient sacrificial altar. He recognized the patterns on the bricks and the sacrificial totem poles. Damn, even the bricks are made of the material for Heaven's Saint divine weapons. This martial stage is overkill. Long Chen was shocked. At the same time, he felt a trace of greed. If he could steal this martial stage and tear it apart, he would get quite a few divine materials. The Long clan was quite rich indeed. When Long Chen entered, almost everyone took a deep breath. The tension was palpable. The 4 peak heavenly geniuses of the ancient era had crushed the experts of the current era. Although Long Wuyong had managed to exchange a few blows with Zhao Qingtian, everyone knew this was because Zhao Qingtian had been too arrogant. In truth, Zhao Qingtian hadn't shown his full power. Long Wuyong himself admitted that if Zhao Qingtian had been serious, he wouldn't have been able to receive a single blow. The ancient era's experts were just too terrifying. After Long Chen appeared, 2 figures slowly materialized on either side of the stage. One of them was Zhang Wuwang, the Zhang clan's heavenly genius. The other one was Long Tianrui, which surprised Long Chen a bit. Didn't that mean Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao were fighting afterward? For a battle on this level, it normally wasn't left to chance. The higher-ups usually decided who would fight based on various factors. For Long Tianrui to be fighting Zhang Wuwang, Long Chen immediately felt that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Zhang Wuwang cupped his fists to Long Tianrui and said, "Fairy Tianrui, you have always been my idol, the peak I have always aspired to reach. I've always hoped to be able to compete with an expert like you. And now, the heavens have blessed me with this chance. I hope you won't mind if I embarrass myself with my little skills." It went without saying that Zhang Wuwang was suave and refined. Each of his moves showed the mannerisms of an expert. The women especially were moved by this. Long Tianrui indifferently said, "As you wish." Long Tianrui was still as apathetic as ever. It was as if other than Long Chen, no one else could pique her interest. Furthermore, even though she was interested in Long Chen, her expression remained the same as ever when they encountered each other. Zhang Wuwang felt helpless in front of her apathetic reply. He had prepared this opener for a long time, hoping to win her favor, but it had no effect. Turning to Long Chen, Zhang Wuwang joked, "Brother Long, I'm going all out. If I cannot win, remember to save me when the time comes." Long Chen hadn't expected Zhang Wuwang to have such a humorous side. The spectators laughed, understanding it was a joke, and felt even greater admiration for him. Compared to Zhang Wuwang, Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao were like rubes lacking any grace or refinement of experts. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, "No, you should take it easy. She's very powerful. If I make a mistake, she might even kill me. I still have wives at home and don't want to die young. You should pray for a blessing." Long Chen's response drew more laughter from the spectators. With one request and one answer, the tense atmosphere lifted significantly. Long Tianrui did not get angry at his teasing. She solemnly said, "If you agree to consider what I said, I'll listen to you." This again. Long Chen was speechless. Yes, he was definitely very handsome, and she was very beautiful. But wouldn't it be terrifying to spend a lifetime with someone who only had one expression? He couldn't bear it. Long Chen didn't want to get entangled with her. As his golden scepter could no longer control this martial stage, he could only remind them. Can we start? Please give me pointers," shouted Zhang Wuwang. Zhang Wuwang retreated half a step, his powerful aura rising. Everyone fell silent as they eagerly awaited the clash between the peak heavenly geniuses of the ancient era. Chapter 5024 Zhang Wuwang vs. Long Tianrui. Zhang Wuwang retreated a step and bent his body slightly. He extended a hand, palm facing the sky. It was a standard posture for asking for pointers, one that had lasted through the ages. In truth, whether in the ancient era or now, those with proper upbringing paid close attention to this kind of etiquette when exchanging pointers. Exchanging pointers was a way to confirm one's power and quickly improve. Treating an opponent like a master allowed them to see even further. By observing their opponent's strong points, they could identify their own shortcomings. Mutually improving through actual combat was the true goal of exchanging pointers. However, by this era, there had been a definite deviation from this definition. Now, their only goal was to crush the other side on the martial stage. Only by trampling over their opponent could they prove just how strong they were. Throughout this entire competition, it seemed that those who truly respected their opponents could be counted on one's fingers. No one knew when exchanging pointers became a game to trample over another person's dignity and honor. Zhang Wuwang's display made countless people think. The four divine clans were supposed to be holding a friendly competition. If most people didn't have the goal of exchanging pointers and mutually improving themselves, what was the point of holding this competition? If this were a true slaughter, that would be one thing. The fighters could also accumulate experience and comprehension when facing death. However, this martial stage did not permit killing. In the end, disciples who got angry on the martial stage and beat up their opponents like bullies simply couldn't be compared to Zhang Wuwang. Zhang Wuwang's simple gesture ended up winning him the reverence of countless experts. They formed a new definition of what an expert was. Long Tianrui took the same posture. She raised her hand, her arm bent slightly. Her movements were so graceful that if they weren't on the martial stage, it would seem like the start of a dance. "I'll embarrass myself then," Zhang Wuwang shouted. He suddenly split into hundreds of thousands of clones that attacked Long Tianrui. Those figures were filled with water qi. They were like illusions, seeming unreal, but every single one of them gave off powerful Doyan fluctuations. Are they physical clones or projection clones? Startled cries rang out. Whether it was physical clones or projection clones, a large majority of the experts here had at least one. Hence, they were very familiar with this kind of technique. However, they couldn't determine what Zhang Wuwang's clones were. In front of this onslaught, Long Tianrui didn't budge. Her hand suddenly pushed forward, ignoring all the others and aiming only for one of the clones. As Zhang Wuwang's palm slammed into Long Tianrui's hand, all the clones in the air vanished. Just as people confirmed that those were all projection clones, they saw the clones line up behind Zhang Wuwang. The moment Long Tianrui pushed forward with her hand, the first Zhang Wuwang swayed slightly, and the second Zhang Wuwang shot back, passing the energy into the third one. When this power was transferred to the last clone, it flew back and slammed into the barrier, exploding into a rain of blood. Those were not projection clones but physical clones with bodies of actual flesh and blood. Normally, a person could only condense one physical clone. While a powerful technique might allow one to condense a few clones, at most, they could only have 10 or so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the ability to raise all the clones. After all, the cost to nurture a physical clone was immense. For most people, a physical clone served primarily as a means to escape danger. The main issue was that cultivating a powerful clone required a lot of resources and a constant influx of energy. Without these, the clones would lag behind the true body. If a cultivator's cultivation base had reached the Heaven Saint realm, but their clone was still in the Divine Venerate realm, then there would be no point to it. Thus, most people only bothered condensing 1 or 2 physical clones. However, Zhang Wuwang had over 1,000 of them, and most terrifying of all, each of them had Doyan fluctuations, which showed that their power was not much weaker than that of the main body. That was a bit frightening. Zhang Wuwang's clones were frightening, but Long Tianrui was equally formidable. With one attack, she blew apart one of his clones. The explosion of the clone caused intense fluctuations in the barrier, shaking the entire stage. It demonstrated the immense power the clone had contained. The stronger the martial stage, the greater the energy it could endure. If they had been on the old martial stage, this attack might have directly pierced through the barrier. At this moment, neither Long Tianrui nor Zhang Wuwang had revealed their true power. They hadn't even taken out their heavenly fate discs. Just as the last clone of Zhang Wuwang was blasted back, it shoved the clone in front of it, sending it forward. It was like a reversal of what had just occurred. Damn. Seeing this, Long Chen was also startled. Zhang Wuwang looked rather delicate, but he was actually quite ruthless. Intentionally sacrificing one clone to rebound Long Tianrui's power, Zhang Wuwang redirected all the energy the clone faced, multiplying its impact. In truth, these clones were not meant for direct combat but for forming formations. A formation supported by multiple clones was undoubtedly frightening. Long Tianrui also noticed this, but she remained composed. A rune appeared on the back of her hand just as the rebounded energy struck. The martial stage shuddered as Long Tianrui was knocked back several steps. Rainbow light flickered in her eyes, indicating Zhang Wuwang's attack had exceeded her expectations. Zhang Wuwang was also knocked back, his clones scattered. However, the backlash was evenly shared by all the clones, so Zhang Wuwang wasn't the slightest bit injured. Zhang Wuwang formed hand seals, and his clones mirrored his movements. With a swift clap and spread of his hands, a unique spatial formation appeared between his fingers, aimed directly at Long Tianrui. "Watch out, Heavenly Fate Cloud Piercer!" Zhang Wuwang shouted, and all his clones suddenly gathered into a triangular formation. All of them pressed a palm on the clone in front of them. An enormous Heavenly Fate disc appeared behind them, containing the power of all the clones. This spectacle stunned the onlookers. It was well known that a heavenly chosen needed time to accumulate power to summon their Heavenly Fate disc. Zhang Wuwang, however, summoned his through a formation, bypassing this usual process. Divine light shot out Zhang Wuwang's hands, forming a sword imbued with immense Doyan power that thrust straight at Long Tianrui. The sword moved with incredible speed. No one had expected Zhang Wuwang to unleash such a powerful technique during what seemed like a probing stage. His sudden outburst of power had a hint of trickery behind it, catching Long Tianrui off guard without time to summon her manifestation. Just as the sword was about to pierce Long Tianrui, she raised her hand before her. In front of countless shocked onlookers, Long Tianrui firmly caught the Doyan sword in her grasp. Chapter 5025 Underworld Soul Water Thorn. Long Chen was startled to see Long Tianrui's hand shine with 7 colors. At this moment, supreme qi surged forth. This was unmistakably the power of 7-color supreme blood. It was the first time Long Chen had seen someone else besides his father and him possess it. When the 7-color supreme blood condensed on Long Tianrui's hand, her aura changed, instantly turning incomparably domineering. All of a sudden, she seemed to have been possessed by a god of war, her gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. Her hand shattered the energy sword, leaving everyone stunned, especially the heavenly chosens. They were profoundly aware of the strength of this attack. The rainbow color on Long Tianrui's hand slowly faded until her hand returned to its normal jade-like appearance. Looking at Zhang Wuwang, Long Tianrui said, "You held back. Are you looking down on me, or have you given up? I already said that if someone in the same realm could defeat me, I would marry them. This promise has not changed. No matter what means you use, no matter what technique you try, whether it's a sinister trick or an open scheme, none of it matters." It was only now that people realized Zhang Wuwang had held back. However, when they thought about it, his attack had contained the feeling of a scheme behind it. Fearful of accidentally killing Long Tianrui, he had restrained his power at the last moment. However, he had not expected her to effortlessly crush his attack with her hand. This indicated that even if he had unleashed his full power, he would not have been able to harm her. "My apologies. That attack wasn't honorable enough. The allure of gaining Fairy Tianrui's favor with the smallest cost was too tempting, but I didn't anticipate your formidable strength. Since that's the case, I will hold nothing back. Anything less would be the height of disrespect," replied Zhang Wuwang. In his hand, a peculiar weapon appeared. It resembled a dagger, but with 2 smaller daggers flanking its sides. The main blade measured 3 feet in length, while the smaller ones were merely 7 inches each. If the hilt were extended into a staff, it would resemble a uniquely shaped trident. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Zhang Wuwang explained, "The underworld soul water thorn is my innate divine weapon. My soul has fused with it since birth. It is when I wield this that I am at my strongest. I humbly request Fairy Tianrui's guidance." The underworld soul water thorn. Why isn't it the Zhang clan's heavenly underworld water thorn? Asked Long Tianrui. Zhang Wuwang said, "My father once told me that I cannot rely too heavily on external factors, because the moment those crutches are gone, so is my strength. What others give, they can also take away. Only what I earn through my own efforts truly belongs to me." Long Tianrui nodded. "Your father has profound wisdom. Many thanks. May I know what weapon Fairy Tianrui uses?" Long Tianrui waved her hand, and a 7-color sword appeared in her grasp. The 7-peak sword. Long Chen's heart shook. This confirmed that Long Tianrui, like him, possessed the 7-color supreme blood and could condense the 7-peak sword. However, unlike Long Chen's, her 7-peak sword had strange runes interweaving on top of it, forming special patterns. It was even more condensed and terrifying than Long Chen's. Long Chen knew that this had nothing to do with bloodline purity but involved some secret art. After all, his 7-peak sword was something Long Zontian had transmitted to him. Moreover, Long Zontian's 7-peak sword was something he had come up with himself. As an expert from the ancient era, Long Tianrui had inherited an unknown number of divine abilities. Compared to Long Zontian's self-discovered techniques, her knowledge and skills were far superior. To put it frankly, she was someone who had been taught in an imperial temple, while Long Zontian was groping around in the dark. The difference between them was immense. Despite this, Long Chen deeply admired his father's ability to innovate and create his own magical arts and divine abilities. Based on his estimate, Long Zontian could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 sovereigns. Suddenly, the sound of collisions brought Long Chen back to the present. Zhang Wuwang's heavenly fate disc was spinning rapidly. Although his clones had disappeared, over 1,000 whirlpools had appeared. Divine light emanated from the whirlpools, coalescing into a giant formation capable of bolstering him. At this moment, his water thorn slashed down, unleashing a torrent of water chi that flooded the martial stage. The air was dense as if it was filled with mercury, which made movements difficult. Under the pressure, the barrier started to slowly bulge. Zhang Wuwang was lightning quick within this space. His heavenly fate disc seemed on the verge of igniting as his water thorn attacked relentlessly. Yet, every strike was met by Long Tianrui's deft swordplay, which effectively blocked his attacks. 7-colored divine radiance shimmered in the air. Seeing this, Long Chen realized Zhang Wuwang's water chi couldn't penetrate the 7-color divine radiance. Based on their core power, Zhang Wuwang's bloodline power was unable to suppress Long Tianrui's. With his fluid combat style, Zhang Wuwang constantly adjusted his tactics. His movements became increasingly unorthodox, a testament to his deep understanding of martial arts and adaptability in battle. Yet, regardless of his tactics, Long Tianrui moved with grace and fluidity. Resembling a dainty fairy at times and a powerful dragon at others. She continued to defend but wasn't at the slightest disadvantage. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out, and the torrent of attacks came to a stop. Zhang Wuwang fell back. Standing in the air, he looked at Long Tianrui. "Fairy Tianrui's power is truly supreme. I know I'm not a match for you, but I still want to try. Fairy Tianrui, please, if you can withstand my final attack, I will be fully convinced of my loss." Zhang Wuwang's expression grew serious. After these consecutive attacks, he was well aware of the difference between them. He had unleashed his full power, yet Long Tianrui still effortlessly blocked him. In truth, Zhang Wuwang knew he had already lost. But simply admitting defeat wouldn't satisfy him. He raised his water thorn toward the sky. The 1,000 whirlpools behind him abruptly ceased spinning and started to merge into his sword. Witnessing this, every expert present was shocked. Those whirlpools represented his physical clones. Injecting all their power into this attack meant sacrificing them in one move. The consequences were dire. Years of cultivation could be annihilated in an instant. Was it truly worth it? Zhang Wuwang stared at Long Tianrui. With a resounding shout, he brought down his water thorn. 1,000 Forsaken slash. An ear-splitting explosion followed, shattering the martial stage's barrier. Even the expressions of the 4 clan leaders changed at this unprecedented display of power. Chapter 502600 Barrier. The barrier on the martial stage was pierced through by the edge of the water thorn, leaving a long white tear. This was the Long clan's highest level martial stage. If it had been the old martial stage, this attack would have split it in two, possibly slicing apart the spectator stands as well. At this moment, Long Tianrui raised her seven-peak sword toward the sky, and a rainbow flew out from her back, looking like a giant ribbon dancing in the air. Long Chen noticed her blood chi fluctuations ignite, and the runes on her sword started to glow with intense light. Annihilation 7-peak slash, Long Tianrui shouted. When she swung her sword down, there was neither overwhelming divine radiance nor spatial tear. It didn't even form a breeze. However, this attack was even more terrifying in Long Chen's eyes. Long Tianrui's power was perfectly concentrated on her sword, to the point that not the slightest bit leaked out. Even with Long Chen's gentlest violet blood energy, he couldn't achieve this level of control. It could be said that her control had reached a peak. Long Tianrui's 7-peak sword and Zhang Wuwang's water thorn clashed. One was a divine weapon made of immortal metal, while the other was a divine ability sword condensed from essence blood. When they collided, a metallic ringing echoed. Long Tianrui and Zhang Wuwang fell back at the same time. The martial stage's barrier shuddered and deformed, looking like it would break down at any moment. Fortunately, this martial stage was strong enough to withstand the impact and quickly return to normal. The previous damage healed rapidly. Suddenly, a light sound rang out on the martial stage. It wasn't loud, but it was particularly ear-piercing in the ensuing silence. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Wuwang's water thorn split open, and part of it fell on the floor. A divine weapon made of immortal metal was actually unable to surpass Long Tianrui's bloodline divine ability. Despite both being peak heavenly geniuses of the ancient era, was there really a vast difference between them? Most terrifying of all, Long Tianrui remained expressionless and had not revealed her heavenly fate disc. In other words, even Zhang Wuwang's final attack couldn't force Long Tianrui to bring out her full power. In the clash between ancient and present experts, everyone had seen just how vast the gap between them was. These ancient heavenly geniuses seemed to exist in a completely different dimension. However, even among ancient experts, the difference between Zhang Wuwang and Long Tianrui was just as immense. This realization shocked everyone. "I lost. I am fully convinced," said Zhang Wuwang, staring at his water thorn. After a long while, he sighed and picked up its broken fragment from the ground. Shaking her head, Long Tianrui replied, "No, if you had used the heavenly underworld water thorn instead, the results would have been different. This water thorn can only endure a portion of your power, not the full power of your heavenly fate disc. If you had used the heavenly underworld water thorn and merged them, this attack's power would have been 10 times greater, and I wouldn't have been able to block it with the 7-peak sword." Zhang Wuwang said, "It'd be the same. I might have held back, but so had you. A lack of skill is a lack of skill. Saying, 'I could have done something different,' is nothing more than making excuses." After bowing to Long Tianrui and cupping his fists to Long Chen, Zhang Wuwang crushed his tablet to transport himself out of the martial stage. Long Chen waved his golden scepter to leave as well, but he found it had lost effect. At this moment, Long Tianrui turned to him. "This Annihilation 7-peak slash is just one of the 7-color Supreme Blood's divine abilities. If you wish." "Thank you, but I don't wish," interjected Long Chen, hastily waving his hand. He had the god-slaying cross, so this technique could not attract him. At this moment, the martial stage quivered, and Long Chen and Long Tianrui were transported out. Then, the Long clan leader loudly announced Long Tianrui's victory. The next bout was between Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian. However, in accordance with the regulations, they needed to give the head umpire 2 hours to rest. At this moment, a large group of experts started working on the martial stage. Long Chen saw countless formation discs being added to it. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and asked the Earth Cauldron, "Senior, what are they up to?" The Earth Cauldron directly answered, "Building a slaughterhouse." Suddenly, the Heaven Overseer transmitted a message to Long Chen. "Long Chen, something is wrong. I will release my bloodline power and send you off now." Long Chen was grateful. The Heaven Overseer was truly deserving of the respect he commanded throughout the Long clan. Although he was only an Earth Saint, Heaven Saints didn't dare to offend him. Even the clan leader seemed somewhat wary of him. That was because the Heaven Overseer's cultivation technique was different from everyone else's. He had been suppressing his cultivation base for countless years. The longer he suppressed it, the faster it would grow once he released it. Due to the Heaven Overseer's unique talent, Throughout the Long clan, he was the only one capable of cultivating this technique. Furthermore, even after training in it for hundreds of years, he had never encountered a bottleneck. Based on the Long clan's estimates, the next time the Heaven Overseer couldn't suppress his cultivation base any longer, he would rise to become a Heaven Saint to relieve the pressure. Then, after another 100 years, his cultivation base might instantly climb to the level of a 4-vein Heaven Saint. All the Long clan's senior experts were aware of this, which was why they treated him with such reverence. As for the juniors, they knew he was always fair and impartial. His upright attitude earned him their admiration as well. This information came to Long Chen from the earth cauldron. If the Heaven Overseer were to unleash his power now, he would be destroying his own future. Thus, Long Chen was especially moved. Someone so upright and selfless was always worthy of respect. Many thanks, Heaven Overseer. But I don't need you to help me. As long as you are on the side of justice, you don't need to set foot on this battlefield. I, Long Chen, am not afraid of anyone, transmitted Long Chen back. Within the crowd, the Heaven Overseer grew even more uneasy upon hearing Long Chen's response. In truth, while he didn't want anything to happen to Long Chen, he didn't want something bad to befall the Long clan either. Unfortunately, the 4 clan leaders were hiding things from the Heaven Overseer, so he only knew that something was amiss. The addition of numerous formation discs on the martial stage indicated they were clearly up to no good. If the Heaven Overseer were to unleash all the power he had been accumulating for years, he was 60% confident he could break through their blockade and send Long Chen out of here. However, that confidence was only valid while the old fogies were unprepared. Once they were ready, his chances would plummet to less than 30%. Throughout the entire Long clan, the Heaven Overseer believed Long Chen and his father had the greatest potential. Yet, he could only watch as the Long clan pushed them away step by step. 2 hours later, the martial stage lit up and drew Long Chen inside. What followed was a shocking sight. The martial stage's barrier multiplied, instantly becoming 100 layers thick. Seeing this scene, Long Chen slowly smiled. Just then, a sinister voice rang out. You can still smile with death at hand. You really are an idiot. Chapter 5027 The Dagger Behind the Gift. The martial stage activated, revealing 100 barriers. Seeing this, everyone knew that something was amiss. Until now, even during Long Tianrui and Zhang Wuwang's duel, there had only been a single barrier. The sudden appearance of 100 barriers made the martial stage resemble less of a competition ground and more like a prison. Long Tianrui's expression darkened. Her icy gaze shifted toward the Long clan leader, who avoided her gaze by turning away. The Heaven Overseer's expression also grew grave. It was now glaringly obvious what was unfolding. The Long clan had revealed their hand, or perhaps it was the 4 divine clans, agenda they had no intention of letting Long Chen leave alive. Zhang Wuwang was bewildered by the turn of events. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of shock, Feng Fei simply sighed. What's going on? Transmitted Zhang Wuwang. Feng Fei replied, things are progressing in the worst direction. Wuwang, do you still remember what I asked you before? Zhang Wuwang shook as he recalled Feng Fei asking him if he was loyal to the clan leader or the Zhang clan. Now, he understood. Feng Fei shook her head and said, there are no buts. Countless people in this world want to kill Long Chen, but he is still living well. On the other hand, none of those who attempted his life met a favorable end. I don't idolize Long Chen blindly. If you had witnessed his growth firsthand, I'm certain you would reach the same conclusion. Was Long Tianrui intimidating? Of course, she's the most terrifying expert I've encountered, replied Zhang Wuwang, startled by this sudden question. In front of Long Tianrui, he felt like he was facing an unclimbable mountain or an uncrossable sea. His little bit of power was like a grain of sand. The two of them simply weren't on the same level. Then let me put it this way. Although I won't claim that Long Chen is definitely stronger than Long Tianrui, he is definitely not weaker. Is he really so strong? Asked Zhang Wuwang. He found it hard to believe. If Long Chen dies here, it might all end peacefully. But if he escapes, considering his character, think about the consequences. Can the Zhang clan endure his wrath? Asked Feng Fei gravely. Zhang Wuwang pondered quickly. If Long Chen truly rivaled Long Tianrui, or even if he was just one level below, it would spell disaster for the Zhang clan. It was crucial to note that everyone had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Venerate realm. With a mere thought, they could break through to the Eternal realm. At that moment, the Zhang clan would have no one capable of opposing Long Chen. They would be decimated. Despite the Zhang clan's patriarch guarding them, what if Long Chen launched surprise attacks? By the time the patriarch intervened, the clan might no longer exist. Even if the patriarch came out in advance to protect the Zhang clan, how could they protect all the Zhang clan's businesses? The Zhang clan was enormous, and their disciples spread throughout the land. Unless they recalled all their disciples, there was no way they could protect them from Long Chen's wrath. Furthermore, Long Chen had the Dragonblood Legion beneath him. Qin Feng was just an ordinary Dragonblood warrior, but his terrifying killing power already sent chills down Zhang Wuwang's spine. If this group of wolf-like warriors targeted them, they could never sleep in peace again. But why are they trying to kill Long Chen? Especially the Long clan. Are they out of their minds? Demanded Zhang Wuwang. Feng Fei shook her head. Who knows? Then what should we do? Long Chen is someone who values gratitude and holds grudges. He won't blame us for the clan leader's actions, but his wrath might fall upon the Zhang clan. If we want to protect our clan, we must find a way to gain his favor. We have to help him at a critical moment, replied Feng Fei. How? He's trapped by so many barriers. Let alone me, I doubt even our patriarch could save him. Said Zhang Wuwang dubiously. If Long Chen dies inside, then there's nothing more to say. But with my understanding of him, this formation isn't enough to trap him. Have you noticed? Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian are inside the barrier as well. Most likely, the clan leaders want these two fools to kill him. You'll have a good show to watch in a bit, declared Feng Fei. Are you saying Long Chen will use the two of them as hostages? Asked Zhang Wuwang. I'm not sure, but I guess so. If that happens, the Zhao and Yi clans will have no choice but to let him go. Then he'll have a chance to escape. If things reach that point, it will be our time to make a move. Are you prepared to betray the clan leader? Remarked Feng Fei as she stared at Zhang Wuwang. Zhang Wuwang hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. If it comes to that, I will follow your lead. Even if it means going against the clan leader's wishes, the worst that can happen is some punishment. But if Long Chen becomes our enemy, the Zhang clan will truly be in jeopardy. It's obvious which option is better. Feng Fei nodded slightly. Her assessment of Zhang Wuwang's courage had proven accurate. Suddenly, Feng Fei severed her mental connection with Zhang Wuwang and turned her attention to the martial stage. She said, Yi Lingxiao is speaking. Standing at the center of the martial stage, Long Chen saw Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao appear on either side of him. Both looked at him with a sharp light in their eyes, especially Yi Lingxiao, who looked at Long Chen as if he was a dead man. Hold it, what do you mean, death at hand? Are you talking about me? Asked Long Chen. With the golden scepter in hand, Long Chen pointed at his nose curiously. Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian laughed heartily, as if they had just heard the world's funniest joke. Long Chen also smiled faintly, waiting for them to reply. You really are an idiot. You've killed so many people of the Long clan. The Long clan leader may not be a petty little person like you, but the four divine clans must be united. Do you think you can still act so wantonly now that the Yi, Zhao, and Zhang clans have descended upon the Long clan? The alliance of the four clans has unanimously decided to sentence you to death. Do you understand now? Announced Yi Lingxiao loudly. Long Chen was baffled. This ain't right. Are they not afraid of me mentioning the heaven-earth cauldron? They're prepared. The moment you do so, they'll cut off sound from the inside. Everything is under their control, explained the earth cauldron. Long Chen understood. But then, his smile widened as he said, I have killed quite a few people of the Long clan. I can understand that they want revenge. However, something's not right. If they want to execute me, don't they need an executioner? Don't tell me they sent you two pieces of trash to do it. Long Chen pointed at Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao. At this moment, the spectators' disciples and mercenaries alike were stunned. Their expressions shifted in disbelief as they looked at the clan leaders. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Glancing at Qin Feng, Long Ziwei said, Qin Feng, just watch calmly. Boss can handle it, assured Qin Feng. The moment Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian started to advance toward Long Chen, tension gripped everyone's heart. Chapter 5028 Lingfeng's Sword. Long Chen was still holding the golden scepter in his hand. Unfortunately, he was no longer the respected head umpire but a prisoner caught in a cage. However, even in this cage, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit panicked. Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian slowly walked toward him, but his expression remained calm. Ignoring them, he turned to the Long clan leader. Through the multiple barriers, he indifferently asked, are you sure you want to treat me like this? The Long clan leader didn't quite dare to look at Long Chen, avoiding his gaze. For some reason, he kept feeling uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen to them. Long Chenshui stood beside the Long clan leader, and her expression was extremely unsightly. Only now that she understood their clan leader's intentions, and she was a bit incapable of accepting it. After all, Long Chen was also a disciple of the Long clan. To destroy him for the Earth Cauldron was too cruel. However, despite knowing this was wrong, in front of the Long clan's interests, she continued to stand by the Long clan. That was her duty, it had nothing to do with right or wrong. Long Chen, your sins are unforgivable, deserving 1,000 deaths. The clan leader has been too lenient on you, indulging in your rebellious behavior. Not only have you broken the Long clan's rules, but you have even reached the point that the 4-clan alliance can no longer tolerate your existence. After the 4-clan leaders met, they came to a unanimous decision to execute you, which shows just how vile you are. What right do you have to interrogate the clan leader? Sneered Long Chihua, turning hostile so quickly. It seems like you're prepared. All right, since you want to play, let's play. Long Chen smiled frivolously and then started to stretch. Long Chen knew this place had been locked down, and not even a fly could escape. Once this was over, they could easily seal memories or alter them as needed. Long Chen guessed that they had several contingencies arranged. However, perhaps they hadn't expected him to fall for it so easily and directly enter the martial stage. Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian snorted at Long Chen. Looking at each other, they said in unison, how will we decide? Draw sticks. Both of them were eager to personally kill Long Chen. Zhao Qingtian, in particular, harbored a deep-seated hatred toward Long Chen and adamantly refused to hand him over to Yi Lingxiao. On the other hand, Yi Lingxiao shared the same determination. However, his motivation to eliminate Long Chen stemmed from envy, particularly over Long Tianrui. Ignoring their animosity, Long Chen continued to stretch, cracking his bones audibly. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Long Ziwei and Gui Zhu looked on with concern, mistaking Qin Feng's action for anxiety. Qin Feng said, you two are fortunate. Boss is getting serious, so a huge battle is about to start. Don't even blink. At this moment, Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian finished drawing sticks. Unfortunately for Zhao Qingtian, his luck soured, and his expression instantly darkened. 10 moves. After 10 moves, we're switching. Grumbled Zhao Qingtian. No problem, but I feel like you won't have that chance. He won't last 10 moves against me, answered Yi Lingxiao as he smiled coldly. After saying that, he started walking toward Long Chen. Long Chen had his back turned against them, casually stretching one knee up to his chest, then switching legs, seemingly oblivious to the approaching danger. Fool, face your death. Yi Lingxiao sneered and suddenly vanished with a flash, reappearing right beside Long Chen. An explosive sound reverberated. Before the onlookers could even register shock at Yi Lingxiao's incredible speed, they witnessed him being sent flying like a shooting star. Countless onlookers jumped to their feet in astonishment. The sequence of events had gone too swiftly for them to comprehend. Yi Lingxiao crashed into the barrier and bounced off, tumbling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. As he stood up, a deep handprint was visible on his face. Meanwhile, Long Chen remained nonchalant to the side, still stretching and warming up. It was like what had happened just now had nothing to do with him. All the 4 clan leaders and the Heaven Vein experts were stunned. Long Chen's movement had been so swift that they had only caught a vague glimpse of him swinging his hand. They didn't even know how he had struck Yi Lingxiao. An uproar erupted among the spectators. Most had only witnessed Yi Lingxiao vanish and then reappear on the barrier with a handprint on his face. Due to the power difference, they hadn't even seen Yi Lingxiao appear beside Long Chen. They were left bewildered. Looking around, they noticed others were equally perplexed. Some were puzzled by different aspects of the event, but their expressions mirrored the same astonishment. Zhao Qingtian also jumped in surprise, but he quickly recovered and laughed at Yi Lingxiao. That's one, said Zhao Qingtian. Yi Lingxiao was struck dumb by the slap and the burning pain on his face. It took him a long time to snap out of it. When he heard Zhao Qingtian counting, his killing intent erupted. You damn bastard, hand over your life, shouted Yi Lingxiao. The sound of a sword being unsheathed reverberated through the martial stage, sending shockwaves through the air. Divine light, akin to lightning, sliced through the air. The Lingfeng sword, Zhang Wuwang cried out in shock. It was the Yi clan's invaluable treasure. Judging from the runes surrounding it, it seemed that they had lifted its seal. All the 4 divine clans had legacy divine weapons. However, they wouldn't let their disciples use them lightly. After all, these weapons contained the ancestral bloodline power and could be hazardous if mishandled. Thus, even if they were to let a disciple use one of those legacy divine weapons, they would always place a seal on it just to be safe. However, Yi Lingxiao's Yi Lingfeng sword had its seal undone, unleashing power that far exceeded all expectations. As Yi Lingxiao launched his second attack, Long Chen completed his warm-up. He then turned around and swung the golden scepter toward the Lingfeng sword. Golden light exploded as the scepter instantly turned to dust, obliterated by a single blow from Yi Lingxiao's sword. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen would be injured or even die from this attack, they heard another clear and crisp sound. A figure was sent flying yet again. Chapter 5029 Lingfeng Possession. The golden light exploded, and a figure slammed into the barrier with immense force. That figure then bounced off the barrier and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. When the spectators saw who it was, they cried out in shock. The wielder of the Lingfeng sword, Yi Lingxiao, had another handprint on the other side of his face. Everyone stared in disbelief at Long Chen. His golden scepter was gone, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Yi Lingxiao with mocking indifference. Turning to the 4 clan leaders, Long Chen asked, "What were you thinking? Sending these 2 pieces of trash to kill me? Were you hoping to use my hands to kill them?" If before the spectators had struggled to see what happened clearly, this time they witnessed it as if in slow motion. Long Chen had used the golden scepter to intercept the Lingfeng sword, causing the scepter to explode upon impact. Remarkably, the explosion had managed to deflect the Lingfeng sword's attack. At the same time, Long Chen lightly swung his other hand, and they all saw it clearly. Yes, it was just the lightest swing, devoid of power, yet it still sent Yi Lingxiao flying. The expressions of the 4 clan leaders changed, especially that of the Yi clan leader. He bellowed, "Stop playing games. Unleash your true power. This is not a joke but a deadly battlefield." Knowing Yi Lingxiao's character, the Yi clan leader realized Yi Lingxiao didn't just want to kill Long Chen, he sought to humiliate Long Chen before his death. Thus, he had withheld his full power. Yi Lingxiao had intended to imitate Long Tianrui, using only a fraction of his power to beat his opponent and teach them what despair was. Regrettably, he had picked the wrong target. Long Chen's 2 slaps in the face told Yi Lingxiao that he had thought too highly of himself. Reality was harsh. This was Yi Lingxiao's first time being slapped in the face. At this time, Zhao Qingtian didn't forget to count for him. That's the second move. No one knew whether it was the Yi clan leader's reminder or Zhao Qingtian's counting that triggered it, but suddenly, Yi Lingxiao's killing intent exploded. His heavenly fate disc then materialized, its countless runes swirling as Doyan power erupted like a volcano. Yi Lingxiao bellowed in fury, his aura escalating uncontrollably as his qi surged through the martial stage. Even through 100 barriers, the spectators could sense his thrumming power. Yi Lingxiao was consumed by rage, never having suffered such humiliation. He could only think about crushing Long Chen to bits. Doyan deathblow. Yi Lingxiao became one with his sword, shooting toward Long Chen like a violet bolt of lightning. "Is that all?" Long Chen snorted. With a lightning blade in his grasp, he swung it down without flashy movements. Long Chen's lightning sword exploded, but Yi Lingxiao was sent flying once more. He crashed into the barrier, bounced off, and rolled several times before getting back on his feet. His expression shifted from astonishment to rage once again. 3 times Yi Lingxiao had attacked, and 3 times he had been sent flying. Each time, the angle and landing were nearly identical. The stunned expressions of the crowd stayed the same as well. Their jaws dropped, and they were unable to say anything. They had witnessed countless battles among powerful experts, but never anything quite like this. They couldn't deny the spectacle of Yi Lingxiao's overwhelming aura, which seemed to challenge the very heavens. Yet, they couldn't call it marvelous either. What was there to marvel at? The only difference between the first 2 moves and the third was that Long Chen had refrained from physically slapping Yi Lingxiao. After sending Yi Lingxiao flying, Long Chen looked at the lightning rune in his hand and smiled slightly. Lei Linger had grown to an immense level. Her lightning swords now rivaled Heaven Saint divine weapons, enabling her to hold her own against formidable opponents. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxiao's aura continued to escalate wildly, seemingly boundless. His intense chi waves shook the barriers of the martial stage. Heavens, how can his heavenly fate disc be so powerful? It's been so long, but he hasn't reached his peak state yet. Several heavenly chosens exclaimed in astonishment. Normally, it took a heavenly chosen a breath to fully summon and reach the peak state of their heavenly fate disc. However, some exceptionally talented individuals had discs that contained vast energy and required more time to awaken fully. Even among these exceptional talents, it typically took only 3 breaths to reach full power. Yet, Yi Lingxiao's heavenly fate disc had expanded to 10 times the size of a normal heavenly chosen's and was still growing. As his heavenly fate disc quivered, it tore the void apart, forming ripples that spread in every direction. Spatial runes continuously exploded in a horrifying cycle. Without warning, Yi Lingxiao launched another attack. While the technique seemed familiar, his aura had intensified several times over. Are you planning to keep doing the same thing? What a stubborn donkey, Long Chen sneered, extending his hand once more. A snow-white ice sword materialized in his grasp. With another explosive sound, ice and snow scattered through the air, spreading across every corner of the martial stage as Yi Lingxiao was yet again sent flying. However, this time, he managed to halt his descent halfway down the stage, digging his feet into the ground to prevent crashing into the barrier. He seemed less battered than before. Unexpectedly, the fragments of ice that landed on the ground transformed into fiery sparks that burned brightly. Some even landed on the barriers, creating small holes. Fortunately, with 100 barriers in place, the flames only managed to burn through 3 before losing their energy and slowly extinguishing. This scene left many spectators in shock, including Long Tianrui, who was visibly impressed. The Ice Soul Divine Flame. An ice-type flame capable of burning through such a powerful barrier could only be the Ice Soul Divine Flame from the Heavenly Flame rankings. This bastard can control it. On the martial stage, Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian looked on with envy and apprehension. This flame was terrifying, and even they had to tread carefully in its presence. At this moment, Yi Lingxiao's expression grew cold and composed. His aura continued to surge as if boundless. Staring at Long Chen coldly, he declared, "This is a technique I prepared for Long Tianrui. You can die happy to meet your end by this move." Yi Lingxiao extended his hand, running the Lingfeng sword across his palm. Blood then flowed freely, coating the blade as he gripped it tightly. Lingfeng possession. Suddenly, a pair of eyes manifested within Yi Lingxiao's heavenly fate disc, and his aura underwent a transformation. Chapter 5030 Blocking Barehanded. As Yi Lingxiao's aura transformed, the air around him changed. Along with his spiritual fluctuations, he seemed to have become a different person. His gaze became piercing and potent, reminiscent of lightning. In his pupils, countless runes layered on top of each other until they looked like the pupils of a fiend. The onlookers didn't dare to look at them directly. Startled cries erupted from the spectators, particularly those from the Yi clan. They felt their blood boiling with excitement. Heavens, Yi Lingxiao is capable of using the Lingfeng possession. Long Chen's definitely a dead man. The Lingfeng possession is one of the Yi clan's strongest unique skills. From ancient times to now, countless people have tried to cultivate it, but those capable of using it can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Yi Lingxiao really is terrifying. The moment he used this move, this battle was as good as decided. Zhao Qingtian has no chance to fight now. The Yi clan's experts shouted loudly. They had all forgotten about how Long Chen had consecutively slapped Yi Lingxiao's face. That was because all of them knew just how monstrous and terrifying this technique was. Within the Yi clan, any disciple who reached a certain level would undergo a test to determine their compatibility with the Lingfeng possession. This so-called Lingfeng possession was a technique that infused the will of the Lingfeng sword into a disciple. The Yi clan used this test to make a preliminary evaluation of their disciples' potential. Unfortunately, in this era, not a single person had been able to endure even half of the Lingfeng sword's will. Thus, this technique had become a legend. People had only heard about it but had never personally witnessed it. Now that Yi Lingxiao displayed it, the Yi clan's disciples were all thrilled. The Lingfeng sword was the Yi clan's legacy divine weapon, revered as a supreme existence and considered the clan's priceless treasure. Its name came from a peerless expert in the Yi clan's history, Yi Lingfeng. Before his death, he transferred the full power and will of his life into his sword. After that, his soul became one with the sword's spirit, becoming a legacy divine weapon that protected the Yi clan. The Yi clan had offered sacrifices to it over a long time. Furthermore, Other experts had imitated Yi Lingfeng, and right before their deaths, they merged all their power with it. The Lingfeng sword contained the souls and wills of dozens of peak experts, so activating it required enduring unimaginable pressure. In the Yi clan, the only one capable of doing so was Yi Lingxiao. In order to kill Long Chen, the Yi clan lent him the Lingfeng sword. Now that Yi Lingxiao used the Lingfeng possession, he had essentially been possessed by dozens of peak experts. Their strength merged fully with his body, causing his aura to grow sharp and wild. Countless whirlpools condensed around Yi Lingxiao's body, and indistinct figures occasionally appeared in his heavenly fate disk. Long Chen, are you prepared to welcome death? Yi Lingxiao's voice had changed, becoming ancient and gravelly, devoid of human emotion. It was like listening to a stiff corpse speak a hair-raising sound. From the moment I set foot onto the cultivation path, I have been prepared to welcome death. Unfortunately, it refuses to come. There's nothing I can do about it, replied Long Chen, remaining completely indifferent. Fool, death is right before you, but you don't even know it. I've prepared this technique for Long Tianrui, so I feel a bit unwilling to waste it on you. As retribution, I'll tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. The Lingfeng sword quivered ever so slightly. Its edge merely moved a few inches, but it somehow cut through space and shook the entire martial stage. Under the Lingfeng possession, Yi Lingxiao's power had risen to an unimaginable height. Are you sure Long Chen can win against him? Asked Zhang Wuwang as he turned to Feng Fei dubiously. Zhang Wuwang hadn't expected Yi Lingxiao's merger with the Lingfeng sword to have reached such a level. A light quiver of the Lingfeng sword demonstrated Yi Lingxiao's full mastery of it, which was absolutely terrifying. Without his clan's legacy divine weapon, Zhang Wuwang knew he wouldn't be able to block this attack. It was no wonder Yi Lingxiao had said this move was prepared for Long Tianrui. He truly had the qualifications to challenge her in this state. Long Chen has an endless supply of trump cards up his sleeve. I've known him for a long time, but I've never seen him run out of cards. Just look at him, he hasn't even entered his combat state yet. He's still handling things with ease, replied Feng Fei confidently. Seeing Yi Lingxiao's state, Zhao Qingtian retreated to the edge of the martial stage, his expression dark and wary. Zhao Qingtian hadn't expected Yi Lingxiao to reveal his trump cards so quickly. Realizing he wouldn't get a chance to fight, Zhao Qingtian felt extreme resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Lingxiao's eyes were sharp like a blade as he stared at Long Chen. As he slowly raised the Lingfeng sword, the air throughout the entire martial stage surged forth. A sharp killing intent completely locked onto Long Chen. Only a small portion of this killing intent came from Yi Lingxiao. Most of it emanated from the wills within the Lingfeng sword. These wills were like bloodthirsty fiends finally given the chance to kill, revealing their sinister nature. Yi Lingxiao swung his sword down without any flashiness. The Lingfeng sword then sliced through space, emitting an ear-piercing sound accompanied by a strange screech, reminiscent of a nightmare from ancient times. Everyone hearing that sound felt their souls ache, as if an invisible hand was clutching their souls, trying to drag their souls out of their bodies. Even before the attack landed, everyone felt disturbed. They couldn't concentrate or control their fear. Most terrifying of all, those with weak wills directly lost the ability to resist, simply waiting for death. Everyone was shocked by the sword's power, finally understanding why the Yi clan's disciples had reacted as they did when they first saw this move. Yi Lingxiao was absolutely terrifying. His sword fell, neither fast nor slow. Everyone saw it move clearly, as if Yi Lingxiao was intentionally showing everyone how Long Chen would die. Just as the sword was about to reach Long Chen's head, Long Chen slowly raised his hand, reaching out to the Lingfeng sword. He couldn't have given up, right? Even with Yi Lingxiao using the Lingfeng possession, Long Chen dared to grab the Lingfeng sword with his bare hand. Was that any different from suicide? Blood-colored dragon scales covered Long Chen's arm, and a faint cross appeared on his palm, blocking Yi Lingxiao's sword. A powerful explosion erupted, and a chi wave shook the heavens. Chapter 5031 Unrivaled Long Chen. When Long Chen's hand grabbed the Lingfeng sword, all the power in the Lingfeng sword instantly erupted, causing the bricks beneath Long Chen's feet to shatter and astral winds to explode in every direction, slicing through the air like blades. This sight left everyone too stunned to make a sound. They stared at the figure standing like a boulder, the only movement coming from his black hair and robes as he held the blade with one hand. The mouths of the onlookers were open, but no sound emerged. Even Zhang Wuwang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Long Chen had actually blocked the Lingfeng sword barehanded. The 4 clan leaders and the other Heaven Vein experts were equally shocked. They knew exactly how strong Yi Lingxiao was. Yet, even Yi Lingxiao in this state could not best Long Chen. Long Chen appeared completely at ease, effortlessly blocking Yi Lingxiao's attack. It was unbelievable. With great difficulty, people closed their mouths and gulped, unable to believe their eyes. How could Long Chen be this powerful? Even through the barrier, they could sense Yi Lingxiao's terrifying aura. They all felt they would be killed instantly if they were to fight him. In fact, his aura alone could crumble their wills. Yet, Yi Lingxiao's first attack after using the Lingfeng possession was easily blocked by Long Chen barehanded. Even Zhao Qingtian was dumbfounded, and Yi Lingxiao's pupils shrank. He was filled with disbelief. Is that it? Long Chen looked at Yi Lingxiao indifferently. If your attacks are only at this level, I can at least block it 87 times. Long Chen swung his hand, sending Yi Lingxiao flying along with his sword. However, Yi Lingxiao sliced the air several times to counteract Long Chen's force, preventing himself from smashing into the barrier. The cross on Long Chen's hand slowly faded, unnoticed by anyone but him. While Long Chen appeared calm on the surface, he was overjoyed inside. His mastery over God-slaying cross had finally reached the point where he could use it at will. Yi Lingxiao's attack had been absolutely terrifying. Before mastering the God-slaying cross, Long Chen would have been forced to block it with Evilmoon. After all, while his dragon blood battle armor was strong, it couldn't withstand the concentrated power of the Lingfeng sword. However, the God-slaying cross could. When Long Chen said he could block the Lingfeng sword 87 times, he wasn't bragging. He could now unleash the God-slaying cross at this level 87 times in a row. This was the least amount of power he could put into it, making it the weakest form of God-slaying cross. Yet, it was still capable of blocking the Lingfeng sword's full power. Even Long Chen felt excited enough to dance. The God-slaying cross was truly terrifying. Long Chen blocked this attack as a test, and they were perfectly evenly matched. If the God-slaying cross had been slightly stronger, the Lingfeng sword would have been sent flying. If it had been weaker, Long Chen's hand would have been injured. The two forces cancelled each other out perfectly. Long Chen easily caught the Lingfeng sword, demonstrating that the two of them were relatively evenly matched. Yi Lingxiao was shocked. He had thought this attack would be enough to kill Long Chen or at least leave him half dead. But unexpectedly, Long Chen easily blocked it. This was even more humiliating than the previous slaps. All the Yi clan disciples who had boasted earlier now felt a burning sensation on their faces. Long Chen looked at the shocked Yi Lingxiao and said, "You wanted to use this move to beat Long Tianrui. You must be dreaming." Ah! Yi Lingxiao went crazy. His sword danced, unleashing a tide of sword qi. With a furious roar, he charged at Long Chen, unleashing 19 slashes at once. Yi Lingxiao's sharp sword qi sliced through this space, leaving the barrier riddled with sword marks. It was a horrifying sight. Yet, despite his sword technique being fast and sharp, Yi Lingxiao couldn't harm Long Chen. Long Chen lightly stepped around, moving like a phantom while dodging all the attacks. As Long Chen dodged, he didn't forget to mock his opponent. "That's it, I thought you would get stronger after your possession. But it's just a group of amateur sword cultivators directing a crazy idiot. The 10 moves ended a long time ago. It's my turn," shouted Zhao Qingtian. To the side, Zhao Qingtian suddenly charged over, but the red-eyed Yi Lingxiao ignored him, continuing to attack Long Chen. "Bastard, his life is mine," Zhao Qingtian roared. With a glaive in hand, he summoned dark gold mist around his heavenly fate disc. A sharp earthen spike then pierced out of the ground, separating Long Chen and Yi Lingxiao. At the same time, Zhao Qingtian swung his glaive toward Long Chen. Dust and dirt whirled through the air. It was unclear when it happened, but all the bricks on the martial stage had vanished, replaced by a landscape of yellow earth. "No wait, the martial stage has been switched out. The martial stage has been switched into a heavy earth stage." As expected, they came prepared. "Their mission is to kill Long Chen," sneered Feng Fei frostily. Did they really think that this was enough to kill Long Chen? Yi Lingxiao was struck by the earth energy and knocked back. Meanwhile, a cross appeared on Long Chen's palm again as he defended against Zhao Qingtian's attack. With an explosive sound, dust and dirt erupted as Long Chen was knocked back several steps. The God-slaying cross was able to block Yi Lingxiao's attack, but it couldn't stop Zhao Qingtian's strike completely. The glaive in Zhao Qingtian's hand was also a legacy divine weapon. With the support of this heavy earth terrain, it was even stronger than Yi Lingxiao's Lingfeng sword. That's too unfair. Gui Zhu and Long Ziwei both broke into curses. It was a 2 against 1, and they actually switched out the field to their advantage. Could they get even more shameless? Scram! Long Chen's life is mine, roared Yi Lingxiao, furious at being blocked by Zhao Qingtian. In response, Zhao Qingtian refused. You've gone past the 10 moves we agreed on. Long Chen is mine. Bullshit. I'll kill him right now. After bickering for a bit, Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian charged at Long Chen. Long Chen calmly patted the dust off his clothes. Looking at Qin Feng outside the martial stage, Long Chen said, "You've all improved at such lightning speed. As your boss, I naturally can't slack off. Today, I'll show you my true power." Scarlet Dragon Battle Armor. Long Chen's shout was like a heavenly god's roar, shaking heaven and earth. Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao barely reached Long Chen before it felt like they had collided with a star. The impact sent them tumbling backward, unable to withstand his immense power. Chapter 5032 The Strongest Dragon Blood Battle Armor. 2 figures tumbled back, leaving 2 large ditches in the ground. When they regained their footings and stood up, they were covered in dust and dirt. They stared in shock at Long Chen, who was now covered in blood-colored dragon scales. A blood-colored cloak floated gently in the wind, while a pitch-black and sinister saber rested on Long Chen's shoulder. Behind him, a divine ring spun, with a giant dragon figure inside it. The enormous divine ring could barely contain a few scales of the dragon, its full form impossible to see. This scene sent chills through everyone's soul. "Ha ha ha, this is boss's strongest state." Qin Feng shouted in excitement upon seeing this familiar sight. Long Ziwei and Gui Zhu stood dumbfounded. Compared to before, the aura of Long Chen's dragon blood battle armor didn't erupt crazily. There were no chi currents unfurling into the sky. Furthermore, there was now a never-before-seen rune on every single scale. That rune was extremely faint, so faint that it wouldn't be noticed without looking closely. However, it was this faint rune that caused Long Chen's aura to undergo a complete transformation. His power was no longer crazily raging outside his body, but reserved within him. Now, his dragon blood battle armor lacked some of its wildness but had gained a new depth. If Long Chen had been like a tall waterfall splashing down, with torrential power, now he was like a deep blue sea. The surface of the sea was completely calm, but endless power was hidden beneath the serene exterior. "What just happened?" asked Zhang Luwang, turning to Feng Fei. Distracted for a moment, he didn't see how Long Chen had sent them flying. Did Long Chen hack the 2 of them with his saber? Or did he use some other technique to send both of them flying at the same time? Before they could reach Long Chen, they were blasted away by his aura, replied Feng Fei. "Don't joke around." Zhang Luwang shook his head irritably, thinking that Feng Fei was joking with him. Feng Fei didn't argue, her full attention was on Long Chen. Since she had chosen to be a spectator, she had to watch properly. She couldn't be the slightest bit distracted. The 4 divine clans, peak experts, were no longer so calm, especially the Yi and Zhao clans. They started to feel uneasy. Although they had set up many backup plans, Long Chen continuously revealed more trump cards, so they started to get nervous. On the battlefield, Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian had no idea what had just happened. They hadn't even seen Long Chen take out his weapon before they smashed into something and were sent flying. Long Chen's aura had undergone a complete transformation. His cultivation base was no longer at the 9th heaven stage, he had ascended to the great circle of the divine venerate realm. Despite all of them being divine venerates, Long Chen's aura appeared significantly denser than theirs. At this moment, people could clearly sense Long Chen's cultivation base, which shocked them even more. Long Chen's aura was even stronger than the peak heavenly geniuses of the ancient era. Throughout this entire competition, it seemed only Long Tianrui's aura could match Long Chen's. This discovery made the higher-ups of the 4 divine clans even more uneasy. Long Chen lazily looked through the barrier at the Long clan leader's shocked face. Long Chen asked, "So, do you regret it? Did you think killing me and shifting blame to the Brahma Pill Valley would be enough to solve everything? I pity you, you do possess some intelligence. Unfortunately, your prejudice against me and my father is a fatal flaw. With our characters, we would have eventually repaid any favor to the Long clan. While the benefits you gave me were rightfully mine, I couldn't accept them without feeling indebted to you. Regrettably, your intelligence was eclipsed by your greed. Then with two pig-like teammates inciting you, you chose a path of no return. Now that things had reached this point, there was no need for pretenses. Long Chen had no misgivings, so they might as well lay all their cards on the table. The Long clan leader gritted his teeth and said, "You are spouting nonsense. If it weren't for you wantonly killing people, that's enough. You've shown your true face. Spouting more pompous lies is meaningless now. However, there is one thing I want to ask you, clan leader," interjected Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen not mentioning the earth cauldron, the clan leader was in no rush to lock down the barrier. He replied, "What do you want to ask?" Pointing at Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian, Long Chen questioned, "Do you not want these two things? Do you want to use my hands to get rid of them?" Seeing this scene, Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian were enraged. Long Chen was looking down on them too much. Zhao Qingtian suddenly crumbled into mud, and from it emerged a mud figure who silently took on Zhao Qingtian's form. This mud figure swiftly thrust its glaive at Long Chen's back. This strange scene unfolded before the eyes of everyone, startling them as they had never seen such a bizarre attack before. It was practically impossible to defend against. "Country bumpkins only know how to launch sneak attacks from behind," remarked Long Chen, still looking at the Long clan leader. Without turning around, he swung Evilmoon behind him, and it accurately intercepted Zhao Qingtian's glaive. The earth erupted, sending a massive shockwave in every direction. Zhao Qingtian coughed up blood and was hurled across the ground, landing heavily in the distance amidst a cloud of dust that billowed like a waterfall in reverse. Struggling to his feet, Zhao Qingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Zhao clan's experts were no longer able to sit still, fear had finally gripped them. "Damn, it's that strong." Long Chen himself was startled. Although the earth cauldron had promised that the dragon blood battle armor would give him a nice surprise after cultivating the dragon blood god-slaying cross, this surprise was beyond expectation. A casual blow had sent Zhao Qingtian flying. "Are you joking? The sovereign blood seal has appeared on your scales. Though faint, a trace of sovereign might isn't a joke. This surpasses all laws," said the earth cauldron. Seeing Zhao Qingtian being sent flying, Yi Lingxiao felt no pity. Looking at Zhao Qingtian mockingly, Yi Lingxiao cursed, "Idiot, I knew your earth energy was trash. In the end, it's up to me." Turning to Long Chen with a sinister smile, Yi Lingxiao continued, "I admit you're very strong, but you'll still die. No one can block the complete Lingfeng possession." "Lingxiao, don't," the Yi clan leader cried out in fright upon hearing this. Yi Lingxiao slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his pupils had completely changed. His aura became incredibly ancient, transforming him into someone no longer recognizable as Yi Lingxiao. As he raised his sword toward Long Chen, an ancient voice echoed forth. "I am Lingfeng, who are you?" Chapter 5033 Slashing Yi Lingxiao. The expressions of the Yi clan's experts shifted dramatically as Yi Lingxiao spoke. He was now completely under the control of the Lingfeng sword. In pursuit of absolute power, Yi Lingxiao had forsaken himself, surrendering his life to the Lingfeng sword. The one in control of him now was the original master of the Lingfeng sword, Yi Lingfeng, the ancestor of the Yi clan. He stared at Long Chen, demanding his name before delivering a fatal blow. Long Chen sighed heavily in response to Yi Lingfeng's questioning. "Now that we've come to this moment, there's no point in concealing it any longer. In truth, I am your long-lost father." Long Chen's response caused Feng Fei to burst into chuckles. However, no one else found it amusing. They all stared at Long Chen with bewilderment, unable to comprehend what was in his head. How could he joke around at a moment like this? Yi Lingfeng stared at Long Chen, his thoughts perhaps dulled by merging with an item spirit. It took him a moment to grasp Long Chen's words, and his expression darkened. "Little brat, you dare to be insolent!" Yi Lingfeng thundered. Scanning the surroundings, Yi Lingfeng suddenly spotted the Yi clan leader. He bellowed, "Are my descendants of the Yi clan so weak that they require me to personally handle this insolent brat?" The Yi clan leader dared not utter a word. This was Yi Lingfeng, an esteemed ancestor of the Yi clan. Seeing that his opponent was a divine venerate, he was instantly outraged. In the past, they had only awakened Yi Lingfeng during dire life and death crises for the Yi clan times when they had no other recourse. However, Yi Lingxiao actually awakened Yi Lingfeng. Assuming the Yi clan was in crisis, Yi Lingfeng was outraged. They needed him to personally take action against a young divine venerate. Had the Yi clan really fallen to this extent? "Alright, that's enough. Your dad's seen you," So you can go back now. This is none of your business, ordered Long Chen in a kind tone. Little brat, your mouth is blasphemous. Yi Lingfeng's anger escalated at Long Chen's audacity, and he swung the Lingfeng sword directly at him. Old fogey, I gave you too much face, was it? If you don't back off, you'll die here. Long Chen's kind smile transformed into fury as he also swung Evilmoon. One sword and one saber clashed with monumental force, causing a massive explosion that shook the very ground, leaving a crater in its wake. As their power raged, the barriers above their heads started to shatter. 18 barriers shattered in a row, shocking the higher-ups of the divine clans. None of them had expected Long Chen to possess such power. Most terrifying of all, Evilmoon pressed down relentlessly on Yi Lingfeng's sword. As their powers continued to escalate, the ground beneath them sank further, and more barriers shattered. Suddenly, Long Chen and Yi Lingfeng shot back at the same time. They then charged at each other like bolts of lightning. Saber light and sword images filled the air as they exchanged hundreds of blows. Amidst the storm of flying dust, their figures were obscured, and only the sharp clashes of sword and saber could be heard. TCH, as I said, you're nothing more than an amateur sword cultivator. If you Zifeng were here, I'd be amazed if you could last more than 3 moves, sneered Long Chen. Suddenly, a giant saber image soared into the sky, and a figure was sent flying. The one that was blasted away was Yi Lingxiao, who had been possessed by Yi Lingfeng. Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Yi Lingfeng roared and pointed his sword at the sky. Suddenly, runes swirled around him, and his aura soared. Ancestor, don't. Lingxiao cannot endure that, cried out the Yi clan leader. The Yi clan leader didn't want Yi Lingxiao to use the complete Lingfeng possession precisely due to this. Yi Lingfeng was one of their ancient patriarchs, one whose power was ranked in the top 10 throughout the entire history of the Yi clan. Due to the limitations of his current vessel, Yi Lingfeng couldn't fully unleash his power. He drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, channeling it into the heavenly fate disk to amplify his strength. Hence, he only struggled because Yi Lingxiao was weaker. In his fury, Yi Lingfeng even disregarded Yi Lingxiao's survival. Suddenly, cracks fissured across Yi Lingxiao's heavenly fate disk as his body neared its breaking point. Lingfeng divine execution, Yi Lingfeng bellowed, swinging his sword with a strike that combined his and Yi Lingxiao's full power. The force of this attack reverberated through heaven and earth. Even the people outside the martial stage felt a chilling dread. They found themselves unable to move, locked down by the sheer force of the sword's will. Long Yaoding, a one-vein heaven saint, felt his soul shuddering in front of this attack. This blow definitely had the ability to kill him, it would crush him without fail. You will die fully convinced of your defeat. Split the heavens, 6 forms in one, shouted Long Chen. Raising Evilmoon, Long Chen conjured 6 split the heavens runes in a sinister chi around it. Empowered by the dragon blood battle armor, Evilmoon let out a brilliant dragon cry that resounded throughout the sky. As it fell, it seemed to bring forth a river of stars. The earth was torn asunder, and over 50 barriers shattered instantly. Terrifying gusts blew through the martial stage, some of their force breaking through the barriers and striking the spectators. Countless individuals were hurled into the air, some coughing blood as chaos ensued. No one had anticipated that their power could penetrate all the barriers, toppling their understanding of what power was. Amidst the chaos, all eyes remained fixed on the martial stage. As the dust settled, the figures of Long Chen and Yi Lingxiao emerged. Long Chen remained poised in his slashing stance, while Yi Lingxiao shook, his eyes devoid of life. Suddenly, the Lingfeng sword started to disintegrate, clattering to the ground piece by piece. The Yi clan's experts were utterly stunned. The Lingfeng sword was shattered. That could only mean, as the Lingfeng sword fell apart, Yi Lingxiao's body swayed and collapsed. His collapse wasn't just a simple fall. It was as if his body crumbled inward, like a sculpture corroded beyond recognition. Long Chen's saber had annihilated his body and soul. Yi Lingxiao was dead. An uproar exploded. Yi Lingxiao had actually perished. An ancient heavenly genius whom other heavenly chosens could only look up to had died. Long Chen casually rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and turned lazily toward a distant figure. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I lend you a hand? Chapter 5034 Crushing Zhao Qingtian. Yi Lingxiao's death stunned everyone, and Zhao Qingtian, trapped on the martial stage, quivered in fright. At this moment, he realized Long Chen had always been disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao had initially been sent to hunt down what they thought was an easy target. Both had their own trump cards and believed they could effortlessly kill Long Chen. To be safe, the Yi and Zhao clans had sent them both together. This should have been a flawless plan, but things had fallen to this point. Yi Lingxiao had revealed his strongest trump card, even sacrificing his life to unleash the Lingfeng sword's full power, only to be slain by a single slash of Long Chen's saber. In fact, Yi Lingxiao was quite unlucky. Long Chen's dragon blood power now contained a trace of sacred sovereign might, and it had suppressed Yi Lingfeng's power. Although the suppression wasn't significant, it was enough to result in the destruction of both Yi Lingfeng and his sword. If Yi Lingxiao were still alive, perhaps Zhao Qingtian would have the ability to fight Long Chen by joining forces with Yi Lingxiao. However, now that Yi Lingxiao was dead, Zhao Qingtian was terrified. From ancient times until now, Zhao Qingtian had always controlled other people's life and death. This was his first time being so close to death, and he was finally afraid. Standing there, he couldn't help but tremble. This scene caused Guizhu, Long Ziwei, and the others to look down on him. Just as Long Chen had told them, they shouldn't idolize these so-called experts. In the face of death, these cowards had less courage than normal people. They shouldn't envy people for their privileged birth and grand family background. With no sense of danger, when disaster struck, they wouldn't even recognize it, and death would be upon them. They also shouldn't envy geniuses for their ability to bully everyone else, because bad people would always be dealt with by other bad people. Sooner or later, someone worse than them would put them in their place. Everything Long Chen had told them came true right before their eyes. A powerful heavenly genius like Zhao Qingtian was even more afraid than anyone when death came for him, as it had never happened before. "It seems you need my help," said Long Chen when he saw Zhao Qingtian's terrified appearance. "People like you always take other people's lives like they're worthless, but when it's your turn, you're more terrified than anyone. I don't see a trace of your so-called courage now." With Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen started walking toward Zhao Qingtian. "It's not over." Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth, and a blood-colored rune appeared on his heavenly fate disc. The moment this Earth character appeared, Zhao Qingtian's bloodline power vanished without a trace. He had actually sacrificed his very bloodline. Suddenly, the world of Yellow Earth vanished, absorbed by the rune behind him. The martial stage returned to its former appearance. "Die, Heaven Earth dominates the heavens." Zhao Qingtian roared. As he swung his glaive, his heavenly fate disc directly appeared on top of it. This was Zhao Qingtian's suicidal attack, one that he put everything into. Its aura did not lose out to Yi Lingfeng's final attack. However, in front of this suicidal attack, Long Chen didn't use split the heavens. He simply swung Evilmoon horizontally. A chi wave erupted, but there was no terrifying explosion like what people had expected. This seemingly overwhelming attack seemed more like empty bravado, only destroying 7 of the barriers. People were baffled as they saw Evilmoon block Zhao Qingtian's glaive. Zhao Qingtian was clenching his teeth with a twisted expression. Looking at him, Long Chen said, "You are terrified inside. Your anger and savagery are only there to cover up your fear. You don't want to die, nor do you have the courage to throw your life away to kill me. You know that if you really did launch your full, final attack, you would be dead afterward, or at least crippled. That's why you intentionally held back at the end. You are a coward. You are too conflicted in front of death. You might put on a tough appearance, but you are simply a worthless coward." Zhao Qingtian's face twitched repeatedly. He wanted to keep acting furious, but he couldn't. He was too afraid. Long Chen suddenly pressed down with his saber, forcing Zhao Qingtian to his knees. Zhao Qingtian grunted and shuddered, his bones about to shatter. "Please, don't kill me," begged Zhao Qingtian, his voice quivering with terror, barely able to speak under Long Chen's oppressive strength. This scene caused countless people to sigh and shake their heads. This was a peak heavenly genius. In front of death, he was weak, causing those who had worshipped him to feel perturbed. Long Chen shook his head, his voice icy. "Obviously I won't do that. If our roles were switched and I were the one begging for mercy, would you let me off? No, you would humiliate me as much as you could before ending me. You would then flaunt my corpse to show off." Suddenly, Zhao Qingtian spat out blood. Long Chen's saber pressed down like a mountain, threatening to crush him. It seemed that his bones were about to explode. At this point, he couldn't even beg for mercy. The moment he tried to speak, Evilmoon would crush him to death. Outside the martial stage, the Zhao clan's experts were like ants in a boiling pot. But what could they do? They had set up the martial stage with a failsafe. All 4 keys were needed simultaneously to release it. But gathering the keys in time to save Zhao Qingtian seemed impossible. Even if they could open the martial stage instantly, it would be meaningless. Zhao Qingtian was already at Long Chen's mercy, and Long Chen had the freedom to end his life without interference. Is Long Chen planning to use Zhao Qingtian to blackmail the Zhao clan into opening the barriers? Asked Zhang Wuwang, looking at Feng Fei. He was now fully convinced by Feng Fei's vision. After all, Feng Fei had shown an uncanny understanding of Long Chen's intentions. Shaking her head, Feng Fei replied, "It doesn't look like it. Long Chen wants to kill Zhao Qingtian." The Zhao clan's experts were in a frenzy, with some shouting threats at Long Chen and others pleading for mercy. But Long Chen paid them no heed. The Zhao clan leader suddenly looked outside the martial stage. With a wave of his hand, the Zhao clan's experts disappeared. Moments later, they reappeared, forming a massive circle around Qin Feng and the mercenaries. The Zhao clan leader shouted, "Long Chen, release Zhao Qingtian, or they all die." Chapter 5035 Feng Fei's Favor. The Zhao clan leader had surrounded Qin Feng and the others to threaten Long Chen, shocking everyone present. The Zhao clan was being far too shameless. On the martial stage, even facing 2 opponents, Long Chen remained unbeatable, prompting them to target his subordinate. However, Long Chen seemed to have long since expected the Zhao clan's actions. He didn't even look at them. Long Chen calmly countered, "If you release them, only Zhao Qingtian will die. But if you proceed with this, more Zhao clan members will suffer. Are you sure you want to do this? Cut the crap, release Zhao Qingtian, or we'll kill them all," shouted an expert of the Zhao clan. Long Chen smiled, casting a glance beyond the martial stage. "Do you see this? These people always act high and above others until death comes for them. After that, they become a pitiful bug just like the one in front of me. Shut up, let go of Zhao Qingtian, or we'll really attack." The Zhao clan experts were visibly agitated to see Zhao Qingtian cough up more blood. Seeing that Long Chen showed no sign of relenting, someone proposed, "Let's kill half the mercenaries first and see if he releases Zhao Qingtian then." Attack. The clan leader clenched his teeth and nodded. "Fools, you really are going to lose everything." Qin Feng shook his head. Somewhat regretfully, he said, "It's just too bad we won't get to watch any longer." Kill. The Zhao clan experts immediately attacked. Suddenly, all the mercenaries shimmered with light. A massive spatial vortex appeared, engulfing millions of mercenaries, along with Qin Feng, Gui Zhu, Long Ziwei, and others, causing them to vanish. The 4 divine clans, experts were all stunned. The 4 clan leaders' expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? This place is fully locked down. They can't have undergone spatial transportation, roared the Zhao clan leader with fear in his eyes. Only the clan leaders knew that the heavenly desolation domain was sealed with impenetrable layers of barriers, not even allowing a flight escape. However, Qin Feng and the others had bizarrely vanished. While the clan leaders weren't concerned about their fate, this event signaled something alarming. If Long Chen were to emerge from the martial stage, he too could vanish without a trace at any moment. All the 4 clan leaders were terrified by that thought. It was the worst-case scenario they hadn't anticipated despite all their calculations. Could Long Chen truly possess such a powerful trump card? An explosive sound reverberated from the martial stage as Zhao Qingtian's glaive was finally wrenched from his grasp, and he collapsed to the ground. Long Chen slowly raised Evilmoon and ruthlessly drove it through Zhao Qingtian's back. It not only pierced Zhao Qingtian but also embedded deeply into the martial stage's bricks, pinning him down. "Qingtian!" The Zhao clan experts cried out. Unlike Yi Lingxiao's sudden death, which left no room for mourning, Zhao Qingtian still clung to life. Perhaps Long Chen was giving the Zhao clan face by not killing him immediately. With Evilmoon in hand, he lifted Zhao Qingtian from the ground and turned toward the Zhao clan experts. "Come, say goodbye to your clan members," suggested Long Chen. "Long Chen, I'll tear your corpse to pieces. Long Chen, you murderer. When you come out, I'll skin you. Long Chen, get out here. I'll kill you right now." The Zhao clan Heaven Vein experts roared furiously, wanting to charge into the barrier right away. Zhao Qingtian was on his deathbed. Suddenly, like the final flash of the setting sun, he cried out, "Don't." Evilmoon quivered, and just like that, a generation's heavenly genius was killed, turned into blood mist. Of the 4 peak ancient heavenly geniuses, Long Chen had killed 2. As the ancient and present experts clashed, everyone had borne witness to the huge difference between the heavenly geniuses of old and those of this era. But then, Long Chen had easily slain Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao. Why was there such a difference between Long Chen and the peak heavenly geniuses of ancient times? The Zhao clan experts wailed and started to curse Long Chen, even cursing his parents and ancestors of 18 generations. If you're all so eager to join Zhao Qingtian, I will be generous and grant you your wish. In front of everyone's gazes, Long Chen gripped Evilmoon firmly with both hands. The dragon marks on the saber shimmered as he plunged it into the center of the martial stage. "What is he doing?" exclaimed the Long clan leader. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the land, and the entire martial stage shattered into fragments. The protective barriers vanished one by one. Long Chen indifferently remarked, "This barrier's design has a major flaw. When it was converted from an altar, you focused only on strengthening the barriers. But you forgot that no matter how robust the barriers are, once the core of the altar is breached, they become meaningless." The final barrier exploded. In an instant, Long Chen vanished from the martial stage and reappeared within the Zhao clan's camp. 7 forms in 1, Long Chen bellowed, sweeping Evilmoon out in a powerful slash. The Zhao clan experts retaliated with full force, but the sheer strength of Long Chen's saber obliterated everyone, except for the Heaven Vein experts. The 1 Vein Heaven Saints grimaced as they endured Long Chen's attack. It felt like a hammer to their chests, forcing them to spit out blood. Even the 2 Vein Heaven Saints found their arms numb from trying to block his attacks. At this moment, they personally experienced Long Chen's terrifying power. After his saber slash, Long Chen slammed his left hand forward. One unlucky 1 Vein Heaven Saint couldn't dodge in time and took a fatal blow to the head, resulting in an instant death. Without hesitation, Long Chen lunged forward with Evilmoon, cleaving through another 1 Vein Heaven Saint who was still recovering from the first attack. Another Heaven Vein expert fell in seconds. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had killed 2 Heaven Vein experts. The top experts from the 4 clans finally mobilized, swiftly surrounding him to contain the deadly threat he posed. After the barrier shattered, the 4 clans leaders immediately focused on trapping Long Chen, cutting off any escape routes. They hadn't anticipated that after breaking the barrier, Long Chen would charge straight into the Zhao clan, the side with the most experts. Surround him. The Heaven Vein experts shot at Long Chen like bolts of lightning, determined not to let Long Chen escape. "Long Chen, hand over your life." A sudden cry broke the tense silence. With astonishing speed, Feng Fei shot toward Long Chen, followed closely by Zhang Wuwang. Together, they aimed to pin him down. The 2 of them were so fast that they were actually ahead of the others. Long Chen was momentarily startled, but as he saw their trajectory, he realized that Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang were creating a diversion, attempting to clear a path for his escape. By blocking the path for others, they gave him an escape path. With Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang blocking the way, it became harder for the others to close in completely. Long Chen's heart warmed at their unexpected assistance. Feng Fei's help at this critical moment confirmed her loyalty as a true friend. Long Chen rushed toward Feng Fei. He wasn't planning on running, but by breaking through the blockade, he would have more room to maneuver and gain better control of the battlefield. Relieved to see Long Chen approaching, Feng Fei started to step aside when suddenly, she felt a searing pain in her chest. A sword had pierced through her back. "Long Qihua, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" roared Zhang Wuwang, enraged. It was Long Qihua, the Long clan's top Heaven Saint, who had attacked Feng Fei from behind. His actions were met with Zhang Wuwang's furious retaliation. "You traitors, do you think I can't see what you're doing?" Scram! Long Qihua sneered, effortlessly flinging Feng Fei aside before attacking Zhang Wuwang. Zhang Wuwang's sword shattered. Spitting out blood, he fell alongside Feng Fei. Everything happened so suddenly that Long Chen couldn't react. He had never expected Long Qihua to dare to strike Feng Fei. Long Qihua smiled sinisterly at Long Chen. "Little brat, let's see how you keep acting arrogant now." In a flash, Long Qihua was in front of Long Chen. Zhang Wuwang lay heavily wounded, and Feng Fei's survival was uncertain. Thinking of this, Long Chen trembled with fury, and a murderous intent surged within him. Black spots danced in his vision as Long Chen lost control. With a roar of rage, he ignored Long Qihua's approaching sword and thrust Evilmoon straight at him. Long Qihua's sword nearly pierced Long Chen's chest, but Long Chen neither blocked nor dodged. His apparent suicidal resolve left Long Chihua stunned. Having taken the upper hand, Long Chihua felt no need to die with Long Chen. With a snort, he spun, avoiding Long Chen's saber. Just as he was about to counterattack, his waist tightened. He was bound by a bone whip. Long Chihua was shocked. At some point, a young maiden wielding the Blaze Dragon bone whip and wearing the Thousand Phoenix feather dress had appeared on the battlefield. Sovereign Blood Seal, God-slaying cross. As Huo Linger caught Long Chihua, Long Chen roared and slammed his left hand into Long Chihua's chest. Chapter 5036 Blood Dyes the World. Long Chihua was shocked at being caught by Huo Linger's Blaze Dragon bone whip. With a roar, two dragon figures condensed in front of his chest, his two heaven vein dragon chi, the very condensation of his life's power. He used it to block Long Chen's palm. However, the moment these two dragon figures touched Long Chen's cross blood rune, they exploded. Long Chen's palm struck with unstoppable force, shattering Long Chihua's body into two parts. This scene made the surrounding experts jump in fright. Long Chihua was the Long clan's #1 heaven saint, possessing two heaven veins. Even amongst the four divine clans, he would be considered a peak existence. His all-out defense couldn't block Long Chen's attack. Struck in the chest, everything below Long Chihua's head and above his waist was obliterated. Terror swarmed Long Chihua's face. Just as his head tried to escape, Long Chen grabbed it. "Don't!" Long Chihua cried out, but Long Chen savagely clenched his fingers, crushing Long Chihua's head. As Long Chen did so, a sharp sword stabbed his back. Long Yaoting had launched a sneak attack, almost crying out in excitement as he saw his attack succeed. However, just as he cried out, a lightning spear pierced his chest. Lei Linger appeared. After that, the battlefield grew chaotic. Huo Linger and Lei Linger appeared briefly before being surrounded. At this moment, a spear thrust toward Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dodge and directly used his body to block the spear while he stabbed Evilmoon forward, still seeming as suicidal as ever. Since the spear was longer than Evilmoon, the attacker ignored Long Chen's attack with a snort. However, just as his spear pierced Long Chen's chest, Evilmoon stabbed the attacker's chest as well. Evilmoon had left Long Chen's hand to strike faster. Long Chen charged forward, letting the spear pass through him. He then grabbed Evilmoon and pulled it out of the dead attacker's body. When Evilmoon pierced the attacker, his fate was sealed by it. After taking out Evilmoon, Long Chen smashed its hilt into his own chest. The spear in his chest shot out like lightning, striking an expert near Huo Linger in the shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Linger obliterated his head with her whip. "Come, let me see how many lives you're willing to throw away," roared Long Chen. He seemed possessed by a killing god. He was covered in blood, but it seemed like he didn't feel pain. In his eyes, all he saw was slaughter. Brandishing Evilmoon, Long Chen fought with reckless abandon against dozens of heaven vein experts. In moments, numerous wounds marred his body, but he managed to slay 7 enemies. Among them was a 2-vein heaven saint, akin to Long Chihua. Long Chen was drenched in blood, striking terror into his opponents. Suddenly, he turned toward the Zhao clan leader. The latter's heart instantly quivered, and he fled for his life without hesitation. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in Long Chen's eye and behind the Zhao clan leader. Unaware of it, the leader retreated straight into its grasp, despite his clansmen's frantic warning. He emerged from the whirlpool and inexplicably found himself beside Long Chen, who had already raised Evilmoon in weight. "You dare to use my brothers to threaten me? Die!" Long Chen's voice thundered as Evilmoon descended. The pitiful Zhao clan leader hadn't even grasped what had happened before Evilmoon cleaved him in half. His formidable power and cultivation base were of no use against Long Chen's swift and decisive strike. In reality, the 4 clan leaders were 2-vein heaven saints, but years of administrative duties had dulled their combat prowess. Since they knew this, they had simply locked down the space around Long Chen to pressure him and create opportunities for others. However, because of this, when danger struck, the Zhao clan leader instantly panicked, prioritizing flight over defense. This lapse of judgment led to his swift demise in a single blow. After killing the Zhao clan leader, Long Chen was struck by a sword that slashed his shoulder, shattering his scales down to the bone. In response, he swiftly counterattacked with his saber, crushing half of his attacker's head. "Kill!" Long Chen's roar reverberated, his overwhelming killing intent sending chills through the crowd. "Don't fight him alone," shouted the Yi clan leader. The Yi clan leader was astonished to see Long Chen withstand full-powered attacks from 2 Vein Heaven Saints. This indicated he was at least on par with them. What truly terrified the Yi clan leader was realizing that their collective combat experience was no match for Long Chen. If this continued, they would be picked off one by one. When Long Chen heard the Yi clan leader's words, he suddenly shot over like an arrow released from a bowstring. Protect the clan leader. The Yi clan's experts rushed forward urgently. With the Zhao clan leader already slain, they were determined not to let the same thing happen to their clan leader. Reacting swiftly, the Yi clan's experts withdrew to protect their leader, causing their encirclement around Long Chen to falter. When the Long clan leader saw this scene, he shouted, realizing if Long Chen wanted to run at this moment, no one could stop him. But then, Long Qihua and Long Yaoding had fallen to Long Chen's hand, so among the Long clan's experts, only Long Chenshui could hold Long Chen back. However, Long Qinzu's attacks were merely token gestures, as Long Chen's terrifying bloodthirst had thoroughly intimidated her. The retreat of the Yi clan's experts disrupted their formation. Similarly, the Zhao clan's forces were in disarray following the death of their leader, while the Long clan's experts cowered in fear. Observing the chaos, the Zhang clan's members also withdrew. At this moment, they could no longer bother with their plans. Seeing Long Chen fighting like a devil on a rampage and their ranks dwindling by half, they were finally gripped by fear. Come, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Keep going, roared Long Chen. Long Chen was drenched in blood, a mixture of his own and that of his fallen enemies. Evilmoon's black blade was also stained red. The scent of fresh blood hung heavy in the air, sending shivers down people's spines as they watched in horror. It felt as though they were trapped in a nightmare. This was supposed to be the elite competition. How had it become a massacre feast? In the blink of an eye, the impartial umpire had become a devil. Staring at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, disciples from the 4 divine clans stood in stunned disbelief. With just 1 man and 1 saber, Long Chen had decimated the forces of the 4 divine clans, forcing them into a panicked retreat. Though they still encircled him, no one dared to get close. Long Chen scanned the crowd and in the distance, he spotted a woman waving to him. She was Feng Fei, her face as pale as paper from the injury inflicted by Long Qihua's sword. While not fatal, it had temporarily incapacitated her from combat. Although she was pale, she squeezed out a smile for Long Chen. Nodding to Feng Fei, Long Chen said, "If something happened to you, I would make the entire heavenly desolation domain pay for it." Just as he said this, the entire domain quivered, and pillars of divine light erupted into the sky, surrounding everyone present. Big words. Can you even leave this place alive today? An aged voice cut through the air, and countless figures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 5037 Pill Valley's Experts. The disciples of the 4 divine clans found themselves surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. All were clad in robes bearing the insignia of the Brahma Pill Valley, and 36 of them strode forward confidently. Sensing their formidable auras, the disciples quivered with apprehension. Beside Feng Fei, the heavily injured Zhang Wuwang couldn't help but cry out in shock. 2 Vein Heaven Saints. 36 2 Vein Heaven Saints stood before them, each exuding a daunting aura that dwarfed even the 4 clan leaders. Even Long Qihua, an extremely strong existence amongst 2 Vein Heaven Saints, paled in comparison to these experts. The Long clan leader sighed in relief when he saw those 36 people. He said, "You're finally here. Long Chen is right there. Kill him." In truth, they had arrived some time ago, but they had proceeded with utmost caution, even more so than the Long clan. They had meticulously set up multiple layers of heaven-encompassing nets. Even after Long Chen was confined within the martial stage's cage, they remained vigilant, fortifying the surroundings with additional formations. They only acted now that their preparations were complete. "Everyone unrelated can leave," declared the elder with a dragon head scepter, leading the group of 36. The pillars of light had already formed a massive barrier encompassing everyone present. The disciples hurriedly retreated toward the edges, only to find themselves drawn out by a powerful suction the moment they reached the barrier's perimeter. Clearly, the Brahma Pill Valley was clearing the battlefield. If these disciples didn't leave now, then once the fighting started, they would be crushed by the shockwaves. Actually, the Brahma Pill Valley didn't care about these disciples. They would gladly sacrifice the disciples if they could kill Long Chen. By doing this, they wanted to give the 4 divine clans some face. To avoid getting caught up in Long Chen's fate, the disciples swiftly fled. Meanwhile, the 36 elders from the Brahma Pill Valley maintained an unwavering watch over Long Chen. Any suspicious move from him would trigger an immediate lockdown of their formation. This was something the Brahma Pill Valley had agreed to do. They would kill Long Chen, but they wouldn't harm the innocent. After all, if all these disciples died, the 4 divine clans would no longer have a future. Long Chen remained silent in the face of the 36 two-vein heaven saints descending upon him. He just stared at them, with Evilmoon on his shoulder, showing no intent to break their encirclement. The disciples were quickly evacuated. Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang exchanged worried glances at Long Chen. Feng Fei's anxiety was evident. Long Chen. She had never expected the 4 divine clans would not just target Long Chen but also call over the Brahma Pill Valley. This formidable cage seemed insurmountable, even for Long Chen. Go. Don't get splashed with blood, said Long Chen lightly. Hearing that, Feng Fei regained some confidence. She and Zhang Wuwang then walked to the edge of the barrier and were transported out. Once outside, they were startled to find themselves far from the Long clan's grounds. They were in the faraway wilderness. From this distance, they could only see a giant cage encompassing the heart of the Long clan. Zhang Wuwang couldn't help but ask, "Do you think he can escape?" "Yes, he definitely can," replied Feng Fei, her fists clenching. Long Chenshui was transported out right after them. Her face was pale, and her eyes were dull. She was covered in blood, though no one could tell if it was Long Chen's or someone else's. Her sword was shattered, only half of it remaining in her hand. "Senior, why have you come out as well?" asked Feng Fei curiously. The disciples had rushed out, but the Heaven Vein experts were expected to stay. "I'm one of those unrelated people. Why wouldn't I leave?" Long Chenshui replied with a bitter smile. She stared at her broken sword and then flung it away. The shattered blade flew like a shooting star, disappearing into the distance. Why did this happen? Long Chenshui sighed, vexed. Before this, she had been part of the encirclement against Long Chen. Long Chen had shattered her sword, but fortunately, she had been one step slower than the others, keeping her from being at the center of Long Chen's attack. Otherwise, she would be a corpse now. After Long Chen had arrived in the Long clan, it felt like she was trapped in a dream. She had walked this path step by step without fully realizing the consequences. Despite knowing that the Long clan's actions were wrong, she hadn't intervened. Now, things had escalated to this point. Even if Long Chen was killed in the end, so what? The Long clan's 4 heavenly saints had been reduced to just her, and Long Zontian had become their mortal enemy. For the Earth Cauldron, was that really worth it? As space quivered, another figure appeared. This time, it was Long Qinzu's turn to cry out in surprise. Heaven Overseer. The Heaven Overseer had also come out, his expression dark as he clenched his teeth. After that, he helplessly sighed, "You fools. You've destroyed the Long clan." Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang exchanged looks of confusion. Both Long Chenshui and the Heaven Overseer had retreated. What was really happening? "Heaven Overseer, why is the Long clan targeting Long Chen?" asked Feng Fei. The Heaven Overseer looked at Long Chenshui, but she winced and turned away. This was one of the Long clan's secrets, and even the Heaven Overseer didn't know about it. As a result, she couldn't speak of it. "All I can say is that the heavens toys with people." Long Chenshui sighed. "No, the heavens toy with people when they unleash natural disasters. This time, it was entirely a man-made disaster. You pushed my warnings into the back of your heads a long time ago. The profit in front of you might be big, but it can't last. Furthermore, can you even obtain that profit? An inheritance requires a person to inherit it. Long Chen is a peak heavenly genius. No, calling him a peak heavenly genius doesn't do him justice, but you still chose to turn him into your mortal enemy. Chenshui, I had high hopes for you. You're a smart woman. I thought that with you present, they wouldn't go too far." "I've misjudged," said the Heaven Overseer, his voice laced with disappointment. Long Chenshui lowered her head in shame, filled with regret. If she had stuck to her own heart, if she hadn't been tempted by outside influences and had stood with the Heaven Overseer from the start, things would have been different. Unfortunately, there were not that many ifs in this world. The heavens gave them no chance to repent, and they couldn't take back what they had done. Although Feng Fei didn't understand what they were talking about, she knew Long Chen well enough to make a guess. She also sighed, "Your Long clan is like this. But my Zhang clan is no better." She had repeatedly advised the Zhang clan leader not to be Long Chen's enemy, but things had still progressed to this point. She could understand Long Chenshui and the Heaven Overseer's feeling of helplessness. Just then, they saw divine light erupt at the heart of the Long clan's territory. That signified the beginning of the final battle. Feng Fei's heart instantly tensed. Chapter 5038 Execution Formation. Within the barrier, 36 of the Brahma Pill Valley's 2 Vain Heaven Saints had surrounded Long Chen. The Long clan leader and the others watched from the sidelines, glaring at Long Chen as if they wanted to tear the flesh from his bones. Although the previous battle was brief, it was exceptionally intense. All the clans had lost Heaven Vein experts to Long Chen, with the Zhao clan suffering the most significant blow by losing their clan leader. These experts were incredibly costly to raise, making their loss even more devastating. The Long clan also held a similar fate. After Long Qinzu's departure, they were reduced to just the clan leader, who glared at Long Chen with fear and fury. He had never imagined things would escalate to this point. Long Chen watched as people left. The Heaven Overseer only departed because Long Chen had instructed him to. Long Chen could tell that the Heaven Overseer was in pain. The latter had genuinely wanted to draw Long Chen into the Long clan, but he could only watch as the Long clan pushed Long Chen into the position of an enemy. Long Tianrui was the last one to leave. Before going, she said, "If you agree to be mine, I can protect you with my life." Long Chen responded, "Go. Don't delay things any longer." Long Tianrui gave Long Chen a profound look before leaving. "Long Chen, although your sins are irredeemable, and you have opposed my Brahma Pill Valley multiple times, the Divine Venerate is merciful. If you are willing to join Pill Valley and become Lord Brahma's loyal follower, you can escape death. Within the limitless sea of bitterness, you can return to the shore," said the leader of the 36 elders. Although he seemed to be trying to mediate things, his tone was harsh and his expression icy, indicating he knew Long Chen would not accept. He was merely going through the motions. "My path is correct. Why would I return to the shore?" asked Long Chen. "Do not presume victory is within your grasp. Can you not see that I have been anticipating your arrival?" When Long Chen said that, the Long clan leader and the others' expressions changed. They suddenly recalled Long Chen had had chances to kill Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian sooner on the martial stage, but had waited for them to bring out their trump cards. Long Chen had the power to destroy the martial stage from the start but had been in no rush to escape. After that, when surrounded by their top experts, he had a chance to flee but chose not to run. It really did seem as if he was waiting for the Brahma Pill Valley's experts to appear. Realizing this, the Long clan leader felt a surge of fear. He shouted, "Quick, kill him. Shut your mouth. How is a single man enough to terrify you to this extent? Are you not afraid of others laughing at you?" The leader of the 36 elders shouted chidingly at the Long clan leader before turning back to Long Chen. "You're the one who shouldn't act like victory is in your grasp. There was once a youngster just as confident as you, but in the end, he died at our hands. Do you recognize this?" As the elder took out a black shovel, Long Chen quivered. That was Mo Nian's. Could it be? Long Chen's killing intent rose. He suddenly stamped down on the ground, shooting toward the elder like a bolt of lightning. The elder sneered, "Cherish the relic of your companion." The elder then threw the shovel at Long Chen. Long Chen caught it and threw it into the primal chaos space. At the same time, the elder retreated, and the 36 of them formed hand seals. 36 flame pillars wove together into a giant cage that fell upon Long Chen. Long Chen's soul shuddered when this flame cage appeared. He was surprised to sense that the full power of all 36 of them had been perfectly merged together. The power of 36 two-vein heaven saints together was enough to kill Long Chen 1,000 times over. Once the cage shrank, its power would grow. Thus, if he wanted to break it, he had to use brute force to crush it now. With a roar, Long Chen concentrated all his dragon blood power into his palm. At this critical juncture, he didn't dare to hold back. As Long Chen ignited all his dragon blood power, the cross on his palm flashed, and he slammed it into one of the flame pillars. Seeing Long Chen's resistance, an elder sneered, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You don't know your own power." At that moment, all their expressions changed. When Long Chen's palm slammed into the flame pillar, a cross-shaped fissure broke it apart. The 36 of them spat out blood at the same time, completely shocked. This cage was a high-level formation technique of the Brahma Pill Valley. It merged the power of 36 people, and even a three-vein heaven saint wouldn't be able to make it budge. Once their target was caught, they would definitely die. This technique had never failed them. After all, breaking any of the flame pillars required enduring the power of all of them. However, Long Chen's palm had destroyed the flame pillar, and the backlash was jointly shared by all 36 of them, causing them to spit out blood. Long Chen's power exceeded their imagination. What they didn't know was that while Long Chen's bloodline power was strong, and the god-slaying cross was also domineering, those factors alone would not let him break their formation. It was the trace of sovereign qi on Long Chen's palm that was the real crux behind the destruction of their formation. Unfortunately, they would never know this. As for Long Chen, he was still rather vague on the details himself. After destroying a pillar, Long Chen charged out of their cage. Raising Evilmoon, he swung it at one of them. Seeing the incoming attack, that elder shouted and formed hand seals, conjuring a flame shield in front of him that quickly formed 36 layers. He only condensed one, but the other elders were aiding him. The flame shields exploded one after another, and Long Chen's saber stopped less than 3 inches from that elder's head, with only the final shield intact. Seeing the edge of the blade right in front of him, that elder started to sweat. Flame Devil Execution, their leader shouted, and the other's hand seals changed. The final shield in front of Long Chen exploded, and a powerful force blasted him. With a grunt, he was thrown back. All 36 of them were able to share their power, making them unbeatable. Long Chen's heart turned cold. At the same time, they formed hand seals, causing flames to rage within heaven and earth. Layers of nets were thrown at him from every direction, leaving him nowhere to run. Ignorant fool, since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right here. The leader shouted, and his hand seals changed. All 36 of them started chanting. Upon hearing that chant, Long Chen suddenly shook. Chapter 5039 World-Destroying Attack. As Long Chen and the 36 Pill Valley experts exchanged blows, he was shocked to discover their ability to merge all their power into a single unified force. There was no opening for him to exploit. In other words, no matter which one of them he attacked, he would need to deal with all of them. It was Long Chen's first time encountering such a terrifying formation art. Their connection was practically flawless, even surpassing that of the Dragonblood warriors. However, Long Chen quickly deduced their method. Their link seemed to harness Lord Brahma's faith energy, which enabled them to unify their powers seamlessly. Unfortunately, understanding their technique didn't provide Long Chen with a way to stop them. Perhaps if he could use the Dragon Blood God-slaying cross again, he could break their formation, but his last attack had used up all his Dragon Blood power. Though he still possessed his Violet Blood and 7-color Supreme Blood, he doubted their effectiveness against this unified force. Long Chen found himself without the means to deal with them. According to the Earth Cauldron, he could always run if he couldn't beat them. It was ready to bring him away at any time. However, he was unwilling to just leave like this. Just as he reached his wit's end, they started to chant the Nirvana scripture. The Nirvana scripture resonated throughout heaven and earth, and the flame energy of the world responded to their call. Their formation grew stronger, transforming this place into a world of flames. I'll go big this time. Instead of charging out of the heaven-encompassing flame nets layering on top of him, Long Chen raised his hand and conjured a flame lotus on it. When it materialized, space twisted wildly, and the flame runes in the air started to pulse uneasily. Even the Pill Valley experts could not remain calm at the sight of the flame lotus. It's the moon flame. No, there's also the sun flame. That white flame, it's the ice soul divine flame. There were thousands of flames in Long Chen's hands, but 3 burned the most intensely. They swirled crazily within the flame lotus, causing it to expand frantically. How can this be? How can he control so many heavenly flames? The leader was also shocked. At this moment, Long Chen's expression turned serious. He opened his mouth and started to chant as well. His voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, eclipsing their chanting. All the flame energy of heaven and earth suddenly froze. Following that, it poured into the flame lotus like rivers feeding into the sea. The wild flame energy surged like soldiers on a battlefield responding to their commander's call. Ignoring the Pill Valley's experts, they flowed into the flame lotus. All the flame energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the flame lotus, causing it to grow even faster. Even the condensed flame nets went out of control and were devoured by the flame lotus. What? How could it devour our magical arts? The Brahma Pill Valley experts cried out in shock, witnessing a situation they had never encountered. Once 16 of their flame nets were devoured, Long Chen's soul suddenly shuddered. Huo Linger's urgent voice rang out in his mind. Big brother Long Chen, you have to release it, otherwise, it will spiral out of control, and I won't be able to protect you. Long Chen had a bad feeling. He had wanted to absorb all their flame energies, but the power behind this move exceeded his expectations. He swiftly flung the flame lotus to the ground. Before it could explode, Huo Linger transformed into a flame lotus that wrapped around Long Chen. Meanwhile, the Brahma Pill Valley's experts cried out and switched hand seals, transforming the remaining flame nets into a giant flame shield in front of them. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its path. Huo Linger was violently expelled from her dragon form, transforming into a mass of runes that scattered through the air. Long Chen felt like he was being torn apart, his body covered in wounds. He coughed up blood and was thrown into the sky. Spacetime spiraled into chaos, light and dark reversed, and ancient Grand Dao runes raged. All the Long clan's structures, built over countless eons, were reduced to dust in an instant. How was this move so terrifying? Long Chen was bewildered, feeling as though the bone in his body had shattered. Had Huo Linger not helped him block the strongest impact, he might have died because of his own technique. This outcome had completely caught him off guard. The nets you absorbed contained their core runes. When they merged with the sun, moon, and ice soul divine flames, the latter instantly erupted. With your power and Huo Linger's, you couldn't fully unleash the flame's potential. But their core runes are different. Boosted by Heaven Vein Dragon Chi, the flames' power directly surged to a new level, explained the Earth Cauldron. In truth, Long Chen hadn't fully grasped the terrifying nature of the flames ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Flame rankings. Due to Huo Linger's limited power, the flames could yet reveal their true prowess. These three flames could be considered firewood, while Long Chen and Huo Linger's power resembled sparks. Though the sparks could ignite the wood, only a tiny part of them burned. On the other hand, the core runes of these Heaven Vein experts acted like oil added to firewood. Just one spark was enough to ignite them instantly. Realizing this, Long Chen felt fortunate that he had stopped his absorption midway. His original plan to devour all their flame nets would surely have led to his death. This single attack wrought absolute devastation within the area. Outside the Long clan's territory, Long Tianrui, Long Chenshui, the Heaven Overseer, Feng Fei, and Zhang Wuwang stared in shock. They had been transported out and had just turned back to observe the battle's aftermath when it seemed like a sun had exploded in the core region. They personally witnessed the grand formation keeping that area under containment explode, destroying the entire Long clan's territory. Astral winds cut through the heavenly desolation domain, raising this picturesque land to the ground. Even from a distance, the suffocating astral winds threatened to tear their souls apart. Long Chenshui rushed forward, followed closely by the Heaven Overseer, both overwhelmed with grief. Could the Long clan have been destroyed so swiftly? They had to see what had happened. Arriving at the domain of the Long clan, they almost didn't recognize where they were. At the heart of the battlefield, they saw only Long Chen hovering in the air. Everyone else's presence had vanished. One attack had crushed everyone, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Seeing this devastation, Long Chenshui suddenly wailed, How can this be? Chapter 5040 The Long clan's patriarch. When the dust settled, people's vision slowly returned to the scene. A massive crater lay on the ground, resembling a giant bowl. Dirt and stone had melded together under intense heat, forming a solid, steel-like glassy surface. Countless experts rushed over, their faces filled with terror as they saw this scene. They trembled at the sight of the slightly worn figure hovering in the sky. One disciple of the Yi clan was brazen enough to run into the center of the battlefield. After retrieving a weapon fragment, he wailed, This is a token of the clan leader. The other disciples started to look for remnants of their seniors. At first, they refused to believe their deaths, but finding their remnants gave them no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Zhang Wuwang was also filled with pain as he looked around. He exchanged a pained glance with Feng Fei, both bearing expressions of helpless sorrow. The person who felt most helpless was Feng Fei herself. She knew that provoking Long Chen was dangerous, and history showed that everyone who became his enemy would have a bad ending. Yet this time, his enemies were incredibly powerful, so powerful that it induced despair. Feng Fei had thought that being able to retreat with his life would be a huge victory for him. She had not expected Long Chen to be this powerful. Rather than retreating, he ensured that his enemies had no chance to retreat. The higher-ups of the four divine clans, save for Long Chenshui, had been obliterated. This was a devastating blow to the 4 divine clans. Hearing Long Chenshui wail, Feng Fei couldn't help shouting through her own tears, "Why? Why did it have to come to this before you felt regret?" The disciples of the 4 divine clans wept, but none dared seek revenge against Long Chen. They didn't even dare to meet his gaze. That had nothing to do with right or wrong, nor was it sympathy for Long Chen. It was simply because Long Chen had such immense power that they trembled at the mere thought of seeking vengeance. As the echoes of crying reverberated across the devastated battlefield, it was the disciples of the Long clan who wept the hardest. Their once proud clan now lay in ruins. It felt like they were being stabbed in the heart. Meanwhile, Long Chen remained motionless in the air. He stood there without moving for what felt like an eternity, before finally starting to move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, rather, his injuries were so severe that the pain was too much to bear when he tried to move. After some time, he managed to recover enough to move. However, Long Chen knew he couldn't continue fighting. Even though he still had his violet blood and 7-color supreme blood, his body couldn't endure further strain. "Mo Nian, I've avenged you." Long Chen sighed, retrieving the shovel, the last memento of Mo Nian. Grief washed over him. "Hold it." Long Chen suddenly noticed a line of small words on the shovel, "The killer, Daddy Mo." While this shovel might look identical to the one that Mo Nian used, its aura was slightly different. Reading the inscription, Long Chen instantly realized the truth. Mo Nian had definitely conned the Brahma pill Valley. Feeling worried that they wouldn't know who had done it, he left behind his handiwork. But then, these idiots used it to con Long Chen. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was all a misunderstanding, but it had almost dragged him down. "HMPH, if I were to die because of this, would you cut open your own stomach as atonement?" Long Chen cursed inside. He blamed himself for being foolish and not noticing the detail sooner. When Long Chen looked around, he spotted Long Tianrui. "Do you want to avenge them?" asked Long Chen. Long Tianrui looked back at him and shook her head expressionlessly. "Right and wrong mean nothing to me. My only purpose in life is to find a powerful man to pass down my innate talent. Everyone from the same era as me has died, and I don't really care about the Long clan's people. Furthermore, you didn't do anything wrong." Long Chen was a bit surprised by Long Tianrui's response. He had never managed to understand her, but today, he felt pity for her. Just as she said, everyone she had known was dead, and the only purpose left in her life was to pass down her inheritance. Perhaps after she did so, she might even choose to die, because living a life with no goals was its own kind of suffering. Long Chen reflected on his attitude toward her and instantly felt a pang of guilt. Just as he was about to speak, a vast and powerful aura surged, startling him. A huge explosive sound shook the world. The earth exploded, and Grand Dao Runes whirled in the air. 3 dragon figures swirled together and ascended. The Heaven Overseer's startled cry rang out in Long Chen's mind. "The Patriarch has come out of seclusion. Long Chen, you must flee." However, before Long Chen could move, a tall, white-haired elder appeared in the air, causing him to freeze in his place. It wasn't just him, no one could move. Long Chen was utterly astounded. Was the pressure from the Long clan patriarch truly this terrifying? After surveying the surroundings, the patriarch suddenly roared, "What happened here?" This single roar was so powerful it felt like people's heads would explode. Countless individuals directly passed out from the shock. The Long clan patriarch had been in seclusion for the past few years, attempting to condense his 3rd heaven vein. Only recently had he touched the boundary of the 3rd heaven vein. While it might sound like just one more heaven vein, the difference between 3 vein and 2 vein heaven saints was enormous. They were in completely different dimensions. That was because 3 heaven veins could form a heaven vein dragon diagram, a natural manifestation of immense power. Once this manifestation formed, the expert would possess power far greater than a 2 vein heaven saint. It was a qualitative change that couldn't be quantified by simple numbers. Originally, the patriarch was on the verge of success when Long Zontian caused an uproar in the Long clan, forcing him to stop and come out to mediate things. Afterward, he returned to seclusion with strict orders not to be disturbed unless the Long clan faced imminent destruction. Now he had finally condensed 3 heaven veins, but upon emerging, he found the Long clan in ruins. He wanted to demand an explanation from the clan leader, only to find he was gone. Long Chihua was also missing. The only one he spotted was the weeping Long Chenshui. Without a word, he appeared in front of Long Chenshui and pressed a finger on her forehead, directly flipping through her recent memories. After that, he turned to Long Chen, and the space around Long Chen instantly compressed on him. Die, the patriarch roared, slamming a palm toward Long Chen. Chapter 5041A Marker. When the Long Clan patriarch attacked, Long Chenshui and the Heaven Overseer cried out. They hadn't expected the patriarch to directly attack to kill without asking any questions. Under the pressure of a three-vein Heaven Saint's pressure, Long Chen couldn't move. He could only watch as this attack came toward him. This sudden change startled Feng Fei and Zhang Luang. Long Chen's power was absolutely terrifying. Before this, it could be excused that the Long clan didn't know how strong Long Chen was. However, the patriarch had already seen everything through Long Chinzu's memories, yet he still wanted to kill Long Chen. With Long Chen's potential, no matter what faction he joined or how grave of a mistake he made, no one would be willing to kill such a genius. Furthermore, Long Chen had not done anything wrong. Was he supposed to not fight back when someone tried to kill him? The Long clan had taken such heavy losses, and killing Long Chen was absolutely meaningless. The most correct choice right now was to place all the blame on the dead people and ask for Long Chen's forgiveness. The patriarch should have stood by Long Chen's side, understanding and comforting him from his viewpoint. That was perhaps the only way to bring Long Chen's heart back to the Long clan. Although the higher-ups had been annihilated, with pillars like Long Chen and Long Tianrui, what would the Long clan need to fear? After all, Long Chen hadn't reached his peak yet. If he became an eternal expert, not even a three-vein Heaven Saint would be a match for him. Hence, the patriarch's immediate attack was bewildering. Even the Heaven Overseer couldn't comprehend this. It wasn't an action taken in the Long clan's best interests. Before anyone could react, the patriarch's palm slammed into Long Chen's chest. At that moment, a barrier formed around Long Chen. This barrier took the shape of an ancient bronze cauldron, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. The world within it exuded a sacred aura. The patriarch's attack was blocked by this barrier, barely causing it to quiver. The earth cauldron had finally intervened, effortlessly absorbing the patriarch's attack. The patriarch's expression instantly changed. Just then, a hand reached out through the barrier. A seven-color cross lit up on it, and it smacked the patriarch in the face. With an explosive sound, blood flew through the air as half of the patriarch's face exploded. Gasps filled the air as Long Chen revealed yet another trump card. When the patriarch stabilized his footing, everyone was shocked to see half the skin on his face was gone, and a seven-color cross was branded on it. Meanwhile, the patriarch was still dazed from the sudden slap. Long Chen's voice cut through the tense silence, cold and biting. As a member of the Long clan, the blood of the Long clan runs in my veins. Hence, a portion of those resources rightfully belong to me, as those are what my ancestors left me. So, I return to claim what is mine, and I owe no debts to the Long clan. But deep down, I hoped for the Long clan to treat me well. After all, we are one family. I also thought about repaying the Long clan, but what did I get? Schemes, betrayal, and attempts to barter my life for treasures. Your greed drove you to offer me as a sacrificial pawn to the Brahma Pill Valley. If I fell into their hands, my life would be worse than death. The Long clan really treats me well. Each word from Long Chen dripped with icy resolve, sending shivers through those who listened. Every single one of them could sense his bloodthirsty hatred. Even the patriarch of the Long clan, supposed to be its guiding beacon, chose not to seek truth or justice before attacking me. It wasn't out of hatred but fear and greed. Your anger is a facade, driven by the desire to seize my treasures and use my death as a bargaining chip with the Brahma Pill Valley. With their support and my treasures, you think to defy even my father, don't you? Long Chen's gaze pierced the patriarch with unyielding disdain. He continued, after fighting repeatedly, I'm exhausted. I won't kill you now, but mark my words. The mark on your face will never disappear, unless you cut off your head. I, Long Chen, am no saint. It's the opposite. Once I reach the eternal realm, I will come back and personally take your head. Make sure to look after it well. Though, if my father comes back first and learns how you've treated his son, I may not need to lift a finger then. The patriarch's emotions twisted visibly in response to Long Chen's words. All his thoughts were spoken out loud by Long Chen. At first, the patriarch had been very angry. However, when he learned that one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items was sitting in the Long clan's underground treasury, his greed erupted out of control. His goal became securing the earth cauldron, even if it meant sacrificing the Long clan. Thus, he quickly tried to kill Long Chen, but he ultimately failed. Long Chen brushed the dust from his chest and straightened his torn robes. Turning to face Long Tianrui, Feng Fei, Zhang Wuwang, the Heaven Overseer, Long Chenshui, and the others, he spoke calmly. Everyone, until we meet again. Hopefully next time, it will be over drinks instead of weapons. Farewell. With that, Long Chen's figure swiftly faded from view. Where do you think you're going? The Patriarch's voice thundered as he thrust his sword into an empty space. The void tore open, revealing a giant spatial hole. Within its swirling fragments, a pitch-black world emerged, a sinister abyss that seemed to devour everything in its path. Seeing it, people scrambled back in fright. The Patriarch's attack was truly terrifying, showing people just how strong a three-vein heaven saint was. But no matter how strong he was, it was meaningless as the earth cauldron had brought Long Chen away. The Patriarch seethed with rage, his face contorted in fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. Long Tianrui regarded him with cold indifference. The Long clan has already declined. Even a stupid donkey can be a patriarch, she remarked flatly. What did you say? Roared the Patriarch. Long Tianrui remained expressionless. Are your ears failing you? You. The Patriarch pointed his sword toward Long Tianrui. You couldn't kill Long Chen, and you can't touch me either. You may be the Long clan's patriarch, but you are nothing in front of me. Know your place, she stated coolly before turning away and walking out of the heavenly desolation domain. The Heaven Overseer was shocked. Tianrui, what are you doing? Is there any reason to remain in a clan led by such an idiot? Should I become foolish like him? I'm heading to the depths of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven to seek out other legacies of the Long clan. With those words, Long Tianrui vanished from sight, leaving everyone standing in stunned silence. Chapter 5042 The Curtain Drops. As Long Tianrui vanished, the eyes of the Long clan's disciples grew dark and clouded. The recent events had shattered the glory of the Long clan, making it seem like a distant dream. The disciples felt abruptly awakened from their dream and confronted with harsh reality. Long Chen also departed, leaving nothing but ruins behind. Thankfully, the Long clan still had their patriarch. Without him, the heavenly desolation Long clan would quickly fall prey to the surrounding major factions. Though Long Tianrui maintained her usual expressionless demeanor as she left, everyone could sense her deep disdain for the Long clan. The elite competition had resulted in the deaths of two ancient peak heavenly geniuses and the majority of heaven vein experts from the four divine clans. Thinking of their losses, the disciples wished they could wake up from this nightmare. Let's go, Zhang Wuwang sighed helplessly. The Zhang clan was both unfortunate and fortunate. At the very least, Zhang Wuwang was still alive. The thought of what could have happened filled him with fear. There was something he had kept from Feng Fei the entire time. The Zhang clan leader had secretly approached him and hinted that he should enter the martial stage and join forces with Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian to kill Long Chen. Thankfully, he had refused. One reason was because of Feng Fei's warning, and the other was his own pride. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not use such a scheme, nor would he join forces with others. This pride had ultimately saved his life and also planted a beautiful seed for the Zhang clan's future. He and Feng Fei had risked their lives to save Long Chen, and Long Chen had clearly witnessed it. He would definitely remember that favor. All they wanted in return was for him not to seek revenge on the Zhang clan because of this matter. However, it was different for the Long, Yi, and Zhao clans. Long Chen had already stated that he would personally take the head of the Long clan's patriarch. As for the Yi and Zhao clans, although Long Chen might not necessarily go to their territories for revenge, if the opportunity came, he would definitely not hesitate to eliminate any of their members. In this context, the Zhang clan had suffered the least losses. This was thanks to Feng Fei's warning and Zhang Wuwang's wisdom. Before Zhang Wuwang and Feng Fei led the Zhang clan's disciples away, they didn't forget to say farewell to the Heaven Overseer. In their eyes, the Heaven Overseer was truly wise. Unfortunately, wisdom without power was meaningless. The Yi and Zhao clans had lost their leaders, and with the Long clan in disarray, there was no one to seek advice from. Judging by the patriarch's expression, it was clear his mind was blank. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone others. As a result, the Yi and Zhao clans also bid farewell to the Heaven Overseer. As they left, they recalled how glorious and beautiful this land had been when they first arrived. Now, all they saw was devastation. Long Chen's attack had crippled the majority of the heavenly desolation domain. The air was still filled with destructive energy that would take hundreds of years to dissipate. In other words, within this time frame, not a single blade of grass would be able to grow here. The laws of the world in this area had been wrecked. Thinking of how Long Chen had a cultivation base identical to theirs but was able to slaughter the 4 divine clans, strongest experts, and destroy the foundation that the Long clan had built up for countless years, these disciples couldn't help but be shaken. At the same time, they felt a burst of fear. Many of them had once mocked and looked down on Long Chen. Reflecting on it now, they realized how foolish they had been. In terms of power, they weren't even fit to carry Long Chen's shoes. When Feng Fei and Zhang Wuwang reached the border of the heavenly desolation domain, they both looked back and sighed. You were right. In front of Long Chen, no one else can call themselves a genius. The difference is too great, said Zhang Wuwang. Feng Fei stared at Zhang Wuwang and noticed that he seemed to have suddenly aged a great deal. Much of the luster in his eyes was gone. With a smile, Feng Fei replied, in truth, every person is the main character of their own world. There's no need to compete in everything and feel like you must win all the time. If you change your viewpoints, didn't we win against Yi Lingxiao and Zhao Qingtian? In comparison to the other 3 clans, didn't our Zhang clan win? As a spectator, we got to watch a battle of unprecedented brilliance, a spectacle that happens once in tens of thousands of years. Shouldn't we feel blessed about that? Feng Fei greatly sympathized with Zhang Wuwang because she had felt the same way. She had also once tried to compete with Long Chen and had been extremely unwilling to be thrown behind. However, she had come to comprehend another way of life. This new perspective felt full of sunshine. She didn't complain or grumble, she didn't get jealous or feel like she had lost. It was only with this new mindset that her cultivation base rapidly soared. Zhang Wuwang was startled. He was a smart man, and with her pointers, he suddenly laughed. You are absolutely right, I'm going to learn from you. Hehe, if you wish, I can teach you how to be a spectator as well. However, I have to warn you, while you can worship Long Chen, you must maintain a boundary. Feng Fei suddenly grew stern. What is it? Zhang Wuwang was baffled. Feng Fei suddenly gave him a teasing smile. There are 2 points. 1, Long Chen is the man that I like, so you can't compete with me over him. 2, he doesn't like men. Feng Fei laughed. Waving her hand, she led the Zhang clan's experts away heroically. That appearance was as if they were heading home after a victory. Space twisted, revealing Long Chen's figure. The moment he appeared, he spat out blood, his face so pale as if all his blood had been sucked away. Is a 3-vein heaven saint really this terrifying? Even you couldn't block it? Asked Long Chen, shocked. Earlier, the patriarch of the Long clan had slammed his palm against Long Chen. Although the earth cauldron blocked the attack, a trace of its power still entered his body. Long Chen had been acting fine, but the moment he was out of sight, he couldn't endure it any longer. 3 explosive energies ran rampant through his body, threatening to blow it apart. His already badly wounded body could not endure it. It's not that I couldn't block it, I intentionally let a trace through. One reason is to show you the difference between a 3-vein and a 2-vein heaven saint. But the other reason is because your power has risen too quickly with the aid of the heavenly fate divine pool and the Julie Tower. Although they are both priceless treasures, such rapid advancement is not good for you. I have locked a portion of these 3 heaven veins, purest energy inside you. Now, I will teach you how to circulate earth energy. Using your own body as the furnace, refine their energy. Divine light fell from the earth cauldron, enveloping Long Chen. Chapter 5043 Swallow the heavens, refine the earth. Long Chen formed hand seals, and divine light flowed around him. The earth cauldron floated above his head, slowly revolving. The chi of a grand Tao swirled around Long Chen. The earth cauldron said, all grand Taos beneath the heavens lead to the same destination. Whether refining pills or refining the body, they ultimately converge. In the past, you devoured medicinal pills using the dragon race's swallow the heavens, devour the earth. This divine ability is domineering, but it merely swallows everything without consideration. Evilmoon immediately cursed the earth cauldron when it heard this. Evilmoon. Long Chen scolded Evilmoon. When did Evilmoon get so sensitive? That was nothing more than a simple evaluation. Evilmoon fell silent but was clearly irritated. Swallow the heavens, devour the earth was a technique Evilmoon had taught Long Chen. It was a secret art of the dark evil dragon race, so Evilmoon was naturally unhappy when someone criticized it. The Earth Cauldron nonchalantly continued, "There is a difference between swallowing and refining. Much like there is between a divine venerate pill and the ingredients used to refine it. If consuming the ingredients provided the same effect as the pill itself, why would we even refine the pill?" Long Chen nodded at this insight. Evilmoon also seemed to find it reasonable and didn't argue. "Since you are on the verge of entering the eternal realm, your cultivation style needs some adjustments. This adjustment will build upon the foundation of swallow the heavens, devour the earth. You possess dragon blood and cultivate the dragon soul body forging art. Most importantly, your sovereign blood seal is on the brink of awakening. You are already qualified to make these modifications," said the Earth Cauldron. "What kind of modifications?" asked Long Chen. "Use your body as the furnace and your blood as the flame. Refine all the energy that enters your body. This doesn't just refer to the energy of medicinal pills but also invading energies. This is why you let the Patriarch's energy enter my body. Correct. This is a kind of trial. If you refine it incorrectly, you won't be able to harness this powerful heaven vein dragon chi. Prepare yourself and listen to my mnemonic. My body is the furnace that can hold all things. My blood is the flame that refines the corporeal and incorporeal. My bones are the fuel." As the Earth Cauldron's voice resonated throughout Long Chen's mind, one rune after another lit up on the Earth Cauldron. Dragon scales appeared on Long Chen's body as the Earth Cauldron's runes were projected onto him. Long Chen instantly felt like there was a fire in his chest. Although his dragon blood power was almost exhausted, this fire let it rapidly recover. Long Chen was startled, but soon realized that his dragon blood power wasn't dissipating outwardly but was instead burning within him. It was a miraculous method of cultivation and recovery simultaneously. The body served as the furnace, the blood as the flame, the bones as the fuel, the meridians as the guide, and his spiritual strength controlled everything. This was an entirely new refinement style that Long Chen had never encountered before. Despite initially groping in the dark, Long Chen had the pill sovereign memories in his soul. His strength enabled him to endure and, with guidance from the Earth Cauldron, he quickly grasped the technique. 3 clumps of energy quivered within Long Chen's body. His dragon blood flame gathered them, causing them to feel a bit uneasy and start resisting. However, thanks to the Earth Cauldron's control, their power was limited. Long Chen's dragon blood flame quickly condensed into a translucent pill furnace around them. This translucent pill furnace had 3 feet and 2 handles and was covered in blood-colored scales, appearing frail. The 3 heaven vein dragon chi repeatedly deformed it, as if they would break free at any moment. However, its appearance did not reflect its true strength. It was incredibly tough. At one point, a surge of dragon chi attempted to burst out, forming a protruding point several times longer than the furnace itself, yet it couldn't escape. "Not bad. You've grasped the essence quickly," praised the Earth Cauldron. The modification that the Earth Cauldron was implementing was a new concept. While it seemed extremely feasible, altering a divine ability was unimaginably difficult. Nevertheless, as soon as Long Chen understood the concept, he swiftly went for it. Within just an hour, the embryonic pill furnace took shape. It was even better than the Earth Cauldron had anticipated. Long Chen was already halfway to success. As time passed, the pill furnace started to really take shape. Although it still contorted under the impact of the 3 dragon chis, the deformations were less severe. What delighted Long Chen was that as the pill furnace grew stronger, he clearly sensed the 3 dragon chis' energy being absorbed by the pill furnace when they crashed into it. They started to nourish and fortify the pill furnace. 6 hours later, the pill furnace was fully formed, solid and robust. The 3 dragon chi were starting to weaken. Another hour passed, and the pill furnace trembled. Instantly, all the dragon chi energy melted into it. Long Chen felt pure energy spread throughout every bone, going from the bottom of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Long Chen's nearly exhausted and battered body instantly recovered to over 70%. Previously, Long Chen had been in the great circle of the divine venerate realm, but now, he felt that his great circle had become even more perfect. It's that powerful. Long Chen was overjoyed. The technique that the Earth Cauldron taught him was incredible. His severe wounds, which would have taken several days to heal with the primal chaos space's aid, now mended instantly. It was almost unbelievable. This was something that the majority of orthodox pill cultivators practiced in ancient times. They had 2 furnaces, one external for refining pills and one internal for refining the body. Unfortunately, due to the downfall of a certain person, This kind of cultivation method gradually disappeared, lamented the earth cauldron. Long Chen barely heard its sigh. He was looking at the pill furnace within his dantian. With a thought, this pill furnace transformed into millions of runes that merged into his dragon blood. As the dragon blood assimilated the runes, Long Chen delightedly sensed most of his vitality restored. He would soon be capable of unleashing the god-slaying cross again. He almost shouted in excitement. This technique was based on the dragon race's swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability. You can call it the swallow the heavens, refine the earth divine ability, stated the earth cauldron. Swallow the heavens, refine the earth. Yes, it's not bad. Evilmoon finally spoke again, sounding quite satisfied with this name. Changing just one word was acceptable to it. Hee, then there's no time to waste. I'm going to move out right now. The next target is the Brahma Pill Valley. Long Chen chuckled darkly, a sense of heroism filling him. Chapter 5044 Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix. The Brahma Pill Valley. A name that resonated throughout the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. All cultivators, regardless of race, knew of it. It was the strongest human faction, occupying the best land and resources. Although the Sovereign Emperor Heaven was incredibly vast, the majority of its land was not habitable. As a result, the space for cultivators to move around was not that large, and places with abundant spiritual chi were fiercely contested by major factions, for example, the Heavenly Desolation Domain. The Long clan had spent countless years in bloody combat to maintain control over it. Furthermore, while the Heavenly Desolation Domain was large, it bordered the Devil Sea, and its environment was far from ideal. Still, countless factions wanted to occupy it. However, amidst all this fighting for the limited habitable land, there were certain regions with shocking wealth, abundant spiritual chi, and countless resources that no one dared to even touch. These were the 8 Brahma domains, vast territories under the command of Brahma Pill Valley. Every single one of them was several times larger than the Heavenly Desolation Domain. Because of the existence of the Brahma Pill Valley, the 8 Brahma domains were the places with the best living conditions for the human race within the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. They were also considered the core of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. Among the 8 domains, 2 stood out as particularly special, the Brahma domain and the Danite domain. These 2 domains were backed by the names of Divine Venerate Brahma and Divine Venerate Fallen Danite respectively. While the other 6 domains permitted the entrance of outsiders, the Brahma domain and the Danite domain only allowed their most loyal followers to enter, not even their ordinary followers. As for the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, it was not one of the 8 domains but an area in the Glacial Heaven domain. Long Chen asked around as he traveled. After learning where the Glacial Heaven domain was, he immediately started flying in that direction. Just how should I sneak in? Wondered Long Chen as he flew. After all, Long Chen had just killed so many experts of the Brahma Pill Valley. Although the news of this might not reach them immediately, the Brahma Pill Valley was definitely aware of their deaths. If he were to just swagger inside, the odds of him being recognized were extremely high. Furthermore, they might even be prepared for him. To counter this, Long Chen had told Qin Feng to disguise someone as him upon returning to the academy, creating the illusion that he had returned there. However, given the academy's distance and the number of people Qin Feng was bringing, it was unlikely they would arrive that fast. If, by the time Long Chen reached the Glacial Heaven domain, the news from Qin Feng's side hadn't reached the Brahma Pill Valley, Long Chen's strategy would be futile. Long Chen sat in his flying boat, navigating through the air. Suddenly, the void rumbled, and a powerful current blew by him, causing his flying boat to tumble and almost crash into a mountain. Enraged, Long Chen looked up to see a battleship hundreds of times larger than his flying boat speeding past. Laughter echoed from the ship's deck, clearly mocking Long Chen's miserable appearance. Long Chen spotted a giant blue falcon on the battleship and sensed the blood chi of the demon race. He realized they were probably going to the Glacial Heaven domain, perhaps with the same goal, the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. I forgot, considering how enormous the Brahma Pill Valley is, they must have followers from many races. This time, whatever happens in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain might be really big. This thought immediately made him forget about those people. But wait, the more people there are, the easier it'll be to sneak in. What is there to worry about? Long Chen instantly felt much more at ease after thinking of that. As Long Chen expected, more battleships and flying boats whistled past him, all going in the same direction. In comparison to those groups, Long Chen's small flying boat looked incredibly insignificant. Long Chen wasn't flying too quickly and was continuously passed by others. In any case, he was in no rush. He wanted to assess the situation first to find the best way to sneak in. Mo Nian is probably on the move as well. I wonder how he's going to sneak in, wondered Long Chen aloud, feeling very curious. But then, based on his understanding of Mo Nian, this was his specialty. He would easily slip in. Taking out the shovel again, Long Chen re-examined it. Other than the inscription, the killer, Daddy Mo, and an arrogant smiley face, there was nothing else. In other words, Mo Nian hadn't anticipated this token falling into Long Chen's hands, otherwise, he would have left behind a hidden message. The shovel had likely been in the Brahma Pill Valley's possession for a while. In other words, after they parted ways, Mo Nian had been quite diligent with his archaeology. Wise people always said that 10 years wasn't too late for revenge, but Mo Nian's vengeance always came quickly. Thinking of Xing Wuzhong's death, Long Chen's hatred flared. He was determined to settle his debts with the Brahma Pill Valley this time. Even if he couldn't crush them, he'd at least make them pay the price. More and more people shot past him. It seemed that the owners of the battleships and flying boats were intentionally showing off. They had their speed on max, creating the loudest spatial tearing sounds as they flew. Each one left behind long marks in the void and loud echoes to announce their power. They've never been put in their place, Long Chen sneered as they flew past him. A master like Sha Chen could easily set up a barrier around them if they wanted to, and with these people's speed, they wouldn't be able to react in time. An impact of that level would even severely wound heavenly chosens and crush weaklings like them into flatbread. It was a show of how little sense of danger these people had. In search of some stimulation, these people actively courted death in a flashy way. In any case, the opening of the Heavenly Flame Devil domain was a huge gathering of monstrous heavenly geniuses. Those deemed monstrous heavenly geniuses often possessed an arrogance that matched their power. In their minds, if they didn't flaunt their abilities a bit, wouldn't it be a waste of their talent? Suddenly, a heaven-shaking bird cry pierced the air, and Long Chen felt the world darken as an enormous bird shot through the air, unleashing astral winds so intense that Long Chen's flying boat tumbled through the air. He almost lost control of it. Upon seeing that figure, Long Chen cried out in shock. The Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix. The Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix was a species from the Primal Chaos era, its veins coursing with a Primal Chaos bloodline. It was an existence that existed only in legend, yet here it was before Long Chen. As Long Chen gazed at the Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix, his flying boat suddenly quivered. An enormous figure hurtled toward him. Courting death. Long Chen's anger erupted. Chapter 5045 Blind People. What enraged Long Chen was that a giant battleship actually charged straight toward him as if his flying boat was invisible. Although some snobs had shot past Long Chen's flying boat and intentionally caused powerful currents to strike his boat, Long Chen had managed to endure it as he didn't want to expose himself. However, this one was different. They aimed directly at his flying boat, clearly intent on killing him. Just like that, Long Chen snapped. Long Chen came out of his flying boat, with a 7-color cross on his palm. When the giant battleship crashed into his flying boat, Long Chen's palm landed solidly on the battleship. Blood Ocean, God-slaying cross. In his fury, Long Chen didn't hold back and pierced through the battleship's formation instantly, breaking the battleship apart. Long Chen was like a boulder in the air, causing the battleship to split around him. Its momentum carried it forward, and it scattered like a firework. The next moment, startled cries echoed as blood rained down, and the smell of blood mixed with devil chi filled the air. This battleship had been carrying tens of thousands of devil experts. Innately tyrannical by nature, the devil race routinely acted with extreme arrogance, so being easily passed by a Violet Lightning Divine Phoenix moments earlier had irked them. When they saw a tiny flying boat rocking in front of them, they instantly took out their anger on it. However, they hadn't expected the tiny flying boat to contain a death god. Countless devil experts instantly met their end when their battleship was destroyed. Only over 10 Heaven Vein experts and 8 heavenly chosen survived. Seeing their battleship obliterated and their disciples slaughtered, the survivors were both shocked and incensed. This moment embodied the devil race's nature. Without a word, they directly took out their weapons and attacked Long Chen. In response, Evilmoon swung out and crushed a group of heavenly chosens and Heaven Vein experts with their weapons. Their so-called divine weapons might as well be carrots in front of Evilmoon. In the previous battle, Evilmoon had devoured a huge amount of blood soul energy, so countless runes were awakening within its blade, and it was now blacker, with black chi swirling around it. In contrast, when the Earth Cauldron's runes awakened, it slowly grew brighter. With its newfound power, Evilmoon shattered Heaven's Saint divine weapons and sent limbs flying through the air. Even Long Chen jumped in shock when he saw Evilmoon's sharpness. Compared to what it had been in the Long clan, it was vastly more powerful. With it in his hands, Long Chen was like a tiger with wings. He didn't even need to use Split the Heavens. Run! A two-vein Heaven Saint roared, charging at Long Chen to buy time for the other survivors to escape. However, he overestimated his power. Along with his weapon, he was cut in two with a single slash. Long Chen moved like a phantom, catching up to the stragglers and slaying them all. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. Worthless trash, what happened to your courage? Mocked Long Chen. Only now did his anger settle. Long Chen didn't know what branch these devil experts were from, but their power was a far cry from the four divine clans. Yet, they still had the courage to challenge him. This is no good. I can't be so low-key, or I'll constantly have to deal with people trying to trample me. I can kill them now, but once I'm in the glacial heaven domain, I won't be able to do it so casually. Otherwise, the Brahma Pill Valley will notice. I need a disguise, muttered Long Chen. In the cultivation world, staying low-key wasn't always an option. Otherwise, certain people would always try to trample you. Many people delighted in bullying the weak and indulging in slaughter. Big brother Long Chen, why not disguise yourself as a flame cultivator? I can have you wear the 1000 Phoenix feather dress. Your air will instantly change, and even people familiar with you won't recognize you, proposed Huo Linger. Wear the 1000 Phoenix feather dress. Hearing Huo Linger's suggestion, Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. Have him, a man, wear a woman's dress. More like those familiar with him would pretend not to recognize him. Feeling speechless, Long Chen declined her idea. Big brother Long Chen, you can disguise yourself as a lightning cultivator. I can use my power to cover up your aura and appearance, proposed Lei Linger. No, your thunder force contains the power of heavenly tribulation. There aren't lightning cultivators with that kind of aura. It's too conspicuous. Plus, that violet lightning divine phoenix just flew by. Did you sense it? Don't you have a certain thought? Asked Long Chen. Of course. Lei Linger didn't know the violet lightning divine phoenix's origins but sensed a terrifying pressure from it. That was an extraordinary existence. Having followed Long Chen for so long, Lei Linger naturally knew what Long Chen was thinking. However, Lei Linger was much more reserved than Huo Linger, who would directly voice her thoughts. Long Chen chuckled. That's why I can't use your power as a disguise. If we encounter him, he will definitely want to devour your power. Then I'll have no choice but to fight him. Although I don't know how strong he is, I sensed a powerful pressure from him. All I know is he's much stronger than Zhao Qingtian and maybe on the same level as Long Tianrui. I'm not afraid to fight him in other places. But I don't want my identity exposed here. So, it's best to be a bit more low-key before entering the heavenly flame devil domain. But I can't be too low-key, or too many blind people will disturb me. Hearing this, Lei Linger was so moved to know that Long Chen was thinking about her. After going through the divine pool's baptism, she could cultivate on her own, not only in the primal chaos space but even in the outside world. After all, she was already a heavenly chosen. After becoming a heavenly chosen, she realized her greatest shortcoming was her lack of powerful divine abilities. This was something Long Chen had long since taken note of, but due to having no way to solve it, he hadn't said anything. However, after encountering the violet lightning divine phoenix, Long Chen had the thought to get some treasures from it. After pondering for a bit, Long Chen disguised himself as a flame cultivator, and the flame he chose was the sun flame. As its pressure was the strongest, it would scare off some people, and most experts wouldn't dare to provoke him. Following that, he summoned a pair of flame wings on his back and conjured a flame mask on his face. Stepping on a flying flame sword, he flew off. Chapter 5046 Greed. The sound of Long Chen's flame sword flying through the air was like thunder. Standing on top of it, with two long flame wings on his back, Long Chen appeared flashy. His powerful flame fluctuations attracted many experts, and as soon as he switched to this style of travel, no one dared to fly past his head. Even if they wanted to go past him, they went all the way around him to avoid offending him. After all, All cultivators knew that flame element cultivators had explosive tempers. The moment flame cultivators got angry, they exploded, so no one wished to provoke them lightly. Just like that, Long Chen sped along. When he reached the city, he used its transportation formations for free. Experiencing such special treatment, Long Chen had to acknowledge that Pill Valley's power was immense. All the transportation formations heading for the Glacial Heaven domain were now free of charge, sponsored by Pill Valley. On the way there, some young disciples of Pill Valley even provided tea and refreshments for travelers. Those disciples looked young, but they were shockingly powerful. They acted courteously on the surface, but everyone could sense a powerful pressure coming from them. When these 9-star doyens from the Pill Valley exuded an aura that could overwhelm a half-step heavenly chosen, countless experts were stunned. Long Chen was startled as well. Since when did they become so low-key? However, from the arrogance deep within these disciples' eyes, Long Chen realized Pill Valley had ordered them to act humble here to show just how warmly they accepted their guests. A single glance was enough for Long Chen to see that these disciples were extremely strong. They were definitely not ordinary cultivators, but experts who had stepped onto true battlefields and experienced the baptism of blood and fire. In contrast, during the Long clan's elite competition, Long Chen didn't see a single true expert, including Long Tianrui. None of them were elites tempered through the battlefield. Although they were powerful and had a great deal of combat experience, they lacked the viciousness and decisiveness that came from brushing past the boundary between life and death. Long Tianrui's power was unquestionable. Long Chen didn't know her well, but he believed that even in the ancient era, the Long clan viewed her as a future successor to be raised. Thus, they would not permit her to come to any harm. Zhao Qingtian, Yi Lingxiao, Zhang Wuwang, and the others were the same. They were powerful, but unable to bring out the full potential of that strength, lacking the decisive killing power. However, these disciples of Pill Valley were true warriors who had stepped onto the battlefield. They had survived countless bloody battles, and their sharp gazes reflected that experience. Although they were intentionally hiding it, they still exuded an aura akin to sheathed sharp blades. Of course, compared to the Dragonblood Legion, there was still a large gap. However, they were much stronger than the Long clan's disciples. The Brahma Pill Valley used this humble attitude to draw people in. But anyone who dared to disrespect these disciples would fall into a trap. Long Chen witnessed an expert of the demon race taking advantage of a female disciple while she poured him tea, touching her hand inappropriately. As a result, the female disciple immediately turned hostile and cut that demon expert in half with her sword. The demon expert was a 9-star doyen, and as the sword sliced him, it exuded a terrifying heat that incinerated him to ashes. This scene shocked even heavenly chosens. After killing him, the female disciple returned to her bright, amicable appearance. She continued pouring tea as if nothing had happened. Long Chen curled his lips. There were countless tricks in this world, and the Brahma Pill Valley had many up its sleeve. Through this particular trick, they showed how warmly they treated guests while displaying their unquestionable might. That way, once the guests entered the Glacial Heaven domain, they would behave better. Otherwise, some people would think too highly of themselves and cause trouble in the Brahma Pill Valley's territory. After all, the Heavenly Flame Devil domain belonged to the Brahma Pill Valley, and here, everyone had to obey their rules. Long Chen approached the line. When those disciples saw Long Chen, their pupils suddenly shrank. Anyone familiar with fire could recognize the fiery aura emanating from him. The sun flame, which alchemist didn't know of it? Long Chen's flame exhibited the sun flame's fluctuations, yet it lacked its soul. Based on normal standards, it would be considered a seed of the sun flame. Even with Huo Linger suppressing the fluctuations to around 30%, its aura still made these disciples salivate. While these disciples tried to act normally, Long Chen could see the greed and envy in their eyes. Thankfully, there were many people around. Otherwise, Long Chen guessed they would immediately attack him for his sun flame. Friend, your flame energy is extremely pure. If you join the Brahma Pill Valley, under a master's guidance and with the divine venerate's light guiding your way, your future will be limitless, probed one female disciple of Pill Valley. It seemed that she wanted to recruit Long Chen into the Brahma Pill Valley. However, from her gaze, Long Chen suspected her intentions were not as straightforward. If Long Chen were truly enticed, she would definitely act as a mediator, luring him into a trap to secretly kill him for his sun flame. Fortunately, the flame runes on Long Chen's face flowed naturally, masking his identity well. In response, Long Chen sneered, "I'm not interested. With your hungry looks, I might end up as a meal before even stepping foot in Pill Valley." "You." Her expression changed, mirrored by the other disciples. Long Chen had hit the mark, exposing their true intentions. After all, any flame cultivator would find the sun flame irresistible. Their discomfort was palpable now that they had been called out. The female disciple hesitated. Should she move to apprehend Long Chen for provoking them? But it was obvious that the few of them wouldn't be able to subdue him. Moreover, a brawl would cause a scene, which wasn't desirable either. She was at a loss for what to do. "Shuang don't be rude," scolded an elderly voice. When an elder wearing Pill Valley's robes walked over, the disciples were reinvigorated, their gazes toward Long Chen growing even greedier. Long Chen sized up the elder a one-vein heaven saint. So what? Even after their show of humility, were they still unwilling to let him pass? "Young friend, may I ask which sect or faction you belong to?" asked the elder as he scrutinized Long Chen. His expression was polite, but his powerful heaven vein energy locked onto Long Chen. Chapter 5047 Treachery. "Are you testing my background? Do you plan to attack me right here if it's not strong enough?" Long Chen quipped with a mocking expression. This elder was strong, more powerful than the 4 divine clans, one-vein heaven saints. Moreover, his control over energy was at least one level above theirs. When he used his heaven vein power to lock Long Chen down, outsiders couldn't see anything. They really thought that the elder was chatting with Long Chen amicably. However, a one-vein heaven saint's power was nothing in front of Long Chen, so he remained unaffected. Seeing Long Chen acting so naturally under his lock, the elder's pupils contracted slightly. He had monitored everything since Long Chen's arrival. While enticed, the elder decided to observe the situation first. The allure of the sun flame was potent, even to heaven vein experts. However, the elder also understood that those who possessed such a flame were exceptional individuals, as mediocre experts would have been eliminated long ago. After a quick assessment, the elder determined that Long Chen was a tough nail, so he immediately switched to a warm smile. The elder responded, "Sir misunderstands. The Brahma Pill Valley has issued an arrest warrant for someone who bears a striking resemblance to you. I simply wanted to verify. It's my duty, nothing personal." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Someone who looked very much like him. Wasn't that himself? It appeared that he was already on the Brahma Pill Valley's wanted list. However, judging by the elder's reaction, he hadn't recognized Long Chen yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be smiling. It was merely an excuse. "Then are you done with your test?" asked Long Chen disdainfully. "My apologies. Of course you can pass," replied the elder, gesturing for Long Chen to enter. In the eyes of outsiders, a grand heaven vein expert appeared to be speaking amicably with a disciple, even displaying humility. They were impressed. Long Chen chose not to respond further and promptly used the transportation formation to depart. As he left, the woman who had spoken with him transmitted, "Grandpa, should we?" "No, this person is very powerful. I don't feel like I can handle him," replied the elder. "Even you're unsure?" She was shocked, unable to believe that a heaven vein expert couldn't subdue a young disciple. His background definitely isn't simple. His willpower is like steel. He remained completely unaffected under my heaven vein pressure, and his flame didn't instinctively resist. He has hidden his true power deeply. Most importantly, we have no idea who his backer is. Capturing him is too dangerous. Then are we really letting him go? Asked the female disciple, extremely unwilling to let such a golden opportunity pass. Let him go? No, I've sent someone to inform them, so sooner or later, they'll find him. We were the ones who gave them this information. When the time comes, they'll share a bit of the profit with us, chuckled the elder. But he's just one person. How are they going to split it? Child, don't you understand? This fellow's sun flame can be split into dozens of portions through various means. It might be able to produce even more flame seeds. They definitely won't take them all for themselves. Are you worried you won't have your share when the time comes? Hearing this, the female disciple finally smiled. She glanced at the transportation formation where Long Chen had departed, her smile now tinged with a sinister edge. After taking the transportation formation, Long Chen arrived at the next transportation node. He would need to fly for a while to reach the next city's transportation formation. Thinking back to the smiles on those people's faces, Long Chen sneered. HMPH, even shameless ingrates want to seem virtuous. What idiots! Who was Long Chen, and what schemes had he not encountered? Although he didn't know exactly what that old fellow was thinking, the latter's eyes had sold him out there were no good intentions there. When Long Chen tried to be low-key, the fools would still find him, and if he became more high-key, he'd encounter higher-level fools. Was he fated to always encounter idiots? Long Chen flew for 6 hours and encountered various groups on the way. Some stayed a respectful distance from him or greeted him as if fearing to provoke him, while others were more brazen, flying past him or even scanning him with divine senses from their battle chariots. Yet, Long Chen ignored their provocations, focusing on his journey. Suddenly, his heart jolted as Huo Linger's warning echoed in his mind. Powerful flame fluctuations ahead seemed to await his arrival. Long Chen's smile turned cold as he knew the elder must have set a trap for him. Undeterred, he continued on his path and quickly saw a large group of figures blocking his way. The Golden Crow race. Dozens of experts stood before him, led by 3 Two-Vein Heaven Saints and 5 One-Vein Heaven Saints. Young disciples of the Golden Crow race lined up alongside them, effectively sealing Long Chen's escape routes the moment he appeared. They emitted powerful flame fluctuations, and their auras were daunting, causing everyone else on the path to hastily flee. However, after withdrawing to a safe distance, the passers-by remained to observe. This was the Golden Crow race, an ancient species dating back to the Primal Chaos era, and the passers-by were intrigued by whoever had offended them. So that old fellow passed information about me to the Golden Crow race. Interesting, mused Long Chen as he observed their reaction. The Golden Crow race had a deep connection with the Sun Flame, so they naturally wanted to know how a human like Long Chen could possess it. After all, the Sun Flame had always been a symbol exclusive to the Golden Crow race, and in their view, only they were worthy to possess it. If other races had the Sun Flame, either they stole it or took it by force. In any case, if the Golden Crow race encountered the Sun Flame, they would definitely take it. "Brat, speak, where did you get your Sun Flame?" shouted one of the young disciples surrounding Long Chen. Chapter 5048 Golden Crow Totem. Seeing this lineup, Long Chen knew there was no way this would end peacefully. He couldn't help but be speechless. How was he this unlucky? "I asked you a question. Are you deaf?" shouted a disciple of the Golden Crow race angrily. "Big brother Long Chen," transmitted Huo Linger. "These heavenly chosens have heavenly fate totems on their bodies. I feel like I can absorb and refine them. I want to try raising them on the Fusong trees," replied Huo Linger quietly. Even though it was a spiritual transmission, she was still afraid of others overhearing her. While quiet, her voice was full of excitement and anticipation, as if she had made a great discovery. When these people appeared, the Fusong trees in the primal chaos space seemed to stir actively. The Fusong trees were intimately linked to the Golden Crow race, serving as their life partners and sources of mutual nourishment. In the past, Long Chen had encountered some Golden Crow experts but had never sensed any odd reaction from the Fusong trees. In truth, even now, Long Chen didn't sense anything, but Huo Linger did. Perhaps after Huo Linger became a heavenly chosen, her heightened spiritual perception allowed her to detect the subtle thirst emanating from the Fusong trees. Suddenly, one of the disciples grew impatient and lunged towards Long Chen. A hand enveloped in flames shot out, aiming for Long Chen's neck. As soon as he made contact with Long Chen's neck, Long Chen swiftly vanished, leaving the disciple bewildered. The next moment, Long Chen's hand was like a vice grip wrapping around the disciple's neck, lifting him off the ground. The disciple, merely a 9-star doyen, wasn't even close to being Long Chen's match. Long Chen's swift action startled the Two-Vein Heaven Saints among the Golden Crow experts. "Brat, if you dare harm him, you'll regret ever being born," shouted one of the Two-Vein Heaven Saints. Huo Linger whispered, "Big brother Long Chen, this one is useless. He can't condense a Golden Crow totem." Hearing this, Long Chen tightened his grip, causing golden flames to erupt as the disciple's blood splattered on the ground. Without hesitation, Long Chen crushed him. He had no intention of being threatened by anyone, especially not someone useless. After killing him, Long Chen feigned ignorance. "What did you say just now? You were talking too fast. Can you say it again? You are courting death." The Golden Crow race's experts were enraged. They had not expected Long Chen to dare kill their people in front of them. The Two-Vein Heaven Saints were about to attack, but one of the disciples took the initiative. He was a heavenly chosen, and his heavenly fate disc gleamed like a radiant golden sun, pulsating with intense doyen power. "Leave this brat to me," said the heavenly chosen. He closed in on Long Chen swiftly, and his claw aimed straight for Long Chen's throat, mirroring the previous disciple's move. Clearly, this person was extremely confident. The power behind his claw was over 100 times greater than that from the dead disciple, causing the space around Long Chen to distort violently even before impact. Seeing him unleash such a sharp attack, the two vain heaven saints stopped their attacks. In their minds, this was enough to end things. Among all the disciples, 3 were heavenly chosens, and this person was the strongest of them. "Big brother Long Chen, kill him. All absorb his heavenly fate totem," shouted Huo Linger excitedly. Long Chen slowly raised his hand, and a violet cross appeared on his palm. As a palm and a claw collided, instead of a deafening explosion or violent astral winds, there was only a faint sound. The heavenly chosen quivered, feeling a strange warmth flow from his palm into his body. It spread rapidly, concentrating intensely on his dantian like molten lava. The next moment, blood sprayed from his mouth, and he stared in horror at his own palm, now cracking apart like porcelain. The pieces crumbled and fell away. A scream escaped him, startling the other Golden Crow experts. Then, without warning, his body exploded into golden divine light. A flame dragon materialized and swiftly consumed the dispersing radiance. With the violet blood god slaying cross, Long Chen had slain this heavenly chosen. His violet blood was incredibly magical, akin to a needle hidden in cotton. Its power was perfectly concentrated, capable of killing someone without damaging their core energy. While the 7-color supreme blood and dragon blood god slaying crosses wielded greater power, they lacked such precision. They would have blown the heavenly chosen's body to bits, along with his core energy. Hence, Long Chen had chosen to use the violet blood as he didn't want to waste the core energy, which was devoured by Huo Linger. With one gulp, she immediately returned to the primal chaos space and spat it out on a fusong tree. The fusong tree quivered as it absorbed this energy. Then, Long Chen was shocked to see a tiny golden crow squatting on one of its branches. This crow was only the size of a palm, and it looked like a divine bird surrounded by golden flames. It was a 3-foot golden crow. Long Chen sensed Huo Linger's spiritual fluctuations from its body, as well as another strange aura. Success! Success! Huo Linger transformed into a little girl and picked up the little crow, spinning and dancing with it. At this moment, the entire forest of fusong trees grew active, sending their energy into the tiny crow's body, causing it to grow with every blink of an eye. As it grew, its fluctuations also became stronger. Long Chen marveled at this incredible discovery. Die! Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the air. The Golden Crow experts lunged at Long Chen like madmen, launching a ferocious assault. Chapter 5049 Once more encountering by xianxia. Seeing so many people attacking him, Long Chen sighed inside. There was just nothing he could do about his luck. Whether he was low-key or high-key, he always encountered idiots. In front of 2 vain heaven saints, especially ones from the Golden Crow race, Long Chen didn't dare to hold back. After all, they were much stronger than the 4 divine clans, 2 vain heaven saints. Long Chen took a deep breath. If he were to fight for real, he would have to kill them all quickly. He couldn't leave a single one alive, or he would be exposed. Just as he was about to summon the dragon blood battle armor, a milky white light fell, enveloping Long Chen. Seeing this, the Golden Crow race's experts bounced back. Both Long Chen and the Golden Crow race's experts were startled. Looking up, they saw that at some point, a giant 10,000 dragon nest had appeared above them. This 10,000 dragon nest emitted white divine light, appearing sacred and holy. Seeing the light protecting him, Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected someone to save him at this time. "White Dragon Race, what do you think you're doing?" roared one elder of the Golden Crow race. White Dragon Race. Now, Long Chen was even more taken aback. At this moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest. She looked to be around 40 years old but was still incredibly beautiful. On top of her beauty, she possessed a trace of maturity and wisdom that younger women didn't possess. However, what shocked Long Chen was the immense divine pressure radiating from her. Although he couldn't see through her cultivation base, he was sure that her power was far above that of the Long clan's patriarch. Back then, when Long Chen faced the patriarch's attack, he owed his survival to the Earth Cauldron. Later, he asked the Earth Cauldron about his odds of victory against the patriarch if he was in his peak condition, and it told him not to wonder about it. He didn't have the slightest chance. Against an expert of that caliber, the first thing to do was to run away as far as he could. After all, the leap from a 2-vein to a 3-vein heaven saint wasn't just about additional power but also a qualitative transformation. Before Long Chen advanced to the eternal realm, he definitely could not fight such an expert, or he would purely be courting death. On his journey, Long Chen had been thinking about whether or not he would encounter an expert on this level. Yet, even before reaching the glacial heaven domain, he already encountered someone even more formidable than the Long clan patriarch. Long Chen's heart clenched, but when he noticed a group of young individuals emerging behind her, especially a young woman in white robes, Long Chen instantly relaxed. This young woman was none other than Bai Yingxie, the princess of the white dragon race whom he had encountered in the dragon cemetery where he obtained the sovereign scale. Bai Yingxie winked at Long Chen when he turned toward her. After that, she acted like she didn't recognize him. Clearly, this was arranged by her. The moment the middle-aged woman walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest, the Golden Crow race's experts lost all their arrogance and anger. They seemed terrified. Just like Long Chen, it seemed they hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying existence here. "Senior, the Golden Crow race is handling a private matter. I hope Senior won't interfere," said one of the 2-vein heaven saints as he bowed toward her. At this time, these Golden Crow experts didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their tone was almost pleading as they spoke. "Oh, a private matter. Then I'm curious to know what private matters could exist between my dragon race and your Golden Crow race," the middle-aged woman replied, casting a glance from Long Chen to the members of the Golden Crow race. "Dragon race? What do you mean?" The Golden Crow race's experts stared at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen instantly understood. It seemed that Bai Yingxie had asked this woman to support him. Since Long Chen possessed dragon blood, it made sense for her to intervene on his behalf. However, Long Chen was surprised by Bai Yingxue's help, considering they had only met once. Moreover, he wasn't truly a member of the dragon race, he merely had dragon blood coursing through his veins. "What, do you think I've made a mistake? Child, give them a demonstration," the middle-aged woman instructed, looking at Long Chen. Caught off guard, Long Chen felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. Was she asking him to reveal his dragon blood battle armor? Doing so would instantly expose his identity. At that moment, Bai Yingxie winked at him again, but he couldn't decipher her hint. "Fool, didn't you receive the white dragon's blessing back then? They healed you, didn't they? The sovereign blood contains the same sacred energy, so you just need to concentrate that sacred energy and imitate the white dragon race's aura. That isn't difficult for you," explained the Earth Cauldron, unable to keep watching Long Chen's stupidity. Only then did Long Chen recall that he had received the white dragon race's blessing in their 10,000 dragon nest. When they helped him heal, his body absorbed quite a bit of the white dragon race's energy. However, after the sovereign scale's blood entered his body, all the other dragon blood power in him was either expelled or assimilated. The white dragon race's sacred energy had been assimilated. Thinking of that, he instantly understood. He confidently said, "All right, you want to look? Sure. What is this?" Long Chen raised a hand toward the Golden Crow experts. Flames swirled around this hand, creating a mesmerizing display. However, when the Golden Crow experts stared at his hand, confusion and skepticism were evident on their faces. "No matter how you look at it, it's a human hand. Don't be in a rush. Look, my left hand is moving slowly, but my right hand." Long Chen suddenly extended his right hand and casually swung it. White dragon scales that looked like jade appeared on top of it. Just like that, he slapped the elder's face, sending him flying. The Golden Crow experts were staring intently at his hands, never expecting him to suddenly give one of their elders such a ruthless slap. Although Long Chen's movements were light and he didn't use his full power, that elder was not on guard. With his defenses down, half his face was turned into pulp, and he spat out blood. Even the white dragon race's experts were stunned by the suddenness and brutality of the slap. Chapter 5050 Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The Golden Crow race's experts were enraged by Long Chen's sudden slap. This wasn't just an insult to the elder, it was a slap in the face of the entire Golden Crow race. This was absolute bullying. "You what, if I didn't show it off, how would you know my status?" retorted Long Chen. The slapped elder was fuming. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. With a furious roar, he was about to attack when the middle-aged woman raised her hand. No one saw her use any divine ability, but that elder instantly went still. Long Chen's heart shook. He had experienced this move before. However, unlike the scattered and chaotic technique of the Long clan's patriarch, her movements were light and easy, without a trace of her energy leaking. Her power was truly terrifying. "Senior, are you declaring war on the Golden Crow race?" asked the elder. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to offend her, so he still called her senior. This child only demonstrated the power of the dragon race so you would believe him. "He didn't have any malice," she said. "No malice. Slapping someone in the face didn't count as malicious." Then what did? This kind of explanation was too far-fetched. Just now, he didn't use his flame energy but purely the power of his bloodline to demonstrate his power. "You have clearly sensed it. That is the sacred power belonging to my white dragon race," said the middle-aged woman. "Even so, you can't just hit people like that. That's clearly bullying," cried out a disciple of the Golden Crow race. "That's right, he even killed 2 of our disciples just now. One of them is an important heavenly genius that we were raising. This matter cannot be forgiven just like this," shouted another 2-vein heaven saint, finally finding an excuse to roar. "Oh, so you can't hit or kill people? How strange. You guys suddenly surrounded me and tried to kill me. Was I supposed to not resist?" sneered Long Chen. These people had to be idiots. If the white dragon race hadn't interfered, not one of them would be alive now. Who gave them the courage to continue shouting? When the middle-aged woman heard this, her expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura rose. The space exploded, enveloping the Golden Crow experts completely. After that, a wild pressure crushed down on them, threatening to shatter their bones. "Senior, please calm down." One of the 2-vein heaven saints begged for mercy, but he quickly fell silent, as that pressure gave him no chance to speak. "How brazen! How dare you sneak attack a disciple of my white dragon race? Are you bandits that kill people for their wealth? Alright, since your Golden Crow race wants a war, then my white dragon race will use your heads to announce its beginning," shouted the middle-aged woman. Her demeanor had completely transformed from dignified and composed to fierce and commanding. These experts were like ants in front of her, their fates hanging by a thread at her whim. Long Chen's heart also shook when he felt this pressure. She was the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered. Seeing her killing intent, with great difficulty, one of the 2-vein heaven saints managed to spit out an apology. "A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. We are sorry. It was indeed their mistake." Of course, if Long Chen were an ordinary person, this mistake would have been unimportant. However, backed by the status of the white dragon race, it became a significant error. Both the Golden Crow race and the white dragon race were immensely powerful entities, highly esteemed and protective of their dignity and honor. For the Golden Crow race to sneak attack a disciple of the white dragon race over his sun flame could potentially ignite a war between these 2 ancient races, a conflict that could reverberate across the entire world. "A misunderstanding? Then explain it to me. If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, don't blame me for being ruthless," said the middle-aged woman. She lightened the pressure, causing the Golden Crow race's experts to relax a bit. Their leader hastily said, "We received word from Pill Valley that someone wielding the sun flame appeared to have taken the core flame from one of our disciples. This prompted our actions." This elder hastily dragged the Brahma Pill Valley into this. In truth, the Brahma Pill Valley had only told them that someone was in control of the sun flame, nothing more. This elder only added some spices to his words. "Give it up. My sun flame originates from a fusong tree I found in an ancient secret realm. It has nothing to do with your inherited flame. Can't you come up with a believable story?" sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's sun flame was very different from the Golden Crow race's flame. There were vast differences in terms of color, fluctuation, or shape. Let alone the Golden Crow race, anyone with some understanding of flames would be able to differentiate them. For this elder to make such an excuse, did he think others were fools? Half a month ago, we lost an elite disciple, and his core flame was stolen. When we heard of you, we immediately rushed over. Lost in grief, we didn't pay enough attention to the details. It really is a misunderstanding," exclaimed the elder. Long Chen was about to retort when the middle-aged woman interjected, "Whether or not it is a misunderstanding is something you are more aware of than anyone. Since you claim it's a misunderstanding, I will treat it as such." Hearing this, the elder instantly sighed in relief. Although the Golden Crow race was not necessarily afraid of the White Dragon race, if these 2 enormous factions were to fight, the likes of him would be mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, the Golden Crow race and the White Dragon race had always minded their own business. If they started a war because of one Sun Flame seed, people would be dumbfounded when they learned of the trivial cause. Many thanks for your understanding, Senior. Junior bids you farewell. The elder hastily bowed and carefully led his people away. Despite losing a heavenly chosen and enduring a humiliating slap, he still had to express his gratitude. What an unlucky guy. Once they left, the middle-aged woman's gaze turned toward Long Chen, causing his heart to skip a beat. Chapter 5051, A Grudge Against a Common Enemy. When that middle-aged woman turned to look at Long Chen, his concealed dragon blood started rapidly circulating. Long Chen felt like he was being seen through. As expected, the middle-aged woman nodded. Let's go together. She walked into their 10,000 dragon nest, along with the rest of the White Dragon race's experts. While Long Chen was still hesitating, xianxia appeared beside him and whispered, "Come on. Don't worry, we won't harm you." Long Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I know you won't harm me. But I'm worried I'll harm you." Long Chen's goal was to muddle his way into the glacial heaven domain. If the Brahma Pill Valley discovered he had snuck in with the White Dragon race, they would undoubtedly cause trouble for them. He didn't want to be the reason for their problems. "Come on, I have things I wish to speak with you about," said the middle-aged woman from a distance. Hearing that, Long Chen stopped hesitating and entered the 10,000 dragon nest with xianxia. Once they were inside, the 10,000 dragon nest slowly started flying off. Inside, Long Chen noticed that the White Dragon disciples numbered in the millions. Countless eyes peered at him from many openings. Fortunately, those gazes were only curious, not hostile. When Long Chen reached the heart of the 10,000 dragon nest, he saw a large immortal cave. Everyone else retreated once they arrived here, and even xianxia stopped. "You two can come in together." The woman's voice rang out from inside. Only then did xianxia walk in with Long Chen. Once inside, it felt as though a barrier had closed behind them, cutting off the immortal cave from the outside world. The immortal cave was extremely spacious yet simple. Aside from the core region having a refined pagoda, the rest was empty. Upon reaching the pagoda, Long Chen realized that it offered a view of everything outside the 10,000 dragon nest. The nest was slowly flying through the air, passing by mountains and rivers. It was so stable that, without the view, it wouldn't have felt like they were flying. Compared to Long Chen's flying boat, the 10,000 dragon nest was much more comfortable. Long Chen sighed inside. Back then, he had gathered quite a few 10,000 dragon nests, but he had tossed them all into the primal chaos space to be devoured. Just its comfortable way of flying and its domineering air that scared away countless threats was enough to make it enticing. If Long Chen could control a 10,000 dragon nest, he wouldn't have had to endure those nonsensical things. "Sit," the middle-aged woman commanded. She was seated on the pagoda. When she waved her hand, a straw mat landed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen and xianxia came here together, but there was only one mat. Seeing this, Long Chen hastily said, "Junior will stand to hear Senior's instructions." Smiling slightly, the middle-aged woman said, "Sit. The youngest dean of the High Firmament Academy is qualified to sit as equals with me." It seemed that she knew his background. Long Chen awkwardly looked at xianxia. She smiled and pushed him lightly, indicating he could sit without worry. Long Chen sat, but in front of such a terrifying expert, Long Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude. He sat perfectly upright to avoid seeming disrespectful. "As the dean of the High Firmament Academy, you've actually run over to the glacial heaven domain. Are you planning on causing a fuss in the heavenly flame devil domain?" asked the middle-aged woman. "Yes, that's why I don't want to join your group. Otherwise, in the future," Long Chen said, speaking truthfully. "It's fine. I am leading half the White Dragon race's disciples to the heavenly flame devil domain to put everything on the table against the Brahma Pill Valley," interjected the middle-aged woman. Long Chen was startled. "Please forgive this junior's ignorance, but what does that mean?" Long Chen truly didn't understand. If they were invited by the Brahma Pill Valley, they should be considered guests and have a decent relationship with the Brahma Pill Valley. What did it mean to put everything on the table? The middle-aged woman didn't directly reply. Instead, she said, "First, let me introduce myself. I am the White Dragon race's Dragon Guard's captain, xianxia." Long Chen was startled. How could a random guard captain be so terrifying? The White Dragon race's power must be astonishing. Long Chen hastily cupped his fists and said, "Apologies for my rudeness." As if seeing through his thoughts, xianxia added, our white dragon race doesn't like fighting, but we need the power to protect ourselves. Our race's strongest elite force is called the Dragon Guard, and the position of the Dragon Guard's captain is second only to the race leader. Only then did Long Chen realize that this position was not of some small squad. That was close. He had almost pissed himself. If a small squad captain already possessed this level of force, then the Brahma Pill Valley would have to flee as soon as they saw the white dragon race. Long Chen hastily cupped his fists again. Apologies for my rudeness again. In response, Bai Yingxuan smiled slightly. Dean Long Chen, you don't need to be so courteous. You possess sovereign blood, the highest bloodline of the dragon race. To put it frankly, we are one family. Additionally, the white dragon race has been constantly targeted by Brahma Pill Valley recently. We are also being pressured by other dragon races. Due to this, we can be considered united against a common enemy. You have enmity with the Brahma Pill Valley. Long Chen hadn't expected such a revelation. Bai Yingxuan nodded and then told him a secret. The Brahma Pill Valley wasn't just the overlord of the human race, their influence extended across numerous races. From the devil and demon races to the blood, spirit, nether, and underworld races, none could evade their grasp. Even the dragon race was no exception. When the sovereign emperor heaven was sealed off, the Brahma Pill Valley's sights fell on the dragon race. They offered a myriad of pills tailored to each race's talents and cultivation styles, tempting the dragons to join their cause. However, the proud and powerful dragon clans refused to abandon their ancient cultivation methods. They scorned the offerings of the humans. On the other hand, some weaker dragon races couldn't resist the bait. Under the guise of experimentation, they forged alliances with the Brahma Pill Valley. Consequently, aided by the valley's medicinal pills, these weaker dragon races experienced astonishing growth in power. Witnessing their soaring advancements, other dragon races were tempted. More and more of them started to lean toward the Brahma Pill Valley, and some of their disciples even pledged allegiance to Lord Brahma. Our dragon race's greatest faith lies solely with the primal chaos dragon sovereign. From our perspective, the actions of the Brahma Pill Valley amount to a blatant provocation against the entire dragon race. This is utterly egregious and cannot be tolerated, declared Bai Yingxuan, her face turning frosty. Killing intent filled her eyes. Chapter 5052. Someone to ring the bell. Bai Yingxuan continued to tell Long Chen the story about how the Brahma Pill Valley's recent actions had crossed the dragon race's bottom line. It was similar to the betrayal of the Nether Dragon race, who joined the Netherworld's emperor. That had caused huge waves in the dragon race, with many factions hunting down the Nether Dragon race. While conflicts among dragon races were not uncommon, they all shared a fundamental belief: the god of their faith was the primal chaos dragon sovereign. This entity held supreme authority within the dragon race, untouchable by any external force. If the Nether Dragon race's betrayal had been a sudden shock, the Brahma Pill Valley's infiltration was like slowly boiling a frog in a pot, a subtle and insidious scheme unfolding over time. With their medicinal pills, the Brahma Pill Valley slowly enticed some dragon races into betraying their own kind. The dragon race would then split and ultimately fall under their banner. To use Bai Yingxuan's words, those pills were poison pills. Although they could increase the cultivation speed of the dragon race, they also eroded the dragon race's willpower and soul. If the dragons were willing to compromise their integrity for power, could they still be considered true dragons? Countless dragon experts understood this point and knew that their collaboration with the Brahma Pill Valley would one day lead to calamity. However, as more and more dragons followed suit, their sense of guilt faded. Whether it was through bait or force, this trend swiftly gained momentum. Those who refrained from using the pills risked falling behind, while those who embraced the pills would essentially be under Pill Valley's control. While their relationship with Pill Valley was good, they could buy medicinal pills. However, what if Pill Valley raised the price of the medicinal pills one day? With their heavy reliance on these pills, Pill Valley could gradually drain them of all their wealth. In this case, they would have to comply with whatever Pill Valley asked them to do. If they didn't, their supply of medicinal pills would be cut off. It seems Pill Valley is making a big play. They're using medicinal pills to control the entire world, said Long Chen. Pill Valley's power definitely wasn't what it appeared to be on the surface. The factions that relied on their supply of medicinal pills would likely become their fighters in the future. That is correct. Pill Valley hopes that their medicinal pills will allow them to control everything. I don't care about the other races, but the dragon race has always held its fate in its own hands. In the past, the Brahma Pill Valley has invited the white dragon race to their gatherings many times, but we have always refused. Then they started setting other dragon races against us, making many small movements behind our backs. Although it hasn't caused much damage to the white dragon race, it is extremely enraging. This time, I led half the white dragon race's disciples to the heavenly flame devil domain. Now that we are here, none of us plan on leaving alive. That includes our 10,000 dragon nest, said Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen jumped in shock. Just what was the white dragon race thinking? Were they planning to fight to the death to defend their honor? Bai Yingxuan sighed, Dean Long Chen. While the white dragon race doesn't have grand aspirations of becoming the saviors of the world, we have the duty to warn the rest of the dragon race. Senior, has the situation really become this grave? Asked Long Chen. It might be even graver than you think. You don't know the Brahma Pill Valley's origins, the immemorial secrets, and the karma behind things. While I know these things, it's only because they are part of my bloodline and soul. I cannot speak of it, or it would bring a calamity upon the white dragon race and you. I tell you this so you know we are worthy of your trust. You can rely on us without worrying about implicating us, replied Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen's heart shook. This world was truly hiding many secrets, and what he had touched upon so far was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, some of those secrets were so significant that, let alone Bai Yingxuan, even the Earth Cauldron refused to reveal many things to him. If that's the case, then let us join forces against our common enemy. In any case, now that I've come here, I'm definitely going to go big. This is for Big Brother Wuzhong, said Long Chen as he clenched his fists. When Xing Wuzhong's face appeared in Long Chen's mind, his rage toward Pill Valley seethed. Just as Bai Yingxuan said, wherever Long Chen went, Pill Valley's shadow was present, haunting him. It seemed that all the 9 heavens and 10 lands were either following the Brahma Pill Valley or being targeted by them. They were truly hateful. If they wanted to enrage him, he'd return the favor. They wanted to play, he'd match them. As he put it, the goal wasn't just to play, it was to play them to death. You should keep this scale. It will cover up your original aura, and whenever you use the dragon race's divine abilities, the figure of a white dragon will automatically manifest, preventing others from recognizing your status, remarked Bai Yingxuan as he handed Long Chen a jade plate made from a dragon scale. A deep divine light radiated from it, making it clear that it was a treasure. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen accepted it with respect. As he hung it at his waist, he sensed his aura being enveloped by a sacred light. Extending his hand, Long Chen summoned his dragon scales. They were now covered by a white layer that masked their blood-red hue. Delighted, he realized he could summon the dragon blood battle armor without worrying about others recognizing him. When Long Chen's dragon scales manifested, the entire 10,000 dragon nest quivered slightly. Bai Yingxue jumped at the sudden movement, but when she glanced at Bai Yingxuan, she noticed a spark of excitement in the latter's eyes. What pure sovereign blood power! Just a single ripple is enough to resonate with the 10,000 dragon nest, remarked Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen hadn't expected to cause such a phenomenon the moment he used his dragon blood. Embarrassed, he was about to speak when the 10,000 dragon nest shook with greater intensity. But this time, Bai Yingxuan's expression darkened, and killing intent surged out of her. Long Chen quickly looked outside and saw another giant 10,000 dragon nest flying alongside the white dragon race's nest. Seeing that nest, he couldn't help but remark, enemies indeed often run into each other. Chapter 5053 Mutual Destruction. 2 giant 10,000 dragon nests were flying like 2 giant mountains filling the sky, radiating immense divine might. The new 10,000 dragon nest was black, with dark chi swirling around it, exuding a ghostly aura as if it had just emerged from the gates of hell. The nether chi emanating from it sent chills down one's spine. This 10,000 dragon nest belonged to the nether dragon race, Long Chen's old friend. Seeing this nest, Long Chen was speechless. Just what was going on? They hadn't even reached the glacial heaven domain, but his enemies kept popping up one after another. By the time he was in the heavenly flame devil domain, wouldn't his enemies be everywhere? As the 2 nests flew alongside each other, their energies clashed, causing both nests to shake violently. The nether dragon race is provoking us, said Bai Yingxue angrily. This was not the first time the nether dragon race had targeted the white dragon race. The nether dragon race's betrayal was a great blow to the entire dragon race, inciting the fury among the dragon experts. However, the nether dragon race was too powerful and had too many branches spread throughout the world. Hence, despite the numerous attempts to eradicate them, they always managed to rise once more. It was later revealed that the nether dragon race had the full support of the Brahma Pill Valley and the Netherworld. Many of the nether dragon race's branches grew in the minor worlds of those two big factions. As a result, even if the dragon race succeeded in annihilating all the nether dragon experts on the surface of the world, it wouldn't be long before they rose again. Meanwhile, due to their continual rejection of the Brahma Pill Valley's kind intentions, the white dragon race faced provocations from various factions. The nether dragon race was one of those factions. They carried out the Brahma Pill Valley's orders like wild dogs, fighting the white dragon race and causing some casualties to both sides. Furthermore, the dragon race had lost its former unity due to the Brahma Pill Valley's infiltration. Many were now merely spectators, taking no action to support the white dragon race. As a result, the white dragon race had suffered quite a bit in recent years, which was why Bai Yingxuan proposed that they be the first to ring the alarm. Even if all of them died here, if they could sound the alarm for the entire dragon race and unify them against this threat, their deaths would be worthwhile. Now that they faced the nether dragon race's provocation again, even the good-natured Bai Yingxue was angry, killing intent blazing in her eyes. "What will you do?" asked Bai Yingxuan, suddenly looking at Long Chen. "As long as Senior can block the 3 Vein Heaven Saints and above, I can help you eradicate the rest," replied Long Chen solemnly. "Damn, well said." That was domineering. Dragonbone Evilmoon's excited cry rang out in Long Chen's mind. It found that Long Chen was getting more warlike and confident. When they heard this, Bai Yingshui's jaw dropped, and Bai Yingxuan jumped a bit. Those were some big words. "Really?" asked Bai Yingxuan. "Really?" reassured Long Chen. "All right, then we'll fight." Bai Yingxuan's expression instantly grew severe. All of a sudden, the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest collided with the nether dragon race's nest. With the white dragon race remaining unresponsive after their nests clashed multiple times, the nether dragon race assumed the white dragon race would quietly endure as they had before. Hence, they hadn't anticipated this fierce counterattack. The two nests crashed into each other, and the immense impact shattered the surrounding mountains, causing even heaven and earth to flicker. After that, Bai Yingxuan charged out, with Long Chen and Bai Yingxue close behind her. In a flash, she appeared atop the nether dragon race's nest, a figure of a white dragon materializing behind her. She raised her palm, aiming it at the core of the nest. The core was the foundation of the nest, equipped with the toughest defenses. Yet, against fellow dragons, it was ironically the weakest point, as it offered little resistance to dragon might. If Bai Yingxuan's palm struck true, it would cripple the 10,000 dragon nest in an instant. But just before her palm landed, two figures flew out of the nest and attacked her, trying to stop her palm. One of them cried out furiously, "Bai Yingxuan, are you crazy? Are you declaring war on my nether dragon race?" Bai Yingxuan's palm fell, carrying the weight of the world. 3 heaven vein dragon cheese flared around the two nether dragon experts, yet they were still sent flying. Long Chen was taken aback at the sight. The joint defense of 2-3 vein heaven saints couldn't block a single attack from Bai Yingxuan. Moreover, Bai Yingxuan had not summoned her heaven vein dragon chi. "The Dragon Guard captain is actually a 3 vein heaven saint," whispered Bai Yingxue. "She's that strong," replied Long Chen, still in disbelief. Though they were all 3 vein heaven saints, Bai Yingxuan stood on a different level entirely compared to those two. The white dragon race actually has 2 branches, the Dragon Guard and the Dragon Inheritance. One specializes in offense, and the other in defense. The Dragon Guard is filled with warriors with powerful attacks, and the captain is our strongest warrior, said Bai Yingxue, staring at her leader worshipfully. Hearing that, Long Chen understood. It was no wonder that while Bai Yingxue looked so gentle, Bai Yingxuan exuded a heroic and tyrannical aura. Despite sharing the same bloodline, their energies were entirely different. So, the white dragon race had its own internal branches. Just then, Bai Yingxuan's palm continued its trajectory after blasting the 2 elders away. With a deafening impact, her palm struck the nether dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest. The nest shook violently, cracks spreading from its core like shattered porcelain. "Have you gone crazy?" shouted one of the nether dragon experts. Seeing that their 10,000 dragon nest had been half crippled in an instant, the 2 elders roared furiously. After that, the nest blazed with light, and it surged toward the 2 of them. "Since you want to play, let's play." You've destroyed our 10,000 dragon nest, so don't even think about keeping yours. Everyone, move out, destroy the white dragon race's nest. With that, the two elders drew upon the power of their 10,000 dragon nest and charged at Bai Yingshuan once more. Countless nether dragon experts came flying out, flooding forth like a torrent from a broken dam, roaring toward Long Chen. Chapter 5054 Slaughtering Dragons. Defend the 10,000 dragon nest. Bai Yingshe shouted. The white dragon race's experts poured out, instantly forming a solid defense around the core of their 10,000 dragon nest, which consisted of 3 inner layers and 3 outer layers. As long as they properly defended those areas, even a 3-vein heaven saint would have a hard time damaging the 10,000 dragon nest. Meanwhile, the 3-vein heaven saints of the nether dragon race were enraged by the crippling of their nest, so they harnessed its power and launched a furious counterattack. But Bai Yingshuan could still suppress them completely. However, by holding her down, they prevented her from helping her disciples. Kill! The nether dragon experts roared. The crippling of their nest was a devastating blow to them, fueling their fury as they attacked relentlessly, wanting to tear apart the white dragon race. Just as the white dragon race took a position of absolute defense, one figure charged into the nether dragon race's army. Long! Bai Yingshe cried out. When she remembered that Long Chen was hiding his identity, she shut her mouth. The white dragon race was formidable, especially in their ability to work together. With the dragon guard on the offense and the dragon inheritance on defense, they showcased impressive killing power while sustaining minimal casualties. They quickly formed a formation to maintain their absolute advantage. However, Long Chen didn't join them and charged out alone. Seeing him lunging forward, Bai Yingshe felt anxious. Although she knew that Long Chen was powerful, was he not just throwing himself to his death like this? After all, the opposing army possessed over 32 Vein Heaven Saints, close to 101 Vein Heaven Saints, and around 50 Heavenly Chosens. In terms of sheer numbers, the Nether Dragon race was actually slightly stronger than them. As Long Chen charged into their midst solo, the White Dragon race's side let out startled cries. Many did not know him well, but since he had joined them, they considered him one of their own. But now there was no chance for them to save him. Where did this idiot come from? Die! A heavenly chosen of the Nether Dragon race roared, summoning his heavenly fate disc as a powerful fist hurtled toward Long Chen. Scarlet Dragon Battle Armor. Long Chen called forth his dragon scales, his blood chi erupting. Against these countless experts, he didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned his dragon blood battle armor. When a cross appeared in Long Chen's palm, the Earth Cauldron's voice echoed in his mind. Hold back a bit, don't waste your energy, so use as little as you can. Long Chen's palm collided with the Heavenly Chosen's fist. With an explosive sound, the Heavenly Chosen's fist was blasted to bits. This time, even Long Chen jumped in shock. This expert's aura and blood chi were so potent, surpassing those of Zhao Qingtian and Yi Lingxiao. Yet, Long Chen's light attack blew him apart effortlessly, leaving Long Chen baffled by how weak he truly was. Your attack is called the Sovereign Blood Seal, God-Slaying Cross. It differs from other God-Slaying Crosses. Moreover, the Sovereign Blood has a natural suppressive effect on the dragon race. If you used your Violet Blood or 7-color Supreme Blood, you would have to use much more energy to kill them. But with the Sovereign Blood Seal, they are nothing more than ants, explained the Earth Cauldron. Now, Long Chen understood. It made sense that such a strong expert couldn't resist his attack, he was completely suppressed. The defenses of his physical body were as fragile as paper against the Sovereign Blood Seal. Long Chen's attack shocked everyone, including those 2 3-vein heaven saints fighting Bai Yingshuan. That power, could it be? Just then, a dragon spear shot toward Long Chen like lightning. He was about to dodge when the Earth Cauldron's words echoed in his mind. Don't dodge, use the Sovereign Blood Seal to block it. With a thought, Long Chen raised his hand and summoned a cross rune again. As he grasped the spear, the power of the Sovereign Blood Seal erupted. While the spear was fine, the 2-vein heaven saint wielding it exploded into a mist of blood. Damn, isn't this cheating? Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This Sovereign Blood Seal's suppressive effect on the dragon race was absurd. One touch meant one death. It truly is like cheating to use it against the Nether Dragon race. Because of their betrayal, they have been cursed by the Sovereign Blood Seal, so its effect is 100 times greater on them. However, this technique won't be so effective against the White Dragon race. Well, what I'm saying is that your chance has come. Act as wantonly as you please, said the Earth Cauldron. If the suppression was that vicious, what did Long Chen have to fear? Feeling arrogant, Long Chen charged straight toward the shocked Netherdragon experts. Those who block me will die, shouted Long Chen, his fists randomly striking them. Like a phantom, Long Chen shot through their midst, targeting the two Vain Heaven Saints and Heavenly Chosens. Every palm strike was fatal, and he never needed to use a second attack. As long as the slightest bit of the Sovereign Blood Seal's power touched the Netherdragon experts, they would instantly explode. This quickly turned into a slaughter. Whether they used their weapons or their bodies to block Long Chen's touch, they would die. The Netherdragon race was instantly thrown into chaos, scattering like chickens. In but an instant, over 10 Two Vain Heaven Saints and 20 Heavenly Chosens were dead. They quickly realized that Long Chen was targeting the strongest experts, so those experts hastily fled in terror. However, since this army of hundreds of thousands of people was in chaos, there was nowhere for them to retreat to. Furthermore, Long Chen was like a phantom. Amidst the chaos, he moved freely, like the wind and lightning. Every flash brought down the life of a top expert. The entire Netherdragon army collapsed because of Long Chen. No one knew who shouted, "Retreat," first, but the word suddenly echoed on all sides, and they withdrew. In the end, their courage dissipated before they could reach the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest. Bai Yingxie and the rest of the White Dragon race were still stunned. All on his own, Long Chen had crushed the Netherdragon race's army. "Hey, wait, you dropped some money," Long Chen shouted, chasing after them. Chapter 5055 Escaping from Death. Long Chen's palm blasted another Heavenly Chosen apart. The minute he got close to his target, the latter's fate was set. Long Chen had always been a close-range fighter. With the overwhelming power of the Sovereign Blood Seal, he dispatched the Netherdragon experts as easily as killing chickens. In fact, it was even simpler. Killing chickens required plucking and bleeding, but against the Netherdragons, one palm was enough. He didn't need a second strike. Long Chen chased after them as best as he could, but they had scattered in every direction. In the end, he could only kill a few dozen more before they were all gone. By his count, he had eliminated 87, including a 9-star Doyen he had accidentally slain. The rest were mostly Two Vain Heaven Saints or Heavenly Chosens. This indiscriminate slaughter was refreshing for Long Chen. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of the Sovereign Blood, but executing these traitors made him feel incredible. Just then, the void shattered. One of the 3 Vain Heaven Saints fighting Bai Yingxuan used a secret art to directly appear in front of Long Chen, enveloping him in a terrifying pressure. The elder's palm smashed toward Long Chen's head. A terrifying sensation of death filled Long Chen's heart. Just as this elder attacked, Long Chen took a step forward and raised his hand. Under the pressure of a 3 Vain Heaven Saint, even taking a single step was incredibly difficult. It felt as though his body was suddenly filled with lead, and his movements were slowed. Despite that, Long Chen was able to slap the elder's face. Fortunately, it was close enough for him to land the blow. With an explosive sound, half of the 3 Vain Heaven Saints' face shattered, and the bones beneath were exposed. Borrowing this reverse force, Long Chen shot back. Originally, he was unable to move under a 3 Vain Heaven Saints' pressure. But when he landed the slap, the restrictive effect lifted, and he shot back instantly. Just as Long Chen fell back, the spot where he had been standing collapsed under the elder's palm strike. A giant black hole appeared in the void, the force of the blow piercing heaven and earth and shattering the 10,000 Daos. Seeing this scene, Long Chen couldn't help but sweat. Had he not reacted fast enough, not even 10 lives would have been enough to survive that palm. A 3 Vain Heaven Saint wasn't an existence he could contend with. At the same time, Long Chen was startled. He had unleashed his remaining dragon blood power in that slap, yet it wasn't enough to inflict a severe injury on the elder. Clearly, the Sovereign Blood Seal's suppressive effect was limited against 3 Vain Heaven Saints. Unless he was in his peak condition and could concentrate all his dragon blood power into one attack, he couldn't inflict a heavy injury on a 3 Vain Heaven Saint. Just after this elder's palm pierced the void, another hand silently appeared and struck the elder's head, blasting it apart and killing him. It was Bai Yingxuan. Looking at Long Chen worriedly, she asked, "Are you all right?" Just now, those 2 Netherdragon experts had witnessed Long Chen slaughtering their kin. They had never seen such a terrifying heavenly genius before. Realizing they couldn't beat Bai Yingxuan, they steeled themselves and devised a desperate plan, one would sacrifice themselves so the other could attack Long Chen. To drag down a heavenly genius of the white dragon race with limitless potential through their death would make their sacrifice worth it. As a result, one of them directly drew in all the energy of the 10,000 dragon nest and detonated themselves. The full power of the 10,000 dragon nest was something that even Bai Yingxuan had to be wary of. Just as she retreated, she saw the other elder charge at Long Chen. At that moment, she realized she had fallen for their scheme. She immediately rushed over but was still one step too late. Fortunately, Long Chen possessed the power to save himself. Otherwise, she would regret it for a lifetime. "I'm fine, but a three-vein heaven saint really is terrifying," said Long Chen quickly. They truly were terrifying. Even the cheat-like sovereign blood seal couldn't do much against the three-vein heaven saints of the Netherdragon race. Had it been against another race, he wouldn't even have had a chance to run. This gave Long Chen a sense of alarm. He now knew the vast difference between him and three-vein heaven saints. In the future, he definitely couldn't mess around if he encountered one, or this little life of his would be easily lost. "It was my mistake. I'm truly sorry. Fortunately, the Dragon Sovereign has protected you." Bai Yingxuan sighed. "Senior really is amazing. You didn't even need to use your full power, but the two of them were completely under your control," praised Long Chen. Bai Yingxuan was truly powerful. From the start, she had not used her full power. Without even using her three-vein manifestation, she could contend against those two elders. Of course, that caused the two of them to despair and directly sacrifice themselves. Unfortunately for them, they failed to kill Long Chen even after throwing their lives away. "Don't be sarcastic. If they were under my control, that mistake wouldn't have occurred." Bai Yingxuan smiled bitterly. "Isn't it the same for me? I said that I would kill all of them if you blocked those two fellows, but I let many of them get away." Long Chen shrugged somewhat helplessly. Long Chen had originally thought this would be a bloody battle. He planned to first wipe out a few tough opponents before joining forces with Bai Yingxuan and the others to finish off the rest. However, the Sovereign Blood Seal gave him a pleasant surprise. It crushed them so quickly that it ruined the original plan, and there was no way to control the chaos. "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Their reinforcements will quickly come. If I were alone, I wouldn't fear them. But we have our own mission, and we can't waste our energy on them," said Bai Yingxuan. "Senior, please wait a moment. I'm going to clean up the battlefield." The ground was littered with powerful corpses, which were priceless treasures to Long Chen. How could he just leave them behind? Seeing Long Chen gather the corpses, Bai Yingxuan frowned slightly. The dragon races normally wouldn't touch each other's corpses unless there was an immense grudge between them. It was one of the rules of the dragon race. However, Long Chen wasn't part of the dragon race, so she couldn't bind him with those rules. In any case, the Netherdragon race were traitors, so they shouldn't be treated as part of the dragon race either. When Long Chen was finished, there was a pile of dragon corpses on the Primal Chaos Space's black soil. His heart almost burst in excitement. This was definitely enough fertilizer. After returning to their 10,000 dragon nest, the white dragon race continued onward. Then, in less than an hour, 4 10,000 dragon nests whistled toward the empty battlefield. "White dragon race, you are courting death." A furious roar rang out, filled with killing intent. However, Long Chen and the others had already left. Chapter 5056 Stay alive and watch the chaos. The white dragon race flew at their usual pace, not rushing at all. Long Chen could see that Bai Yingxuan wasn't afraid of trouble. She intentionally went slow as a test. Point 1. She was testing the will of the heavens and the white dragon race's karmic luck. If the white dragon race was unlucky, they would run into the reinforcements of the Netherdragon race. But that could also mean that the Netherdragon race's karmic luck was bad. Until they clashed, no one knew whose karmic luck would run out. Point 0. After the previous battle, the white dragon race's gazes toward Long Chen became different, filled with reverence and worship. Point 0. Experts were always welcomed and revered wherever they went, and for the white dragon race, which had been suffering for years, Long Chen's wanton slaughter was particularly satisfying. Although the white dragon race didn't like war, after being continuously suppressed, let alone them, even a rabbit would bite back. Point 0. As the vanguard for the Brahma Pill Valley, the Netherdragon race had clashed with the white dragon race quite often. Casualties were unavoidable in those clashes, leading to pain and grief. Point 0. Thus, the white dragon race hated the Netherdragon race to the core, and Long Chen's slaughter caused them to view him as a hero. Point 0. After the battle, Bai Yingxuan said some encouraging words to her kin. Although they hadn't actually fought, their formation had been flawless, with almost no flaws to pick at point zero. However, their movements could have been slightly faster. But that was also understandable. For there to be some confusion with so many people cooperating was normal. Although they had drilled this many times, there was naturally a difference between drills and actual combat. The psychological pressure was entirely different. 0. After encouraging them, Bai Yingxuan retreated back to the immortal cave with Long Chen and Bai Yingxue. The three of them sat down, but Bai Yingxue's shocked expression when she looked at Long Chen had yet to fade. 0. Just now, Long Chen had charged into an enormous army all on his own, and he had been unstoppable. He slaughtered 2 vain heaven saints and heavenly chosens with ease. Every time she thought back to it, she couldn't believe it. 0. Was that sovereign Qi? Asked Bai Yingxuan. 0. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, I don't know what the sovereign Qi is, but I cultivate a particular divine ability that produces miraculous changes when the sovereign blood is merged into it. 4. The sovereign blood seal was a major matter. Also, the earth cauldron told him that some names shouldn't be mentioned casually, as their karma wasn't something just anyone could endure. 2. Bai Yingxuan nodded and remarked, your attack contained a trace of the dragon sovereign's might. As the nether dragon race is a traitor to the dragon race, they are naturally suppressed by the sovereign's might. But you shouldn't get conceited. It won't be this effective against other dragon races and may not have any effect on other races. It was my carelessness that allowed that fellow to attack you at the end. You could escape from him partially because you reacted quickly and made the smartest decision, but the other aspect was the trace of sovereign might. Without both aspects, you would have died. Your power is unquestionable, but there is still an uncrossable gap between you and 3 vain heaven saints. I implore you to keep this in mind. 1. Knowing that youngsters were often hot-headed and full of themselves, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, Bai Yingxuan made sure to give him a stern warning. 8. In truth, her warnings were superfluous. The earth cauldron had warned Long Chen more than once about 3 vain heaven saints. However, Long Chen accepted Bai Yingxuan's kind intentions and expressed that he understood. He promised that if he encountered a 3 vain heaven saint, he would immediately run. 11. Seeing how serious and sincere he was, Bai Yingxuan was gratified. To have such power yet not be arrogant, throughout the entire white dragon race, there was no such talent. No wonder he could become the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean. 0. Senior, what do you plan to do? Long Chen asked how the white dragon race would face the Brahma Pill Valley. 0. Bai Yingxuan replied, my white dragon race had discussed this. In the end, we decided to bring out half of our forces to ring the bell for the dragon race in the heavenly flame devil domain. Once we enter the Brahma Pill Valley's territory, they will try to entice and bait us. We've seen through quite a few of their schemes, so we'll lay their true face clear for everyone to see. We know the Brahma Pill Valley won't let us off after doing that, but it's fine. Since we've come, we have no intention of leaving. In the worst case scenario, we will detonate the 10,000 dragon nest and drag them down with us. If our deaths can awaken the sense of urgency in the dragon race, letting them see what kind of evil the Pill Valley is, our deaths will not be in vain. 3. Long Chen asked again, even if you announce the truth, how many people will believe it? If they keep collaborating with the Brahma Pill Valley, won't your sacrifices be in vain? 0. It won't be in vain. At the very least, our white dragon race will have done what we should. Even if our entire race is destroyed, it's fine. We will have lived up to the dragon sovereign's will, answered Bai Yingxuan. 0. Long Chen shook his head after hearing that. He didn't speak, but he clearly did not approve of their plan. 0. Bai Yingxuan looked at Long Chen and asked, do you have a better way? 0. Not really, I just don't like this plan. I also feel like there is no need to do this. 0. Bai Yingxuan couldn't help but frown. Why do you say that? 0. It is precisely in times of chaos that opportunity arises. The white dragon race should focus on what it needs to do for itself, not for others. Even if you want to ring the bell, why throw your lives away? Are you worried it won't be loud enough? You can't wake someone pretending to be asleep, and you can't turn fools into wise people. The white dragon race shouldn't sacrifice itself for nothing. Countless branches of the dragon race rise and fall constantly. That's natural. When something rises to its limit, it will eventually fall. Conversely, when something sinks to its lowest, it can only improve. The dragon race might be facing a crisis, but isn't that also an opportunity? Heroes are born in chaos because the environment forces them to. 0. Bai Yingxuan's expression gradually changed. When she looked at Long Chen again, there was a new light in her eyes. 0. Then you are saying, 3. You ring your bell, and I will stir things up. We each have our own missions. Let's stay alive and observe the chaos. Long Chen smiled slightly, sensing that the captain of the Dragon Guard had been moved by his words. Chapter 5057 Convincing Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen didn't want the White Dragon race to sacrifice themselves, and he didn't think their deaths would really wake the whole dragon race up. Although Long Chen believed that if the White Dragon race were to make a big enough ruckus this time, it would earn respect from many other dragon races and incite their anger toward the Brahma Pill Valley, he didn't think this would be meaningful. There were certainly factions within the dragon race that were firmly entrenched in their own stances, as well as those who would forget their loyalties in the face of profit. The faction with their own stances would not be swayed by the warning of the White Dragon race. Those who only cared about profit might initially be cautious because of the White Dragon race's sacrifice. Still, over time, the potential gains would likely lead them to side with the Brahma Pill Valley anyway. To use Long Chen's words, those with fixed positions would remain unmoved, while those willing to sell their souls for profit would inevitably gravitate toward the Brahma Pill Valley. The purpose of ringing the bell only served as a warning for the dragon races caught between these two sides, urging them to remain clear-headed and avoid calamity driven by greed. Amongst that group, some had been wary of the Brahma Pill Valley from the start. For them, ringing the bell wasn't that effective. As for the dragon races that sided with the Brahma Pill Valley after the bell was rung, they would be considered traitors. Ultimately, they would have to be dealt with. This was what Long Chen referred to as the best opportunity for the dragon race. He had employed this strategy before, using powerful waves to wash away the sand, leaving only the gold. He was extremely experienced in this regard. When Long Chen shared his reasoning with Bai Yingxuan, she became convinced. She realized that the White Dragon race's mind was overly simplistic compared to Long Chen's. They were perhaps lost in their own wishful thinking. The more they discussed it, the more she felt that Long Chen's words were reasonable. After the primal chaos dragon sovereign vanished, the dragon race became leaderless. The powerful factions within the dragon race were unwilling to yield to one another, leading to constant infighting for dominance and significant losses. As for the weaker dragon races, many were bullied by others and sought aid from the stronger factions. However, those stronger races were so consumed by their own infighting that they paid little attention to their pleas. The dragon race was fragmented, like scattered grains of sand. The weaker factions struggled to protect themselves, making it all too easy for the Brahma Pill Valley to extend its reach and exert control over them. Yet, the White Dragon race also saw that some smaller dragon races were willing to persevere without lowering their heads to the Brahma Pill Valley. Even on the brink of extinction, they held their heads high. Over the years, the White Dragon race had quietly provided support to these smaller factions, hoping to help them endure their trials. While these weaker dragon races won the White Dragon race's respect for sticking to their morals, some powerful dragon races had sided with the Brahma Pill Valley. Long Chen had mentioned that the ringing of this bell was for the indecisive higher-ups of the dragon race to see the Brahma Pill Valley's face clearly. After this bell was rung, the dragon race would view the Brahma Pill Valley as an enemy, and the scattered dragon race would slowly unite against this powerful enemy. This was their chance to grow. Long Chen's speech was incredibly persuasive. Bai Yingxuan understood why he had become a dean at such a tender age. His vision and insight far surpassed what the White Dragon race could offer. She was fully convinced of his ability. When Bai Yingxuan asked what pointers Long Chen had, he suggested Bai Yingxuan to continue watching and waiting for her chance. Striking the bell amidst the greatest chaos would amplify its significance, creating even more turmoil. When Bai Yingxuan asked when this chaos would come, Long Chen simply smiled. As long as Long Chen and Mo Nian were present, they would definitely be able to throw this world into chaos. Seeing that Long Chen had a plan up his sleeve, Bai Yingxuan chose to trust him. She started to change her plan, listening to Long Chen's directions. Long Chen felt a sense of relief upon receiving her commitment. If the White Dragon race were to perish at the hands of the Brahma Pill Valley, that would be too regretful. Long Chen was gratified that he could save their lives, though this responsibility weighed heavily on him. Originally, Long Chen and Mo Nian had planned to flip the heavens, turning the gathering into a farce and making the Brahma Pill Valley a laughingstock for all. However, now he needed to collaborate with the White Dragon race and devise a strategy. While he didn't have a concrete plan yet, his experience told him that during such major events, the Brahma Pill Valley wouldn't be able to maintain complete control. Creating chaos would be relatively easy. Furthermore, Long Chen wasn't alone in this mission. With Mo Nian by his side, they were determined to make an impact. Failing to shake up the Heavenly Flame Devil domain would be letting down Xing Wuzhong. Bai Yingxie was pleased with this shift in plans. Although they had prepared for the worst, who truly wished to throw away their precious lives. The White Dragon race's disciples in particular were in the springtime of their youth the most beautiful time of their lives. If they were to silently fade away like that, it would truly be sorrowful. That's right, Long Chen, we're going to enter the glacial heaven domain soon. What should we call you when the time comes? Asked Bai Yingxie suddenly. In the last fight, she had almost shouted his name. Fortunately, she had shut her mouth in time. If the Netherdragon race's disciples had heard her, that would have been a disaster. I'll take your Bai surname. Yes, you can call me Bai Dale or Bai San. Of course, if the others want to call me, they have to call me Boss Bai San, said Long Chen. Bai Dale. Bai Yingxie covered her chuckle. That name sounds a bit crude. How can the great dean of the High Firmament Academy use such a name? While chuckling, Long Chen answered, it's fine. Bai Shaola, Bai Dale. Since Long Chen was the husband of Bai Shaola's older sister, he had to be the bigger one. The two of them left the immortal cave, smiling and chatting. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Bai Yingshui's eyes suddenly reddened. What is it? Asked Long Chen, startled. Long Chen, thank you. Truly, thank you. Bai Yingxie choked back a sob. Realizing that she was thanking him for saving them, Long Chen smiled warmly and said, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. While wiping away some tears, Bai Yingxie replied, why should I thank myself? Kindness planted the seed of kindness, and now you reap the fruit. Back in the Dragon Cemetery, you had helped me, and you helped me on the way here. It's only natural that I am helping you now, said Long Chen. In Long Chen's opinion, good people should be repaid for their kindness. He didn't care about others, but if there were good people around him, he would help them. Bai Yingxie smiled, revealing a set of perfect teeth. This maiden was actually so beautiful when she smiled. This is your immortal cave. We're going to arrive in the glacial heaven domain soon, so you should rest. You might not have the time to rest once we're in, said Bai Yingxie. Many thanks. Long Chen thanked her and walked in. Once he was inside, Bai Yingxie smiled sweetly. With her hands clasped behind her back, she started to skip away, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. Inside the immortal cave, the first thing Long Chen did was activate his inner sense and check on the primal chaos space's changes. Chapter 5058 Fusong Tree Heart. When Long Chen arrived in the primal chaos space, he saw a 3-foot golden crow circling one of the Fusong trees. It had grown to the size of 30 meters, and golden flames swirled around its wings, making it appear particularly divine. What Long Chen found most astonishing was that it already exhibited the fluctuations of a half-step heavenly chosen. While he had anticipated that it would grow to the level of a heavenly chosen, he hadn't expected it to progress so rapidly. Furthermore, its flame energy was different from the golden crow race or the Fusong tree's flames. As these golden flames burned, golden powder fell from the 3-foot golden crow's body. When its wings flapped in particular, that golden powder came flying out, looking particularly spectacular. Big brother Long Chen, what do you think about Little Crow 1? Asked Huo Linger excitedly. Amazing. It's absolutely amazing, remarked Long Chen sincerely. Wait, why are you calling it Little Crow 1? Hee, isn't Big Brother thinking about getting some more golden crow totems? Said Huo Linger mischievously. Exactly. Who has the energy to come up with so many names for all of them? We'll just call them according to the order, 1, 2, 3. Isn't that much more convenient? Said Huo Linger. Hearing that, Long Chen agreed. Since he had killed a heavenly chosen of the Golden Crow race, this grudge was set. They would definitely clash once he arrived in the heavenly flame devil domain. Who knew how many of their disciples he would have to kill? Huo Linger was becoming quite clever. After becoming a heavenly chosen, her mind had become even more agile. Big brother Long Chen, do you know that we can summon it outside the primal chaos space? Imagine having thousands of golden crows fighting for you. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Said Huo Linger excitedly. Long Chen was instantly moved. He could imagine the scene of him controlling a terrifying army of golden crows. Hee. Furthermore, it would be an army of undying golden crows, added Huo Linger. This golden crow was only a totem, possessing a consciousness but not its own will. It did whatever Huo Linger told it to do. With Long Chen and Huo Linger's souls connected, Long Chen could also control the golden crow. Imagining an army of undying 3-foot golden crows, Long Chen was infected by Huo Linger's excitement. Big brother Long Chen, that's not at all. I can also merge with it to become a 3-foot golden crow and use its divine abilities. Hee, that's the most amazing part. I was lacking flame divine abilities, and it can help me make up for that, said Huo Linger excitedly. It's that powerful. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Hee, I can't merge with it yet. But with its rate of growth, it will just take a few days until it recovers its original cultivation base. Once it does, its golden crow flame will merge with the Fusang flame. That flame will finally have a trace of the true sun flame's aura. It'll definitely give you a nice surprise, said Huo Linger confidently. Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Seeing the 3-foot golden crow flying around the Fusang tree, he suddenly noticed the Fusang tree beside it showing signs of wilting, making him jump. What's going on there? Asked Long Chen. After all, such a situation had never occurred before in the primal chaos space. Don't panic, I was about to tell you. Here, Huo Linger handed Long Chen a staff that looked like it was made out of pure gold. Countless flame runes swirled around it, and its aura was astonishing. The moment Long Chen held it, his hands dropped from the weight. He cried out, That's right, it's that Fusang tree's tree heart, answered Huo Linger. This wooden staff's aura was shocking, and it contained incomparably pure flame energy inside. It was practically a natural top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapon, comparable to the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip and the 1000 Phoenix Feather Dress. Is it going to be alright with you taking out its tree heart? Asked Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, don't worry. We already talked about this. What, can you communicate with it? I can't, but little crow one can. I promised to get it a golden crow next time, replied Huo Linger. The Fusang trees had stopped growing at a certain height. Although the flame energy within them got purer, it also seemed to have reached some kind of bottleneck. However, with the arrival of this 3-foot golden crow, this particular Fusang tree suddenly broke through that bottleneck and continued to grow. Indeed, the Fusang trees and the 3-foot golden crow race were linked together, mutually complementing each other. As this 3-foot golden crow resided only on a single Fusang tree, the others could only watch. On her own accord, Huo Linger promised one of those Fusang trees to give it a golden crow as well, but the condition was its tree heart. If it were anywhere else, taking out its tree heart would kill it. But here, it couldn't die even if it wanted to. It would just take a long time to recover. Fortunately, the black soil had just received a mass of nether dragon corpses, so life energy was filling this place, allowing it to recover even faster. As a result, it didn't hesitate to give Huo Linger its tree heart. Upon learning all this, Long Chen was even more shocked and slapped his own leg. If he had known this, he would have killed the rest of those heavenly chosens from the Golden Crow race. Don't worry, we'll definitely have a chance in the future, comforted Huo Linger. Alright, so are you telling me to use the tree heart as a weapon? Asked Long Chen. No, this is something I prepared for you, replied Huo Linger. Prepared for me? I'm acting as a member of the White Dragon race right now. I don't think it's too appropriate for me to use flame divine abilities, remarked Long Chen. Although the dragon race could use flames as well, Long Chen's flame fluctuations would draw suspicion from the Brahma Pill Valley. After all, the way alchemists and flame cultivators controlled flame energy was different. An ordinary person would have difficulty differentiating them, but for the experts of the Brahma Pill Valley, it was extremely easy. Anyway, there was no need for Long Chen to go to such lengths. I just want you to carry a staff, not use it for fighting. You still don't understand, Huo Linger giggled. Long Chen's jaw suddenly dropped as he stared from the flame staff to the 3-foot golden crow. At this time, Huo Linger was laughing like a clever little minx. Chapter 5059 Lei Linger's Transformation. Huo Linger, that's very wicked. Long Chen was speechless. Hee, I learned from the best. Teased Huo Linger. Sweat dripped down Long Chen's forehead. With that level of intelligence, who would dare to call her just a flame spirit? Suddenly, thunder boomed in the sky. Long Chen looked up and saw lightning weaving through the sky. It could be considered a sea of lightning. Countless lightning dragons swam in the sea. Amongst them were 2 giant lightning dragons chasing after one figure lay linger. When the black soil absorbed the nether dragon corpses, their thunderforce was unleashed. The 2 giant lightning dragons were manifestations of the 3 Vane Heaven Saints' thunderforce. Lei Linger was fighting them, but her opponents were so powerful that they constantly blew her apart. "She doesn't want me to help," said Huo Linger. Long Chen nodded. Lei Linger was strong-minded and wanted to get stronger through her efforts. In truth, she could just use the laws of the primal chaos space to suppress and directly devour them. However, if she did that, she would lose her chance to clash with top experts. She was using them as a grindstone to sharpen herself. If someone helped her, she wouldn't learn as much. Hence, she relied on herself. In any case, she had an undying body in this space. Refining them was only a matter of time. Every time she refined a bit of their thunder force, her power rose by a shocking amount. Even Huo Linger with the golden crow in hand might not be able to beat Lei Linger once she finished refining all this thunder force. Thinking of how Huo Linger and Lei Linger were getting increasingly powerful, Long Chen was excited. This time, his gains in the Long clan were truly immense. If Huo Linger and Lei Linger hadn't become heavenly chosens, there would have been no way for them to control such powerful abilities. Long Chen then went to the core of the primal chaos space. The black soil had devoured all the nether dragon corpses, and there were only dregs left on the ground. Perhaps due to the baptism of the divine pool, the primal chaos space had also changed. At the very least, the devouring abilities of the black soil were many times greater than before. Within this black soil, there were 2 enormous trees, the heavenly Dao tree and the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. Divine light and immortal mist swirled around them, making them look like legendary trees. Dragonbone Evilmoon was suspended below the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. Somehow, Evilmoon found that staying beneath the 7 treasure-colored glass tree could allow it to receive the nourishment of immortal mist, making it incredibly clear-minded. It could then refine the absorbed energy more easily. This mysterious 7 treasure-colored glass tree was the divine tree that Long Chen used to comprehend the Tao. Huo Linger and Lei Linger often cultivated beneath it as well. Perhaps their intelligence had grown to such a level due to this. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree had long since shed its former half-dead appearance. Now, it was flourishing in the primal chaos space, looking unspeakably hollow. After examining the 7 treasure-colored glass tree for a while, Long Chen went to the heavenly Dao tree, which had a mountain of fruit beneath it. It had been a long time since he had cleaned them up, and besides, there was nowhere to use them. At the very peak of the heavenly Dao tree were several new flowers. The petals had divine runes flowing on them, forming the image of a heavenly Dao. Each leaf represented a heavenly chosen that Long Chen had killed. Some of the flowers had started wilting, giving birth to tiny fruits. Those fruits were still small, about the size of a green bean compared to the normal fist-sized heavenly Dao fruits. They had a long way to go before reaching maturity. However, seeing them bear fruit gave Long Chen hope. This meant that the heavenly Dao tree could produce heavenly chosen heavenly Dao fruits. In other words, even if some Dragonblood warriors didn't become heavenly chosens in the High Firmament Academy's secret realm, he could still help them achieve that status. The Dragonblood Legion would then become a heavenly chosen legion. At that point, would there be anyone in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven capable of stopping them? Long Chen, I might have eaten too much this time. I can't help you and have to focus on digesting this new energy. When I wake up, I'll accompany you again, said Evilmoon from beneath the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. Long Chen knew that slaughtering the Nether Dragon experts with the Sovereign Blood Seal had allowed Evilmoon to devour a great deal of energy. After all, there were 2-3 Vane Heaven Saints among them. Long Chen nodded as he would handle his own affairs. When Long Chen's divine sense retreated from the primal chaos space, he relaxed on his bed, crossing his legs and smiling. As expected, danger and opportunity existed together. The greater his guts, the greater his gains could be. All his achievements were because he had the courage to take risks. Compared to the last time he had seen Mo Nian, his power was on an entirely different level. Such progress would not have been possible without taking those risks. Long Chen waved his hand, and a flame staff appeared. As he looked at it, he suddenly thought of a certain person who also held a wooden staff. Thinking of him brought Long Chen a wave of sadness. If you were still alive and could see how much I've matured, you'd definitely be proud. The old man and Ku Zhongying had sacrificed their lives to protect the martial heaven continent. That was the truth. However, their deaths were the result of a scheme, played out on someone else's chessboard, Lord Brahma's. As soon as Lord Brahma's name was mentioned, Long Chen felt a surge of hatred. This animosity was carved deep into his soul, a hatred that would persist until his last breath. Suddenly, he heard a knock, and Bai Yingxie called, "Bai Dale." "Bai Dale, who is that? Did she get the wrong person?" Long Chen suddenly clapped his forehead and walked out with his flame staff. As soon as he did, he saw Bai Yingxie smiling at him teasingly. As expected, the name Bai Dale really sounded comical. "We're about to arrive in the glacial heaven domain." Just as Bai Yingxie said this, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered, and a chilling voice echoed from outside. "White dragon race, you'd better give us an explanation today." Chapter 5060, Giving an Explanation. When the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest reached the glacial heaven domain, Long Chen could see countless battleships and flying boats lining up as far as the eye could see. Before Long Chen could get a better look at the glacial heaven domain, a furious roar rang out from an army of Golden Crow experts surrounding the 10,000 dragon nest. "Stay here, I'll deal with them," Bai Yingxuan transmitted to Long Chen and the others. Bai Yingxuan knew that fighting was prohibited here, so the Golden Crow race would only shout a bit to vent their anger. After all, they had been scared off by the white dragon race without daring to say a word. Now that they had numbers, they wanted to demand an explanation from the white dragon race. This so-called explanation was simply a misunderstanding. After some heated discussion, this misunderstanding would be resolved, and every side could go their separate way with their face intact. Bai Yingxuan didn't like schemes, but she was familiar with the sequence. Today, she wasn't planning on giving them any face. "Let's go together. I specialize in things like this," said Long Chen. He then took out a flame staff and used it as a walking stick. Bai Yingxuan, Bai Yingxie, and the others didn't know why Long Chen had taken out a flame staff. However, hearing that he specialized in this, they didn't refuse him. Bai Yingxuan said, "We're here to ring the bell." "Understood. If we want to ring the bell, we should do it properly. You have to put your back into it to make it really resounding," said Long Chen. Bai Yingxuan found she didn't need to worry about Long Chen. While the others stayed in the 10,000 dragon nest, both of them set off with over 32 vain heaven saints. The Golden Crow race had already surrounded their nest. When Long Chen eyed their formation, he was surprised by their number. Other than a few thousand elders, there were millions of disciples from the junior generation. Even the weakest was an 8-star doyen. "I've struck gold." As Long Chen's gaze swept over these elites, his heart pounded. He carefully tried to hold back his drool. After all, there were thousands of heavenly chosens. 1, 2, no, wait, 1, 2, 3, Long Chen excitedly started to count them. Seeing Long Chen's smile, those heavenly chosens were enraged. Who insulted people like this? The Golden Crow race's disciples charged forward and summoned their heavenly fate discs. When they did, their terrifying pressure shook heaven and earth. As 6,000 heavenly chosen summoned their manifestations at the same time, many flying boats and battleships retreated, giving them an empty space. Although they knew that major factions like the Golden Crow race and the White Dragon race wouldn't start a bloodbath here, their lineup was a bit frightening, so it was better to distance themselves. "You don't need to count. Our Golden Crow race has over 6,700 heavenly chosens here, and at least half of us can take your life. If you wish to die, just step forward," shouted one of those heavenly chosens. "Damn, 6,700. Then on average, each tree can have 2. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied," muttered Long Chen. He instantly grew excited when he heard the number, not paying attention to the rest of the sentence. "Bai Yingxuan, one of your White Dragon race's disciples slaughtered my disciples, and you are shielding him with your cultivation base. Do you think the Golden Crow race is afraid of you? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving," shouted an elder. Only then did Long Chen take note of those elders. They had 6 3 heaven saints, hundreds of 2 heaven saints, and thousands of 1 heaven saints. Had they come out in full force just for him? "What kind of explanation do you want?" asked Long Chen. He walked out with his golden staff, stepping even in front of Bai Yingxuan. In an instant, he became everyone's focal point. As if afraid that they wouldn't notice his flame staff, Long Chen intentionally planted it on the ground with a final flourish, causing golden light to erupt and form a diagram of the Fusang tree. "Are you idiots? If you still don't notice, you must be blind," thought Long Chen as he stared at them arrogantly. At this moment, the expressions of the Golden Crow experts changed. While they had noticed Long Chen and his flame staff, they hadn't paid much attention to him. Their focus had been solely on Bai Yingxuan. It wasn't that Long Chen's staff lacked the power to attract their notice. Rather, the Fusang tree heart was on an entirely different level. Natural treasures often knew how to conceal themselves. Once a treasure reached a certain level, it would automatically retract its aura, making it less conspicuous. Hence, Long Chen intentionally activated one of its runes, causing the image of the Fusang tree to appear on the ground. Although it was just there for a flash, the sight was absolutely shocking. Even cultivators unfamiliar with flames could now tell that this staff was a priceless treasure, let alone the Golden Crow race. This action finally succeeded in drawing the attention of the Golden Crow race. When their gazes fell on the Fusang tree heart, it started to quiver as if being drawn by an unseen force. It emitted a powerful aura as if it had been awoken. Long Chen knew it formed a resonance with the Golden Crow flame. When he looked at the Golden Crow experts, he saw that their eyes were full of greed and killing intent. They clearly wanted to kill him for it. "Brat, where did you?" shouted one of the three Vain Heaven Saints, but he was suddenly cut off by the elder who had previously spoken. It seemed that this elder's status was particularly high. Looking at Long Chen coldly, the elder asked, "Brat, who are you?" The rest of the Golden Crow race then shifted their gaze from the Fusang tree heart to Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen knew that this elder had used a secret technique to signal his people to feign ignorance. They couldn't act overly interested in his staff, as it would reveal how much they wanted it. "I am your..." Long Chen was about to take advantage of this elder, but seeing how old he was, Long Chen decided against it. Long Chen said, "I am Bai Dale, and people call me Boss Bai San. Your disciples were slaughtered by me. What can you do about it?" These arrogant words instantly enraged the Golden Crow race. Chapter 5061 Shameless. Long Chen acted completely undaunted by their ferocious appearance, showing them no respect and leaving no room for retreat. This was not the way large factions usually handled conflicts. Normally, larger factions wouldn't start battles lightly. They all tried to turn big problems into small ones, not small ones into big ones. After all, the best way to resolve a problem was for neither side to suffer or lose face. However, Long Chen had just blocked the usual paths to a peaceful resolution. It was as if he simply wanted to fight to the end, leaving no room for discussion. The Golden Crow race's experts were startled and enraged by his response. Wasn't this young man being completely unreasonable? From the Golden Crow race's side, the elder in charge was their vice race leader, a true Four Vain Heaven Saint. Knowing his lofty position and domineering attitude, no one had ever spoken to him like this. Being challenged like this, he pointed at Long Chen, his hand shaking with rage. "Brat, try saying that again," he shouted. "You didn't hear it clearly, right? Then I'll say it again so you can hear it clearly," said Long Chen. He started walking toward the elder. When Long Chen got closer, the Golden Crow race's experts instantly tensed. Some of them even stopped breathing. It wasn't fear that made them nervous but the flame staff in Long Chen's hand. It was a treasure that they all dreamed of obtaining. Because the first Golden Crow was born on the Fusang tree, its descendants treated the Fusang tree like how the spirit race treated their mother tree. Every heavenly chosen from the Golden Crow race would be given a branch of the Fusang tree once they grew up. After that, they would refine the branch into a Fusang seed and nourish it with their core flame. The branch would then become their divine item, assisting them in cultivation. The Fusang branch would grow stronger as they nourished it, and in turn, it would nourish them. The branches could be classified into 10 grades. Putting it simply, the main trunk could be considered grade 1, while the first branches were grade 2. A branch of a branch was grade 3, and so on until grade 10. When the Golden Crow race's experts were first born, they would be given a leaf of the Fusang tree, which acted as a seed to awaken their Golden Crow flame. Once they matured, based on their talent, they would be given a branch. Although every Golden Crow had a branch within them known as the Golden Crow tree branch, which could also be used as a seed for the Fusang tree, the true value of this particular branch lay in its age. For a Fusang tree to reach maturity, it required at least 1,000,000 years. To reach the level of an ancestral tree would take 10 million years at least, as well as a constant influx of resources, or it would take even longer. Thus, what the Golden Crow race was missing was not ordinary Fusang trees but fully mature ones. Throughout the entire Golden Crow race, there was only one single ancestral tree capable of nourishing them all. The other Fusang trees still required an unknown amount of time to reach maturity. Most importantly, all the Golden Crow race's resources were piled onto that ancestral tree. They didn't have the resources to raise more Fusang trees. Due to only having a single ancestral tree, there weren't enough branches to go around. According to the Golden Crow race's rules, a disciple would be bestowed a branch upon growing up. They would then refine the branch and obtain its purest tree heart to use as their innate divine item. Due to the limited resources, ordinary disciples were given grade 6 branches to refine, and even heavenly chosens were only given grade 4 tree hearts. The grade 3 and above branches could not be touched by anyone, not even the race leader, because it would harm the core of the ancestral tree and affect its growth. The ancestral tree was their foundation, and they would not allow any harm to come to it. As for what Long Chen was holding in his hand, it was a grade 1 tree heart. Although the Golden Crow experts had never seen a grade 1 tree heart before, that didn't stop them from guessing. This wooden staff's terrifying flame fluctuations convinced them that it was a grade 1 tree heart. If they could obtain it, their power would instantly soar. Although Long Chen's Fusang trees couldn't compare to their ancestral tree, this tree heart was comparable to a grade 2 tree heart from their ancestral tree. Hence, this staff held a fatal attraction for the Golden Crow race. Vice Race Leader, let's kill him. Transmitted a 3-vein heaven saint. Patience. We must be patient. This isn't the best time to attack, responded the Vice Race Leader. Although he said this, his aura was starting to fluctuate. There was no way around it. This was a call that came from the depths of his soul, so even he couldn't endure it. Seeing Long Chen walking over, he was so tense that he couldn't breathe. When Long Chen arrived in front of him, the hearts of the Golden Crow experts clenched. In fact, even the spectators grew tense. For a divine venerate to dare to walk right in front of a 4-vein heaven saint required more than just bravery. The young disciples were all amazed by Long Chen's courage, and a trace of reverence appeared in their eyes. After all, most of them would be too nervous to speak in front of a 3-vein heaven saint. But Long Chen simply walked toward a 4-vein heaven saint in front of everyone. That was absolutely terrifying. When the Vice Race Leader saw that flame staff so close that he could almost touch it, his breathing suddenly grew hurried. Seeing this, Long Chen forgot all the lines he had wanted to say. How could he give up such a good opportunity? In front of everyone's gazes, Long Chen slapped the Vice Race Leader. Everyone's jaw instantly dropped, and their eyes almost flew out of their sockets. Fuck, not good, how could I do this? At this moment, Long Chen recalled that his divine face slapping art was renowned beneath the heavens. He might expose himself like this. After that, Long Chen directly ran away. The baffled Vice Race Leader only reacted now, and with a furious roar, his claw reached toward Long Chen. A 4-vein heaven saint's power directly caused the void to explode, revealing a giant vortex. Although Long Chen fled quickly, he was still caught on the edge of the vortex. Somehow, Long Chen didn't fight back and let himself be pulled by the vortex. In a terrified voice, he cried out, "Guard Captain, save me." Chapter 5062 Mediator. Being pulled by the vortex, Long Chen acted weak and called out for Bai Yingxuan's aid. At the same time, white dragon scales appeared on Long Chen's skin. He twisted and squirmed, deliberately revealing his identity as a member of the white dragon race, ensuring everyone noticed. That was perfect for covering up his slap just now. With this, people would assume that it was just a lucky fluke and not doubt his status. A white dragon claw covered in sacred light tore through the vortex and grabbed Long Chen, wrenching him out of it. Once back at the white dragon race's camp, Long Chen patted his chest, looking like he was scared to death. His hand trembled, as if he were still recovering from the scare. It was clear that Long Chen's acting skills didn't lose out to his combat power. The Vice Race Leader staggered back 5 steps as his vortex shattered. He glared furiously at Bai Yingxuan. Is the white dragon race really declaring war on the Golden Crow race? Fine, you can repay your blood debt with blood, shouted the Vice Race Leader. Millions of Golden Crow experts unleashed their powerful auras and killing intent at the same time. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bai Yingxuan sneered and waved her hand. The 10,000 dragon nest behind her rumbled to life, entering a combat-ready state. Bai Yingxuan herself was enveloped in 3 heaven vein dragon qi. Unlike other heaven vein dragon qi, which flew independently, hers were bound together like a single chain. It was Long Chen's first time seeing Bai Yingxuan unleash her aura, and it shook him deeply. Although the vice race leader had an additional heaven vein, he was completely suppressed by Bai Yingxuan's aura. It seemed that having more heaven vein dragon qis didn't necessarily mean being stronger, it depended on how they were used. Long Chen was instantly at ease. They might have numbers, but even if all their top experts joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Bai Yingxuan. To put it frankly, if she chose to, she could destroy all the Golden Crow experts single-handedly. Countless experts in the distance cried out in shock, stunned by her aura. Though she was a 3-vein heaven saint, her aura far surpassed her peers. There was no comparing them. Then come, I've long since grown indifferent to life or death. If you have the guts, face me. We'll show you the courage and hot blood of the white dragon race. We won't bow to mere clowns. Long Chen shouted at them, worried that they would be too afraid to fight. Bai Yingxie, however, tightened her grip on the sword at her waist. She was a bit nervous. Don't worry, there won't be a fight, whispered Long Chen. They definitely wouldn't fight here. One reason was that the Golden Crow race lacked assurance of victory. Additionally, the people behind them wouldn't let 2 major factions fight. You two, please calm yourselves. Give my Brahma Pill Valley some face, alright? There's no need to do anything rash. A group of elders in Pill Valley robes appeared, stepping in as mediators. Both the White Dragon race and the Golden Crow race are powerful overlords in their own right, each with their reasons for being here. Rather than resorting to violence, why not sit down and discuss matters peacefully? If you start fighting over nothing, others will only laugh at you, a 3-vein heaven saint addressed them with poise. He skillfully avoided using his status to suppress them and didn't immediately accuse one side of being the instigator. He was the very picture of a good mediator. If the 2 of you can put your trust in the Brahma Pill Valley, let us find a place to talk first. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Once we resolve it, everyone can get along, continued the elder. There's nothing to discuss. The Golden Crow race wanted to steal my son Flame, so I killed the ones who tried. The real issue is that they claim your Brahma Pill Valley leaked information about my son Flame. Is that just gossip? Speak. How could the great and glorious Brahma Pill Valley really do something so despicable? Shouted Long Chen. The expressions of the Golden Crow race's experts instantly changed, while the Brahma Pill Valley's elders looked visibly uncomfortable, turning their gazes toward the Golden Crow race. The vice race leader immediately cried out, he is spouting slander. That is absolute nonsense. TCH, who do you think Bai Dale, would I do something so meaningless? That's right, it was that little fellow right there who said it. Have him come out and swear on his soul. Let's see if he can really do it. Long Chen declared, suddenly pointing at a 2-vein heaven saint from the Golden Crow race. Long Chen's keen eye for detail and memory served him well. He directly identified the ringleader who had attempted to rob him previously. That elder's expression instantly darkened, and the vice race leader glared at him furiously. This elder had not told him about this matter. How was he supposed to give the Brahma Pill Valley a way out now? Get out here, speak, what happened? Roared the vice race leader. That elder of the Golden Crow race quivered in fright, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, an elder beside him stepped forward and knelt on the ground, pleading, seniors of the Brahma Pill Valley, it was our fault. But we were left with no choice. The White Dragon race was completely tyrannical, and a misunderstanding led them to want to annihilate us. We had no choice but to drag the Brahma Pill Valley into this. It was purely to protect our lives. We don't mean any disrespect. As old fools, our lives hold little value, but for the sake of these children, let us take responsibility. With our deaths, we will prove the Brahma Pill Valley's innocence. After saying this elder took out a sword and pretended to slice it across his neck. This actor is quite skilled, muttered Long Chen in surprise. He hadn't expected the Golden Crow race to have such a talent. As expected, as soon as the elder did this, a ray of divine light shot out, knocking his sword aside. The mediator from the Brahma Pill Valley stopped him from killing himself. After that, the mediator said, it's fine, it's fine. If my Brahma Pill Valley's name can save lives, it's worth it, even if it damages our reputation. The vice race leader quickly added, the Brahma Pill Valley's magnanimity and generosity are truly admirable. However, tarnishing your reputation is a terrible sin that cannot be overlooked. When we return, I will confine those responsible to 1,000 years of seclusion for reflection. Many thanks, Senior. The Golden Crow race elders bowed deeply to the Pill Valley experts. It went without saying that this move was quite effective. This matter passed just like that. Guard Captain, about this matter, the Pill Valley elder turned to Bai Yingxuan. But as his divine sense brushed over Long Chen, a sensation of danger rose within Long Chen's heart. Chapter 5063 Absolute Shamelessness. When the elder looked at Long Chen, the flame energy around Long Chen suddenly erupted out of control. Out of instinct, Long Chen almost retracted his flames, but the earth cauldron interrupted him. Don't move, have Huo Linger do it. He is testing you. As he cultivates the Nirvana scripture just like you, it's all too easy for him to sense it. Even if he can't, he'll have suspicions. Long Chen's heart shook. It seemed that he was still too immature as he hadn't thought of this point. Huo Linger immediately helped Long Chen control the flames. Although Huo Linger also cultivated the Nirvana scripture, she was a flame spirit. As long as she didn't chant it, her power would not contain the Nirvana scripture's aura. However, it was different for Long Chen, as the Nirvana scripture's runes were carved into the depths of his soul. It was quite easy for an expert to sense its fluctuations. What, even the Brahma Pill Valley is interested in my Sun Flame? How about you offer me a suitable price and I sell it to you? Long Chen sneered at the elder from Pill Valley. You are willing to sell the Sun Flame? Asked that elder, a bit surprised. Such a flame would usually be refined into one's core flame. How could someone just give it away? How could I not sell it? After your Brahma Pill Valley saw it, they directly sent the Golden Crow race to steal it from me. If I don't hand it over, how will I protect my life? The elder realized Long Chen was mocking them but chose to respond with a smile. Respected guest, you jest. Within Brahma Pill Valley's territory, no one would dare take what is yours. The light of divine venerate Brahma shines everywhere, especially here in the glacial heaven domain, where he first rose to prominence. Here, every person is blessed with good fortune. Long Chen got goosebumps from how nauseating his words were. Only an idiot would believe such nonsense. He decided to ignore the elder, knowing that cursing Lord Brahma could lead to trouble. As for you two, please give my Brahma Pill Valley some face. How about we let this matter end here? The elder then turned to Bai Yingxuan and the vice race leader of the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race will definitely give the Brahma Pill Valley some face, the vice race leader replied, but his gaze hardened as he fixed it on Long Chen. However, if someone stole the priceless treasure of my Golden Crow race, we cannot overlook it. Priceless treasure? You mean? The elder looked startled, glancing toward Long Chen's flame staff. That's right, that is my Golden Crow race's lost treasure, the Golden Crow coiling dragon staff. He must hand it over, or we will pursue it until the conflict is resolved. The Golden Crow race's priceless treasure, the Golden Crow coiling dragon staff. What the fuck does the Golden Crow race have to do with the coiling dragons? Ha ha ha, you must be trying to make me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed crazily. This wasn't acting. Long Chen was really laughing. A coiling dragon staff referred to a staff with a coiling dragon diagram carved into it. Also, a coiling dragon was not simply a coiled-up dragon but an actual species of the dragon race. The coiling dragon was different from other dragons, as it spent long periods hibernating in underground lairs, mountain ridges, or even beneath ancient cities. Areas inhabited by coiling dragons rarely experienced calamity, and they had the nickname, stable dragons, due to their steadfast nature. In the realm of item forging, there existed a rune known as the Coiling Dragon Rune, which came in countless variations. These runes ranged from weak to powerful, capable of transformative applications, including the creation of astral formations. Typically, the Coiling Dragon Rune was applied to pole weapons such as spears, lances, and halberds, but it was most commonly used on staves. Hence, within the weapon category, there existed a type of staff called the Coiling Dragon Staff, and it encompassed a wide range from ordinary weapons to Heaven Saint divine artifacts. This expert of the Golden Crow race thought that the term, Coiling Dragon Staff, was simply a generic name for a weapon, akin to spear or halberd. So the name, Golden Crow Coiling Dragon Staff, was simply laughable for Long Chen. Long Chen's laughter only deepened the vice race leader's embarrassment. Realizing that he had misspoken, but having no way to back out now, he brazenly declared, "What would a little brat like you understand? The golden crow staff was once used to kill a coiling dragon, and after absorbing its blood, it refined its soul, thus earning its name." Amazing, really amazing. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. He had seen shameless people but never someone so shameless. This elder had reached unfathomable levels of shamelessness. "You say that this staff is yours. Fine, I can do the same. The golden crow race's fusong tree was planted by me. When you get back home, bring it back for me," said Long Chen. "Bullshit. The fusong tree has tens of millions of years of history behind it. Your ancestors weren't even born at that time," cursed a disciple of the golden crow race. "You're the one saying bullshit, your whole family is bullshit. I've reincarnated 3,000 times, and I planted that tree on my 1207th reincarnation. At that time, I was 18 years old, and it was the peak of autumn. After planting it, I even pissed on it to give it nourishment. I remember it very clearly," said Long Chen. "What bullshit. No one keeps the memories of their former life. That's just common knowledge," raged someone else. "HMPH, my memory is good. What about it? If you can say that my things are yours, I can do the same. If you don't like it, come and fight," shouted Long Chen, waving his staff at that disciple arrogantly. "All right, I accept your challenge." That disciple stepped forward and pointed at Long Chen. "Come, 1 against 1, life and death are up to the heavens. Do you dare?" This man was a heavenly chosen with decent power. Although he put on an enraged appearance, he was actually delighted by Long Chen's challenge. His chance had come. As long as he killed Long Chen, he would get Long Chen's staff. No, he would be able to retrieve the golden crow coiling dragon staff. "Oh, you dare to provoke me? You think I'm afraid? Come, 1-on-1 as you said, life and death are up to the heavens," shouted Long Chen. Filled with indignant fury, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Seeing no reaction from Bai Yingxie, Long Chen hastily sent her a transmission. "Hey, hold me back a bit." This girl really didn't know how to cooperate with his acting. Only then did Bai Yingxie react and hastily pull him back. She remarked, "Don't be rash. You might not be a match for him." "What? Who says that?" Long Chen cried out angrily, his eyes turning red as he pointed at the young heavenly chosen. Long Chen added, "Get your ass over here. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'll admit that you have a steel sphincter." Hearing this, the spectators almost burst into laughter, but that heavenly chosen's face darkened with fury. "Since you two want to resolve your differences, I don't mind. Why not use a martial stage?" The elder from the Brahma Pill Valley helplessly offered a suggestion, but there was a sinister glint deep within his eyes. Chapter 5064. Only this level. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We'll see who's the chicken here. Brat, I'll give you time to say goodbye to your father and mother. Write a will, arrange a casket, and pick a good grave, taunted Long Chen, pointing at that disciple arrogantly. The golden crow disciple was livid, trembling with rage. As a heavenly chosen, he had never been so blatantly disrespected. Shaking with fury, he roared back, "I'll kill you in 3 moves. Then come, don't just brag, let's go right to the martial stage." "Wait, do you really not want to say goodbye to your family first?" provoked Long Chen. "Fuck off," shouted the golden crow disciple. The void shook, and a screen of light appeared out of thin air. Holding a formation disc, the elder from Pill Valley directly summoned a barrier around them, and an ancient martial stage emerged within the barrier. Seeing this martial stage, Long Chen jumped in shock. This martial stage had a white luster like jade, emitting an ancient aura and the scent of blood. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was clearly extraordinary. This was an extremely ancient martial stage. Who knew how many experts had died on it? There was probably some secret behind it. Shocked by the martial stage's aura, the spectators instantly fell silent. Satisfied with their reaction, the elder smiled slightly and explained, "This is the Glacial Heaven Domain's life and death martial stage. It was made from a sea whale's bones back in ancient eras. It is so tough that it can endure the full power attacks of 3 Vein Heaven Saints. Thus, you two can go all out and fight freely. Don't worry about your surroundings." Long Chen sneered inwardly. Was this elder afraid they wouldn't be able to launch any killing blows? This old fellow had ulterior motives, clearly wanting Long Chen to die here. Since the Golden Crow race had been waiting here, they were clearly backed by the Brahma Pill Valley. However, no one knew whether they intended to test the White Dragon race's bottom line or simply flaunt their power. Long Chen was executing a plan to use the Fusong tree heart as bait, which had instantly lured them in. However, Long Chen hadn't expected the Golden Crow race disciple he picked out to agree to his challenge so readily. After all, this fellow was noticeably weaker than the heavenly chosen he had slain last time. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, while he had managed to kill the last heavenly chosen in front of them, it had happened so suddenly that they hadn't seen it clearly. Coincidentally, that particular heavenly chosen had gone into seclusion a few days ago, exhausting his core energy to nourish his Fusong tree heart. In truth, by the time he emerged from seclusion, he had recovered, but his fellow disciples didn't know that. They assumed he had exhausted himself too much after nourishing his Fusong tree heart and was caught off guard, leading to his death at Long Chen's hands. Hence, when their group returned to the Golden Crow race and the vice race leader asked them about it, they reported that Long Chen's power was only average, and it was a complete coincidence that he had managed to kill that disciple. If the White Dragon race's people hadn't come, they would have subdued him in a few moves. This first impression made them think Long Chen wasn't particularly strong. Furthermore, Long Chen's slap toward the Golden Crow race elder was a casual blow, intended more for humiliation than injury. Though the slap was resounding, the vice race leader was not hurt, which reinforced the perception that Long Chen's power was mediocre. As a result, when Long Chen challenged a disciple, that disciple immediately agreed. None of them objected or even thought to warn him. "Fine, activate the martial stage, I'll let you have a quick death," shouted the disciple of the Golden Crow race, entering the barrier just like that. "Alright, let's see which of us is afraid." Long Chen also charged into the barrier without hesitation. Bai Yingxie and Bai Yingxuan watched him with puzzled expressions, not quite grasping the point of all his theatrics. However, Long Chen's act of playing the underdog was truly amusing to them. Bai Yingxie almost burst into laughter several times but managed to hold it in. The moment Long Chen appeared on the martial stage, that disciple roared and shot at him like a bolt of lightning. He was rather sinister, not giving Long Chen any chance to prepare. It was practically a sneak attack. "Watch out!" The Golden Crow race's experts cried out in shock. They saw clearly that when Long Chen entered the barrier, he was one person. But now, there were two of him. The first figure, Long Chen's clone, approached the stage. They had no idea how he had tricked that heavenly chosen, but the latter was oblivious to it. Hearing the startled cries, the heavenly chosen actually thought that they were coming from the White Dragon race's side. Hence, he grinned and lunged over, his claw piercing through what he thought was Long Chen. But then, terror flooded his eyes as he realized it was an illusion. In that instant, a flame staff struck the back of his head with brutal force, shattering his skull. Quivering a bit, this disciple turned into a giant golden crow and fell on the martial stage with a heavy thud. This once glorious heavenly chosen was now a lifeless corpse. Long Chen twirled the golden crow coiling dragon staff flamboyantly before placing it down casually. In his mind, he heard Huo Linger's delighted cry. The moment Long Chen struck that disciple, he absorbed the energy into the staff, transmitting it to Huo Linger in the primal chaos space. Thanks to her guidance, Long Chen had grasped how to control this kind of energy. Huo Linger quickly refined it, producing a palm-sized golden crow rune. As it landed on the slightly wilted Fusong tree, the tree trembled, instantly rejuvenating. The rune then started to pulsate, morphing into a 3-foot golden crow the size of a butterfly. Just as Long Chen finished dispatching the disciple, both he and the corpse vanished from the martial stage. The Golden Crow race's experts seethed with rage. The disciple's death was a complete injustice. He had been outsmarted and hadn't even had a chance to summon his heavenly fate disc. "The Golden Crow race is only at this level," sneered Long Chen as he emerged from the martial stage. Hearing this, the experts of the Golden Crow race almost exploded. One of their disciples furiously cursed, "You're completely evil. You used schemes instead of actual power. Hey, you aren't convinced of your inferiority. Do you want to go again?" sneered Long Chen. Seeing this heavenly chosen directly charge into the barrier, Long Chen also flew back in. Unlike the last fight, this disciple didn't immediately attack and patiently waited for Long Chen to enter. Clearly, he was more cautious than the first disciple. He immediately summoned his heavenly fate disc, his gaze locked onto Long Chen. Long Chen assumed his fighting stance but then suddenly tilted his head, staring behind the disciple oddly. "What are you coming in here for?" asked Long Chen. The disciple was startled and hastily glanced back, only to hear gasps from the spectators outside the martial stage. When he turned back, Long Chen was right in front of him, grinning sinisterly, and brought his staff crashing down. Chapter 5065 Seeking Death. A loud crack echoed as Long Chen smashed the disciple's head apart. Within Long Chen's mind, both Evilmoon and the Earth Cauldron exclaimed, "Aiya!" The two of them couldn't bear to watch it. Long Chen was absolutely evil. Outside the martial stage, the Golden Crow race's experts were furious, stamping their feet and hurling curses at Long Chen. On the other hand, Bai Yingxie and the others exchanged glances, bemused by the scene. They knew exactly how powerful Long Chen was. The scene of him slaughtering the Netherdragon race's army was etched in their minds. In truth, for him to face these disciples was almost akin to bullying. Moreover, despite being able to crush his opponents, Long Chen chose to play them to death. Seeing how enraged the Golden Crow experts were, the White Dragon race's experts suddenly empathized with them. Long Chen and a headless corpse were once more transported out of the martial stage. "TCH, the Golden Crow race is only at this level," repeated Long Chen. Long Chen's taunt made them explode, and they surged forward furiously, causing the White Dragon race to assume their defensive formation. Calm down, calm down. Blades have no eyes on the martial stage. Life and death are up to the heavens," shouted the elder from Pill Valley when he saw that the situation was almost out of control. The vice-race leader of the Golden Crow race hastily took back control of things, ordering the higher-ups to suppress the disciples. "I'll deal with you," one heavenly chosen of the Golden Crow race shouted. He flew toward the martial stage, but Long Chen shook his head. "I'm not going to fight you. I can't beat you," said Long Chen. That disciple almost spat out blood. His ranking amongst the Golden Crow race's heavenly chosens was barely within the top 100, but Long Chen actually didn't dare to fight him. "Coward. Useless trash. You've lost the face of the White Dragon race," roared that disciple. "If you want to fight me, fine. Cut off an arm and leg, and I'll fight you," said Long Chen. "Based on what?" demanded that disciple. "I've fought 2 frighteningly close life and death battles. I'm exhausted. Aren't you trying to take advantage of me?" "It'll only be fair if you cut off an arm and leg," replied Long Chen. "You call that frighteningly close? Life and death battles? Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" That disciple almost spat out blood again. "Shut up. If you want to fight, then cut off your arm and leg. If not, scram. I'll leave right now. I've won 2 fights, and I don't want to lose today," said Long Chen. He waved the Golden Crow coiling dragon staff and started walking back toward the 10,000 dragon nest, throwing the Golden Crow race's side into a panic. "Hey, I'll fight you." Another heavenly chosen of the Golden Crow race with a long mustache stepped forward. His aura was a bit weaker than the previous fellow, but he was rather sinister, intentionally suppressing his aura. Long Chen eyed him and shook his head. "You're too ugly. You." That person almost spat out blood as well. "What kind of reason was that?" "I'll fight you," shouted another heavenly chosen of the Golden Crow race, emerging from a distance. Long Chen noted that this newcomer hadn't been present at the start, suggesting that the Golden Crow race hadn't gathered all their heavenly chosens. Some were likely in seclusion within the glacial heaven domain. It explained why all the heavenly chosens Long Chen had faced were only at this level. There were no peak experts among them, which seemed odd for such a formidable race. As Long Chen watched this new challenger rush forward, he understood the reason for their absence. "You came from so far just to send yourself to your death. I'd feel a bit bad killing you," said Long Chen. Without another word, that person charged into the barrier. He then summoned his manifestation and pointed his weapon at Long Chen. "Hurry up and face your death," shouted this heavenly chosen. "Since you're in such a rush to reincarnate, fine," sighed Long Chen. He helplessly shook his head and walked into the martial stage. Long Chen stamped the Golden Crow coiling dragon staff on the ground once he was on the martial stage. With a thunderous boom, a Fusong tree diagram lit up the martial stage, causing the eyes of the Golden Crow race's disciples to nearly pop out of their sockets. They realized that such a massive divine diagram could only be formed by a Fusong tree that had grown for 10 million years. In truth, this divine diagram represented a terrifying magical art, but Long Chen didn't seem to know how to use it. He only summoned the diagram but didn't use it to attack. After all, the Golden Crow race possessed a formidable summoning art. By merging their Golden Crow blood with the tree heart, they could summon ancient heroic spirits to fight alongside them. The stronger the tree heart, the stronger those heroic spirits would be. Witnessing Long Chen summon such a significant divine diagram left the disciples in shock, and even the vice race leader's eyes turned red with envy. Even the vice race leader's tree heart could only summon a divine diagram less than a tenth the size of Long Chen's. Seeing this, the vice race leader had to restrain himself from directly attacking and seizing Long Chen's staff. As the divine diagram quickly faded, Long Chen feigned looking behind the disciple again and shouted, "Watch out behind you." That heavenly chosen sneered, "Your tricks are useless." Gasps filled the air as another Long Chen appeared silently behind the disciple, smashing his head with the staff and obliterating it in an instant. The disciple's headless corpse collapsed, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Two identical Long Chens stood on the martial stage. Moments later, one of them dissipated into flame runes, vanishing into thin air. Only then did the crowd realize it had been a clone. Inside the primal chaos space, Huo Linger held an identical staff and laughed excitedly. Haha, another one. Huo Linger had obtained another Fusong tree heart. In any case, as long as she gave the tree a golden crow totem, it would quickly recover. Huo Linger had impersonated Long Chen, smashing her target to death before transforming into flame runes. Their cooperation was seamless, tricking everyone, including the experts from Brahma Pill Valley. The Golden Crow race is only at this level. Maybe we should stop here. I feel bad for bullying you since you don't have any decent fighters, Long Chen sighed, turning to walk back to the dragon nest. Hold it, my Golden Crow race has plenty of real men unafraid of death. If you have guts, keep fighting. If you don't dare, you aren't worthy of your father's surname. Cursed an expert from the Golden Crow race. That particular curse darkened Long Chen's expression. Fine, if they want to die so badly, I'll give them what they wish for. Chapter 5066 by Yingxuan's Might. Another heavenly chosen from the Golden Crow race was still looking all around for Long Chen's figure when he was struck in the head and died. The Golden Crow race's experts burst into furious roars again. They gnashed their teeth furiously, teetering on the verge of madness. This was the 17th heavenly chosen Long Chen had killed, and their anger stemmed from the fact that Long Chen had consistently relied on tricks and sneak attacks rather than direct confrontation. All of these heavenly chosens did not die in open combat and were conned to death. Only one had managed to see through Long Chen's tricks and engaged him in a direct clash. They were evenly matched for that brief moment, but afterward, that opponent succumbed to another of Long Chen's cunning tactics. In truth, that one clash was also part of Long Chen's strategy. He had the Earth Cauldron seal 80% of his power. With this power level, he could entirely play his opponents to death. With it, he further deceived them into thinking that he wasn't very strong. It made the disciples feel like they had figured out his true power, and they crazily challenged him. As a result, he killed another 9 of them. By then, the Golden Crow race's experts started to feel something was wrong. They finally suspected that Long Chen was hiding his true power. Just then, the void rumbled as 8 black 10,000 dragon nests whistled through the air, surrounding the White Dragon race's nest. It's the Nether Dragon race. Startled cries rang out. White Dragon race, we will fight to the bitter end today. A furious roar split the air as countless experts surged out of the 8 nests. They formed an encirclement around the White Dragon race's nest. While the Golden Crow race's lineup was already vast, the Nether Dragon race outnumbered them 2 to 1. They had over 10 three-vein heaven saints, 10,000 heavenly chosens, and countless other disciples. A terrifying aura filled the air, thick with the essence of the netherworld. When they saw Long Chen on the martial stage, a furious roar erupted. Little brat, you killed 37 two-vein heaven saints and 49 heavenly chosens of my race. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. The leading elder charged toward the martial stage, not noticing the reactions of the Golden Crow experts around him. These experts felt like there had to be something wrong with their ears. 37 two-vein heaven saints, 49 heavenly chosens. This was done by this fellow who called himself by Dale. If that was true, then what should they call the battles on the martial stage? As the Nether Dragon Elder charged into the martial stage, Long Chen flew out, not affected by the pressure of a three-vein heaven saint at all. After leaving the martial stage, Long Chen immediately hid behind Bai Yingxuan and pointed his staff at the elder furiously. Long Chen shouted, "You shameless old thing, a three-vein heaven saint is actually taking advantage of a divine venerate. Your Nether Dragon race really doesn't care about face. Die." The elder roared and charged out of the martial stage. He extended his hand, unleashing a giant dragon claw at Long Chen. Long Chen felt his body tighten as a powerful suction force dragged him over. At this moment, the other 3 Vane Heaven Saints from the Netherdragon race unleashed their auras, exerting pressure on Bai Yingxuan to prevent her from saving Long Chen. Seeing this, Bai Yingxuan snorted and formed a hand seal. A dragon cry then resounded throughout the world, and a white dragon appeared behind her, opening its mouth to spit out a white sword. A wild aura instantly erupted. The Netherdragon experts attempting to suppress her grunted and took a step back, their lock on her instantly broken. They were shocked. Although they knew Bai Yingxuan was terrifying, with few people in the same realm capable of withstanding more than 3 blows from her, they hadn't expected a casual attack from her to exceed their combined forces. This white sword was like a bolt of lightning striking the dragon claw, instantly piercing through it. After that, it shot toward the attacking elder. Startled, that elder clawed the air in front of him, forcibly ripping open a spatial vortex. The white sword vanished into the vortex, only to reappear and pierce through the elder's chest. A rain of blood fell, shocking everyone. That sword was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. It first shattered the pressure of 7 3 Vane Heaven Saints, then broke a dragon claw divine ability, vanished into a spatial vortex, and still pierced its target's chest. This attack left everyone in awe. The stronger a person was, the clearer they saw the terrifying power of this strike. Traitors of the dragon race, who gave you the guts to brandish your claws in front of the sacred white dragon race? If you want to fight, then I, Bai Yingxuan, will accompany you. Her words were backed by immense confidence, amplified by the aftermath of her attack. With this single strike, she showcased her true power, shocking not only the Netherdragon race but also the Golden Crow race. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. Now, they understood why the White Dragon race dared to attend this gathering. With Bai Yingxuan present, no one would dare to humiliate them. Long Chen also witnessed her power, and his courage surged. Seeing the Netherdragon race cowering, he immediately jumped out and said, "Idiots of the Netherdragon race, if you don't want to die, then scram. Stop interfering in my exchange of pointers with the Golden Crow race. Come, who's next? I know you still aren't convinced. Let's keep fighting on the martial stage." This shout left the spectators speechless. This Bai Dale was truly evil. Wasn't this outright bullying? His power was undeniably terrifying, but he intentionally picked out the weaker targets in the Golden Crow race. How else could he be described as but evil? The Golden Crow race's experts were completely incensed. They had never seen someone so terrible conning so many of their heavenly chosens to death. Most likely, once those fallen disciples learned of this, they would be crying on the path to the Yellow Springs. Don't be so pleased. If our peak heavenly genius Gui Zhuyong were here, you wouldn't last 10 moves against him, shouted one heavenly chosen of the Golden Crow race. That's enough. Let us leave today's matter here. Just treat it as giving my Pill Valley face. If your differences still haven't been resolved, then you can settle them in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, advised the elder from Pill Valley. Both the Golden Crow race and the Netherdragon race wanted to rely on this opportunity to step back while preserving their dignity. But just then, a cold snort rang out from the side of the Netherdragon race's disciples. Do you think you're very powerful? Then how about you let me see just how powerful you are? Chapter 5067 Netherdragon Wushang. A large man walked out of one of the 10,000 dragon nests. He was completely bald, and his body was covered in tiny, dense black marks. These marks were all over his face, tongue, and scalp, resembling black vipers creeping across his skin, causing goosebumps on those who saw him. Although Long Chen also had flame runes covering his face, his runes were symmetrical and resembled a refined mask. In contrast, the black runes on this man's body were a chaotic jumble, with some overlapping. As he moved, they seemed to crawl over him like vipers. The Nether Emperor's Qi. Long Chen's heart shook. He instantly thought of Netherdragon Tianzhao. This man's aura was just like his. When Long Chen first fought Netherdragon Tianzhao, the latter hadn't possessed such an aura. It was only after sacrificing himself to the Nether Emperor that he gained this kind of presence. This was the Nether Emperor's Qi. In other words, this person also bore the mark of the Nether Emperor. Perhaps he also had one of the Nether Emperor's special items on him. With every step the Baldy took, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered. His berserk aura was suffocating. That's an expert of the ancient era. Furthermore, he should be a reincarnated expert as his soul feels ancient. You should be wary of him in the heavenly flame devil domain, warned by Yingxuan via spiritual message. Long Chen nodded. This person was indeed powerful, but Long Chen wasn't afraid, even without the sovereign blood seal's suppressive effect on the Netherdragon race. As long as his opponent was in the same realm, even if it was a heavenly genius from the ancient era or a reincarnator, Long Chen feared no one. I was sleeping just now, but your arrogance woke me up. If you're afraid of me, I can tie one hand and foot to fight you, said that bald man, gazing at Long Chen lightly. While his aura was unclear and his Doyan fluctuations seemed incredibly weak, he gave off a sense of extreme anger. No one would look down on him because of this aura. Furthermore, the way the disciples of the Netherdragon race stared at him reverently indicated his extremely high position within their ranks. The Netherdragon race's experts laughed loudly at his words, doing so intentionally in response to how enraging Long Chen had been just now. If you feel like I'm afraid, you can treat it as so. I've fought 17 battles today and am exhausted. I need to rest, said Long Chen, shaking his head. This fellow was so strong that Long Chen was actually itching to fight him. However, he wasn't sure he could hide his identity if he fought someone on this level. It was better to be safe. This rejection made the bald man snort. He was about to respond when an elder of the Netherdragon race interjected, "Wuxiang, leave it for now. Why bother quibbling with a coward like him? Just give the Brahma Pill Valley some face today. Whatever enmities you have, you can settle them in the heavenly flame devil domain." In truth, this bald man's appearance was rather sudden, interrupting the speech of the elder from Pill Valley. That felt somewhat like a slap in Pill Valley's face. That elder's expression was indeed a bit unsightly. Fortunately, the elder from the Netherdragon race was not blind and immediately tried to make up for it. The elder from Pill Valley said, "Many thanks. I hope everyone can obey the rules inside the glacial heaven domain. Don't make things hard on us." After saying that, he left with his people, and the Golden Crow race's experts departed with gloomy expressions. They were the most sullen, having not anticipated Long Chen's sinister nature. Despite his great power, he had intentionally deceived so many disciples it was practically the pinnacle of wickedness. Long Chen then entered the white dragon nest. Just then, the bald man's voice rang out behind him. "Remember my name, Netherdragon Wuxiang. I'll be the one who will wring off your head." Not looking back, Long Chen replied, "I've heard that a lot." But without exception, those who made such threats ended up with tragic deaths. After saying that, Long Chen walked in. The bald man seemed to say something else, but the formation blocked his voice. "Long Chen, why would you go to such lengths just to kill some rabble from the Golden Crow race?" Asked by Yingxia once they were finally inside. With Long Chen's power, he should be able to easily slaughter their true experts. "It was just for fun," replied Long Chen with a smile. He naturally couldn't tell the truth that he had to absorb their core energy immediately upon death, or it would be claimed by the heavenly Taos. He was competing with the heavenly Taos. Moreover, absorbing their core energy and condensing a totem was something Huo Linger needed to practice. Without a teacher, she was figuring it out on her own and wasn't used to it at first. If Long Chen killed them in large numbers, much of the core energy would go to waste, a loss of a priceless resource. Someone as thrifty as Long Chen wouldn't allow that to happen. Killing them one by one was a steady approach, giving Huo Linger the opportunity to experiment with various methods of absorbing their core energy. By the time the last heavenly chosen was defeated, Huo Linger had accumulated quite a bit of experience. She had figured out how to absorb his core energy through space, all in preparation for the upcoming great harvest. "You're evil," laughed Bai Yingxia. "Against evil people, you should use any means necessary. You shouldn't have any pity," chuckled Long Chen. Against his enemies, Long Chen never showed mercy. After all, if he fell into their hands, death would be a luxury he couldn't afford. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space. There were now 17 additional crows, making a total of 18 golden crows flying around 18 fusong trees. Curiously, they would only fly around their own fusong trees. Long Chen noticed that those 18 fusong trees had grown noticeably taller than the fusong trees without golden crows. His guess was right. The fusong trees had previously been stuck at one height for a long time, as if they had reached their limit. But as soon as they had the golden crows, they broke that limit and continued growing. 3 peaceful days passed just like this, and the 10,000 dragon nest continued onwards. Long Chen started to see enormous snow-white glaciers so large that their tips were lost within the clouds. At this moment, the White Dragon race's experts walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest. The minute they left, a chilling cold struck them. Chapter 5068 Pill Valley's Methods. Everyone walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest to see thousands of Pill Valley disciples below them, distributing tablets to everyone. These tablets were the keys to enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, and anyone entering the Heavenly Flame Devil domain had to be carrying one. Now, they had to place a drop of their essence blood in their tablets to carry out the binding ceremony. Long Chen had been worried about this move. After all, if Pill Valley gathered his blood, that would instantly expose him. After Long Chen voiced his concern to the Earth Cauldron, it refined a drop of his essence blood that wouldn't expose him, allowing him to proceed with the binding ceremony. His status plate lit up, displaying over 100 different runes flashing in succession. This status plate was 1,000 times more refined than those issued in Devil Fall City. With the Earth Cauldron's aid, Long Chen easily passed this step, but he wondered how Mo Nian would get through. Having killed many experts from Pill Valley and even leaving behind his shovel as a taunt, Mo Nian was undoubtedly on their blacklist. If he were exposed, there would be no way to run. During the past few days, Long Chen and the others had passed through dozens of barriers. This was the heart of the Glacial Heaven domain. If the barriers were locked shut, this place would be a death trap, with no one able to escape, even 3 Vain Heaven Saints. Although the White Dragon race had brought many experts, the Brahma Pill Valley's disciples were very efficient, and their attitudes were also good. Whether or not they were acting, the fact they could act so appropriately was worthy of praise. Furthermore, the ones assigned to this task were different from the ones in the cities on the way. These disciples were mostly 1 or 2 star doyens. However, no one dared to look down on them because there were golden medicinal pills emblazoned on their sleeves and collars, a marker of an alchemist. Alchemists had a particularly high status in the cultivation world. Any faction would treat them like a natural treasure because this profession was simply too rare. In the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, alchemists were almost entirely monopolized by Pill Valley. While factions like the Long Clan had their own alchemy halls with alchemists, these were all inferior practitioners. True first-rate alchemists aspired to join Brahma Pill Valley to advance their skills and pursue the Pill Dao. The alchemists within the Long Clan were those who had failed to pass Pill Valley's trials. After years of rejection, they had aged beyond the recruitment standards. Thus, they could only find work in the outside world. However, in this place, the great alchemists of the Pill Valley were tasked with handing out tablets, making even peak heavenly geniuses feel overwhelmed. The enthusiasm with which Pill Valley treated them was truly moving. Those alchemists smiled warmly at them, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a spring breeze. In this setting, no one dared to cause trouble, and everything went smoothly. The woman who handed Long Chen his tablet said, "May Divine Venerate Brahma bless you with the fortune you desire in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain." Long Chen smiled. If he were to receive all the fortune he wished for, Lord Brahma might instantly turn hostile. "Here, we provide a pill for resisting the cold for free. While you might not need it, if the chill invades your body during cultivation, it will affect your condition. After all, you're about to enter the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, so it's best to be prepared," said the woman as she opened a case with over 10 pearl-like pills inside. Long Chen examined them. They weren't bad. They were high-grade cold resistance pills with 1 ring around them. He was about to refuse when a thought crossed his mind. He took one, thanked the woman, and then passed through. After that, they all returned to the 10,000 dragon nest. After they received their tablets, their next destination was the Glacial Heaven City. Once they arrived, Bai Yingxuan and Bai Yingxie were waiting for Long Chen. In front of them was a table with a basket of cold resistance pills. Very few of their disciples had taken the cold resistance pills, as this was meant to avoid raising Pill Valley's suspicions. "Long Chen, I heard that you are also an alchemist. Do you see anything wrong with these pills?" asked Bai Yingxuan. Long Chen took out the pill he had taken and applied some pressure on it with his thumb and forefinger. It was instantly kneaded like mud. After that, with a light pinch, he crushed it into medicinal powder. However, these powders were under his control and didn't dissipate. As the fragrance wafted into his nose, he didn't notice anything particular about them. Long Chen opened his hand, and flames enveloped the powders. Using his hand as the furnace, he started to refine the powders. The medicinal powders quickly turned liquid and then condensed, forming another cold resistance pill. This casual action stunned Bai Yingxuan and Bai Yingxie. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they knew that once a pill was destroyed, refining it again through its components was 1,000 times harder. Furthermore, the one-ring pill now had 3 rings. This was absolutely astonishing. The medicinal pill floated above Long Chen's palm, with flames swirling around it. Milky white divine light then drifted from it like threads of spider silk. Looking at those threads, Long Chen nodded. There was no problem with the refinement, but there is a trace of faith energy inside. Faith energy? What is that for? Asked by xianxia. If you eat it, it will neither affect the body nor damage the soul. However, it will inevitably make you feel closer to Lord Brahma. Pill Valley is very smart. It is extremely difficult to find something wrong with these pills. Even if you do find out about it, the problem is that it isn't a problem, replied Long Chen. What does that mean? Asked by xianxia. When refining pills, if a disciple's faith is rock solid, their faith energy will naturally bless the pill. It can't be considered intentional. They can even claim this pill has received divine venerate Brahma's blessing. No one can argue with that. As no one can say there's a problem with this pill because of the faith energy, it can't really count as proof of anything, explained Long Chen. Although Bai Yingxuan hoped there would be proof of something sinister, perhaps poison or compulsion to join Pill Valley, the reality was not so kind. Long Chen couldn't lie to her. As expected, Bai Yingxuan was a bit disappointed. Long Chen reassured her, "Senior, don't worry. With my understanding of the Brahma Pill Valley, this is nothing more than the start of their schemes. They definitely have more planned. Keep these medicinal pills for now. They'll definitely be useful in the future." Bai Yingxuan nodded, realizing she might have been rushing a bit. How could it be so easy to topple an existence like the Brahma Pill Valley? The White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest was led to an area specially prepared for them. When Long Chen looked outside, he was stunned. That was because he saw endless 10,000 dragon nests around them. Chapter 5069 Invitation. Under Pill Valley's guidance, the White Dragon race came to an open space. Above them, over 10,000 dragon nests floated in the air, creating a stunning scene. 0. Bai Yingxuan was shocked to see so many of them. She now felt profoundly worried. 0. 1,037 10,000 dragon nests. Furthermore, every dragon race can only bring a single 10,000 dragon nest here, said Bai Yingxuan sadly. 3. Long Chen understood. In other words, over 1,000 dragon races were defecting toward the Brahm Pill Valley. Every single 10,000 dragon nest represented a branch of the dragon race. 2. How many branches does the dragon race have right now? Asked Long Chen. 0. Within the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, there are over 3,000 pure-blooded dragon races, sighed Bai Yingxuan. 0. Long Chen was alarmed to hear that. Didn't that mean a third of the dragon race was already leaning toward the Brahma Pill Valley? Although they were only here for the benefits and might not necessarily be loyal to them, this was not a good omen. 0. The moment the White Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest arrived, Long Chen heard mocking laughter. 0. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who came. Isn't this the great White Dragon race? 0. Back then, you cursed us for having no sense of shame and lacking backbone. You acted arrogantly, but the mighty White Dragon race has now joined us, ha ha ha. How interesting. 0. I'm not seeing things, am I? Just think about how glorious the White Dragon was. Think about how prideful they were. Everyone, we must be seeing things, no? 0. After calling yourselves the most loyal followers of the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, you still came here just like us. Hee, how glorious. 0. Mocking voices echoed from the surrounding 10,000 dragon nests, their tones filled with derision. 0. Immediately, Bai Yingxuan's expression darkened as killing intent surged from her. These people represented the greatest trash of the dragon race. 0. Bai Yingxuan was trying to use the White Dragon race's blood and lives to protect the dragon race's dignity and save them from themselves. But these people continuously mocked and insulted her. 0. Long Chen smiled slightly. Are you still hoping to use the White Dragon race's lives to wake them up? 0. Now, Bai Yingxuan truly understood Long Chen's thinking. Many dragons had lost the backbone of the dragon race, infected with too many of the human race's habits. They were no longer true dragons. 0. Since when did the prideful dragon race mock people like this? Only those low-tier races would do such a thing. 0. To use Long Chen's words, this was the time to carve out the tumors of the dragon race, no matter how painful it might be. The rotting flesh and bone had no chance of recovery and had to be removed to save the dragon race. They couldn't afford to hesitate or feel compassion toward the tumors. 0. Long Chen gave Bai Yingxie a look, and she instantly understood. She activated a barrier, blocking out the outside sound and scenery. After all, if something was out of sight, it was out of mind. 0. Since they couldn't tolerate their mocking, they chose to not listen. Bai Yingxuan slowly calmed down and smiled bitterly. It seems that my realm is still too lacking. 0. Shaking his head, Long Chen said, "What realm nonsense? Even a saint walking through the streets will be cursed by people who have to go around them. In this world, words are unable to solve everything. Every person has a different point of view and sees things from different angles, resulting in differences in understanding. 0. You are worried about the future of the entire dragon race, while they want to grasp the opportunity in front of them to quickly increase their power. They want to borrow the name of the Brahma Pill Valley to soar. 0. As for what happens after they soar, whether or not they will collapse once the support is gone, they can't see that far. When a dog is eating shit, you shouldn't try to convince it not to because it will get angry and bite you. It thinks you are trying to take that shit from it. 0. Bai Yingxie and Bai Yingxuan laughed at that analogy. Though crude, it was strikingly accurate. 0. Bai Yingxuan remarked, "The way your human race speaks is really interesting. My dragon race doesn't have any talent in this regard." 0. Bai Yingxuan found that this youngster in front of her had a certain charisma that made people trust him unconditionally. 0. Furthermore, no matter how thorny a problem was, he always had a way to deal with it. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't handle. 0. After thinking about it for a bit, Bai Yingxuan asked, "Why don't you join the White Dragon race? I will ask the race leader to give you the position of vice race leader. We won't even need you to fight. You just need to occasionally help us strategize." 0. You're too courteous, but there's no need for that. You can always turn to me when you need me, replied Long Chen as he patted his chest. 0. Long Chen didn't quite understand why, but he felt an innate fondness for the White Dragon race. Perhaps it was the influence of his dragon blood. As he was fond of them, he definitely wouldn't just sit by if they were in trouble. 1. That was why Long Chen had opposed their original plan. They shouldn't just throw away their lives like that. It seemed that the workings of fate truly did exist. If it weren't for Long Chen, they might have gone to the extreme and caused a tiny ripple before vanishing without a trace. 4. Bai Yingxuan ultimately chose to listen to Long Chen, refusing to see anyone who came knocking on their door. Despite countless people outside asking to see her, she made an excuse that she was in seclusion. Only Bai Yingxie occasionally dealt with them. 0. While many experts mocked them, not many dared to come to their door to provoke them. Bai Yingxuan's power was clearly well known within the entire dragon race. 0. Long Chen was about to go into seclusion when an invitation came from the Brahma Pill Valley. They had sent 10 invitation cards that would allow people to enter the Glacial Heaven City's auction house for free. 2. Bai Yingxuan directly declined. For her, anything given for free had to be a trap. She wasn't interested in dealing with it, so she wouldn't go. Moreover, she didn't want anyone else to go either. They weren't here to form a good connection with Pill Valley, and getting entangled with them could be troublesome. 0. On the other hand, Long Chen was very tempted. At this moment, the Glacial Heaven City was brimming with countless powerful factions, so there would definitely be world-class items for trade. This kind of opportunity couldn't be missed. 2. When Long Chen told Bai Yingxuan what he was thinking, she naturally didn't stop him. Seeing Bai Yingxue's expectant expression, Bai Yingxuan knew that this little girl wanted to go too, so she allowed her to accompany Long Chen. However, Bai Yingxuan directly destroyed the other 8 invitation cards. 2. After that, Long Chen and Bai Yingxie excitedly walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest. The minute they were out, countless gazes turned toward them, and a group of experts immediately swarmed them, blocking their path. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.